registration, not oversight. But the political statement that the Wei family and the Dao alliance were not enemies, which addressed the alliance's continental reputation issue created by the attempted abduction and the subsequent legal filing. And access to Bao Tingji's theoretical analysis of the resonance system's historical origins, not the mechanism, not the practical technique, but the scholarly record of what the system appeared to be designed to do at the level of cultivation theory. Bao had spent 6 hours debating the second element. We are giving Shun Beihong theoretical information that he will use to continue his research, he told Liangchen during the review. We are giving him theoretical information that he has been working toward for 12 years through his own research, Liangchen said. The gap between what he already knows and what we are sharing is not wide enough to be the difference between him understanding the system and not understanding it. But the gesture of sharing it changes the nature of what we are building with him. You trust him, Bao said. I trust his assessment of the situation, Liangchen said. I trust his analysis of the Hollow Emperor. I trust his understanding that the Alliance's standard registration approach was the wrong tool for this problem. I do not trust that his and our interests will remain aligned if the Hollow Emperor situation changes in ways we cannot yet predict. He paused, which is why the agreement contains no binding commitments that survive a material change in circumstances, and why you are going to read it again before we sign it to make sure that condition is airtight. Bao read it again. The condition was airtight. The agreement was signed in Commandant Ren's administrative building, with Qingfeng Crossing as the witnessing authority, on the 15th day of the 30-day period that the Alliance's original letter had specified. The filing remained in place. The cooperation was public. Ho Wenxiu's reformed cultivation network, which had been rebuilding under imperial administrative cover for the last several weeks, lost its operational freedom in the northern prefecture's independent city-states within 24 hours of the agreement being registered. Liangchen thought about what the agreement meant. Not strategically, he understood the strategic structure well. Personally, he had spent the last several months running and building and defending. He was now in a position where an organization that had been pressing him from one side was working alongside him, and the primary adversary on the other side had been forced to reorganize after his last representative failed. The board had changed, not in their favor. The Hollow Emperor was still the Hollow Emperor, still operating at void crossing level, still operating with 4 centuries of cultivation experience and the specific advantage of knowing what the Wei family was long before the Wei family knew what it was. But the board had changed enough that the next phase was different from the previous one. The next phase was offense. And offense required power that the Wei family did not yet have. The cooperation agreement took 2 days to draft. Not because the terms were complicated, they were not, but because Bao's review of every clause Shun Beihong proposed revealed, in 7 of them, language that would have created precedents more limiting than the stated terms. This was not deception on Shun Beihong's part, Bao concluded after examining them. It was administrative habit, the language of someone whose entire professional context had been alliance registration frameworks. The terms he proposed defaulted to alliance standard provisions that had been designed for a different kind of relationship than the one being established here. Liangchen replaced them, one by one, with terms he had drafted based on what the relationship actually required. The alliance received formal acknowledgement of the dual harmony resonance, not registration, not oversight rights, not any administrative standing over its development. Acknowledgement, in the legal sense of a documented record that the Alliance's archives contained information about the technique's existence. Shun Beihong also received access to theoretical research consultations, specific, bounded sessions where Bao would review the Alliance's replication attempts and identify why they had failed, without disclosing the Wei family's own cultivation mechanics in any technically actionable way. The Wei family received something more practical, formal alliance protection status, which made any hostile action against the household an action against an alliance-recognized entity and therefore subject to the alliance's considerable enforcement resources. They also received access to Shun Beihong's intelligence network on the Hollow Emperor's movements. 12 years of documented intelligence that was, as Shui Linglan assessed when Liangchen showed her the terms, probably worth more to the household's survival planning than anything else the alliance could have offered. Neither party had veto power over the other's cultivation development decisions. Neither party had oversight authority. The agreement was a mutual information sharing and protection arrangement between two cultivation entities that had identified a common threat. It was not an absorption. It was not a registration. It was something different from either. When the document was signed, Shin Beihong looked at it with the expression of someone reviewing a piece of work that had not turned out the way they planned, but had turned out better than expected. Ho Wenxu will challenge this through the Continental Council, he said. He has standing to contest alliance recognition of households that have formally rejected his regional oversight claim. He can challenge it, Liangshan said. The compact protection filing is still in place. His challenge will take longer than the 30 days his letter was asking for. Yes, Shin Beihong said. You have been thinking about his timeline more carefully than he expected, which means the next phase of this is different from what he planned. He looked at the signed agreement. Good luck. I mean that without qualification. The cooperation agreement's most important term was not one that either party had explicitly negotiated. It emerged from the exclusion clause. Neither party had rights over the other's cultivation development, and neither party had oversight authority over the other's strategic decisions. This was not a blank check arrangement. Both parties had obligations around information sharing and mutual protection. But the oversight exclusion meant that the Wei family remained exactly what it had been before the agreement. A family making its own decisions, on its own timeline, toward its own goals. Bao spent an hour with the signed documents looking for the clause that would create problems in 6 months. He found 2 minor terms that he flagged as potentially ambiguous and 3 that he recommended renegotiating in the first annual review. Then he set the documents down and said, "It is better than I expected." He paused. Shin Beihong is a better negotiator than I expected. He was negotiating for a relationship, not for a position. Those required different tools. The difference, Liangshan had observed during the 2 days of drafting, was visible in how Shin Beihong responded to changes. When Liangshan replaced an alliance standard clause with something more specific to the actual relationship, Shin Beihong had read the replacement and, in 7 of 9 cases, acknowledged that it was clearer than what he had proposed. A man negotiating for a position would have pushed back on principle. A man negotiating for a relationship understood that clarity served both parties, and clarity, Liangshan thought, was exactly what the next 30 days required. Chapter 68. Mei Ruo's full recovery. The breakthrough happened at the 3rd bell of morning, which was the hour when the compound was at its quietest and the pillar's resonance ran most cleanly through the sleeping household. The specific cultivation environment that Grandma Zhou and Grandma Yi had spent 3 weeks refining until the ambient qi flow in the compound at night was as clean and consistent as anything either of them had encountered in 4 decades of household cultivation. Practice. Liangshan was awake when it happened. He had been awake for 2 hours, working through the implications of Shin Beihong's account of the Hollow Emperor's absorption mechanism, specifically the detail about the harmonic core's protection being the family formation structure, and what that meant for how the family needed to structure itself going forward. He felt the breakthrough through the pillar's resonance before he saw its effect. The pillar's output shifted, not louder, exactly, but deeper, the specific quality of a resonance adding a new frequency. Then the light in the compound changed, not the silver gold of the twins' resonance, but something that blended with it, a frequency that Liangshan recognized as Mei Ruo's cultivation signature, stronger and cleaner and more fully realized than it had been before. He went to the cultivation room where she had been working. She was standing, not sitting against the wall with the careful posture of someone managing their balance, standing, fully upright, her cultivation core radiating with the clean brightness of core formation, her ice vein constitution flowing through her meridians the way he had not seen it flow since before the attack that had crippled her 7 years ago. She turned when he entered, and the expression on her face was the specific expression of someone who has received something they had spent a very long time trying not to hope for too strongly, because hoping too strongly made the possibility of not receiving it too difficult. She said, "It happened." He said, "I felt it." They stayed in the cultivation room afterward without speaking, the pillar running between them and through the household around them. And Liangshan thought about what the last 8 months had done to the Wei family and what the character of this moment. Mei Ruohua standing, whole, her cultivation burning clean after 7 years of injury, said about what the family was and what it was capable of. The household woke gradually to the pillar's changed resonance. By dawn, everyone was in the courtyard or at the windows, feeling the new frequency in the air without yet knowing its source. Mei Ruohua came out into the courtyard at first light, and the household saw her, not walking carefully, not managing the distance between her and the nearest support, but walking, and the silence that followed carried the particular weight of a household that had lived with someone's recovery for 8 months and was encountering the reality of it completing. Xiaoyin said quietly, "Mother." It was not a question. "Yes," Mei Ruohua said, simply, as a statement of being. The mother-daughter training session that afternoon produced, in Bao's subsequent formation analysis, the highest single-session cultivation advancement readings he had recorded for any household member in the 8 months he had been keeping records. The ice vein constitution that complemented Xiaoyin's yin polarity perfectly, the two frequencies resonating in the specific way that the outline of Mei Ruohua's recovered cultivation had suggested and the reality confirmed, was, Bao said, the most significant addition to the household's pillar resonance structure since the twins' first awakening. The pillar output did not rise measurably. The quality of what it was outputting changed, deeper, more structured, carrying a frequency that had been missing from its resonance since before the family had understood what the pillar was. Shin Beihong's aide, who had been maintaining a respectful distance from the compound since the agreement signing, sent a message stone that evening. The resonance change was registered by every Alliance cultivation sensor within 50 kilometers. Congratulations, whatever has happened. We will need to update the intelligence file. The morning after the cooperation agreement was signed, Mei Ruohua's meridian repair reached completion. Grandma Zhou had been monitoring the final stages for 3 weeks, adjusting the formation cooking schedule and the supplemental cultivation support that had been sustaining the repair process since the household arrived in Qingfeng Crossing. She had told Liangshan 2 weeks earlier that the final completion would happen within a month, but that she could not predict which day. The last stage of a meridian repair at this level was dependent on the practitioner's own cultivation readiness, and readiness was not schedulable. It happened on a quiet morning, when the household was otherwise occupied with its various assigned tasks. Mei Ruohua came to the inner courtyard formation station in the morning for her walking practice. She had been doing 8 circuits a day for the last 3 weeks, up from the 3 circuits she had been doing when they arrived. Grandma Yi, who was tending the inner garden, noticed the change in her cultivation signature before Mei Ruohua herself registered what was happening. The characteristic shift in meridian resonance that indicated a repair completion, immediately followed by the surge of cultivation energy that the newly functional meridians were now able to circulate freely. She broke through to core formation on the formation station, standing mid-circuit, without preparation. The breakthrough lasted 11 minutes by Bao's formation clock. When it completed, the pillar, which was running at its usual morning calibration level, shifted. The output changed in quality rather than quantity, the resonance deepening in a way that Bao's instruments registered as a new frequency being added to the existing pattern. Mei Ruohua's ice vein constitution, which had been dormant for 8 months while the meridians were compromised, activated fully alongside the core formation breakthrough, adding a cold clear complement to Xiaoyin's yin cultivation signature that the pillar immediately incorporated into its resonance structure. Liangshan was in the compound's outer section when the breakthrough completed. He felt it through the pillar's resonance. A change in the formation's weight and depth, as if something that had been slightly out of balance had found its correct configuration. He set down what he was working on and walked to the inner courtyard. Mei Ruohua was standing in the center of the formation station, her cultivation cycling freely through the completed meridian network for the first time in 8 months, tears running down her face in the clean, involuntary way that happened when a body had been in pain for so long that the absence of pain was indistinguishable from joy. Xiaoyin had her arms around her mother's shoulders. Xiaoyang was holding one of her hands. Neither twin said anything. The moment did not require speech. Liangshan stood at the courtyard edge, watching his family, and felt something ease in his chest that he had not fully registered as tight until the moment it loosened. Grandma Zhou had said, the morning after the breakthrough, that she had expected Mei Ruohua's constitution to express itself during the core formation transition. Ice vein was rare. Perhaps one cultivator in 8,000 had it, and fewer still reached core formation with it intact rather than suppressed by cultivation foundation choices that favored more common constitutional types. Xiaoyin's yin constitution and Mei Ruohua's ice vein were different enough that the pillar had not simply doubled the yin resonance. The complementary frequency had added a new dimension to what the pillar could express. She is not a copy of you, Bao told Xiaoyin, who had been asking careful technical questions about the pillar's frequency shift. Her ice vein adds precision to the yin resonance the way a cooling agent adds precision to a formation compound. It does not change what you are doing, it makes what you are doing cleaner. He paused. The practical effect is that the pillar's calibration function is now operating with higher fidelity than it was before the breakthrough. We have moved approximately 2 percentage points closer to the 85% threshold in the last 24 hours without any additional cultivation work. Xiaoyin sat with this for a moment. Then she said, "She has always been part of what this is." She looked at her mother, who was still standing in the formation station, still cycling the completed meridian network with the careful attention of someone rediscovering something she had thought lost. She just could not express it until now, and now, everything changes. Chapter 69, New Family Members. The ceremony for formally extending the pillar's household formation had been designed by Grandma Zhou and Grandma Yi over 3 days, drawing on the old-style household cultivation practice that predated the current cultivation world's categorization systems, the practice that did not read on modern instruments but simply worked. The ceremony was not complex. It required a clean alignment of cultivation intent. Each person joining the formation needed to understand what they were joining and why, needed to bring that understanding into their cultivation awareness, and needed to hold it there while the pillar's resonance extended through them and confirmed the connection. What the ceremony required was sincerity and clarity. The old-style practice, Grandma Zhou had explained, was built on the assumption that cultivation systems could read the quality of intent, that trying to force a connection through a household formation while holding reservations about it would simply fail, and that the failure would be honest rather than damaging. Xue Linglan went first, at her own request. She had no surviving family and had not had one for a long time. The formal adoption into the Wei family household, the legal document signed the previous day, but the pillar connection was what made it real in the cultivation sense, was the first family formation she had been part of since the Crown Prince's census had destroyed the one she was born into. She stood in the compound courtyard with the pillar rising to 53 meters above her and said the words that the ceremony required. Her name, her cultivation history, and the specific thing she was asking the family for. In Xue Linglan's case, that thing was simple, to belong to something that would still exist tomorrow. She said it clearly and without performing it. The pillar's resonance extended through her in what Bao described afterward as the smoothest household connection he had recorded. No hesitation, no calibration, just the clean extension of the family's cultivation field to include someone it apparently recognized. The 3 Qingfeng families followed. The Yi twins, Grandma Yi, and finally Zhou Linghua, who went last and said her words with the quiet economy of a woman who had been connected to cultivation households for 80 years and knew exactly what she was committing to. By the end of the ceremony, the Wei family's household formation encompassed 19 pillar-linked members. Bao's cultivation analysis afterward. Overall pillar output up 60% from the pre-ceremony reading. The increase was not linear. It was not simply the product of adding more cultivators to the formation. It was the product of adding cultivators whose specific cultivation profiles created new resonance relationships within the formation structure. The Yi twins, in particular, had a cultivation configuration that interacted with the twins' yin-yang polarity in ways that amplified the pillar's frequency range beyond what the Wei family's own cultivation had produced. "We did not just add members," Bao said, reading the analysis. "We added specific resonance relationships that the formation was missing. The household is better designed than it was, not just larger." Liangshan thought about this. About a cultivation formation that improved through the right kind of growth rather than just through more growth, and thought about what it meant for the next phase, when the family would need to be not just stronger, but more capable of directed, specific action against an adversary whose primary technique was the absorption of exactly this kind of organized cultivation energy. The household was now 19 people. The pillar was now running at a quality and frequency range that it had not achieved before. And Shun Beihong's intelligence, combined with the bloodline charter's implications, was pointing toward a threat that required a family cultivation system at its full design capability. They were getting close to that capability. The question was whether they would reach it before the Hollow Emperor decided that waiting for them to finish was more costly than moving while they were still building. The household ceremony happened 5 days later, in the inner courtyard formation station, on an evening that Grandma Zhou declared auspicious based on criteria she did not explain, but that Grandma Yi confirmed with a single nod. 19 people stood in a formation circle. The legal documents had been prepared by Bao, reviewed by Shui Linglan, and witnessed by Commandant Run, who had asked to attend and whom Liangshan had invited because his presence gave the ceremony a formal standing in the city's governance records that would matter in the months ahead. The documents were clear. Shui Linglan adopted into the Wei family household, formally and permanently. The Yi family, Yi Xiaolong, his twin sister Yi Xiaomei, and their grandmother Yi Qingzhu, formally registered as household members under the Wei family compact. Zhou Linghua, who had been part of the household since the second week of the journey but had always declined formal registration for reasons she had never fully explained, also signed. When Bao looked up in surprise at her signature, she said only, "The timing is correct now." When the documents were signed and the formal words spoken, the pillar responded. The output shift was immediate and dramatic enough that Bao started taking readings before the ceremony was fully concluded. Not simply larger. The pillar was already running at a scale that made raw size measurement almost secondary. What changed was the quality, a depth of resonance that Bao's instruments described as multiple frequency layers interweaving rather than a single dominant signal. The 60% output increase he measured in the first 10 minutes of monitoring was accurate but insufficient. The number captured the quantity of the change, but not its character. Liangshan stood in the middle of the resonance field, feeling it move through the household around him, and thought, this is what the harmonic core was designed for. Not just the twins. Everyone in this circle, contributing what they are to what the family is becoming. The design was not narrow. The design was for a household. He had been building this for 8 months, one decision at a time, without knowing what he was building toward. Looking at it from inside the completed formation, he could finally see its shape clearly. The Wei family was not just a cultivation household. It was a resonance structure. The pillar at its center, 19 people arranged around it in a pattern that was not accidental, each one contributing something specific to the resonance quality in a way that made the whole more capable than the sum of its parts. Whether they would reach the full expression before the Hollow Emperor moved was still the question that determined everything. The formation Bao scanned after the ceremony had one characteristic that his instruments were not designed to measure directly, but that he could infer from the anomalous readings. The household's collective cultivation pattern had achieved a form of internal resonance that made the whole greater than the sum of its parts. This was theoretically known in cultivation literature as household harmonic formation, documented in historical texts about large cultivation families that had cultivated together for generations. It was extremely rare in a household assembled over less than a year. Yi Xiaolong, reviewing the readings alongside Bao, said that he had studied household harmonic formation in theoretical texts and had not expected to see it in practice in his cultivation career. His twin sister Yi Xiaomei, who had been quiet through most of the ceremony but had been present with full cultivation engagement, said, "It is because everyone here had a reason to be here. Not because they were assigned, because they chose it." She glanced at her brother. The formation work recognizes that. It always does. The 19 people who had signed the household documents that evening had all come to the household through specific paths, some through cultivation compatibility, some through need, some through the specific combination of capability and reliability that made them the right choice for what the household was doing. None of them had been recruited by performance of strength. All of them had been invited by recognition of fit, and whether they would reach the calibration threshold before the Hollow Emperor moved depended on how well that fit held under the pressure that was coming. Chapter 70, Domain Manifestation, Liangshan. The breakthrough happened during training, which was how Liangshan had always expected it would happen. Not in meditation, not in a sudden insight, but in the middle of working the cultivation to the limit of what it could currently do and finding that the limit had moved. He had been drilling the extended resonance field technique for 6 weeks. Not the pillar's output, The pillar's output was the 19-member household formation, consistent and clean and running at the quality that the household ceremony had established. The extended resonance field was a different application, the projection of the pillar's resonance into a personal domain, the specific soul ignition technique of making one's cultivation environment legible and controllable, but applied to the pillar's dual-frequency yin-yang resonance rather than to standard personal qi. The drill. Extend the field outward to 50 meters. Hold it for 30 minutes. Withdraw it cleanly. Repeat. The drill's purpose. Build the cultivation stamina to maintain the field under sustained adversarial pressure, which was the specific condition under which the extended resonance field would be most needed and most difficult to hold. On the 41st consecutive day of the drill, during the third repetition of the 30-minute hold, something in the cultivation architecture shifted. Not broke, shifted. The specific word Liangshan would use afterward to describe it, when Bao asked. Not rupture, not crack, not the violent vocabulary of cultivation advancement under pressure. A shift. The cultivation structure that had been the limit of what soul ignition could do with the pillar's resonance opened into something that included the limit and extended beyond it. The way a door opens into a room, you could hear through the door, but couldn't yet see. The domain unfolded over 47 seconds. The resonance field, no longer extended, exactly, that was the wrong term for what it had become, expanded to 50 meters and filled itself with the quality of something that was doing more than projecting. It was organizing. The ambient qi in the 50-meter radius was not just enhanced, it was structured by the domain's specific framework, every cultivator inside it finding their qi pathways oriented toward the domain's central principle, the balance of yin and yang, the harmony that was the pillar's foundation. Allies inside the domain. 30% cultivation enhancement, their qi pathways aligned with the resonance's dual frequency structure. Adversaries inside the domain. Their qi pathways disrupted by the same structure, the dual frequency resonance registering in their cultivation systems as interference rather than support. Bao came out of the formation workroom at a run when his monitoring instruments registered the change and stood in the courtyard in silence, reading the domain with his compass, with his spirit sense, and finally settling into the quiet satisfaction of a cultivator who had been measuring cultivation developments for 8 months and had just encountered something that exceeded the range of his prior measurements. You are no longer hiding, he said. You are standing. He meant it as an observation. It landed as an announcement. The specific announcement that the Wei family's cultivation had crossed a threshold that changed the nature of what they were capable of, and that the people who needed to understand that change would understand it through the domain's visibility in the cultivation environment regardless of whether anyone communicated it to them directly. The Hollow Emperor's monitoring, wherever it was and whatever form it took, had just received a reading it had not received from the Wei family before. The Tao Alliance's cultivation sensors had registered another event worth noting. And the Crown Prince's intelligence apparatus, rebuilding since Ho Wunshu's defeat, had something new to incorporate into whatever assessment they were currently running. Liangshan stood in his domain, taking measure of its extent and quality and what it could do, and thought, this is the position from which we go on offense. And the question now is not whether we are strong enough, but whether we are fast enough. The domain manifestation happened in the early morning hours of a day when Liangshan had not been expecting it. He had been at core formation, advanced stage, for 5 months. Longer than his advancement timeline had projected, because the household's development had consistently taken priority over his personal cultivation progress, and because several of the breakthrough attempts he might otherwise have made in quieter circumstances had been interrupted by external pressures. The cultivation gap between core formation and domain manifestation was significant. It required not just cultivation volume, but a specific kind of internal organization, a clarity about what the cultivator's domain represented that determined the domain's eventual form. He had been carrying the insight that would unlock the breakthrough for 3 weeks without recognizing it as such. The insight was this: a domain was not a projection of personal cultivation strength. It was a representation of what the cultivator was organizing their cultivation around, the specific principle that gave their cultivation its direction. He had been thinking about it in terms of power and capability, which was why the breakthrough had not come. The correct understanding was different. His domain was already present in the structure he had built, in the family and the formation and the city's integration and the 19-person resonance field. It was not something he needed to create. It was something he needed to recognize and claim. The resonance field domain formed around the pillar's anchor point, coupled to the formation structure Yin and Bao had built, and expanded outward. 50 meters, 100, 160 meters, matching the pillar's resonance range. Then further, as the domain coupled to the city formation grid and the city's cultivation infrastructure amplified what the domain was expressing. The resonance field domain had two properties that Liangshan cataloged with Bao's help over the following days. First, cultivators within the domain who were aligned with the household's cultivation structures received a 30% cultivation efficiency enhancement, not an increase in raw power, but an improvement in how efficiently their cultivation cycled through their meridian systems. Second, cultivators within the domain who were operating against the household's cultivation structures experienced a disruption in formation coherence that made certain types of organized cultivation techniques unreliable. Not overwhelming force. Strategic friction applied at the level where coordination happened. In a city that had defended its independence for 63 years, with a formation grid built into its walls that amplified both properties significantly, the combined system was not a force multiplier. It was a different kind of capability altogether, the kind that made the city itself a cultivation tool rather than just a location. The domain's first practical test came 48 hours after the domain manifestation, when Commandant Ren had arranged for 3 local cultivation enforcement officers, all of them willing participants, fully briefed, to enter the domain perimeter and attempt standard cultivation coordination techniques inside it. The results were consistent with Liangshan's theoretical understanding, but exceeded his projected magnitude. The 30% cultivation efficiency enhancement was accurate, but the disruption effect on coordinated formation techniques was more severe than the model had suggested. The officers reported that certain formation sequences they ran routinely simply failed to engage inside the domain perimeter in ways they could not compensate for in real time. This was the defensive value. An adversary that had planned a coordinated cultivation assault on the city would find, inside the domain, that the specific formation techniques their assault required did not work as expected. They would not be powerless. They would be improvising, in a city that had 63 years of experience defending its ground. Commandant Ren watched the test results and said nothing for a long moment. Then, when I agreed to allow the Wei family to establish a household in this city, I was told it was a temporary arrangement pending regional stability. He paused. I am beginning to suspect that the definition of regional stability may need updating. The domain's coupling to the city's cultivation history had a dimension that Liangshan had not anticipated until he spent time in it. The accumulated cultivation signatures of every cultivator who had contributed to Qingfeng Crossing's independent governance were present in the formation grid as part of the domain substrate. Not as individual spirits or presences. The residue was cultivation energy, not identity. But it carried a character that was specific to the city's experience. Survival without external support, governance built from practical necessity rather than tradition, the particular quality of a community that had decided to remain free and had sustained that decision across 6 decades and multiple external pressures. When the domain was active, that character was present in what it expressed. Commandant Ren, walking through the domain field 3 days after the coupling, said, "It feels like the city. The city's best self." He was silent a moment. I have spent 30 years in municipal administration. I have never felt the city's cultivation history as something tangible before. Liangshan thought about what it meant to carry 63 years of collective cultivation choice as part of a domain's substrate, and about what that would do to an adversary's calculations, and about the fact that the adversary, whoever he sent, had not been briefed on what Qingfeng Crossing had become. Chapter 71, Shun Beihong's Trap. The legal challenge arrived 22 days after the cooperation agreement signing, filed by a Continental Council member whose cultivation background Bao identified as consistent with imperial side alliance advisory relationships that predated the current dispute. The challenge: Qingfeng Crossing was found to have violated a trade compact from 68 years ago regarding the unregistered use of large-scale cultivation formations within city boundaries that affected cross-border chi flow. The compact violation stripped the city of its independent city-state status under continental law. Commandant Ren received the judgment and called Liangchen to his administrative building within the hour. He was not panicking. He was not even angry in the conventional sense. He was moving with the precise attention of a man who had managed 3 sieges and 11 economic pressures and 7 cultivation authority interference attempts, and had developed a specific methodology for assessing legal attacks on his city's independent status within the first hour of their arrival. "The compact is real," he said, showing Liangchen the historical document. "I have been aware of it for 30 years. It has never been invoked before because it was designed to address a cultivation formation practice that has not been common for at least 60 years. He set the document down. "It is being invoked now specifically because the compact's violation clause strips city-state status, which voids the independent city-state compact protection filing." He looked at Liangchen. "If the status designation is removed, the cultural heritage filing becomes legally vulnerable within 72 hours. Liangchen looked at the compact, at the violation clause, at the timeline. "This is Shen Beihong," he said. "Not Shen Beihong," Commandant Ren said. "Shen Beihong signed a cooperation agreement with us 12 days ago. This is Shen Beihong's organization running a contingency that was already in motion before the agreement was signed, and that someone inside the alliance decided to execute regardless of the agreement." He paused. "Or it is the Hollow Emperor, using a cultivator within the alliance's administrative structure who is not aware they are being used, to apply pressure at a point he identified as your filing's weakness." Liangchen thought about this, about a 4th-century adversary's patient, methodical approach, and about the specific timing that had stripped Qingfeng of its city-state status precisely when the Wei family's position had seemed most legally secure. "Who filed the challenge?" he asked. Commandant Ren provided the name. Within an hour, Bao had identified the council member's cultivation background and alliance connections. Within 3 hours, Shui Linglan had confirmed, through the intelligence network she had been maintaining, that the council member had received cultivation resource transfers from an imperial side source 6 weeks ago, before the cooperation agreement, before the legal filing, before the Wei family had arrived at Qingfeng Crossing. "The trap was set before we arrived," Liangchen said. "Yes," Bao confirmed. "The compact violation was identified as the city's legal weakness before the Wei family filed for heritage protection. Someone, either the alliance's contingency planning or the Hollow Emperor's monitoring, prepared this attack as soon as the city-state compact protection became a viable defense. We triggered it when we used it." He placed his notes on the table. "The timing was held until the cooperation agreement gave the attack its maximum impact. If it came before the agreement, it would have been an alliance action. Coming after, it creates a specific ambiguity about whether Shen Beihong's cooperation commitment is real." Liangchen thought about that ambiguity, about Shen Beihong, who had seemed genuinely recalculating, about the alliance's operational contingencies, which did not necessarily stop running because one of the alliance's senior figures had signed an agreement to cooperate, and about a cultivator with 4 centuries of experience at exactly this kind of long-game interference. The 72-hour window was running. He needed to act before the filing's legal protection lapsed, and the action needed to address both the immediate legal problem and the ambiguity about whether Shen Beihong's cooperation was genuine. He called for Commandant Ren, Bao, and a communication stone that could reach Shen Beihong's personal cultivar. The challenge came on the 16th day after the cooperation agreement was signed. Liangchen received official notification through the Continental Administrative Courier Network, a formal compact violation challenge filed against Qingfeng Crossing's independent city-state designation, citing the city's cooperation with an alliance-registered cultivation household as a violation of the independent compact's political neutrality provisions. The challenge was technically sophisticated. The specific provision it cited was obscure, had not been invoked in 30 years, and was genuinely ambiguous about whether alliance cooperation partnerships fell within its scope. If the challenge was upheld by the Continental Council, Qingfeng Crossing would lose its independent city-state designation. Losing that designation meant losing the compact protection framework under which Liangchen had filed the cultural heritage claim. If the protection framework fell, the filing fell. If the filing fell, the 30-day deadline became enforceable again, retroactively. Bao laid this out in a 10-minute analysis that was, as his analyses usually were, completely accurate and completely grim. How long do we have before the council process requires a response? Liangshan asked. 72 hours before the challenge moves to formal review, Bao said. After formal review begins, the city-state designation is technically in provisional status, which means the compact protection framework is in provisional status. That is enough ambiguity for an alliance enforcement team to argue that acting within that window is not a compact violation. Either Shun Beihong's cooperation was not genuine, Shui Linglan said quietly, or there is someone inside the alliance who wants this outcome regardless of what Shun Beihong agreed to. Liangshan thought about the two possibilities and about which one was more dangerous. If the challenge was Shun Beihong's work, the cooperation agreement was a deception and the timeline had just compressed to 72 hours. If the challenge was someone else's work, the Hollow Emperor's presence inside the alliance's structure, which Shun Beihong himself had hinted at, then the situation was different, but not simpler. He reached for the communication stone that could reach Shun Beihong's personal cultivation signature. The compact violation challenge's administrative language was precise enough that Liangshan recognized it had been drafted by someone with expert knowledge of the independent city-state compact's provision structure. This was not Ho Wenxu's legal capacity. Ho Wenxu was a cultivation administrator, not a compact law specialist. Someone in the background had drafted it. Shin Beihong, when reached, confirmed what his investigation had found. The drafting signatures in the challenge document matched a cultivation legal specialist who had worked for 3 major sect networks over the previous decade and who currently maintained a private practice that took clients without publishing client lists. Finding who had commissioned the work would require more time than 72 hours allowed. The discovery that the challenge was not alliance authorized was itself significant. It meant that someone with resources, legal expertise, and sufficient advanced knowledge of the cooperation agreement to respond to it within days of its signing had moved to counter the agreement's effects before those effects were fully realized. The timeline was too fast for the challenge to have been prepared after the agreement was signed. It had been prepared in advance, in anticipation that the agreement would be reached. He has been planning for the possibility that we would find a way through his standard approaches, Shui Linglan said. He had contingency measures already in place. The name Shun Beihong provided, the cultivation legal specialist whose drafting signatures appeared in the challenge document, connected to 3 previous cases that Shui Linglan found in the cultivation tribunal archive within an hour. In all 3 cases, the specialist had filed administrative challenges against independent city-state cultivation households. In all 3 cases, the challenges had been coordinated with cultivation enforcement operations that occurred within 72 hours of filing. 2 of the 3 households involved had ultimately registered with a major sect network. The 3rd had been relocated. The pattern was not subtle to someone who knew to look for it. It was not meant to be subtle. It was meant to be fast, the administrative equivalent of creating a window through which a physical operation could move before defenses adapted. He has done this before, Shui Linglan said. Specifically to households in this situation, households that had found legal protection and needed to be exposed before that protection was formally secure. And now? Liangshan asked. Now the protection is formally secure, she said. The window he was trying to create has closed. Whatever operation was prepared to move in the 72-hour period has been stood down or is waiting for a different opportunity. She paused. The specialist will not be used again in this region. The method is burned. She paused. But he is not out of contingencies. This was one approach. He has others. Chapter 72. The Alliance battle. Shin Beihong's response to the message stone arrived in 40 minutes. He did not know about the compact violation challenge. He had not authorized it. And the council member who had filed it was an Alliance administrative affiliate whose activities were not subject to his personal oversight. He was investigating. Liangshan believed the investigation. He did not wait for it to conclude. The action he took. He extended his domain to encompass the entire city of Qingfeng Crossing. This was not what Bao had described as possible. Domain manifestation, Bao had explained during the theoretical review sessions over the last 6 weeks, operated on a 50-meter radius. Extended under cultivation strain, perhaps 70. City-scale extension, covering the full urban area of Qingfeng Crossing, which was approximately 4,000 meters in diameter, was categorically beyond what domain manifestation could do. What Liangshan was doing was not extending his domain directly. He was coupling his domain to the city's formation grid, the same grid that had been grown into the structure of Qingfeng Crossing over generations, the same grid that had reinforced the pillar's seed form so significantly, the same grid that Xiaoyin and Yi Xiaolong had been refining for weeks into something that could respond to the pillar's resonance as an extension of itself rather than as a separate formation system. The coupling took 4 hours. For 4 hours, Liangchen sat in the compound courtyard and held the domain at his maximum personal extension while the city's formation grid, activated and maintained by Bao and Yi Xiaolong from the monitoring station and by Xiaoyin from her secondary installation, extended it outward through the grid's structural pathways. The pillar ran at full output throughout. Every household member who was not directly supporting the coupling process was maintaining their own cultivation in ways that fed the pillar's resonance. When the coupling completed, the citywide resonance field activated. Not 50 meters, not 100. The entirety of Qingfeng Crossing, every cultivator within its walls, every formation array built into its streets and buildings, every ambient qi flow through its cultivation-dense commercial and residential districts. All of it within the field's influence, organized around the resonance field's dual frequency structure. Alliance cultivators outside the city walls felt the field's edge and stopped advancing. They had been positioned for entry, operating under the compact violation's legal authorization to enter the city for enforcement purposes. They had not been briefed on what a citywide resonance field felt like from the outside. Shen Beihong, who was positioned with his senior staff 3 li from the city's north gate, felt the field's edge and understood immediately what had happened. He sent a message stone to Liangchen. I am recalling the enforcement force. The compact violation challenge is being withdrawn. Give me 6 hours. The enforcement force began withdrawing. The compact violation challenge, withdrawn through the same Continental Council channels through which it had been filed, was formally removed within 4 hours. Liangchen maintained the citywide field for 6 hours, as Shen Beihong had requested. Then he withdrew it cleanly, the coupling process reversing in 30 minutes rather than 4 hours because the grid and the domain were now calibrated to each other in ways they had not been before the coupling. He remained in the courtyard after the field withdrew, letting his cultivation recover from the most demanding extension he had put it through. Bao came out and sat beside him. You just demonstrated something to every cultivation sensor within 300 kilometers, he said. Yes, Liangchen said. Including the Hollow Emperor's monitoring. Yes, Liangchen said. Including that. He looked at the pillar, running clean at full 53 meters above the compound. He needed to know that the family has reached this level. Not because I want him to send someone. Because I want him to understand that the calculation has changed, and I want him to spend time recalculating before he sends anyone. And I want that time for the family to continue developing. Bao paused. A city-scale resonance field, he said, as a provocation designed to buy development time. He paused. I have been with this family for almost a year. I am still occasionally surprised by how you approach a problem. The response came in 40 minutes. Shen Beihong's communication was precise and without unnecessary detail. The challenge had not originated from within the Alliance's authorized decision-making structure. It had been filed through a regional administrator whose communication records showed 7 contact points with Ho Wenshu's network over the previous month. Shen Beihong was already moving to have the filing identified as having been made without Alliance authorization, which would strip its legal standing as an Alliance-endorsed challenge. But moving through the Alliance's administrative process would take more than 72 hours. Liangchen was already in the outer courtyard when Shen Beihong's communication finished. He had called Commandant Run, who arrived in 12 minutes, and Bao and Xiaoyin, who were already there. The conversation that followed was brief and specific. Commandant Ren asked 2 questions, received 2 answers, and said, the city's formation grid has never been coupled to a domain manifestation cultivation base before. I need to know what that does before I authorize it. It makes the city itself a resonance field, Liangchen said. Every cultivator inside the city walls who is aligned with the household's formation structures will feel their cultivation enhanced. Every cultivator operating against the city's governance structure will find certain techniques failing in ways that are difficult to predict in advance. Commandant Ren thought about this for a moment. The enforcement team that would move within the 72-hour window, he said. What does that do to them? They will be operating inside a domain that is designed to disrupt coordinated formation combat techniques, Liangshan said. They will know, before they are 50 meters inside the city's outer boundary, that something is different. What they decide to do with that information is their choice. Commandant Ren authorized the coupling. The activation took 11 minutes. When it completed, Shun Beihong's communication stone activated. He had apparently felt the change from his location 3 kilometers outside the city. That, he said, was not in any intelligence file I have ever seen about the Wei family's capability. He paused. I believe I need to update my understanding of what we are cooperating with. The city formation grid coupling produced effects beyond what Liangshan had modeled or Commandant Ren had authorized for. The 63-year-old formation grid that ran through Qingfeng Crossing's walls and infrastructure had been built in layers over the city's independent history, each layer added by city cultivators who were trying to solve specific defensive problems and who had not been thinking about compatibility with a domain manifestation cultivation base. What Liangshan discovered when the coupling activated was that the grid's layers were more compatible with resonance field domain architecture than any constructed formation could have been, because the grid had been built by many different cultivators over many decades, each bringing their own cultivation signature, and had accumulated a complexity and depth that made it an almost ideal amplification medium. The domain did not simply extend through the city. It incorporated the city's cultivation history. 63 years of independent governance, cultivation defense, and the specific kind of hard-won stability that came from a city that had survived on its own. All of it was now part of the resonance field substrate. When the enforcement team that had been positioned to move on the city felt the domain activate, they stopped advancing and then, in the next 6 hours, withdrew entirely without making contact. Shin Beihong withdrew the compact violation challenge through Alliance administrative channels by the end of that day. Shin Beihong arrived at the East Compound 2 days after withdrawing the challenge, carrying the intelligence case that he had been withholding until he was confident the cooperation was working. He had an expression that Liangshan was still learning to read. It was not embarrassment. Shin Beihong was not a man who embarrassed easily, and the challenge had been someone else's operation. It was closer to the recalibration expression of a practitioner who had been treating an estimate as reliable and had been shown, in the most direct possible way, that the estimate was wrong by a significant margin. I owe you a complete account, he said, when Liangshan had tea on the table and both of them were sitting. Not the intelligence summary. The full research history. 12 years. He set the document case on the table. Some of what is in here I have not shared with anyone in the Alliance. I am sharing it with you because the cooperation agreement requires it, and because I have concluded that you will make better use of it than my research division has. Liangshan looked at the case. What changed your assessment? Shin Beihong looked at the window for a moment. That field demonstration last week, and the fact that you built this compound's defensive capacity in 6 months while managing 6 external threats simultaneously and did not lose a single household member to any of them. He met Liangshan's eyes. I have been studying cultivation households for 30 years. I have never seen a household develop this way. I want to understand how you are doing it, because I think it is related to what the founding engineer built into the bloodline, and because understanding it may be the only way to stop the threat before the confrontation that is coming costs more than either of us can afford. He paused. I need to understand what you have, before he forces a move none of us are ready for. Chapter 73. Turning the Tide. The Alliance's formal response to the citywide resonance field demonstration arrived 3 days later, carried personally by Shin Beihong, who came to the compound for the second time without the political maneuvering that had characterized his first visit. He sat across the table from Liangshan and said, the council member who filed the compact violation challenge was not operating under Alliance authorization. The resource transfer that funded his action originated from an Imperial Treasury account that was routed through an Alliance administrative affiliate without my knowledge. He set a documentation file on the table. I have prepared a full account of how this happened, who was responsible, and what I have done to address it within the Alliance's structure. He looked at Liangshan. I am providing this to you rather than simply announcing that it has been resolved, because you need to know the specific vulnerability that was exploited, and because if I do not tell you about it, you will discover it independently, and that discovery will be more damaging to our cooperation than this conversation. Liangchen reviewed the documentation. It was complete and specific, identifying both the specific personnel involved and the structural weakness in the alliance's administrative affiliate relationship that had allowed imperial side resource transfers to fund a filing without triggering the alliance's own detection systems. The Hollow Emperor, Liangchen said. Almost certainly, Xin Beihong confirmed. Using an imperial treasury account that predates his current cultivation parasite's installation in the palace formation by approximately 40 years, which means it was set up during a previous host cycle specifically for this kind of long-term interference operation. He paused. He has been preparing specific attacks on every institution that might shelter the Pillar Steward bloodline for at least 4 decades. We are discovering the preparation now because the Wei family's emergence has activated contingencies that were previously dormant. How many such contingencies are there? Liangchen asked. In the alliance's administrative structure? I have identified 7 so far. I believe there are more. Xin Beihong looked at the documentation with the expression of a man processing the implications of a discovery he had been working toward for 12 years and finding it more extensive than he had estimated. In the continental legal system? Unknown. In the cultivation academies? Unknown. In the compact's own administrative infrastructure? He paused. I have begun looking. I will share what I find. The veil burst demonstration that the twins had conducted the previous day. Channeling through the field coupling at reduced scale, testing what the domain extension made possible, had disrupted the cultivation arrays of 7 alliance cultivators who had been positioned outside the city's eastern perimeter as part of the enforcement force. Disrupted, not damaged. The technique's effect at this scale and through this medium was to create a temporary cultivation impediment rather than the direct combat disruption that close-range deployment produced. 7 cultivators with temporary cultivation impediments. Outside the city walls. After an operation that the Alliance had conducted against Qingfeng Crossing's legal standing. Xin Beihong had reviewed the sensor logs. He said, the technique's application through a city-scale formation grid. That was not in any intelligence report I had received about the Wei family's capability. He looked at Liangchen. I believe I need to update my understanding of what we are cooperating with. Again, yes, Liangchen agreed. And I need to update my understanding of what the Hollow Emperor is capable of deploying inside your organization. We are both working from incomplete pictures. Then let us work from less incomplete ones, Xin Beihong said. Tell me about the bloodline charter. Xin Beihong came to the East Compound the following morning with a document case and an expression that Liangchen was beginning to recognize as the one he wore when he had decided to stop being careful. The document case contained 12 years of intelligence on the Hollow Emperor, not summary reports, but primary documentation. Cultivation signature readings, resource absorption records, contact network maps, the translated fragments of pre-dynasty cultivation texts that Xin Beihong had been using to construct his theory about the threat's actual goal. He laid them on the formation workroom table without ceremony. The infiltration inside the Alliance, he said. I identified 3 cultivators in the Eastern Regional Administration whose communication patterns showed alignment with Ho Wenshu's network. I have removed them. I cannot guarantee there are not others. Ho Wenshu's network or the Hollow Emperor's? Xue Linglan asked. I cannot currently distinguish between the two, Xin Beihong said. That distinction may not be meaningful at this level. Ho Wenshu has been operating in this region for 11 years, which is the same period during which the Hollow Emperor's resource absorption activity in this region increased significantly. Whether Ho Wenshu works for the Hollow Emperor directly, or whether the Hollow Emperor has been using Ho Wenshu's network as a resource acquisition channel without Ho Wenshu's full knowledge, the operational result is the same. This region has been systematically positioned to provide cultivation resources that the Hollow Emperor needs. Liangchen tested a formation through the city-scale grid, a veil-burst combination that Xiaoyin and Xiaoyang ran at 40% synchronization, channeled through the formation grid's amplification layer. The result landed 3 kilometers outside the city walls in a cultivation testing field they had set aside for the purpose. Xin Beihong, who had been measuring the output with his instruments, turned to Liangchen with an expression of careful recalibration. The bloodline charter, Xin Beihong said, after a moment of silence. I have the original founding document in my case. It names the Weiliang family as pillar stewards. I believe you need to read what that means in full, because I do not think the founders expected that the family would reach this stage without already knowing. The session with Shun Beihong's documents lasted 4 hours. Shui Linglong worked through the intelligence network maps, while Bao worked through the cultivation signature records, and Elder Su reviewed the pre-dynasty text fragments. Each found things that the others needed to know. The cross-referencing produced a picture that none of them had been able to construct from the information the household had previously held. The Hollow Emperor's absorption activity had not been random. Each cluster had followed a period of reduced activity that correlated, Bao's timeline analysis showed, with previous periods when the Pillar Steward bloodline had shown signs of advancement. The Hollow Emperor had been monitoring the bloodline for centuries and had developed a response pattern. When the bloodline advanced in ways that moved the calibration forward, resources were absorbed to maintain the parasitic formation stability against the increased pressure. When the bloodline was suppressed or destroyed, absorption activity decreased. The Wei family's activity over the last 8 months had been, by the Hollow Emperor's historical pattern, the most significant advancement the bloodline had shown in 200 years. The absorption cluster that had preceded the attack on the original compound was the largest single cluster in Shun Beihong's 12-year dataset. 43 cultivation resources absorbed in 8 weeks. He was not pursuing them because they were powerful. He was pursuing them because they were succeeding at the calibration function they had been designed to perform. The Bloodline Charter's founding document, which Shun Beihong produced from the intelligence case's bottom layer, was 3 pages of old cultivation script that Bao and Elder Su translated in parallel while Shun Beihong waited, demonstrating the patience of a man carrying information he had held for years and understood that the people receiving it needed time to absorb it accurately rather than fast. The charter named the Weiliang family as pillar stewards and described the resonance balance function in technical language that became clear only in the context of Bao's calibration data. Cross-referencing the two, the founding document and Bao's 12 months of readings, produced an understanding that was more complete than either source alone. The design is elegant, Bao said, after an hour of cross-referencing. He sounded genuinely appreciative, in the way he sounded when he encountered formation work that had solved a complex problem with minimal components. The calibration mechanism does not require the Pillar Steward family to understand what they are doing. It operates through the bloodline's natural development. The more the family develops as a family, not as individual cultivators, as a household unit, the closer the calibration gets to threshold. He looked at the charter. The founding engineer understood what creates cultivation excellence. They built the mechanism around it. Shun Beihong said, after a moment, I have been approaching this as a cultivation power problem for 12 years. It is not a cultivation power problem. He paused. It is a household development problem. That is why my research division could not replicate it. He looked at the translated charter on the table. And that means the solution is not one the Alliance can provide. Only you can. Chapter 74. Cost of the battle. The elderly cook's name had been Wei Futu. He had been with the Wei family for 31 years, arriving as a young man when Liangchen's father Wei Cangjuan was establishing the household in the trading city, and had stayed through everything. Through the household's contraction after the attack that crippled Mei Ruohua, through the long years of diminished resources, through Liangchen's generation inheriting what remained and trying to rebuild it. He had advanced from mortal shell to meridian expansion in 6 months under the pillar's influence. Liangchen had sat with him through the night, when his chi core cracked under the battle stress during the Alliance engagement. He had recovered from that, partially, with the household's cultivation support. He had continued advancing, more carefully, through the months at Qingfeng Crossing. He died quietly, at the 4th bell of morning, 6 days after the field demonstration. His cultivation core, which had been stabilized 3 times by household intervention over the last several months, simply stopped holding. Not dramatically, not painfully, the healer said. Simply the conclusion of a process that had been running since the battle, the way a crack that has been managed eventually reaches the point where managing it is no longer sufficient. Liangchen was awake when it happened. He went to Wei Futu's room and sat with him until morning. The household grieved with the specific quality of a household that had known this was coming and had prepared for it, and found that preparation for grief did not eliminate grief, but gave it a different texture. Not shock. They had been aware of the chi core's fragility for months. But the reality of the loss, when it arrived, was its own thing, distinct from the preparation for it. He cultivated from mortal shell to meridian expansion in 6 months, Liangshan told the household at the morning gathering, his voice carrying the weight of something that needed to be said correctly. He did it in his 5th decade, when the conventional cultivation wisdom says advancement at that pace is impossible. He never said it was difficult. He said it was remarkable. He paused. He was right. It was remarkable. He lived more cultivation in those 6 months than most mortals do in a lifetime. And the fact that the cultivation cost him what it cost him does not reduce what he experienced. It is part of what he chose. He chose it clearly and without regret. The household buried Wei Futu in the compound's inner garden, in the place Grandma Zhou designated, where the pillar's resonance ran most cleanly through the soil. Bao marked the grave with a formation stone calibrated to the pillar's frequency. Xiaoyin planted a white lotus beside it. For 3 days after the burial, the household's cultivation sessions were quieter than usual. Not less. No one stopped working, because stopping would have been its own kind of failure. But different in quality. More deliberate. More fully present with what the work was for and why it mattered. Shen Beihong sent a message stone on the 2nd day, "My condolences. The loss of a family member is the cost of this work that cannot be offset. The cooperation continues on my end regardless. I will require nothing from you in this period." Liangshan noted the message and its phrasing and thought about what it said about Shun Beihong's understanding of what the Wei family was. A family, not a cultivation organization. People, not cultivators, and thought. He has understood something about us that took him longer to understand than the pillar's output numbers or the legal filings. That understanding changes what we can build together. The family continued its work. The pillar continued running. And the cultivation development that Wei Futu had benefited from continued, because the family he had been part of for 31 years was still the family he had been part of, still building toward the thing that building toward was for. Wei Futu had come to the Wei family as a cook when Liangshan was 8 years old. He was 67 when he died, not from an attack, not from cultivation conflict, but from the quieter failure that happened when a mortal cultivator's chi core reached the end of its capacity and could no longer sustain the vitality the body required. Grandma Zhou had known for 2 weeks that it was close. She had told Liangshan 10 days before, not because there was anything to be done, but because he was the household patriarch, and these things needed to be known before they happened. Wei Futu died at the 4th bell of morning, 6 days after the citywide resonance field demonstration. His cultivation core, which had been stabilized 3 times by Grandma Zhou's household formation work during the journey from the destroyed compound, had been running at its limit for 2 months, and the citywide domain coupling 3 days earlier had been enough to tip it into final failure. The coupling had not caused his death. He would have died within days regardless. But Liangshan thought about the timing and carried it. He had been with the Wei family for 31 years. In that time, 3 household patriarchs had come and gone. He had fed all of them. He had adapted his cooking to the cultivation requirements of everyone who had joined and left the household over 3 decades. When the compound was destroyed, he had kept the kitchen running in temporary accommodations with equipment that was inadequate and supplies that were intermittent, because maintaining household routine was his specific way of holding something stable when everything else was failing. The household gathered in the inner courtyard in the early morning hours. No ceremony. Wei Futu had not been a ceremonial person. But everyone who was part of the household came and stood together in the compound, where he had spent the last year of his life. Liangshan spoke briefly. He said, he was here for everything that happened in the last 8 months. He knew what we were building. He cooked for it every day. He paused. We carry the things people give us when they leave. What he gave us was the understanding that keeping a household fed and stable is not a small thing. It is the foundation that everything else stands on. That work matters. That work is part of what we are. The household was quiet for some time. Shen Beihong, when he heard the news through the cooperation agreement's communication channel, sent a cultivation resource for proper burial rites. Unexpected, from a cultivator who had not known Wei Futu personally, but not surprising from one who had spent 12 years watching a family and had finally started to understand what he had been watching. In the days that followed Wei Futu's death, the household did not talk about it directly. They talked about the things that touching on it inevitably surfaced. The 31 years he had been with the family, the 3 patriarchs he had served, the The specific competence he had applied to the work of keeping a household fed and stable through conditions that would have defeated a practitioner who thought the kitchen was secondary to the cultivation courtyard. Bao, who had not known Wei Futu before the journey but had eaten his meals for 8 months, said he knew what the cultivation work in the courtyard required. He adjusted the cooking for it. Not generally, specifically. When the pillar's calibration shifted after the household ceremony, he came to me the next morning and asked what the cultivation energy requirements had changed to. He was already adjusting before I could answer. He was quiet. I did not thank him for that. I should have. Mei Ruohua said. He told me, the first week after I arrived, that the household had a quality he had seen in 2 other households in 31 years. He did not elaborate. I think I understand now what he meant. She looked at the inner courtyard formation station where he had sat sometimes in the evenings, watching the pillars' ambient glow. He saw what we were building. He decided it was worth being part of. She was quiet. We should not let what we are building become something he would not recognize. Chapter 75. Shun Beihong's retreat. Shun Beihong's private message arrived on the 10th day after the citywide resonance field demonstration, delivered through the cooperation agreement's secure communication channel rather than through a courier. It read, "You have proven the pillar is a weapon, not just a blessing. The city-scale coupling demonstrates a capability the Emperor has not anticipated in his 4 centuries of monitoring pillar steward bloodlines. No previous pillar steward household reached domain manifestation. You are in territory his contingency planning did not account for. We will meet again when you understand what you are protecting." I know what you are protecting. The bloodline charter's reference to pillar stewards as the maintainers of the resonance balance of the mortal world is not metaphor. I have spent 12 years working toward a translation of what that phrase means precisely. I am close. I am withdrawing the Alliance's administrative presence from the Northern Prefecture for 60 days. Not because of the field demonstration, I am not retreating from you. I am retreating from the Emperor's monitoring. He will observe the Alliance withdrawing and reassess his calculation about whether the cooperation agreement is stable. That reassessment will take time. Use the time. We will meet again. When we do, I will bring what I know about what the pillar is designed to protect, and you will bring what the bloodline charter says about the pillar steward's purpose. Between the two, we may have the complete answer. Until then, proceed as though the Alliance is not present. It is not. Liangshan read the message twice. Then he brought it to Bao, who read it with the expression of a man cataloging what a communication contained beyond its surface. More information in what it did not say than in what it said directly. He knows more than he shared, Bao said. Yes, Liangshan agreed. The phrase, resonance balance of the mortal world. You noted that in the charter. Yes. Without understanding what it means specifically, he looked at the message. He says he is close to a translation, which means he has been working on it for 12 years and has not arrived at the complete answer, Bao said. Which means the answer is either very well hidden or requires something Shun Beihong does not yet have. He looked at Liangshan. What does he not have that we do? Liangshan thought about this. About the bloodline charter. About the harmonic core. About what the 53-meter pillar had become after the household ceremony expanded the family formation to 19 members, and about what the pillar's resonance had been producing since then that it had not produced before. He has the theory, Liangshan said. We have the experience. He has been reading about the resonance balance from the outside. We have been living it, building it, maintaining it, testing it under adversarial conditions. The answer about what the pillar is designed to protect is something he can read toward from the archives. It is something we may be able to feel directly when the pillar reaches the capability level it was designed to express. Bao was quiet for a long time. That is a hypothesis, he said after a pause. Yes, Liangshan said. But it is the hypothesis that makes the most sense of everything. Why the bloodline was engineered, why the lock was built in, why the Hollow Emperor needs the twins rather than any other source of resonance energy. The answer is in what the pillar does at full expression, not in what any record says about what it does. He paused. Which means the most important thing we can do right now is reach that full expression, and the 60 days Shun Beihong is giving us is the window to do it in. The private message from Shun Beihong arrived 3 days after the funeral. It was not sent through the cooperation agreement's communication channel, but through a separate spirit mail technique that left no administrative record in Alliance systems. a deliberate choice that Liangshan noted and interpreted correctly as Shun Beihong communicating something he did not want formalized. The message was brief. Shun Beihong was withdrawing alliance cultivation presence from the eastern region for 60 days, effective immediately. The stated reason was administrative review of the Eastern Regional Office following the compromised cultivators' removal. The actual reason, which Shun Beihong made clear in language that was direct without being explicit, was that he wanted the Wei family to have 60 days without alliance-adjacent pressure while the situation with the Hollow Emperor developed. The last paragraph of the message contained the part Liangshan read 3 times. Shun Beihong wrote, "In 12 years of research, the one thing I have not been able to determine is what the pillar is for at full expression. Everything I have found indicates it was designed for a purpose beyond regional cultivation advancement. The founding documentation uses a phrase I cannot translate cleanly, but the closest rendering in contemporary cultivation language is resonance balance of the mortal world. I do not know what this means with precision. I think you will find out before I do. When you do, I would like to know." Liangshan showed the message to Bao, who read it twice, and then sat down with his notebook. "Resonance balance of the mortal world," Bao said. "That is either a metaphor for regional cultivation ecosystem stabilization, in which case the pillar's function is larger than we thought, but still comprehensible within our current framework. Or it is not a metaphor, in which case," he stopped. He wrote something in his notebook. He crossed it out. He wrote it again. "The harmonic core calibration measurements I have been taking. The progressive frequency alignments. The improvement in precision rather than power after the household ceremony. If those are not side effects of household development, but primary functions." He stopped again. "What?" Liangshan asked. "I need to run more calculations," Bao said. "Give me 2 days." Shui Linglan's assessment of Shun Beihong's private message was that the 60-day withdrawal was the most valuable concession he could have made, and that making it voluntarily, before being asked, without conditions, indicated that his reassessment of the situation had been more complete than his formal communication suggested. "He is not giving us 60 days because he is generous," she said. "He is giving us 60 days because he has run the calculation and decided that the Wei family advancing during that period is more valuable to his goals than maintaining alliance presence in the region. His goals being to stop the Hollow Emperor," Liangshan said. "His goals being to understand the dual harmony resonance completely enough to know what the Hollow Emperor actually needs and whether the alliance can develop a counter independently," Shui Linglan said. "Those goals are aligned with ours right now. They may not remain aligned once we reach the calibration threshold." Liangshan weighed this. About the difference between a tool that was useful now and a situation that would develop differently later. He thought about the founding documentation's description of pillar steward responsibilities and what those responsibilities implied for the household's position in the cultivation world after calibration was achieved. "One problem at a time," he said. "The immediate problem is reaching the threshold before the Hollow Emperor prevents it. The 60-day withdrawal Shun Beihong had arranged was not," Shui Linglan confirmed after reviewing the Alliance's Eastern Regional Office activity through her intelligence contacts, "a complete withdrawal. 3 Alliance observer cultivators remained at a distance of approximately 50 kilometers, conducting passive monitoring. This was within the cooperation agreement's terms. The agreement permitted observation at that distance and was not a violation." Liangshan noted it, shared it with the household at the next morning brief, and filed it under expected rather than concerning. Shun Beihong monitoring the household's development from 50 kilometers was exactly what a man in Shun Beihong's position would do. The monitoring would produce data that served the cooperation agreement's stated purpose, understanding the resonance system well enough to know what the Hollow Emperor needed and whether it could be countered. The household's development during the 60 days was not something Liangshan intended to conceal from Shun Beihong anyway. The faster the Alliance understood what the Pillar Steward bloodline was doing and why, the more useful the Alliance's intelligence resources would be when the situation reached its critical phase. "He is invested in our success," Elder Su said, when Liangshan shared this reasoning. "Not out of generosity, out of practical alignment." "Yes," Liangshan said. "Which is better than generosity. Generosity can run out." He looked at the 60-day window and thought, the question is not whether Shun Beihong stays aligned. It is whether 60 days is enough. Chapter 76. The heavenly sage Klu Bao Tingji spent 4 days in the formation workroom with every piece of cultivation theory he had collected about the harmonic core, the heavenly ledger, and the bloodline charter's references to pillar stewards, and emerged on the 5th morning with a conclusion he had reached through means he described as 70% analysis and 30% intuition, which I find unsatisfying but accurate. The conclusion: the pillar did not just strengthen the family's cultivation. It was calibrating something. The evidence: the harmonic core's baseline resonance frequency had been shifting over the 8 months since the twins' awakening, in a pattern that was not consistent with normal cultivation development. Normal cultivation development produced power increases, higher output, greater range, more stable expression. The harmonic core's frequency shifts were not power increases. They were precision increases. The resonance frequency was becoming more specifically itself, more purely the frequency that the design originally specified, rather than simply more of what it had been. A cultivation system that becomes more specifically itself rather than simply more powerful, Lianchin said. What does that mean in practice? In practice, the pillar is becoming more capable of the specific thing it was designed to do, as opposed to more capable generally, Bao said. Think of it as a lens becoming more accurately ground. The power of the light source is the same. The lens focuses it more precisely. The focused beam produces different results than an unfocused one of equal power. He paused. The heavenly ledger records the frequency calibration in addition to the power level, which is why a heavenly sage can read the ledger and understand the pillar's development in ways that a domain manifestation cultivator with better sensing equipment cannot. They are reading the calibration, not the power. And the Hollow Emperor reads the ledger, Lianchin said. Yes, which means he has been watching the calibration progress since the twins' first awakening. He has known, at every stage, how close the pillar is to reaching the frequency it was designed to express. Bao looked at his notes, and he has been moving to absorb the harmonic core at exactly the point where the calibration is close enough to be useful for his purpose, but has not yet reached the specific threshold where the pillar expresses its full designed capability. What is the threshold? Lianchin asked. Bao was quiet for a long time. I do not know what the threshold is in absolute terms, he said. I know what the calibration progress is relative to where the system started. Based on the rate of frequency shift and the pattern of the development, I estimate we are at approximately 70% of the designed frequency. He set his pen aside. Whatever the pillar is designed to do at full expression, we are not there yet. But we are closer than any previous pillar steward household has been in the 4 centuries the Hollow Emperor has been hunting them. He paused, which is why the situation feels urgent from his perspective in a way that it did not before. Lianchin considered this. About 70%. About 30% more of calibration, and what it would take to reach it, and what the Hollow Emperor would do if he understood that the Wei family was 60 days away from reaching a cultivation threshold that his 4 centuries of preparation had been designed to prevent. He will not wait for us to reach it, Lianchin said. No, Bao agreed. He will move before then. He picked up his pen again. The question is how much time we have, and the answer to that question is, not 60 days. Bao's 2 days produced a finding that required a 3rd day to verify and a 4th day to present. He had been taking harmonic core readings since the formation of the 53-meter pillar, recording the frequency alignments between the twins' cultivation and the pillar's resonance output. He had been treating these readings as monitoring data, a record of the pillar's development and the household's cultivation advancement. The finding was that the readings were not monitoring data. They were calibration data. The pillar was not growing. It was calibrating. Each advancement in the household's cultivation, each improvement in synchronization between the twins, each new member incorporated into the household formation, all of it was moving the pillar's output frequency toward a specific target value that Bao had been able to extrapolate from the progression curve. He was 70% of the way to that target value. He had not known there was a target value until he mapped the progression against the founding documentation's frequency tables and recognized what the curve was converging toward. The founding documentation includes a table of cultivation frequencies, Bao said. I had read it as a theoretical framework for the resonance formation's development stages. It is not a theoretical framework. It is a calibration specification. Each frequency listed corresponds to a specific cultivation condition in the mortal cultivation world, a measure of how effectively cultivation energy can be circulated, concentrated, and expressed by practitioners without bloodline-specific advantages. The pillar's convergence toward the target value is not improving our power. It is improving the cultivation environment globally. Liangqin let this settle. The harmonic core frequency shifts, Bao continued, are not refinements of the twins' personal cultivation. They are precision improvements in the calibration mechanism. The pillar is not a weapon or a cultivation amplifier. It is a calibration device. And at 85% calibration, the mechanism becomes disruptive to parasitic cultivation systems, specifically, the type of absorption maintenance cultivation pattern that the Hollow Emperor has been using for 4 centuries. He set down his pen. He will move before then. The 70% figure settled into the household's understanding over the following days as a benchmark and a deadline simultaneously. 30% remained. At current rate, 60 to 70 days to completion. But current rate was not fixed. It was determined by the household's cultivation advancement, the twins' synchronization improvements, and the quality of the formation work maintaining the pillar's anchor. Each of those factors could be accelerated within limits. Bao had calculated what the maximum realistic acceleration scenario looked like. If the twins' synchronization improved from current levels to the 85% threshold for veil burst technique by day 40, and if Yi Xiaolong's formation improvements increased the pillar anchor quality by the projected margin over the same period, the calibration rate could potentially double. That would put 85% calibration threshold at day 40 to 45. 2 weeks inside the 60-day window, Liangqin said. Possibly, Bao said carefully. There is significant variance in those projections. The maximum acceleration requires everything to advance at the optimal rate, which has never happened consistently across a cultivation development period of this length. He paused. But the projection is not impossible. It is an achievable target if the household treats it as a target rather than an estimate. Bao presented 3 acceleration scenarios with calculated timelines. The first was current rate, 60 to 70 days to calibration threshold, assuming no external disruption and steady household development. The second was optimized development, 40 to 45 days, requiring maximum synchronization improvement in the twins, optimal formation anchor work, and the household maintaining the internal resonance quality that had emerged from the ceremony. The third was forced pace, 30 to 35 days, achievable if the twins pushed synchronization to pre-threshold levels immediately, but carrying a risk of resonance strain that could actually reduce calibration quality. The third scenario is not recommended, Bao said flatly. Resonance strain at this calibration level could set the overall progress back by 3 to 4 weeks while the harmonic core recovers. It is the approach most likely to produce the exact outcome we need to avoid. Optimized development, Liangqin said. No forced pace. Bao nodded. The optimized development scenario requires specific training priorities for the next 40 days. I have prepared a schedule. He produced it from his notebook. The schedule was 3 pages of daily cultivation priorities, formation maintenance intervals, and synchronization training windows. It had clearly been prepared before the presentation. Xiaoyang looked at the schedule and said, "This leaves 4 hours a day not allocated." "Sleep," Bao said. "It is not optional." He closed his notebook. "And neither is reaching 45 days, because if we do not, the window closes before we reach it." Chapter 77. Liangqin's ancestry. The sealed jade scroll had been recovered from the ruins of the Wei family's original compound, or rather, from beneath those ruins. Elder Su had sent a retrieval team weeks ago, after they had arrived safely in Qingfeng Crossing, with instructions to excavate below the ancestral hall's foundation and look for anything the fire had not reached. The team had returned with 3 items: a fire-damage cultivation record that was too far gone to be legible, a jade formation base that Bao identified as a historical artifact of significant technical interest, and the sealed jade scroll, found in a cavity beneath the hall's foundation stones that predated the current building structure by at least several generations. The scroll had resisted every opening attempt until Bao had run a specific resonance frequency through it, the harmonic core's current calibration frequency, at which point the seal had released cleanly, as though it had been waiting for exactly that frequency. The contents: a bloodline charter in an archaic cultivation script that Bao had spent 3 weeks translating, cross-referencing with historical cultivation linguistics texts from the archive of the Thousand Sects. The translation was, he estimated, 93% accurate. The remaining 7% were words or concepts that did not have clean modern equivalents and required inference. The charter's primary content, the Weiliang bloodline, was designated as pillar stewards in the primordial cultivation era, a designation that predated the current imperial dynasty by over 1,000 years, and that predated the current cultivation classification system by longer than records went back reliably. The pillar steward lineage was explicitly described as having been engineered, not discovered, not developed through cultivation practice, but built, specific properties designed into the bloodline's cultivation architecture at a level that operated below normal cultivation awareness. The purpose of the engineering: to maintain the resonance balance of the mortal world. The charter's secondary content was more specific and more troubling. The mortal world, the charter stated, was not the only layer of cultivation reality. The cultivation realms, mortal shell through eternal apex and beyond, were not simply a progression of individual advancement, but a structural hierarchy that required maintenance. The cultivation energy flowing between layers was not infinite and not self-regulating. It required, at specific points in the cultivation cycle, a calibration mechanism, something that could read the imbalance, project the correction frequency, and hold the correction long enough for the system to restabilize. The resonance pillar, at full designed expression, was that calibration mechanism. Not a weapon, not a cultivation advancement tool, not a family formation system, though all of those were real secondary functions. The pillar at full expression was a cosmic cultivation calibration device, and the pillar stewards were the family whose cultivation was designed to maintain it. The Hollow Emperor's absorption of pillar steward bloodlines for 4 centuries was not, the charter implied, an attempt to reach eternal apex through stolen power. It was an attempt to prevent the resonance balance from being calibrated, because the calibration, when it occurred, would correct an imbalance that the Hollow Emperor's parasite cultivation depended on. The imbalance was the specific cultivation environment that allowed a void-crossing parasite to absorb other cultivators' power without the natural cultivation hierarchy's correction mechanisms triggering. The resonance balance correction would close that environmental gap, and close, along with it, the specific condition that kept the Hollow Emperor's parasite cultivation functional. He had not been hunting the pillar stewards to gain power. He had been hunting them to prevent them from doing their work. Liangshan told the family everything. The twins were quiet for a long time. Then Xiaoyang said, "Then we get stronger faster." Xiaoyin said, "Then we understand the pillar better than he does." Mei Ruohua said, "Then we are not hiding anymore." Elder Su cracked his knuckles. Bao Tingji opened a new notebook. Grandma Zhou and Grandma Yi exchanged the specific look that 2 women exchange when they have been waiting for a long time for a particular understanding to arrive, and it has finally arrived. The tone of the entire enterprise shifted, cleanly and completely, from survival to purpose. The Jade Scroll was found beneath the ruins of the ancestral hall's foundation stones on the 42nd day of the household's residence in Qingfeng Crossing. Elder Su had been conducting a slow, methodical investigation of the ancestral hall's physical structure since the household's arrival, working on the theory that whoever had embedded the hall's formation into the Qingfeng Crossing city grid had left something more than just the formation work behind. He found the Jade Scroll during the 3rd full inspection of the foundation layer, in a cavity that had been sealed by a formation technique old enough that neither he nor Grandma Zhou nor Grandma Yi had seen it before. The scroll was written in old cultivation script, not ancient, but the formal technical language of 300 years ago, which required Bao and Elder Su working together to translate with confidence. The translation took 4 days. What it contained was a bloodline charter, a formal document establishing the Weiliang family's role as pillar stewards, written by the original cultivation engineer who had designed the twin resonance system, in the language of someone leaving instructions for a family that would need to operate without ongoing guidance. The charter explained what the pillar was designed to do, the resonance balance function that Shen Beihong had referenced. It explained why the bloodline lock had been built in. It explained what the Hollow Emperor's intervention had prevented 4 centuries ago, and why he had needed to prevent it. The Hollow Emperor was not trying to gain power through the resonance. He was trying to prevent the calibration, because at 85%, the disruption would be specifically targeted at parasitic cultivation systems, and his cultivation base was a parasitic system. For centuries of patient work had been dedicated not to ascending, but to ensuring that the pillar stewards never reached the calibration threshold that would threaten his survival. Liangshun called the household together. He read them the charter. The room was quiet for a moment. Then Grandma Yi and Grandma Zhou exchanged a look. The look of two women who had been waiting for a particular understanding to arrive and watched it arrive exactly when it was needed. The tone of the entire enterprise shifted, cleanly and completely, from survival to purpose. The translation sessions had been quiet work. Bao and Elder Su in the formation workroom with the Jade Scroll and the archive of old cultivation script references, the household moving around them, understanding gradually that something significant was emerging but not pressing for information before it was ready. When the translation was complete and the household assembled, Elder Su read the charter in full. His voice, which was usually measured and careful, took on a quality that Liangqin had not heard before. Not reverence exactly, but the tone of someone reading a document that answered questions he had been holding for decades without knowing he was holding them. The founding engineer had written, at the end of the technical specifications, to the family that reads this, "You were made for this work." The bloodline was not a restriction placed on you. It was a recognition placed in you. The specific recognition that the cultivation balance of the mortal world requires maintenance, and that maintenance requires people who are oriented toward it by their deepest nature. If you have read this document, you have already demonstrated that orientation. What you do with this understanding is your choice. But the choice is not whether to serve this function. The choice is how clearly you see what you are doing while you do it. Grandma Yi set down her tea when Elder Su finished reading. Grandma Zhou nodded once. The twins looked at each other. The particular attention of people who had just been given something they had been waiting for without knowing they were waiting, and who now understood exactly what it required of them. Chapter 78. What the Hollow Emperor Wants. The implications of the Bloodline Charter, worked through by Bao over the 3 days following its full translation, produced a detailed analysis of the Hollow Emperor's specific situation that was, Bao said, both more comprehensible than he had expected and more alarming. The cultivation parasite that had been operating through the imperial line for 4 centuries was not a cultivator in the conventional sense. It was a specific formation, a cultivation architecture that had been designed, at some point in the pre-imperial era, to operate as a harvesting mechanism for resonance energy. The parasite had a will of its own, had developed something like cultivation intelligence over 4 centuries of operation, and had the specific capability of sustained operation at void crossing level because it was not advancing through cultivation. It was maintaining itself through continuous absorption. The Hollow Emperor could not advance. He was not progressing toward eternal apex in the way the intelligence reports had assumed. He was maintaining, holding at a level that continuous absorption sustained, unable to advance further because advancement required the specific kind of internal cultivation breakthrough that a harvesting parasite could not achieve. He needed the harmonic core not to advance to eternal apex, but to stabilize his maintenance operation at a higher level, because the Wei family's pillar calibration progress was approaching the threshold where its correction frequency would begin disrupting the cultivation environment that his maintenance operation depended on, and absorbing the harmonic core would give him enough raw resonance energy to maintain his operation through the disruption period. He is not trying to ascend, Bao said. He is trying to survive. The pillar's calibration is an existential threat to him. Every advance we make brings us closer to the frequency that his parasite cannot function in. How close are we? Liangqin asked. 70% calibration, Bao said. His parasite's functional threshold, the point at which the disruption is too severe to maintain operation, is at the pillar's 85% calibration. We have 15 percentage points of calibration to achieve before his maintenance operation starts failing. He paused. The twins' current cultivation rate projects to reaching the calibration threshold in approximately 90 to 100 days if current conditions hold. If he moves to absorb the harmonic core before that happens, Liangqin said, he prevents the calibration from reaching the disruption threshold. Yes, which is why his timing was always going to be the months or years before the calibration reached 85%. not the years after. Bao looked at the analysis. We have been asking ourselves when the Hollow Emperor would move. The answer is, as soon as he determines that we are aware of the calibration threshold and are working toward it deliberately. If he believed we were unaware of the pillar's designed function, he could afford to wait. Now that we know, he set down his pen. We need to assume he knows we know. And we need to assume that his decision window is measured in weeks, not months. Liangshan turned this over. About 4 centuries of patient preparation and the specific condition that was causing that patience to run out. About what it meant to be the last pillar steward family. 3 generations into a century-long cultivation acceleration, 70% of the way to a threshold that their adversary could not survive them crossing. Then we accelerate, he said. Everything. The twins' cultivation, the household formation, the coalition building, the pillar's frequency calibration. We do not wait for him to move. We run the calibration to completion, and we do it faster than his timeline allows him to respond. He said this with the conviction of someone who had, for the first time in 8 months, a complete picture of what they were doing and why it mattered. Not just for the Wei family, but for the cultivation balance of the world the family had been designed to protect. Bao's full analysis of the Hollow Emperor's cultivation mechanics took 1 day to compile and 1 morning to present. The absorption pattern that Shun Beihong had documented over 12 years was not advancement cultivation. It was maintenance cultivation, specifically, the maintenance of a parasitic formation structure that had been attached to the Hollow Emperor's original cultivation base at foundation tempering and had been sustaining him past the biological limits of his cultivation constitution ever since. The formation required continuous external cultivation energy input to remain stable. Without that input, it would begin to degrade. The degradation process, based on the cultivation mechanics specifications in the founding documentation, would be accelerated significantly by the pillar reaching 85% calibration threshold. At 85%, Bao said, the pillar's resonance frequency becomes specifically disruptive to the parasitic attachment mechanism. The disruption is not a power effect, it is a precision effect. The pillar at 85% calibration does not attack the Hollow Emperor. It disrupts the binding that holds his extended cultivation together. The maintenance absorption cycle fails. Without absorption, the formation degrades at an accelerated rate. He looked at his notes. His current rate of absorption suggests he has maintained the formation at approximately current scale for 400 years. The degradation rate after disruption would produce formation failure in 90 to 100 days. So he cannot let us reach 85%, Liangshan said. No, and we are at 70%. If the calibration progress continues at current rate, we reach 85% in approximately 60 to 70 days. Bao paused. He knows this. The bloodline charter translation would have been predictable to him. The document's existence was something the founding documentation referenced, which means anyone who had read the founding documentation knew the charter existed and knew it would be found when the household advanced to the current stage. He has been planning for this moment for 4 centuries. The 60-day timeline in his message, Xue Linglan said quietly. That is not a coincidence. No, Bao said. It is a precision window. He intends to absorb the twins' harmonic core before the calibration threshold is reached, not to use the resonance, but to prevent it from completing. The presentation of the full analysis produced one moment that Bao had not planned for in his preparation. When he finished describing the 90 to 100-day degradation window following calibration threshold activation, Xiaoyang asked, "What happens to the cultivators whose resources he has already absorbed?" The question was direct, technical, and came from a place that Bao recognized immediately as the place that Xiaoyang's questions always came from, the actual operational reality, not the theoretical framework. Bao looked at his notes. He had not addressed this question in his analysis because the founding documentation was silent on it. The absorption was described as a one-directional transfer in the technical specifications. Once a cultivator's resources were absorbed into the parasitic formation, they were incorporated into the maintenance structure rather than retained as separable components. I do not know, he said after a moment. The documentation does not address whether absorption is reversible. I would need to analyze the technical specifications of the parasitic formation more closely to understand what formation degradation means for the incorporated resources. Xiaoyang nodded. He did not say what he was thinking. But the question had been asked, and Bao wrote it at the top of his open notebook page as a problem to investigate before the household committed to the approach the analysis described. Bao had flagged the question Xiaoyang had asked about the absorbed cultivators at the top of his investigation notes, and he returned to it that afternoon with the founding documentation's technical specifications and what he could infer from Shun Beihong's absorption records. The parasitic formation was not a storage mechanism. It was a circulation mechanism. The absorbed cultivation energy was being circulated continuously through the formation structure to maintain its stability, like a river being held in a channel rather than stored in a reservoir. Disruption of the formation would not release stored resources in a useful form. The energy would dissipate as the formation failed, returning to the ambient cultivation environment rather than reconstituting as individual cultivation bases. This was not good news for the 47 cultivators Shun Beihong had documented over 12 years. Bao presented this finding to Xiaoyang privately, before the full household meeting, because the question had been Xiaoyang's and he believed Xiaoyang had asked it for reasons that mattered and deserved a direct answer. Xiaoyang listened to the full explanation without interruption. When Bao finished, he was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "Then we stop him from absorbing more. The ones already absorbed, we carry that." He paused. "But we stop him from taking more." Bao wrote this in his notebook as well. Not as a calculation, as a principle. Chapter 79, Family Meeting, The Truth. The family gathered in the compound's main hall, all 19 household members, the largest formal gathering they had held since the Qingfeng residency began. The pillar ran above them at full height, its light filling the room with the silver and gold resonance that had become the visual signature of the Wei family's cultivation. Liangshan told them everything, not in stages, not with diplomatic hedging about which parts were certain and which parts were inference. He told it clearly and completely, from the bloodline charter's origins to Bao's analysis of the Hollow Emperor's situation to the timeline of 90 to 100 days before the calibration threshold was reached. The twins heard it with the focused attention they brought to information that was changing their understanding of something they thought they had already understood. Xiaoyang spoke first when Liangshan was done. "Then we get stronger faster," he said, not as a question, not even as a proposal, but as the direct statement of a position he had arrived at before the conversation ended and intended to act on. His yang cultivation was running clean and strong around him, the expression of someone whose clarity had just been upgraded from approximate to complete. Xiaoyin held the question. When she spoke, it was with the measured precision she brought to things she had thought about fully before saying. "Then we need to understand the pillar's calibration mechanism better than we do now," she said. "Not just the power output. The specific frequency. What drives the calibration forward? What slows it? What the Hollow Emperor can do to interfere with it? And what we can do to prevent that interference." She looked at Bao. "I want to work with you on the calibration analysis. Starting today," Mei Ruohua said. "Then we are not hiding anymore." Simply, as a statement of position. She was sitting beside Xiaoyin, her ice vein cultivation running at core formation level, and the steadiness with which she said it was the steadiness of someone who had been hoping for this clarity for 8 months and was now in possession of it. Elder Su, who had been silent throughout, cracked his knuckles with the deliberateness of a cultivator who had been at domain manifestation level for long enough to have developed patience as a cultivation attribute, and who had just received the information that permitted him to stop being patient. "What do we need from the coalition before the timeline closes?" he asked. The question was the right question. The meeting shifted from the story of what the pillar was to the plan for what came next. Bao outlined the calibration requirements. Xue Linglan outlined the intelligence gaps that needed closing before they could act on the timeline with confidence. The Yi twins outlined the formation expansion work that could accelerate the household's calibration support capacity. Grandma Zhou outlined the protective array improvements that would need to be completed before the Hollow Emperor's agents, however they came, whenever they came, arrived. Liangshan watched the household work and thought, this is what the pillar steward designation actually meant. Not a family that carried the calibration system. A family organized around it, shaped by it, strengthened through it, capable of doing the specific work that the system required because the family formation was itself the mechanism. Everything the Wei family had built over the last 8 months, the stability, the development, the expansion, the relationships, Was the mechanism working as designed, reaching toward the calibration it had been built to achieve? The meeting ran for 4 hours. When it ended, every household member left with a specific assignment and a specific timeline, and with the focused certainty of people who understood the complete picture of what they were doing and who had decided, unanimously, that the correct response to that picture was to do exactly what the picture required of them. Liangshan called the complete family meeting at the 7th bell. All 19 household members assembled in the formation workroom. He had asked Bao to prepare a summary, not a comprehensive technical briefing, but the essential frame. What they were for, what the Hollow Emperor's actual goal was, and what the next 60 days required. Bao presented it in 15 minutes, clearly and without hedging, in the direct language that the household had come to expect from him when the subject matter was serious. Then Liangshan asked questions and then responses. Xiaoyang asked 2 technical questions about the calibration threshold mechanism, specific, forward-looking questions about whether the rate could be accelerated and what the household cultivation actions would have the highest impact on speed. Bao answered both. Xiaoyang nodded once and said, "Then we get stronger faster." His tone was not aggressive. It was the tone of a cultivator who had received information and identified the correct response. Xiaoyin asked one question. Does the Hollow Emperor's operation require willing participants, or can he force the absorption? Bao consulted the charter's relevant section, and said that the founding documentation suggested the harmonic core could only be absorbed through a sustained contact period, which implied some form of approach rather than pure force. Xiaoyin was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Then we understand what he is doing better than he expects us to. That changes the approach options." She did not elaborate further. She was already thinking, in the way she thought when she was developing something she would present when it was complete rather than as a speculation. Mei Ruohua did not ask a question. She said, "We have been hiding and recovering for 8 months. That period is over." She said it with the calm certainty of a person who had, for the first time in 8 months, a complete picture of what they were doing and where they were going. No uncertainty. No calculation about whether to say it. Just the statement of a fact that everyone in the room already knew. Elder Su said nothing. He set down his tea and cracked his knuckles, a gesture so uncharacteristic that it produced a brief, involuntary ripple of surprise in everyone who saw it. He picked up his tea again and looked at Liangshan with the expression of a man who was ready. Bao opened his notebook to a fresh page and wrote across the top in careful characters, Phase 2. The specific assignments were distributed. Each member of the household left with a clear task and a clear timeline and the focused resolve of people who understood the complete picture and had decided that the correct response was to do exactly what the picture required. After the assignments were distributed and the household dispersed to begin, Liangshan sat for a moment in the formation workroom with Xue Linglan, who had stayed. She did not usually stay. When a meeting ended, she moved to the next task. Her staying told him something. The question Xiaoyin asked, she said, about whether absorption requires willing participants. Yes. She already knows the answer, Xue Linglan said. Or she has a strong hypothesis. The question was not a request for information. It was a confirmation that the answer would be available and that planning could proceed on that basis. She looked at the formation workroom's wall, where Bao's latest calibration charts were posted. She is developing something specific. In a day or 2, she will present it. Liangshan thought about Xiaoyin's pattern, the way she worked through problems in private before presenting them in frameworks that were already essentially complete. The question about willing participation had been pointed. If forced absorption prevented calibration from completing, then the calibration function itself had a protective property against coercive approaches. Understanding the mechanism precisely would tell them something about what defenses they already had that they hadn't recognized as defenses. "Let her work," he said. "I already am," Xue Linglan said. She stood. "The analysis is correct. The timeline is real. What Bao presented is the full picture." She paused at the doorway. "We have been building for 8 months without knowing exactly what we were building toward. Now we know." She paused at the doorway. "That should make us faster, not slower. And we need every day we can gain." Chapter 80. Cliffhanger. The Hollow Emperor's invitation, the spirit communication gem activated at the 3rd bell of morning, 12 days after the family meeting. Liangshan was the first one awake. He had been sleeping lightly for the last week. his soul ignition spirit sense, maintaining low-level monitoring of the compound's cultivation environment in the way that a new level of awareness often makes itself felt as heightened vigilance before it settles into simple, expanded perception. The gem activated in his outer robe pocket. He did not own a spirit communication gem. He removed it carefully and held it in his palm. It was small, smaller than the communication stones he used for household messaging, smaller than the butterfly construct the Hollow Emperor had sent before. A sphere approximately the size of a large grape, translucent, with a faint light pulsing at its center that had the specific quality of very old cultivation work. Old the way deep water is old, in its pressure and its patience, and its complete indifference to the things that floated on its surface. He reached the formation workroom at the same time as Bao, who had felt the cultivation signature from the monitoring station and was already at the door. He set the gem on the formation workstation. Bao ran a rapid analysis. His expression when he looked up confirmed what Liangshan already suspected. Void crossing signature, Bao said. Same origin as the butterfly construct. He has placed it on you personally, not on the compound, not on the pillar. On your cultivation signature specifically. The gem's light brightened. A voice emerged from it. Calm, ancient, carrying the specific quality of cultivation experience measured in centuries rather than decades. The voice of someone for whom all urgency had long since been metabolized into the patient certainty of someone who had been waiting longer than most cultivation systems had existed. Wei Liangshan, Pillar Steward. You have read the charter. You now know your purpose. A pause. Not hesitation, but the pause of someone who has been thinking about this conversation for a very long time and has chosen what to say with the precision of 400 years of practice. Come to the capital. Bring the children. I promise no harm will come to anyone who cooperates. The light in the gem remained steady. I cannot make the same promise to those who do not. Another pause. Longer. You have approximately 90 days before the calibration disrupts my maintenance operation. I have approximately 60 days before your calibration awareness accelerates the process beyond what 60 days can address. A quality entered the voice that was not quite emotion but was adjacent to it, the specific quality of something very old acknowledging something it had not expected to encounter. You are the first Pillar Steward household to reach this stage. In 4 centuries of hunting, I have never had this conversation. I had hoped I would not need to. A final pause. Consider carefully. The gem dissolved to ash in Liangshan's palm. He stood with the ash for a long moment. Then he looked at Bao, who was looking at him with the expression of someone who had just received an enormous amount of information and was processing its implications with the specific systematic thoroughness that was his characteristic quality. 60 days, Liangshan said. Not 90. His estimate of our calibration acceleration rate is more accurate than ours, Bao said. Which means his monitoring of the pillar is more precise than we believed. He was already opening his notebook, and he gave us his own timeline. He doesn't do that accidentally. No, Liangshan agreed. He gave us his timeline because he wants us to make a choice, and a choice made without understanding the full constraints is not the choice he wants us to make. He looked at the ash in his palm. He needs us to choose cooperation, not because he cannot take what he wants by force. Because something about the calibration requires willing participants, and he has known this for 4 centuries, which is why he has always targeted families rather than simply extracting the technique from corpses. Bao looked up from his notebook. The bloodline charter, he said. The Pillar Stewards maintain the resonance balance of the mortal world. If the Hollow Emperor absorbs the harmonic core by force, does the calibration still complete? I don't know, Liangshan said. But I think that is precisely the question the Hollow Emperor is asking us. He closed his hand around the ash. And I think the answer is the most important piece of information we are still missing. Because if the calibration requires willing participation, then his threat is a bluff. And if it does not, then our resistance is the last line between what we are becoming and what he needs us to prevent. He went to wake the household. 60 days was the timeline they were now working with. And the first hour of the first of those 60 days was not going to be spent sleeping. Liangshan stayed in the formation workroom after everyone else had left. The spirit communication gem activated at the first bell of morning. He had not heard it activate before. The sound it made was low and resonant, more like the pillar's ambient tone than like the communication stones the household used, but with a quality that made the hair on his arms stand. He did not own a spirit communication gem. No one in the household did. He looked at it for a moment without touching it. Then he held out his hand and let it roll into his palm. The light at its center pulsed once and went still. A voice emerged from it. Ancient, measured, carrying centuries of cultivation experience in the way that very old water carries the shape of what has flowed through it. It was not aggressive. It was, in a way that Liangshan found more unsettling than aggression would have been, almost courteous, the tone of someone extending an invitation to a conversation that had been a long time coming. Wei Liangshan, the voice said, I have watched your family across the years. I have watched you specifically for the last 11 months. You have been more thorough than I expected, and the people around you are better than I planned for. A pause, genuine, as if the speaker were considering how to proceed. This is not a threat. This is an invitation. Come to the capital. Bring the twins. What I am proposing can be arranged without conflict, and the arrangement would benefit your household significantly. You have 60 days. The gem went dark. Then, very slowly, it dissolved into fine ash in his palm. Liangshan held the ash for a moment, feeling its residual cultivation signature. Ancient, patient, and touched with something that was not quite emotion but was adjacent to it. A very old cultivator who had encountered something it had not expected and was still recalibrating. Then the full implication arrived. The Hollow Emperor had said the arrangement could be made without conflict. He had invited rather than demanded. He had specified 60 days, exactly the calibration window Bao had identified. If force absorption would prevent calibration from completing, then willing participation was the only mechanism that worked, which meant that everything that prevented willing participation, their understanding, their preparation, their refusal to be desperate, the family they had built and the purpose they had discovered, was the specific obstacle the Hollow Emperor could not overcome with 4 centuries of power. They were not hiding anymore. They were the thing he could not reach by force. Liangshan closed his hand around the ash. Then he went to wake the household. The ash had no residual warmth when he opened his hand again. Only the faint trace of cultivation energy, ancient, meticulous, patient in the way that centuries of effort expressed itself in even the smallest details. He thought about everything the invitation had not said. It had not threatened. It had not demanded. It had offered an arrangement. This was significant. A cultivator with 4 centuries of absorbed resources and a cultivation base that required continuous maintenance did not extend courteous invitations to households he could simply overwhelm. He extended invitations when he needed something that could not be taken by force. The Hollow Emperor needed willing participation in the absorption process. The Bloodline Charter had been explicit about why. The harmonic core's integration with the calibration mechanism meant that forced absorption would disrupt the mechanism irreparably. The calibration would fail to complete, but so would the absorption's intended function. He needed the twins to come to him, or he needed to incapacitate the family's ability to resist without triggering the disruption. Either approach required precision that brute force did not allow for. This was the defense that the family had not known they had. The bloodline's design protected the calibration function even from the person trying to subvert it. The design had anticipated this problem 4 centuries ago. The founding engineer had built in the answer. Liangshan closed his hand and let the ash fall. He went to wake the household, because the Hollow Emperor had just told them exactly what he needed, and knowing what an adversary needs is where every advantage begins. Chapter 81. The War Council. The morning after the Hollow Emperor's gem dissolved to ash in Liangshan's palm, the household assembled without being called. He found them in the formation workroom when he arrived. Most already seated, Bao's notebook open to the fresh page he had labeled Phase 2 the previous evening. The twins were at the workstation end of the table, close enough that their cultivation signatures were partially overlapping in the way they did when both of them were thinking about the same problem. Elder Su had his tea. Shui Linglan had her intelligence reports. Yi Xiaolong had a formation diagram spread in front of him that he had been annotating since before dawn. The household had decided, independently and collectively, that the morning after the Hollow Emperor's invitation was not a morning for waiting. Liangshan sat down. He looked at the room. 19 people who had come to this household by different paths and had become, over 8 months, something that could look at an existential threat and gather in a workroom the next morning with notebooks and tea and annotated diagrams. He thought, "This is what we are?" He thought, "Let's not waste it." He laid out the framework in 20 minutes. The Hollow Emperor was a void-crossing cultivator at minimum. The cultivation signature carried in the gem's residue had been analyzed by Bao overnight and placed at that level with high confidence. Domain manifestation was 3 tiers below that. The pillar was a calibration device, not a weapon, and had not been designed for direct combat against void-crossing cultivation. Direct confrontation was not a path that ended with the household surviving. The viable paths were to accelerate the calibration to 85% and disrupt the parasitic formation before the Hollow Emperor could prevent it, which required 60 to 70 days they might not have, or build a coalition sufficient to create a strategic environment where direct confrontation became an option rather than a guarantee of defeat. Both paths, Xiaoyin said, after he had finished. Both paths, he confirmed. Simultaneously, the calibration continues on the timeline Bao has projected. The coalition building starts today. He laid out the specific names. Lady Xin Yueqing, whose merchant network gave her access to cultivation sect leaders outside imperial reach. 3 specific sects whose resources, cultivation alignment, and historical independence from imperial authority made them viable alliance partners. A timeline. Assignments. The War Council's actual work lasted 4 hours and produced 12 pages of notes in Bao's notebook. When it ended, every household member had a role in a strategy that was not reactive but offensive, not responding to the Hollow Emperor's timeline, but building toward their own. The 60 days had started. The household was ready. The specifics of the 2 paths required 2 different sets of immediate decisions. For the calibration path, the household needed to maintain the current development pace while protecting the pillar's anchor from any disruption. Bao's projection assumed no significant interruption to the formation work that was sustaining the calibration rate. Any combat engagement that damaged the compound's formation infrastructure would set the calibration back. Any household member incapacitated during the window would reduce the resonance quality that was driving the calibration forward. The path required both acceleration and protection simultaneously, a combination that was technically achievable but tactically demanding. For the coalition path, the timelines were different. Lady Xin's outreach would take at minimum 2 weeks to produce first responses. The coalition meetings would take another week to 10 days. The assembly of a force sufficient for an approach on the capital, assuming the coalition partners agreed, would require another 2 weeks minimum. The total timeline for a viable coalition approach, under optimistic assumptions, was 40 to 50 days. The paths converge at day 50, Bao said, presenting his timeline charts. The calibration reaches threshold between day 60 and 70 under current projection. The coalition, if assembled on optimal timeline, would be positioned by day 50, a 10 to 20-day window where both are ready simultaneously. Elder Su asked, "What does he do in that window?" "He moves," Liangchen said, "which is why the coalition needs to move first, not to confront him directly, but to force him to commit resources defensively before we reach the calibration threshold." The household absorbed this. Then Mei Ruohua said, "So the coalition is not a weapon. It is a distraction while the real work completes." "The coalition is both," Liangchen said. "We need it to be both." The assignments were clear. The work began. Bao had prepared a 4th document that he had not yet presented, a risk assessment for the twin path approach, specifically focused on the failure modes. He distributed it at the end of the 4-hour session, after the assignments had been made, because he had decided that risk assessments were more productively reviewed after the operational framework was established rather than before, a sequencing that he had learned from watching Liangchen operate over 8 months. The primary risk was timeline slippage. Both paths had dependencies on factors outside the household's direct control: the coalition partners' response times, the coalition's assembly logistics, the calibration rate under stress conditions, the Hollow Emperor's decision to move before or after the plan window. Any significant deviation on any dependency would compress the window between both ready and the Hollow Emperor has moved. The secondary risk was that the Hollow Emperor was not working on a 60-day timeline. He had communicated a 60-day timeline. He had reasons to be truthful about it and reasons to lie. The household was planning as if it were accurate, Bao's risk assessment flagged the possibility that it was not. Liangshun read the risk assessment and said, "Noted. The risks are real. We proceed anyway." Bao said, "I know. I write them down so we are not surprised by them if they occur." "That is the correct reason to write them down," Liangshun said. Chapter 82. Coalition Building. Lady Shun Yueqing received Liangshun's message through the spirit communication channel she had established before her departure and responded within 6 hours. She would travel to the three sects personally, carrying formal introduction letters bearing Liangshun's household seal and the cooperation agreement's verification mark from Shenbeian, which gave the approach a legitimacy that a cultivation household of their age would not normally have been able to claim. Her assessment of the three sects was precise. The Iron Cloud sect had been the most powerful independent cultivation organization in the northern provinces for 200 years and had survived 3 imperial incorporation attempts by being consistently more expensive to absorb than to tolerate. Their sect master, Qin Jianshan, was a heavenly sage cultivator who had been suppressing his advancement deliberately, a choice that made him publicly weaker than he was and practically untouchable, since an imperial move against him would require acknowledging capabilities the empire officially did not know he had. The Crimson Lotus Order occupied a different position, a sect composed entirely of female cultivators with yin-aligned techniques, maintaining independence through a combination of cultivation excellence and political inaccessibility. Their matriarch, Lin Shiyue, had been in correspondence with cultivation scholars about the dual harmony resonance for years, Lady Shin reported. The Order's theoretical interest in yin-yang twin cultivation systems meant they had been tracking the pillar's development from the moment it became visible at 53 meters. The Wandering Blade School was the most unpredictable, a sect of sword masters with no political agenda beyond preserving their cultivation tradition, whose cooperation could not be purchased and whose opposition would have been dangerous. They had declined every coalition attempt in their 300-year history. Lady Shun recommended approaching them last and offering nothing, simply informing them of the situation and letting them decide. She sent her preliminary assessments and departed. The household waited, continued the calibration work, ran the formation upgrades on Bao and Yi Xiaolong's schedule, and watched the horizon. What came back from Lady Shin's initial contacts was not what any of them had expected. The Iron Cloud sect master's response had been 3 characters: arrive when. The Crimson Lotus matriarch had sent a letter so detailed in its analysis of the pillar's calibration function that Bao spent an entire evening cross-referencing it against his own notes. The Wandering Blade School had not responded, which Lady Shun, in a separate message, said to treat as better news than it seemed. The 3 sect leaders' initial responses arrived within 8 days, faster than Lady Shun had projected, which told Liangshun something about how long those sects had been waiting for exactly this kind of approach. The Crimson Lotus matriarch's response had been the most detailed, a 12-page cultivation analysis of the pillar's resonance signature that she had apparently been conducting remotely for months, with specific questions about the calibration mechanics and the harmonic core's frequency alignment. She had not asked for anything in the letter. She had asked questions. What she wanted was to understand the technical reality before committing, which was the approach of someone whose intelligence was proportional to her power. Qin Jinshan's 3-character response, which Lady Shin translated as roughly, "Tell me when," said more in its compression than a longer answer would have. He had been looking for an event that justified stopping his cultivation suppression. He had already decided. What he needed was a timeline. The Wandering Blade School's silence, Lady Shin reported, was not absence of attention. She had intelligence from 2 of her merchant contacts inside the school's regional network suggesting that Fang Daohe had been briefed on the Wei family situation for at least 3 months, possibly longer, that he had been tracking the pillar's development since the 53-meter reading had become visible to instruments in his school's monitoring network. Whatever he was deciding, he had been deciding it for some time. The household continued its work while the coalition formed around them. The calibration progressed. The formation improvements continued. The Crimson Lotus archive arrived before the matriarch herself, carried by 3 disciples who began teaching from it immediately, and Xiaoyin's Inveil technique developed in ways that were visible in Bao's formation readings within 3 days of her beginning the archive's baseline curriculum. The household was building towards something. The coalition was building around something. Both processes were moving faster than the Hollow Emperor's 60-day estimate had assumed. The pillar's calibration progress during the coalition formation period was, as Bao tracked it daily, affected by the household's operational tempo in ways that were both expected and surprising. Expected, the calibration rate slowed slightly during the periods when the household was managing external logistics, coalition communications, legal filings, the Ho Wenshu engagement's aftermath. The formation work that sustained the calibration required specific cultivation attention from multiple household members, and that attention was partially diverted when external demands were high. Surprising, the calibration rate accelerated following each coalition connection. The day after Qin Jinshan's visit, the day after the Crimson Lotus archive arrived, the day after the 3 Wandering Blade disciples settled into the compound. Each one produced a measurable bump in the calibration rate that Bao could not initially explain and eventually theorized was related to the pillar's design for household resonance. The founding documentation had described the mechanism in terms of household development. What Bao was observing suggested the mechanism was sensitive to the household's alignment with purpose rather than just the household's cultivation output. Each coalition connection was a clarification of purpose. The pillar registered that clarification. He presented this theory carefully, flagging it as hypothesis rather than confirmed finding, and watched the household absorb it. Xiaoyin said, "The design is very precise." She was looking at the calibration chart. "It is responsive to things we do not have instruments to measure directly." "Yes," Bao said. "That is the part that concerns me. We cannot fully model something we cannot fully measure." "We have not fully modeled anything we have done so far," Xiaoyin said. "We have done it anyway." Chapter 83. The twins' training escalates. Bao made the discovery about the tertiary energy form on the 14th day of the intensive training regimen. He had been monitoring the twins' synchronization sessions with his formation instruments, tracking the calibration progress, logging the harmonic core frequency alignments, noting the qualitative shifts in the pillar's resonance output that accompanied extended synchrony. What he had not expected was the new reading that appeared on his third instrument at the 26th hour of their longest continuous meditation session. The reading was not Yin. It was not Yang. It was something his instruments described as both, in exact proportion, balanced at a precision his instruments were not technically rated to measure. He checked the calibration on 3 different formation tools before concluding that the reading was accurate. Resonance absolute, the founding documentation had called it. The theoretical output of the harmonic core at 90% or higher synchronization. A form of pure, balanced cultivation energy that bypassed the standard cultivation rank restrictions because it was not expressing a single polarity's power but the equilibrium state between polarities. Formation barriers designed to resist Yin-type or Yang-type techniques had no basis for resistance against something that was neither. He ran the theoretical calculations for the next 6 hours while the twins continued their session. The results were unambiguous and alarming. At full expression, resonance absolute would be effective against cultivation techniques at levels significantly above domain manifestation. The founding documentation's suggestion that it could directly affect even void-crossing level targets was not metaphorical. He woke Liangshun at the second bell of morning. "I need you to understand something before we discuss training priorities," Bao said, setting his notebook on the table and turning to the relevant page. What the twins are developing is not simply a powerful combined technique. It is a technique class that has no effective counter below a certain cultivation threshold, and I am not certain that threshold exists within the range we are currently discussing. He paused. The Hollow Emperor has been hunting Pillar Steward bloodlines for 400 years specifically because they were the only cultivation system that could generate this. He is not afraid of domain manifestation cultivators. He is afraid of resonance absolute. Liangshan looked at the calculations for a long time. Then he said, "How long until they can sustain it?" "At the current training intensity," Bao said, 30 days. Possibly 25 if the Crimson Lotus Order's Yin Technique library provides what their matriarch's letter suggested it might. The tertiary energy form was not the only thing Bao discovered in those 26 hours of monitoring. The second discovery was harder to quantify. When both twins were in the extended synchronization state, the harmonic core at or above 90% alignment, the calibration rate accelerated by a measurable factor. Not just the calibration rate specific to the twins' cultivation work, but the global calibration rate of the pillar as a system. The household's collective cultivation output, filtered through the harmonic core's high synchronization state, produced a quality improvement in the calibration mechanism itself. This was what the founding documentation had described as the designed function. The pillar steward bloodline's cultivation development driving calibration, with the household structure amplifying the bloodline's output. Bao had understood this theoretically. Watching it in the monitoring data was different. The numbers showed a direct coupling between the twins' synchronization state and the calibration rate that was consistent, reliable, and dramatic enough to change his timeline projections significantly. At 90% synchronization sustained for 24 hours, he told Liangchen, the calibration rate triples. 3 days at this rate covers what would otherwise take 9. He paused. The question is whether they can sustain 90% synchronization without cultivation strain. In my testing, the limit so far has been 26 hours before they need recovery time. Liangchen thought about this. About what 30-day projections looked like if they could find 3 multi-day windows of high synchronization work. About what 25 days looked like if the Crimson Lotus Archive accelerated Xiaoyin's Yin technique foundation in the way the early indications suggested. Sustainable pace, he said. Not forced. The resonance absolute needs to be reliable when we need it, not burned out from overtraining. Agreed, Bao said. I am presenting what is possible. The decision on pace is yours. Liangchen said. Have the twins review the timeline. Ask them what sustainable looks like to them. The matriarch spent 3 hours with the twins on the 5th day, after Xiaoyin had completed the archive's foundational curriculum. She ran them through a synchronized yin-yang formation exercise that she had designed specifically for twin-pair cultivation practitioners. An exercise the Crimson Lotus Order had developed theoretically and had never been able to test practically because they had never encountered a twin pair at the necessary cultivation level. The exercise produced the resonance absolute tertiary form within 4 hours of the session beginning. Lin Shiyue stopped the exercise when the formation instruments registered the tertiary form and stood still for a moment with the expression of someone experiencing confirmation of something they had theorized for a very long time. Then she said, to Bao, the 26-hour threshold you identified is a function of the synchronization baseline. With the foundational framework from the archive properly integrated, the threshold reduces. They can sustain the tertiary form at lower synchronization levels for longer durations. How much lower? Bao asked. 83% instead of 90. At 83%, the sustainable window is 48 hours before recovery becomes necessary. She looked at the instruments. You have been training at the wrong threshold. The correct threshold for resonance absolute is not 90%. It is 83% with the correct technique foundation, which they now have. The timeline calculation changed. The resonance absolute technique was available at the current synchronization level. The 30-day projection became 15. Chapter 84, Ironcloud Sect's Price. Ironcloud Sect Master Qin Jianshan arrived on the 21st day, without announcement, through the east compound's outer gate, wearing the plain cultivation robes of a traveling practitioner rather than any sect identification. He was a large man, gray-haired, with the unhurried physical presence of a cultivator who had been at heavenly sage level long enough that the power had settled into him rather than projecting from him. He introduced himself to the gate cultivator as a contact of Lady Shan's, here for a meeting. He was, Liangchen thought when he received him in the formation workroom, deliberately understating every element of what he was. The suppressed cultivation was not a disguise. It was a habit, the long-term practice of someone who had learned that projecting your true capability attracted the kind of attention that ended cultivation careers in the imperial era. Qin Jinshan drank tea, asked 4 questions about the pillar's calibration function that indicated he had read Lin Shiyue's letter and cross-referenced it against whatever the Ironcloud sect's own records contained about the pillar's steward bloodline, and then said, I will join your coalition. I have been looking for a reason to stop suppressing my advancement for 12 years. You have provided one. His price was specific and reasonable. One of his sect disciples, a junior researcher with unusual cultivation sensitivity rather than combat cultivation, would be allowed to study the harmonic core mechanics alongside Bao for the duration of the coalition. Not to gain practical advantage, Qin Jinshan said, but to produce documentation that the Iron Cloud sect could hold as a record of what the Pillar's steward bloodline had achieved, against the possibility that the current generation of the bloodline did not survive. Liangshan agreed. Bao, who was present, said nothing during the meeting and waited until Qin Jinshan had left to express his reservations, which were tactical rather than principled, focused on the monitoring formations he intended to install and the information compartmentalization protocol he was drafting. Liangshan listened to all of it and approved the monitoring formations without amendment. The alliance with the Iron Cloud sect was established. The Pillar's resonance field, when Qin Jinshan walked through it on his way out of the compound, shifted in a way that Bao registered and described as a new frequency acknowledging another. The Iron Cloud sect's researcher arrived with Qin Jinshan, a young woman named AI Rume, whose cultivation was at foundation tempering, but whose cultivation sense was, Bao assessed within an hour of working with her, exceptional to the point of being unusual. She perceived things in formation readings that instruments missed and could articulate what she was perceiving in technical language that indicated genuine formation theory understanding. She was, Bao concluded, exactly what Qin Jinshan had said she was, a cultivation researcher with unusual sensitivity, not a combat practitioner. The monitoring formations Bao installed were therefore less about preventing capability theft and more about ensuring that anything AI Rume observed in the harmonic core mechanics was accurately recorded in the household's own logs alongside her observations, so that there was no gap between what she was learning and what the household knew she was learning. He told Liangshan this distinction. Liangshan said, "Good. Keep the monitoring in place anyway." AI Rume worked with focus and professionalism, asking careful questions, taking extensive notes, and demonstrating the specific quality of a researcher who understood that she was being allowed access to something rare and was treating it accordingly. After 3 days, she told Bao, "I have been studying cultivation formation theory for 11 years. I have never seen a formation architecture like this one. It is not designed to accumulate. It is designed to converge." She paused. "I think the design is older than any theoretical framework I was trained in." "How much older?" Bao asked. "I cannot put a number on it," she said. "But the structural principles do not derive from any school of cultivation theory I recognize. They derive from something that predates the schools." Bao recorded this and added a note to the cross-reference between AI Rume's observation and the founding documentation's pre-imperial origin references. AI Rume's observation about the formation's pre-imperial origin produced a 3-day investigation by Bao and Elder Su that neither had expected to undertake, and that produced findings more significant than the investigation's initial scope. Elder Su had, in his decades of cultivation practice before joining the Wei family, studied pre-imperial cultivation texts as a scholarly pursuit rather than a practical one. He had a collection of references that Bao had not known about, stored in 3 formation compressed volumes that occupied less space than a single standard cultivation text. He produced these volumes and worked through them with Bao over 2 evenings, cross-referencing AI Rume's structural observations against the theoretical frameworks described in texts that predated the current dynasty by 300 to 500 years. What they found was a cultivation theory framework that described formation architecture in terms of convergence rather than accumulation, exactly the distinction AI Rume had identified. In pre-imperial cultivation theory, a formation was not a structure that stored or amplified cultivation energy. It was a structure that oriented cultivation energy toward a designed state, pulling existing energy into alignment rather than generating new energy from scratch. The pillar was built on this framework. All of Bao's previous analysis had been conducted using accumulation theory models, which had produced accurate results but had consistently left residual variance in the calibration rate calculations that he had attributed to measurement noise. Rerunning the calculations using the convergence framework eliminated the variance. The calibration projections became more accurate, and the projection for reaching the 85% threshold moved 2 days earlier than Bao's previous best estimate. Chapter 85. The Crimson Lotus Order matriarch Lin Qiuyue arrived 3 days after Qin Jianshan, with 3 Crimson Lotus disciples and a library case containing copies of the Order's complete Yin technique archive. Not an abbreviated selection, the complete archive, which Bao estimated at approximately 4,000 cultivation texts when he saw the case's dimensional storage capacity. She was a small woman, precise in her movements, with the kind of direct attention that assessed things completely and then moved on. She spent 30 seconds looking at the pillar's ambient field when she entered the compound and then did not look at it again, as if the assessment was complete and further observation would be redundant. She spent considerably longer looking at Xiaoyin. "You have been working without the full theoretical framework," she said to Xiaoyin, before any formal introduction had been completed. It was not a criticism, it was an observation, in the tone of someone who had seen this before and understood exactly what it meant. "The Yin veil you have developed is technically sophisticated, but you have been deriving the underlying mechanics through practice rather than understanding them from foundation. The archive will correct that. It will take approximately 3 days to integrate the baseline framework. After that, your advancement rate will increase significantly." Xiaoyin said, "Show me where to start." The matriarch and 3 disciples established a study arrangement in the inner courtyard that produced, over the following week, what Bao described in his notes as the most efficient cultivation knowledge transfer he had ever observed. Xiaoyin worked through the archive systematically, and her Yin veil technique, which had been powerful and intuitive, became something different, powerful and precise, with a technical foundation that made its applications predictable and controllable in ways they had not been before. The order pledged 100 cultivators, not immediately, but available within 15 days of formal activation. The arrangement gave the coalition a Yin cultivation contingent that complemented the pillar's calibration function in ways Bao spent 2 days documenting. Lian Xiuyue's formal pledge of 100 cultivators came with a cultivation assessment breakdown that Bao spent an afternoon reviewing. 62 Yin-aligned cultivators at core formation or above, 23 at soul ignition, 12 at domain manifestation, 3 at heavenly sage, including the matriarch herself. Their technique repertoire was, as the archive had suggested, the most complete Yin cultivation library outside the theoretical documentation of the pillar's steward bloodline itself. What the assessment did not capture, and what Lian Xiyue communicated separately, in a brief note to Xiaoyin rather than to Liangchun, was the specific way the Crimson Lotus Order had been practicing their Yin techniques in anticipation of this kind of application. "We have been training for a Yin-Yang resonance combat scenario for 14 years, the note said, "since the first time the pillar was visible in cultivation instruments from our location. We did not know when or whether it would come to this. We prepared as if it would. 14 years of preparation for a scenario that had only become a reality in the last 8 months. Xiaoyin showed the note to Liangchun without comment. He thought about what it meant that a sect had been preparing for their family's specific situation for over a decade, that the pillar steward bloodline's potential had been visible to those with the instruments to read it long before the Wei family itself had understood what they were. He thought about how many other cultivators and sects in the broader cultivation world had been watching, waiting, deciding whether to act. The household was not as alone in this as it had sometimes felt during the months of survival mode operation. It had never been as alone as it sometimes felt. The household ceremony's effect on the pillar's calibration rate, Bao had noted at the time and had been tracking since, showed a consistent pattern. Household cohesion events, the formal adoption ceremony, the coalition members' first meaningful integration into the compound's working structure, even the smaller acknowledgments of shared purpose that happened in the formation workroom's daily work sessions, all produced measurable calibration rate improvements. The most significant single event in the monitoring record was not any of the formal ceremonies. It was the morning after Wei Futu's funeral, when the household had been quiet and operational and had continued its work without any formal acknowledgement of what had happened. The calibration rate that day had been the highest single-day rate Bao had recorded. He had puzzled over this for weeks before identifying what he thought was the explanation. The household's response to loss, which was to continue doing the work, had been the most complete expression of household cohesion the pillar had encountered. He presented this finding to Liangchun without editorializing. Liangchun sat with it for a moment. Then he said, "The design understood households better than I expected. The original engineer appears to have understood them extremely well," Bao said. "The mechanism is not measuring cultivation output. It is measuring something harder to define. Something like commitment to the household's purpose under conditions that make commitment costly. Every difficult day made it stronger," Liangchun said. "Yes, Bao said, which suggests the difficult days ahead will do the same. Chapter 86. Wandering Blade's Refusal and Twist. The Wandering Blade School's head sword master, Fong Daohe, sent no representative and no formal letter. What arrived on the 28th day was a carved jade message token, the kind used for communications that were not intended to enter administrative records. The message was 17 characters in old cultivation script, which Bao translated as, "I refuse the coalition. I do not refuse the cause. 3 of mine will arrive by the new moon." 3 disciples of the Wandering Blade School arrived 2 days before the new moon. They were young, well-trained, and carried swords with cultivation signatures that identified them as disciples of Fong Daohe's personal line rather than the broader sect. They presented themselves as travelers seeking cultivation experience in Qingfeng Crossing and asked no formal commitments in return. The household leader of the 3, a young man named Chun Zhuofeng, said only, "The master said to be useful. We intend to be useful." Elder Su assessed them over 3 days of training observation and reported to Liangshan that all 3 were at soul ignition peak, further along than their apparent age suggested, and that their sword work was specifically calibrated against high cultivation opponents in a way that implied they had been trained for exactly this scenario. Fong Daohe, it appeared, had been anticipating a situation like this for some time. The political neutrality of the Wandering Blade School was maintained. Practically, the household now had 3 additional high cultivation fighters who were extraordinarily good at what they did. Liangshan did not press for more than what had been offered. It was not the right tool for this particular gift. Chun Zhuofeng, the senior of the 3 Wandering Blade disciples, was quiet, observant, and spent his first 2 days in the compound primarily watching the formation work, the cultivation training, the household's daily operational structure, the way people moved around each other in the compound spaces. On the 3rd morning, Elder Su challenged him to a sparring session. The session lasted 40 minutes. Elder Su, at Domain Manifestation, did not spar with junior cultivators unless he was assessing something specific. Chun Zhuofeng, at Soul Ignition Peak, was significantly outranked. The result was not a demolition. It was a careful exchange where Elder Su pressed with measured force, and Chun Zhuofeng responded with technique depth that consistently surprised him. Elder Su came to Liangshan afterward. "Fong Daohe sent his best," he said. "The youngest one is specifically trained against void crossing techniques. I do not know how a sword master at Heavenly Sage level trains a soul ignition disciple against void crossing, but the training signature is there." He paused. He has been anticipating a confrontation at that level for a long time. He has been anticipating it for longer than we have, Liangshan said. "Yes," Elder Su said, which raises a question about what Fong Daohe knows that we do not yet know, and whether he will tell us before we need to know it. The 3rd Wandering Blade disciple was the one Liangshan watched most carefully. She was a young woman named Wei Yinghua, unrelated to the Wei family, despite the shared surname, who had said almost nothing in her first week at the compound, but whose cultivation sense Elder Su described as unusual in the way that sometimes matters. She was not the strongest of the 3 in terms of raw cultivation output. She was the most observant, in the specific way that practitioners who had been trained to fight against higher cultivation opponents became observant. They noticed things about the opponent's technique before the technique expressed itself. On the 7th day, she asked to speak with Liangshan privately. She said, "Master Fong told me, before I left, that if I reached the Wei family compound and found what he expected me to find, I should tell the family head one thing." She paused. He said, "The Hollow Emperor has a watcher in every cultivation coalition that forms against him. He has had watchers in every coalition for 400 years. The watcher does not spy. They simply observe, maintain contact, and if the coalition reaches a critical moment, they create a single failure point. The form changes. The function is consistent." She met Liangshan's eyes. "Master Fong said he has identified the probable watcher in the current coalition but will not name them in writing. He said to assume the watcher is present and to plan the operation's most critical components for a minimum team that does not include any new coalition partner." She paused. "He did not say who. He said you would know who needed to know." Liangshan thanked her. He told Bao and Shui Linglan within the hour. He did not tell anyone else. Chapter 87. The Hollow Emperor revealed Grand Celestial Intelligence Agents. cultivators operating under the authority of a super-imperial cultivation oversight body that Bao had known existed but had never expected to engage directly, captured a mid-ranked imperial intelligence officer on the 32nd day of the 60-day window. Xue Linglan had identified the officer through Shun Beihong's intelligence network as someone with direct access to the Hollow Emperor's cultivation management protocols, and had worked for 6 days to create the capture opportunity without alerting anyone inside the Imperial Administrative Network that the operation was running. The capture was clean. The truth questioning, conducted by a Grand Celestial agent named Investigator Shan, whose cooperation Lianshan had secured through 2 weeks of careful communication that Xue Linglan had managed entirely on her own, was methodical and produced a complete account. The Hollow Emperor's name was Su Wanshan. He was not one person. He had been a mortal cultivator 400 years ago who had discovered the Pillar's steward bloodlines and realized, through a combination of cultivation research and practical experimentation on early bloodline members, that absorbing resonance cores from Pillar steward practitioners generated a unique cultivation fuel, one that allowed him to exceed the natural cultivation ceiling by maintaining the parasitic formation rather than advancing through conventional breakthrough. He had absorbed 17 Pillar stewards over 4 centuries. Each absorption required finding, locating, and acquiring the bloodline practitioner, a process that had driven the systematic suppression of the Whaleyong bloodline and its predecessors across the entire period. The current body hosting Su Wanshan's primordial core was 40 years old. Before that host, there had been 6 others. The body died, the core transferred. The core was Su Wanshan's actual cultivation seat, a black jade tablet containing the parasitic formation's primary architecture, housed in the sealed cultivation chamber beneath the imperial palace in a room that had not been formally opened in 150 years. He could not be killed by conventional means. Destroying the host body relocated the core. The core itself had to be destroyed. Bao read the full interrogation transcript twice. Then he set it down and said, "The resonance absolute technique, at full expression through the harmonic core, is rated in the founding documentation as capable of shattering celestial-grade jade formation matrices." He paused. "The chamber seals protecting the core are celestial-grade." Another pause. "The core housing is celestial-grade jade." He picked up his pen. "We have a path." Investigator Shan had been operating in the region for 3 months before Xue Linglan made contact with her, not the other way around. The Grand Celestial Body's cultivation enforcement function included tracking bloodline cultivation anomalies, and the Wei family's pillar had registered as an anomaly in their monitoring network the moment it reached 53 meters. What Investigator Shan brought to the meeting, beyond the operational intelligence Lianshan had negotiated access to, was a 12-year Grand Celestial monitoring record of Su Wanshan's activities, different from Shun Beihong's intelligence in its scope and methodology. Shun Beihong had been tracking what Su Wanshan was doing. Investigator Shan had been tracking what Su Wanshan was. The distinction was significant. The monitoring record showed the body transfers in detail, cultivation signature changes across known imperial figures over 4 centuries, cross-referenced against Pillar steward bloodline disappearances in the same periods. The pattern was unambiguous and, to someone seeing it for the first time, deeply unsettling in the way that a very old trap looks different when you understand what it was designed to catch. 17 bloodlines, Investigator Shan said, when she presented the record. In 400 years. The cultivation world thought those bloodlines had simply gone extinct. Low-frequency bloodlines often do. But the primordial core's growth pattern, mapped against each absorption, shows the same feeding cycle every time. She looked at Bao. "Your analysis of the parasitic formation is the most technically accurate assessment the Grand Celestial Body has seen. We have been looking at this problem from the wrong angle for 2 centuries. We will give you the complete analysis," Lianshan said. "After this is resolved." "I know," she said. "That is why I am helping." The Grand Celestial Body's decision to provide active support to the Wei family operation, rather than the passive intelligence cooperation that Investigator Shan had initially offered, came through on the 35th day, delivered by Shan in person with a formal documentation of the Grand Celestial Body's authority citation. The citation was complex enough that Bao spent half a day reading it. The short version was that the Grand Celestial Body had a mandate to intervene when cultivation activities threatened what its foundational charter called the natural cultivation order of the mortal realm. And that 4 centuries of parasitic absorption of pillars' steward bloodlines by a cultivator who had been systematically preventing the pillar's calibration function from operating, met their threshold for intervention. They have been waiting for someone to reach the operational stage, Shui Linglan said, reading the citation's supporting documentation. The grand celestial body cannot initiate operations. It can only join operations that are already in motion. They need us to be moving before they can participate. The threshold for their participation is our willingness to act, Lianshan said. Yes, she said, which means the hesitation we have felt at each decision point, whether to reject the alliance, whether to file the heritage claim, whether to build the coalition. Each hesitation was the moment the grand celestial body was watching to see if we would act. She set down the documentation. We kept acting. We will keep acting, Lianshan said. Chapter 88. Assault on the capital plan. The planning took 6 days. Not because the plan was complicated in its broad structure. Bao's insight about the resonance absolute technique gave them the operative tool they needed, and the grand celestial intelligence had given them the location. What took 6 days was the detailed architecture of how to reach the celestial cultivation chamber and what to do when they got there. The imperial capital's cultivation defense array was not a single formation. It was 9 concentric rings, each maintained by a heavenly sage cultivator stationed inside that ring's perimeter, with overlapping coverage that meant disabling any single ring required disabling its 2 neighbors simultaneously. There were 9 heavenly sages maintaining the rings, 6 of whom, the intelligence had confirmed, were operating under Su Wanshan's control suppression, their wills present but overridden by the parasitic formation's external influence. 3 were genuinely loyal to the imperial structure rather than to Su Wanshan specifically. Bao's approach to the puppet sages used the pillar's calibration function differently than any application they had tried before. The parasitic formation's control lattices were, in structural terms, a form of absorption mechanism, similar to what the core used to consume resonance resources, but configured for will suppression rather than cultivation absorption. The pillar's resonance at 78% calibration, the current level, 3 days before the proposed assault timing, was already beginning to generate the disruption effect that would affect parasitic cultivation systems. Focused through the coalition's formation network, it might be able to disrupt the control lattices on the puppet sages from outside the capital walls, effectively releasing 3 to 6 of the 9 heavenly sages before the first ring was breached. The coalition's composition was established. 3 heavenly sage cultivators, Qin Jianshan, Lin Shuyue, and a third who had joined in the final week through a connection Xin Beihong had facilitated, a retired cultivation master named Hong Biyun, who had been deliberately absent from the cultivation world for 20 years and who brought specific knowledge of the celestial cultivation chamber's secondary access points that the other plans had lacked. 12 domain manifestation cultivators, 40 soul ignition, the Wei family, the Crimson Lotus contingent, the Wandering Blade 3, the resonance pillar in seed form, currently operating at 80% efficiency. The Hollow Emperor would see them coming. Liangshan had decided this deliberately, moving openly across 3 provinces, forced Su Wanshan to deploy resources defensively rather than offensively, which meant resources not being used to prevent the calibration from completing. The plan was set. The march would begin in 4 days. Hong Biyun was the last coalition member Liangshan had not expected. She had been retired from the cultivation world for 20 years, not incapacitated, not in hiding in any sense that cultivation intelligence networks could identify, simply absent. She had been in a mountain residence studying cultivation theory, which was an activity that required solitude and produced no events for intelligence networks to track. Xin Beihong had known she existed and known roughly where she was, and had spent 2 weeks working through intermediary contacts to establish communication before getting a response. She was a compact, gray-haired woman who arrived at the coalition's advance camp on the 39th day, wearing plain traveling robes and carrying a single formation case. Her cultivation signature was domain manifestation, not heavenly sage, not the tier that would have made her a combat asset in the same category as Qin Jianshan or Lin Shuyue. What she carried instead was 20 years of solitary cultivation theory research specifically focused on one question. the celestial cultivation chamber's original architectural design. She told Bao at their first meeting, been trying to understand how the chamber had been built by working backward from the observable facts of its existence. What she had concluded was that it had not been built by the imperial dynasty. It predated the dynasty by several hundred years and had been incorporated into the palace construction by architects who had found something already there and built around it. The secondary access point Ho Wenshu provided, she said. I identified it in my research 6 years ago. I could not access it without imperial cultivation clearance, so I could not verify it. The access sequence he gave you is correct. She set down her formation case. I can also tell you what is inside the chamber that the intelligence record does not account for. There is a second formation layer, older than the primordial core housing, that the core has been using as structural support. Disrupting the core without addressing the supporting layer will cause incomplete destruction. The parasitic formation will lose its primary anchor but retain the secondary structure. What addresses the supporting layer? Bao asked. The pillar's calibration function, she said, at full expression. The coalition's assembly on the 40th day included one member who had not been part of any planning session. Shen Beihong arrived at the advance camp with 3 alliance cultivators and a formation case containing 12 years of Hollow Emperor intelligence that he had physically brought rather than transmitted, because he had decided that the kind of information this was should not travel through communication channels when a watcher might be present in the coalition. He had known about the watcher for 6 weeks. He had not named them in any communication. He had brought the intelligence directly and told Liang Chun, in a brief private meeting, what he knew. The watcher was not a member of any sect coalition. The watcher was an administrative official, a cultivation logistics coordinator who had joined the coalition's support structure through a referral from one of the newly bonded cultivators in the pre-March period, whose background documentation was technically complete but had been prepared by someone who knew what complete background documentation looked like rather than by the actual background of an actual person. Xue Linglan had identified the same individual through independent investigation 6 days earlier and had been verifying before acting. She confirmed Shen Beihong's intelligence within 3 hours. The logistics coordinator was removed from the coalition's structure that evening, quietly, through a process that Xue Linglan handled without involving any of the coalition's formal leadership chain. Shen Beihong said, when Liang Chun reported the resolution, efficiently done. He paused. The watcher's removal will be noticed within 48 hours. The Hollow Emperor will know the coalition has identified his observation method. He may accelerate his own timeline in response. He may, Liang Chun said. We are already moving. Chapter 89. Ho Wenshu returns. He arrived on the 38th day, leading 500 soldiers and a formation assault unit, approaching Qingfeng Crossing from the South Road at dawn. Ho Wenshu's cultivation had been partially restored, not to its original level, but far enough to be functional, with the characteristic signature of imperial cultivation resources used under time pressure. His right arm, which Elder Su had shattered in their previous engagement, was encased in a formation-reinforced brace. He commanded from the rear, which told Liang Chun something about the confidence level. A commanding officer who stayed behind his force was either protecting a cultivation asset too valuable to risk in the front lines or managing a physical limitation that made frontline combat inadvisable. In Ho Wenshu's case, both were true. The battle lasted under an hour. This was not because the outcome was certain from the start. 500 soldiers with a formation assault unit represented a genuine cultivation threat against any household that lacked the specific tools the Wei family had developed over the previous 8 months. It was because those specific tools had been designed, tested, and optimized for exactly this kind of engagement. Liang Chun's domain, operating at full extent through the city formation grid, created the strategic environment. The Crimson Lotus contingent handled the formation assault unit, whose Yang heavy techniques found their effectiveness reduced by the Yin overlay. The 3 Wandering Blade disciples engaged the highest cultivation soldiers with an efficiency that Elder Su watched with visible appreciation. Xiaoyang fought at Liang Chun's side. Yang burst detonating in measured intervals, systematic rather than explosive, the difference between someone who was angry and someone who was solving a problem. Ho Wenshu's formation assault unit dissolved. His soldiers, without the formation structure supporting their coordination, found themselves in a battle against cultivators they could not effectively engage. The surrender request came from Ho Wenshu's second commander, not from Ho Wenshu himself. Ho Wenshu was brought in under formation suppression, his cultivation sealed, still wearing the imperial commander's insignia that he had apparently put on that morning without considering that by afternoon it would be worn in a custody formation. The battle had one moment that Liangshan registered and filed carefully. Ho Wenshu, watching the formation assault unit collapse around him from his command position, had the expression of someone who had known this outcome was probable and had gone forward anyway. Not desperation, not delusion. The specific look of a man who was executing an order he expected to fail, without the power to refuse it. The Hollow Emperor had sent Ho Wenshu knowing he would lose. This was its own kind of information. Su Wangshan was not using Ho Wenshu as a real military asset. He was using him as a measurement device. The attack's actual purpose was not to harm the Wei family. It was to observe the Wei family's current capability under genuine combat conditions, assess the coalition's composition and effectiveness, and register the pillar's current operational parameters under stress. Liangshan reached this conclusion during the final phase of the engagement, when Ho Wenshu's second commander sent the surrender request, and Ho Wenshu himself had still not moved from his command position despite having open retreat vectors. He was staying to be captured. He was bringing intelligence to the Wei family in the only form that Su Wangshan could not intercept. What a living witness could say after the fact. He would be questioned. He would tell them what he was there to tell them. The only question was whether Su Wangshan had anticipated this, and whether what Ho Wenshu would tell them was accurate, partially accurate, or specifically shaped. Liangshan brought Ho Wenshu in with the formation suppression and the full custody protocol and said nothing to him for the rest of that day, not because he needed time to prepare the questioning, but because he wanted Ho Wenshu to have a full day to consider whether the information he was carrying was designed to help them or designed to mislead them. Ho Wenshu, in custody, said one thing in the first 12 hours before Shui Linglan's formal questioning began. The family he took. They are alive. He uses them to keep me functioning. If I stop functioning as required, he shows me evidence that they are still alive, which is his way of reminding me that he can change that at any time. He said this to the guard cultivator who brought his evening meal, not to anyone in authority. He was not asking for anything. He was simply saying it, as if putting it outside himself made it more manageable to carry. The guard reported it to Shui Linglan, who reported it to Liangshan. He thought about this for some time, about what it meant to serve 30 years under duress with a hostage threat that was renewed periodically, just enough to prevent the desperation that would make a captive dangerous. About what it cost to be the kind of administrator Ho Wenshu had been, knowing what was required to sustain the position and doing what was required because the alternative cost more than he could pay. On the second day, before the formal questioning began, he went to Ho Wenshu's custody formation room himself. He said, "Your family. When this ends, what do you need to find them?" Ho Wenshu looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, "There is a location in the capital's North Administrative District, 3rd subterranean level, under the cultivation census archive." He gave a cultivation sequence. "They are held there. They have been there for 6 years." He paused. "If you can reach it, we will add it to the plan," Liangshan said. Chapter 90. Ho Wenshu's confession he broke on the 3rd day of questioning. Not because Shui Linglan's interrogation techniques were coercive, they were not. Not because the custody formation was punishing, it was standard secure hold, nothing more. He broke because someone, for the first time in 30 years, had asked him questions without already knowing the answers they wanted and had listened to his responses as if the truth mattered more than confirmation. Ho Wenshu had served the Hollow Emperor for 30 years under duress. His family, a wife, 2 children, a younger brother, had been taken into imperial protective custody 8 years into his imperial service, at the point when his cultivation had reached a level where he might have had the capability to resist. The protection was explicit threat, perform or the family paid the cost. He had performed. His cruelty, across the years, had been strategic rather than natural, the specific application of force that an administrator needed to demonstrate in order to remain credible to the power structure above him. This did not excuse it. He said so himself, without being prompted. "It does not excuse what I did to the people in this region," he said. On the second evening, speaking to Shui Linglan in the flat tone of someone who had been carrying an accounting for a long time and was now giving it over. I am telling you what I am telling you because it is true and because I am tired of the alternative. What he gave them was precise and significant. The first item, the sealed cultivation chamber, had a secondary access point that had been sealed 80 years ago and had not appeared in any record Bao had found, accessible through the palace's eastern foundation structure through a cultivation sequence that required core formation minimum and specific knowledge of the access architecture. He provided the sequence. Bao verified it against the indirect records in the Grand Celestial Intelligence Archive and confirmed it was accurate. The second item changed the shape of the entire operation. The Jade Dragon Throne's cultivation formation was not a passive ceremonial structure. It was the primordial core's vessel, the physical housing of Su Wangchen's cultivation seat, built into the throne itself rather than stored separately in the chamber. The intelligence they had received had been incomplete. Su Wangchen had planted a partial truth to protect the actual location. The celestial cultivation chamber was real. The core was not stored there. It was in the throne. Bao verified the secondary access sequence against 3 independent sources before concluding it was accurate: the Grand Celestial Intelligence Archive, Hong Biyun's research records, and a fourth source that Shui Linglan had quietly developed through a contact inside the palace's cultivation infrastructure administration, who had been providing information for 6 months through channels that were entirely off Ho Wenchu's visible network. The fourth source confirmed the sequence with one addition. The secondary access point had been used twice in the last 20 years by individuals with the correct cultivation sequence. Both times, the palace's formation monitoring system had logged the entry, and the Hollow Emperor's administrative apparatus had reviewed the entry logs and found nothing anomalous. The access sequence was old enough that the monitoring system classified it as routine maintenance traffic rather than unauthorized entry. The implication was that they could use it once without triggering a response. Once the palace's active monitoring registered an anomaly, the access vector would be sealed. This changed the approach timing. The secondary access had to be used after the outer assault drew Su Wangchen's attention. After the coalition was engaged and the puppet sages were being disrupted, when the palace's monitoring resources were committed to the main engagement and less likely to process a low-signature secondary entry as priority. Liangshan presented this revised timing to the full coalition planning session on the 41st day. Qin Jinshan said, "You want to walk in while we are fighting 3 heavenly sages outside?" "Yes," Liangshan said. "That requires us to hold for long enough that you can reach the throne room from the secondary entry point, identify the core, and act against it." Qin Jinshan looked at the map. "What is the estimated time?" 20 minutes if nothing goes wrong," Liangshan said. 40 if something does." "We will plan for 40, Qin Jinshan said. The full coalition planning session on the 41st day lasted 9 hours and produced a document that Bao described as the most tactically complete operation plan he had ever reviewed, which was notable given his experience level with cultivation operations generally. Hong Biyun's contribution to the planning session was the single most significant element. Her 20 years of architectural research on the chamber and throne formation systems gave the plan a precision that would have otherwise required 10 times the reconnaissance time. She had mapped the secondary formation layer, identified the primordial core's vessel architecture within the throne formation, and developed a theoretical destruction sequence that she called technically feasible, and which Bao, after reviewing her calculations, upgraded to highly probable given the pillar's current calibration level. The highly probable designation required the calibration to reach 83% or above before the resonance absolute was used against the vessel architecture. Current calibration, 82%. Projected calibration at the operations plan strike moment, 84%. A margin of 1 percentage point above the minimum requirement, with a 2 percentage point safety buffer above that minimum. "It is enough," Bao said. "It is not comfortable. Operations at this level are never comfortable," Hong Biyun said. "The calculation is sound. The margin is real. The technique will work if the synchronization holds." Qin Jinshan, listening, said, "The synchronization has held for months. I have no reason to think it will fail now." Elder Su said, "Neither do I." He looked at Liangshan. "Your children are ready." Chapter 91. The advance on the capital. The coalition moved on the 42nd day. Three heavenly sage cultivators at the column's head, not in formation, but present, visibly present, which was its own kind of cultivation communication. 12 domain manifestation cultivators arranged through the column structure. 40 soul ignition, the way family and allied contingents. The pillar seed, now at 82% efficiency, carried in the anchor formation that Bao and Yi Xiaolong had spent 6 days optimizing for mobile operation. Liangshan had made the deliberate choice to march openly, on the main roads, through populated territory. This was not a tactical decision in the conventional sense. The coalition could have moved faster through cultivation space travel. It was a strategic communication. Every settlement they passed through saw the coalition's composition and registered what it meant. Cultivation forces moving openly against imperial authority, with heavenly sage cultivators present, under the Wei family's household seal. The mortal witnesses mattered. Su Wangshan's 4th-century reign had been sustained in part by the absence of credible opposition. The cultivation world's understanding that no force existed capable of challenging the parasitic emperor directly. 3 provinces of mortal witnesses seeing otherwise changed that understanding in ways that could not be administratively suppressed. They crossed the 2nd provincial boundary on the 4th day of the march. By the 5th day, local cultivation households were sending envoys, not to join the coalition, but to acknowledge it, which was its own form of communication. Word traveled faster than the march. By the 7th day, the capital's outer administrative districts had received reports of the coalition's approach. Su Wangshan would know they were coming. He had known since the morning of the 1st day. What he did not know, what Liangshan had spent 40 days ensuring he did not know, was that the primordial core's actual location had been identified, that the secondary access point was in the plan, and that the resonance absolute technique had been tested successfully at range through the city formation grid. The mortal witnesses accumulated in a way that had not been part of any planning calculation. At the first settlement outside Qingfeng Crossing's provincial boundary, a crowd gathered at the road's edge to watch the coalition pass. Not hostile, curious, in the way of people who had heard something large was happening and had come to see it. The 3 heavenly sage cultivators at the column's head were visible to cultivation sense even without deliberate projection, and the ambient pillar resonance from the seed formation moved through the crowd as a warmth that most of them had never felt before, the cultivation equivalent of standing in sunlight after a long interior. By the 3rd settlement, the crowds were larger. By the 5th settlement, the cultivation sensitive among the crowd members were pointing at the column's formation array and explaining what they were seeing to those who could not read it. By the end of the 1st province, 3 mortal scholars were following the column on the parallel road, recording what they observed. Liangshan let them follow. Elder Su said, on the 5th evening, the Hollow Emperor cannot arrest witnesses this numerous. The mortal records of this march will exist regardless of how the engagement resolves. That is the intention, Liangshan said. Elder Su was quiet for a moment. You are creating a record that makes his response options visible. If he does nothing, the witnesses see that this level of force can move against him. If he responds to the march itself, the witnesses see how he responds. Either outcome is useful, Liangshan said. Either outcome is correct, Elder Su said. That is not the same thing, but in this case they are both present. What Liangshan watched, during the 7-day march, was not the mortal crowds on the roads. He watched the coalition. Specifically, he watched how 3 heavenly sage cultivators who had spent decades operating as independent cultivation powers, each with their own organizational structures, their own cultivation schools, their own decades of strategic decision-making experience, integrated into a shared operational framework in real time without the kind of internal conflicts that coalition operations at this level typically produced. Qin Jinshan had the most operational experience. Lin Xiuyue had the strongest intelligence network. Hong Biyun had the technical knowledge that made the operation feasible. Any one of them could have argued for a different operational structure. None of them did. What they did instead was identify what each other knew and didn't know, divide the decision-making based on those gaps, and operate without the status negotiations that usually consumed the first third of coalition operations. He thought, this is what the pillar's household resonance quality looks like at scale. When people understand what they are doing and why, and when they trust the operational framework enough to operate within it rather than around it, The coordination problems that consume most coalition operations do not appear. The household had learned this over 8 months in the compound. The coalition had learned it in 7 days on the march. The march reached the capital's outer boundary on the morning of the 8th day. Chapter 92. The capital's defenses. The 9 concentric cultivation rings were visible from 3 kilometers out. The ambient cultivation density of heavenly sage-maintained formation rings created a visible distortion in the chi field that Bao's instruments could read from that distance. He spent the final 3 days of the march doing exactly that, reading the ring's formation signatures, identifying the specific techniques each ring was built around, mapping the overlaps and gaps in the coverage structure that the original formation architects had been careful to minimize but could not entirely eliminate. Every formation had architectural constraints. Every constraint created an approach vector. The puppet sages were operating under Su Wanchen's control suppression. Their cultivation signatures showed the characteristic distortion of will-overridden practitioners, a faint wrongness in the frequency pattern that Xiaoyin had first identified and Bao had since refined into a diagnostic tool. 6 of the 9. The remaining 3 were clean, genuinely loyal to the imperial governance structure, operating under their own will. The pillar's calibration, on the morning of the final day's march, read 83%, 2 percentage points below the threshold. Bao projected that under the active conditions of the assault, with the full household's cultivation engaged and the coalition's yin-yang cultivation alignment amplifying the calibration function, the threshold could be reached within the operations window. The disruption of the control lattices, he told Liangchen, 3 kilometers from the capital's outer boundary, will not require us to reach 85% first. The focused application of the pillar's current output through the coalition's formation network should generate sufficient disruption to release 3 to 4 of the 6 puppet sages. If we release 3, the ring coverage has a gap. Qin Jinshan, who was riding beside them and had been listening, said, I can hold the gap for 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, whoever is inside had better be done. The puppet sage diagnostic readings that Bao was taking from 3 kilometers out were the most technically detailed readings he had produced in 8 months of cultivation monitoring. The 6 controlled practitioner signatures showed the control lattice structure in ways that were newly clear at this distance. The lattice was not a simple suppression effect. It was a layered formation that required active maintenance from the primordial core's ambient output. The maintenance was continuous, but not constant. It ran in cycles, with brief periods of reduced output between active maintenance pulses. Those gaps were the vulnerability. The pillar's disruption approach needed to be timed to the gap periods rather than applied continuously, which would be more effective and requires significantly less sustained output. AI Rume, who had been running parallel readings on the coalition's formation instruments, identified the gap timing from 3 consecutive maintenance cycle observations, 17 seconds of reduced output following each maintenance pulse, with pulses occurring every 4 minutes and 30 seconds. 17 seconds, Bao said. That is enough to initiate the disruption sequence. The disruption does not need to complete in 17 seconds. It needs to begin in 17 seconds. Once initiated, the disruption will sustain on its own resonance even when the maintenance pulse resumes. How confident are you in that projection? Liangchen asked. Reasonably confident, Bao said. The theoretical basis is sound. The practical test will tell us whether the real-world conditions match the theoretical model. He paused. Most of what we have done in the last 8 months has involved exactly this kind of uncertainty. We have done well with it. Liangchen thought, yes, we have. He told Bao to prepare the disruption sequence for the first gap window after the coalition's formation network was in position. The gap window analysis that AI Rume had developed was, Bao understood as he was running it, a fundamentally different approach than anything in his training. Standard formation disruption theory operated on the assumption that a formation's weakness was in its structure, in the places where the formation's architecture had gaps or conflicts that could be exploited by applying cultivation force in the correct manner. This was how every formation combat technique Bao had been trained and worked. You found the structural weakness. You applied the counter technique. The formation failed. The control lattice approach was different. The lattice did not have structural weaknesses in the conventional sense. It was technically sound. What it had was operational characteristics, the maintenance cycle, The gap period, the predictable rhythm of a system that had been running continuously for decades and had settled into a stable operational pattern. The disruption did not attack the structure. It exploited the rhythm. This was what AI Rumeh had identified that Bao had not. She had been trained in a cultivation theory school, the ironclad sex formation analysis tradition, that emphasized operational analysis over structural analysis. Her 17-second gap identification was the product of watching the rhythm rather than probing the structure. He told her this as a specific acknowledgement of what she had contributed. She said, "I was trained to look for patterns. Most formation theorists are trained to look for weaknesses. They are different disciplines." She paused. "Yours is more powerful in direct confrontation. Mine is more useful when direct confrontation is not available." "They are complementary," Bao said. "They are," she agreed. Chapter 93, Xiaoyin's Gambit. She brought it to Liangshan 3 hours before the final approach, on the evening of the last camp outside the capital's outer boundary. The proposal was direct and specific. She could enter the capital ahead of the main force, alone or with a small escort, and project Envale at sufficient scale to suppress the capital's Yangqi supply across its full extent. The practical effect would be a temporary but comprehensive disruption of Yang-aligned cultivation techniques within the capital, which included the puppet sage's control lattice maintenance, the imperial palace's active defense formations, and the primordial core's own defensive protocols, all of which relied on Yang-dominant qi circulation. The risk was simple. She would be alone in the heart of enemy territory, dependent on the harmonic core link to Xiaoyang for cultivation support, with no physical backup until the main force breached the outer ring. "No," Liangshan said. Xiaoying's jaw set. He recognized the expression. He had seen it on her mother's face in certain moments, the particular alignment of determination and patience that indicated a position being held rather than argued from. "The range I can cover from outside the outer wall is insufficient to affect the inner palace structures," she said. "The Yin Veil needs to be projected from inside the capital's secondary district." "The calculation is correct. You know it is correct." "I know it is correct," he said. "I also know what happens if the Hollow Emperor detects the suppression source before the main force breaches." "I know what happens," she said. "I have calculated it. It is not the outcome you are imagining." She met his eyes with the directness she used when she was certain of her analysis. "I can hold the veil long enough. The question is whether you can trust that assessment." He looked at his daughter, core formation, Yin-aligned, with a Yin technique foundation that the Crimson Lotus matriarch had described as the most advanced she had encountered in a practitioner below Heavenly Sage, carrying 8 months of the hardest cultivation development he had ever witnessed, and thought about what trusting that assessment meant. The reason Liangshan had said no initially was not a calculation about tactical risk. It was a father's response to a daughter proposing to put herself alone in the most dangerous position in the entire operation, and he had known, in the moment he said it, that the calculation and the response were separate and that only one of them was operationally relevant. Xiaoyin had known this too. She had not argued from the daughter's position. She had argued from the operator's position, which was the only argument that could actually shift the outcome. The proposal's tactical merit was real. The objection was emotional. The combination of both meant the answer needed to account for both. The modified version was the answer. Not because it reduced the risk to zero. Nothing in this operation reduced risk to zero, but because it added safeguards that shifted the risk profile from catastrophic exposure to manageable exposure, which was the threshold that operational decision-making required. She would not be alone. She would be inside the secondary district, which had civilian cover and multiple exit routes. She would have 2 Crimson Lotus disciples whose Yin technique training was specifically calibrated for operating in hostile cultivation environments. And she would have Shui Linglan, whose specific combination of intelligence training and combat capability had already demonstrated, against the Alliance delegate, that it was worth more under pressure than raw cultivation power. He had approved the modified plan. He had not approved it easily. He sat in the outer courtyard on the evening before departure and thought about the 8 months that had brought them here, and about what it cost to build something strong enough to be worth defending, and about the fact that the costs were not evenly distributed and the distribution was not always in the direction he would choose if he were choosing. The 3 days of preparation for Xiaoyin's departure were the most tactically dense period Liangshan had experienced since the household's formation. Every contingency was mapped. What happened if the false signature formation was detected at a checkpoint? What happened if the Hollow Emperor's passive monitoring registered the Yin veil earlier than projected? What happened if Shui Linglan was separated from the group? What happened if the harmonic core link became unstable under the capital's ambient cultivation pressure? What happened if the void purge wave came before the main force was in position? For each contingency, there was a response protocol. For each response protocol, there was a fallback. For each fallback, there was an abort condition that would trigger the infiltration group's withdrawal. The protocols were not reassuring in the sense of making the danger smaller. They were reassuring in the sense of making the household's response to the danger clear. Xiaoyin, reviewing each protocol with the team, said that she found operational clarity more stabilizing than operational optimism. Knowing exactly what to do when something went wrong was more useful than believing nothing would go wrong. Liangshan had thought about this distinction before, in other operational contexts. He thought about it again here. The household had become, over 8 months, a group of people who found clarity more stabilizing than optimism. That was the cultivated response of practitioners who had been through enough genuine difficulty that they had stopped relying on hope as a planning tool. They had replaced hope with preparation. The preparation was better. Chapter 94. The compromise. The modified plan required 2 additional days of preparation. Xiaoyin would enter the capital with Shui Linglan as lead escort and 2 Crimson Lotus matriarch disciples as cultivation support, all 4 with cultivation signatures that, under standard assessment formations, read as civilian practitioners at moderate levels. The false signature technique was the matriarch's contribution, a formation compression method that reduced visible cultivation output without impairing actual capability, designed for exactly the kind of infiltration that required moving through a heavily monitored environment. She would position in the capital's secondary district, 3 kilometers from the palace's outer boundary, which placed her within effective range of the inner structures while remaining outside the immediate cultivation monitoring network centered on the sealed palace chamber. She would begin projecting microscale Yin veil 48 hours before the main force reached the outer ring, building the suppression field gradually rather than activating it at full scale, which would be harder to detect and source. Xiaoyang would be with the main force, maintaining the harmonic core link in real time. The link was strong enough at their current synchronization level to transmit cultivation support across 3 miles. They had tested this range during the calibration work. It was not ideal, but it was stable. The communication protocol was established. The abort signal was established. The timing was established. On the evening before Xiaoyin's infiltration group departed, she and Xiaoyang sat together in the formation workroom for the 4 hours before departure, in the particular shared cultivation state that produced the tertiary energy form, not generating resonance absolute, but letting the harmonic core achieve the alignment that made the link between them strong enough to sustain what was coming. Liangshan sat in the outer courtyard and did not go in. Whatever they were doing in that room was theirs. At the 4th bell, Xiaoyin came out. She looked at her father for a long moment. Then she said, "We will do this correctly." She departed. What the modified plan required, beyond the specific operational elements, was a level of trust between Xiaoyin and her support team that had been built over months and could not be manufactured for an operation. Shui Linglan had known Xiaoyin since the household's formation. She had been in every significant engagement the family had navigated. She knew Xiaoyin's cultivation patterns, her decision-making under stress, the specific ways her Yin veil expressed itself differently when she was managing cultivation strain versus when she was operating in optimal conditions. She could read Xiaoyin's state and adjust the team's response faster than any formal communication protocol. The Crimson Lotus disciples, elder sister Meng and her partner Su Fong, had spent 2 weeks working alongside Xiaoyin through the archive curriculum. They had not been selected by the matriarch randomly. Their specific Yin technique profiles complemented Xiaoyin's in the way that trained formation pairs complemented each other, filling the gaps in each other's coverage rather than duplicating it. The 4 of them had run 3 practice infiltration exercises through the Qingfeng Crossing City grid, under formation monitoring, before the departure. Bao had reviewed the exercise recordings and assessed the team's operational coherence as sufficient. Not perfect, No team's coherence is perfect before a real operation, but sufficient. On the final evening, Lian Shuyue came to the outer courtyard where Lian Shun was sitting and said, "She is ready. I have been training practitioners for 40 years. I can tell you when someone is ready and when they are not." She paused. "She is ready. The difficulty is not her capability. The difficulty is that nothing fully prepares a parent for watching a child walk into danger." Lianshan said, "No, no." Lian Shuyue agreed. "But it helps to know that she is ready." 3 days before Xiaoyin's infiltration group departed, Elder Su took her aside for an hour. He did not discuss tactical protocols or cultivation contingencies. He told her 3 stories from his own cultivation history. One about a decision he had made under pressure that turned out to be correct, one about a decision he had made under pressure that turned out to be wrong, and one about the time he had not made a decision when one was required and had lived with the consequences for 20 years. She listened to all 3 without asking questions. When he finished, she said, "What are you telling me?" He said, "When you are inside the capital and something does not go as planned, because something will not go as planned, you will be making decisions that the protocols did not account for. I am telling you that in those moments, the right decision is rarely the most defensive one." He paused. "You were designed for this work. When the plan runs out, trust what you are." She looked at him for a moment. Then she said, "When did you understand what you were?" "Gradually," he said. "Over decades. You have done it faster." He stood. "That is why you are the one going in rather than me." Chapter 95. Inside the capital, the imperial capital was, in Xiaoyin's experience, the most overwhelming cultivation environment she had encountered. She had grown up in the Wei family compound, cultivated through her adolescence in rural settings, traveled through regional cultivation centers, and spent 8 months in Qingfeng Crossing's formation-dense city grid. None of it had prepared her for the cultivation density of the imperial capital. Millions of mortals cycling ambient qi through their daily lives. Thousands of cultivators operating at varying levels. The entire structure overlaid with a 9-ring formation system that maintained the heavenly sage cultivation coverage and the deeper, older formation work that was the primordial core's passive ambient influence. Present everywhere in the capital like a hand on a scale. The last thing was what she was most attentive to. Su Wangchen's ambient influence was subtle, not overwhelming, not immediately detectable to a casual cultivation sense, but present as a slight orientation effect. The ambient qi in the capital tended, when not actively directed, to flow toward the palace's central cultivation structure. Mortals would not notice it. Most cultivators would file it as local formation resonance. Xiaoyin noticed it and tracked it, a useful indicator of the primordial core's location, pointing consistently toward the throne room rather than the sealed palace chamber. Ho Wenchu's maps were accurate. The infiltration group reached the secondary district without incident. The false signature technique held against 3 formation checkpoints, and Xue Linglan navigated 2 administrative obstacles with documentation that Bao had prepared before the march. She began the micro-scale Yin veil projection on the morning of the first full day inside the capital, starting at 1/10 of her full capability, a barely perceptible Yin presence that would read, to formation monitoring systems, as ambient environmental variation. Cultivators throughout the secondary district began reporting, to each other and to their household cultivation monitors, that their qi pathways felt unusually clear that morning. The puppet sages would not register it yet, but the Hollow Emperor's passive monitoring would register it eventually, not as an intrusion, but as a question. The microscale Yin veil had effects beyond what Xiaoyin had intended or anticipated. The capital's civilian cultivation practitioners, the ones who maintained household formations, who ran small cultivation businesses, who supported the ambient qi circulation that kept the city's infrastructure functional, had been living under the primordial core's ambient influence for so long that they had normalized it. What Xiaoyin's Yin veil created was a brief absence of that influence, a small clearing in the ambient qi field where cultivation energy moved according to its own nature rather than being oriented by the parasitic influence. The practitioners who experienced it described it to each other, that first morning, as their cultivation feeling correct in a way it hadn't for as long as they could remember. Several of them meditated that afternoon and found their cultivation advancement responding in ways that had been stalled for years suddenly moving again. A cultivation teacher in the secondary district's eastern quarter found 3 of her students experiencing minor breakthroughs within 6 hours of each other, not because she had done anything different, but because the ambient environment had shifted enough to allow what had been blocked. Xiaoyin monitored these effects with interest and some concern. The effects were positive for the capital's civilian practitioners, but they were also more visible than a microscale projection should have been. Either the primordial core's ambient influence was more pervasive than her measurements had suggested, or the clearing effect was amplified by some property of the capital's cultivation environment that she had not accounted for. She increased the Yin Vale's coverage area by 15%. The effects expanded proportionally. She began tracking whether the palace's monitoring systems were registering the ambient shift. On the second afternoon of the Yin Vale projection, Xiaoyin found the thing she had been looking for: the primordial core's passive monitoring rhythm. It ran in a cycle, like the control lattice maintenance Bao had identified from outside, but at a different frequency, slower, longer pulses, the monitoring architecture of a system that had been running for a very long time and had developed the patient efficiency of something that expected to be running for much longer. She mapped 3 complete cycles before she was confident in the pattern. The monitoring's coverage was comprehensive but not instantaneous. When the monitoring pulse swept through an area, it registered cultivation anomalies with high accuracy. Between pulses, it registered only major cultivation events, things above a certain magnitude threshold that it was always active for. Below the magnitude threshold, between pulses, there were windows of approximately 4 minutes when a cultivation technique of the correct scale and type could operate without registration. Her Yin Vale projection was currently operating below the threshold. The clearing effects were below the threshold. If she stayed below the threshold until the main force was positioned, the Hollow Emperor's monitoring system would not identify her location until she chose to project above it. She sent this timing data through the harmonic core link to Xiaoyang, who relayed it to Bao in the advanced position. The operational window was confirmed. The plan's timing assumptions were accurate. Bao sent back: confirmed. You have 12 hours before the main force is in position. She acknowledged and returned to monitoring the primordial core's rhythm. Chapter 96. The puppet sages stir on the second day of Xiaoyin's presence in the capital. 3 of the 6 puppet sages showed what Bao's remote monitoring instruments, positioned in a relay network across the coalition's advanced formation, described as will resurgence activity. The specific cultivation signature pattern of a suppressed practitioner's autonomous will beginning to assert itself against the overriding control lattice. The Yin Vale suppression was working faster than the plan had projected. Xiaoyin had been projecting at increasing increments as the environment stabilized around her presence, and the cumulative effect on the Yang-dominant control lattice mechanism had reached disruptive threshold earlier than the 48-hour projection. On the third day, the Hollow Emperor's response came. The purge wave hit the secondary district at the second bell of morning, a focused pulse of void-level qi, precisely targeted on the Yin suppression source, designed to overwhelm and neutralize the projection. It was not the kind of technique that gave warning. It arrived at the speed of cultivation energy transmission, which meant it was present before the monitoring network could relay its approach. Xiaoyin absorbed it, not through any technique she had trained explicitly, through the harmonic core link to Xiaoyang, which activated reflexively when her cultivation sense registered the incoming void pulse, and she did not have time for a deliberate decision. The link between the twins, at 83% synchronization, had developed a passive protection property that neither of them had been aware of until the moment it expressed itself. The harmonic core automatically shared catastrophic cultivation loads across both nodes rather than allowing either node to absorb them unilaterally. Xiaoyang, 3 miles away at the coalition's advanced position, felt it arrive. A pulse of overwhelming cultivation energy that his Yang constitution amplified rather than resisted, converting the void input into a Yang burst charge that radiated outward through the advanced formation's outer boundary and lit the pre-dawn sky with light visible from the capital's walls. The siblings had fought a battle across 3 miles without moving, and the Hollow Emperor now knew precisely where Xiaoyin was. The purge wave's arrival was preceded by approximately 3 seconds of warning in the harmonic core link. Xiaoyang, 3 miles away, felt the primordial core's output spike before the wave reached Xiaoyin and transmitted through the link. Not information, exactly, but the specific cultivation sense signal that meant incoming. Prepare. 3 seconds was enough. Not enough to avoid the purge wave. Not enough to construct a defense that would block void-level qi. Enough to activate the harmonic core link fully, which shifted the resonance absolute's protective property into active mode. The passive sharing function that had triggered reflexively in the first encounter now deliberately engaged, distributing the incoming void pulse across both nodes of the harmonic core simultaneously rather than allowing either node to bear the full load. For Xiaoyin, this meant absorbing approximately half of a void crossing level cultivation impact. Her Yin veil absorbed what it could. The rest flowed through her cultivation system and back out through the link, transformed by the harmonic core's balancing function from pure void qi into a balanced yin-yang pulse that the link transmitted outward. For Xiaoyang, this meant receiving a balanced yin-yang pulse of void-derived energy in the middle of the advanced formation's outer boundary position, with no warning and no formation structure to direct its expression. His yang constitution amplified it reflexively, the same way it amplified all cultivation energy inputs, and the amplified pulse radiated outward as a yang burst of a scale none of the coalition cultivators around him had seen before, leaving marks in the qi field that were visible for 3 kilometers in every direction and producing light that the capital's wall sentries registered on their cultivation instruments as a significant event. In the harmonic core link, the twin synchronization reading hit 92% and held. The twins' connection through the harmonic core link had developed, over 8 months, into something more sophisticated than either of them had a complete model for. It had started as a cultivation energy transfer mechanism, the harmonic core sharing cultivation output between them when one was stronger and the other was weaker, equalizing the developmental gap that biological twin pairs sometimes experienced when their cultivation constitutions produced different advancement rates. That function was still present, but it had developed additional layers. The passive protection property they had discovered in the purge wave absorption, the information transmission capacity that allowed real-time operational coordination across 3 miles, and something that neither of them had named, but that both of them recognized, a shared cultivation sense that, at high synchronization levels, allowed each of them to perceive things the other was perceiving without any transmission lag. When the purge wave came and Xiaoyin absorbed it through the link, Xiaoyang had not just received the energy transfer. He had experienced, for the duration of the absorption, what it felt like to receive a void crossing level cultivation impact, not at the impact level he received it at, but at the origination level in Xiaoyin's cultivation system. He felt the Yin veil holding, felt the harmonic core activating the distribution function, felt the specific sensation of the balanced conversion that turned void qi into the yin-yang pulse. He filed this observation and sent it to Bao through the relay, flagging it as potentially significant for the final operations planning. Bao received it, read it, and wrote in his notebook. The link is bidirectional at high synchronization. Both channels active during extreme load. Possible to coordinate the final technique expression as a single distributed action rather than 2 separate actions transmitted through a relay. He underlined the last sentence twice. Chapter 97. The army arrives. The coalition moved up the timeline by 18 hours. Qin Jinshan made the decision in the 3 minutes after the void purge wave's effect registered across the coalition's formation network, not by consulting anyone, but by reading the situation and identifying that the tactical window that had been planned for 48 hours from now had opened early and was closing faster than the original timeline accounted for. He sent the signal. The coalition began moving. The Outer Rings formation array detected the approach at 4 kilometers. At 3 kilometers, the 6 puppet sages activated their ring maintenance formation routines, the standard response protocol for detected cultivation forces approaching the capital's boundary. The pillar disruption sequence activated. Bao had spent 20 days refining the focused calibration pulse that would target the control lattice structures of the puppet sage's will suppression without triggering the broader defensive response the rings would generate to a direct formation attack. The pulse worked differently than anything the 9-ring defense system had been designed to counter. It was not attacking the rings, It was disrupting the Hollow Emperor's cultivation control structures from outside the ring's coverage area, through the ambient chi channels that the control lattices had to use to maintain the suppression over distance. 3 puppet sages broke free simultaneously in the first 8 seconds of the pulse. The 3 who broke free did not join the coalition immediately. They had been under Su Wanchen's control for decades in some cases, and the experience of the suppression releasing all at once was, Bao had projected, likely to be disorienting rather than clarifying. What they did was stop maintaining their ring sections. 2 ring sections developed coverage gaps within 90 seconds. Qin Jinshan moved through the first gap before it had fully established. Lian Xiuyue took the second. The formation assault on the 3rd ring began. Liang Chun led the approach on the main gate, not through the gap Qin Jinshan had used, but directly, which was more exposed and more visible. The domain manifestation field running at full extent through the pillar seed's amplification pushed through the first ring's residual coverage and into the second ring's boundary. Xiaoyang was at his left side. Yang burst running in measured sequences, systematic and precise. Liangqin was already moving when the signal came. The early timeline change had been accounted for, not in the specific form it arrived, but as a contingency in the planning structure. When the main force began moving up the timeline, every coalition member's specific role in the accelerated sequence was clear. The communication network carried the signal to all positions within 40 seconds. The coalition was in motion within 3 minutes of Qin Jinshan's decision. The puppet sage disruption sequence activated while the coalition was still outside the first ring's effective range, time to the gap period AI Rume had identified. 3 of the 6 control lattices broke in the first 8 seconds. 2 ring sections developed coverage gaps. The 3rd was held by one of the 3 genuinely loyal sages who was now operating alone in his ring section, without his 2 neighboring sections providing coverage overlap. He held for 11 minutes. Lian Xiuyue reached his section in the 12th minute, in the exchange between them. One heavenly sage who was loyal to the imperial structure against one who was loyal to a cultivation principle that predated the structure, lasted 7 more minutes before the section fell. By then, Liangqin's domain was through the first ring and pushing into the second. The full resonance field, coupled to the coalition's formation network rather than a city grid, was expressing at a scale that had not been attempted before. The domain's effect on cultivators within it registered immediately. Alliance cultivators found their cultivation output enhanced in ways they had theoretically understood from Bao's projections, but had not experienced until the moment of contact. Imperial cultivation force members found their formation coordination failing in precisely the ways the theoretical model had predicted. The capital's outer defenses were breaking. The path to the throne room was opening. When the coalition's assault on the outer ring began, what the imperial capital's cultivation defense administrators experienced was not the battle they had prepared for. The standard cultivation assault scenario in the imperial defense doctrine involved a forward combat force engaging the outer ring directly with cultivation techniques, attempting to breach the formation through applied force, while the ring's heavenly sage maintained and reinforced the formation in response. The imperial cultivation defense had been optimized for this scenario across 90 years of refinement. The coalition's assault did not follow that scenario. The outer ring's heavenly sage found himself maintaining a formation that was performing normally. The formation had not been breached, had not been attacked, was not under any detectable cultivation force application. What the sage could not detect was the disruption sequence operating on the control lattices of the 3 puppet sages in adjacent ring sections, which was changing the effective coverage of those sections in ways that did not register as the ring formation itself being attacked. By the time the outer ring's sage realized that 2 adjacent sections were developing coverage gaps, the gaps had already formed and 3 coalition cultivators were through them. The ring's sage activated the emergency consolidation protocol, which would seal the gaps, but would also reduce the outer ring's active coverage area to direct line of sight from the sage's position, creating new gaps elsewhere. Bao watched this play out on his monitoring instruments from the advanced position and said, to no one in particular, he is choosing between 2 bad options. Whichever one he chooses gives us something. Chapter 98. The Emperor moves the throne room cameras. The cultivation observing arrays that the palace's formation system used to provide real-time awareness of the capital's situation to the cultivation administrators registered the moment of the transfer as the 41st second of the coalition's breach through the third ring. The body seated on the Jade Dragon throne, which had been Emperor Su Wanshan's public form for the last 12 years, collapsed. Not a combat collapse, a still, controlled withdrawal, the body slumping in the posture of a man sitting down rather than falling, as if the occupant had simply decided to leave and the body's maintenance had ceased with the departure. The primordial core transferred. In the throne room, watched by 30 imperial cultivation administrators who had no context for what they were observing, the crown prince Zhao Junlin stiffened and straightened, a change in posture so distinct that the administrators in the room registered it physically before they processed it cognitively. He turned from where he had been standing at the room's southern end and looked at the cultivation observation array with the specific attention of someone checking whether they were being watched. They knew it, and now he knew they knew it. The palace erupted in chaos. Imperial administrators fled. Imperial guards activated formation weapons they had no experience deploying. The Jade Dragon throne's ambient cultivation signature, which had been the background hum of the capital's chi field for 12 years, shifted to something different. Younger, more volatile, with the specific instability pattern of a primordial core transfer that had not fully completed, a parasite that had moved into a new host before the binding was stable. Su Wanshan had a window of instability. The question was how long it would last. The transfer was visible to anyone inside the throne room with cultivation sense above foundation tempering. The primordial core's departure from the Jade Dragon throne's formation matrix produced a specific cultivation signature event, a sudden absence in the ambient field, followed by a directional movement as the core sought its new housing. The throne's formation went from active and stabilized to passive and inert in the span of 3 seconds. The imperial cultivation administrators in the room felt it as a sudden absence of the ambient cultivation pressure they had been living inside for their entire careers. The crown prince's body changed in that moment. Not physically, the change was in the cultivation signature. The host's own core formation cultivation was still present, cycling through its meridian pathways in the normal way. But over it, around it, weaving through it with the practiced efficiency of a parasite that had performed this transfer 7 times before, the primordial core settled into its new housing. Zhao Junlin turned. He had been the crown prince his entire life, trained in cultivation, positioned for succession, cultivated to be an attractive host for exactly this moment. Whether he had known that was the purpose of his cultivation regimen, Liangshan did not know. What he had seen, in the moment Zhao Junlin turned and looked at the observation array, was someone who had expected this moment and was not surprised by it. That was its own kind of information about the crown prince's knowledge of his own situation, and it was information that would matter if the operation produced a resolution that left Zhao Junlin alive. Zhao Junlin's expression in the moment of the transfer, the specific quality of it, which Liangshan had registered and filed, was not surprise. It was recognition. He had been preparing to be this for years, possibly his entire life. The Hollow Emperor's patient preparation included cultivating the host body not just in cultivation terms, but in psychological terms, building the expectation that this was the purpose, that it was something to be accepted rather than resisted, that the alternative, a life of not being chosen for this purpose, was less. Whether Zhao Junlin had any genuine choice in the matter was a question Liangshan filed alongside the operational questions. It was not answerable from the information currently available. What was answerable, and what was operationally relevant, was that the crown prince's body had been prepared to cooperate with the transfer rather than resist it, which meant the transfer binding was completing faster than it would have with an unwilling host. The instability window was narrower than Bao's projections had assumed. Bao's projections had modeled a neutral host, one with neither cooperation nor resistance. An actively cooperating host cut the instability period significantly. Liangshan activated the harmonic core link and sent this analysis. Bao, in the advanced position, received it, updated the timing calculations, and sent back the revised window, 12 minutes, down from the projected 25. 12 minutes to reach the throne from the celestial chamber. After the chamber opened, assuming the chamber opened, he began planning for what he would do if it did not. Chapter 99. Confrontation at the Celestial Chamber. The Celestial Cultivation Chamber was open when Liangshan reached it. He had expected the door to be sealed. Every piece of intelligence indicated it had not been unsealed in 150 years. It stood open, the formation seals deactivated, the interior visible through the opening. A circular chamber, high-ceilinged, formation-traced walls, the ambient chi density so high that breathing inside it felt like breathing something with texture. And at the chamber's center, standing rather than seated, watching Liangshan enter with the particular stillness of someone who had arranged a meeting. The body was the crown prince's, young, well-formed, with a cultivation signature that read as core formation in the host's own right. Underneath the primordial core's transferred presence. The instability was visible from the doorway. The two cultivation sources were not yet integrated, the host's own cultivation cycling in patterns that conflicted with the primordial core's parasitic distribution. Wei Liangshan, the voice said. The host body's voice, but with something underneath it. Older, steadier, carrying the weight of a cultivation base that had been active for 4 centuries. You read the charter. You understand what you are and what I have been trying to prevent you from completing. A pause. The offer stands. Your family's safety, permanently guaranteed, in exchange for the harmonic core. Your twins would lose their cultivation entirely, but they would live. They would live well. Liangshan assessed. The transfer instability meant Su Wanshan could not deploy the full primordial core's capabilities without risking the destabilization of the transfer binding. He had perhaps 15 minutes before the binding completed and the instability window closed. He looked at the figure across the chamber and said, "The harmonic core is not mine to offer." He held the pillar seed's formation anchor in his hand. And I am here to tell you that directly, so there is no misunderstanding about where we stand. The host body's eyes changed, the specific shift of a predator who has been patient for centuries, encountering an obstacle it had not fully credited. The door began to close. The door was open because Su Wanshan wanted a conversation. Liangshan understood this in the moment he crossed the threshold and assessed the configuration. The chamber's formation seals were active, the ambient chi field inside was dense and controlled, and the figure standing at the room's center was positioned in the way a cultivator positioned themselves when they were not planning to attack immediately. Weight balanced, hands visible. The specific body language of someone who had decided to lead with words. He also understood that the conversation was itself the trap. Every second inside the chamber with the seals active was a second closer to the transfer binding completing, which would close the instability window, which would eliminate the only real vulnerability Su Wanshan currently had. He moved to the center of the room rather than staying near the door, because the door would seal regardless, and because the center gave him formation working space that the perimeter did not. The pillar seed's anchor formation was already active, reading the chamber's formation structure, mapping the overlay between the chamber's existing layers and the second formation layer Hong Biyun had identified, the older one that the primordial core had been using as structural support. The offer was expected. The framing, permanent safety for the family in exchange for the harmonic core, was precisely calibrated to the things Su Wanshan had spent 400 years understanding about pillar steward families, that they were family-oriented, that they would sacrifice cultivation achievement for family safety, that the offer of permanent safety had historically been the most compelling formulation because it addressed the deepest motivation. He said, "The harmonic core is not mine to offer." He looked at the figure across the room. And that is not a negotiating position. It is a description of how the harmonic core actually works. The specific thing Liangshan noticed about the chamber's inner formation was that it was older than the palace that contained it. This was what Hong Biyun had told him, and seeing it directly confirmed it. The formation-traced walls used a structural technique that predated the imperial cultivation schools by centuries, the same pre-imperial convergence architecture that Bao and Elder Su had identified from AI Reme's analysis. The chamber had been built first, and the palace had been built around it, and the primordial core had been installed as a secondary element in a structure that had originally served a different purpose. The second formation layer, the older supporting layer that the core had been using as structural support, was visible now that he was inside the chamber. It was running at a different frequency than the core's own formation, a frequency that Bao's calibration instruments would identify from the pillar seed's reading as related to the founding documentation's target calibration frequency. The chamber's original purpose had been a calibration station. Hong Biyun had been right. The core had colonized a calibration station and used its structural stability for its own housing for 400 years. This was information that changed the tactical calculation. The supporting layer was not enemy architecture. It was the same architecture as the pillar, the same designer's work, the same convergence framework, the same target frequency. Disrupting it would be wrong. Activating it, as it had been designed to function, might be the correct action. He sent this analysis through the harmonic core link before the chamber sealed and hoped Bao had enough time to respond. Chapter 100, Cliffhanger. The core strikes outside the celestial chamber. At a distance of 300 meters from the chamber's outer wall, Xiaoyin and Xiaoyang position themselves on the palace's inner courtyard formation anchor, the specific cultivation convergence point that Ho Wenxiu's secondary access maps had identified as the pillar relay's optimal external anchor. They had 45 seconds from the moment the door began closing. The resonance absolute technique at range, through the pillar relay rather than projected directly, had been tested once through the city formation grid in Qingfeng Crossing. That test had demonstrated the technique's effectiveness at the physical scale of a city grid. The palace's formation network was smaller, denser, and calibrated differently, which meant the relay characteristics would be different. Bao had calculated the adjustment parameters the night before and had given them to both twins before the approach. Xiaoyin held the parameters. Xiaoyang held the energy. The pulse released at 22 seconds. The celestial chamber shook. The formation traced walls lit with the specific resonance pattern of a structure absorbing an impact it was not designed to resist. Celestial grade seals responding to resonance absolute by attempting to redirect rather than block, the standard response for seals encountering cultivation energy types outside their resistance parameters. The figure at the center of the chamber recoiled, 3 steps backward, one hand raised to the cultivation formations that were his first defensive instinct. Smoke rose from the cultivation signature interface points where the resonance absolute had made contact with the primordial core's transfer binding. Then he straightened. Impressive, the ancient voice said, from the crown prince's borrowed lips. But you struck the host. The transfer binding redistributed the impact. A pause, and something in the voice that might have been genuine appreciation. You struck a man, not the parasite. The core is in the throne itself. Not this chamber, not this body. The formation seals completed their close. Destroy me and the throne remains. The throne remains, and I return within a century. His eyes settled on Liangchun with a patience that had 400 years behind it. You have nowhere to go, Pillar Steward. And I have all the time that remains. The chamber sealed completely. The Hollow Emperor circled the room. Liangchun stood in the center of the celestial cultivation chamber, alone with a 400-year-old parasite in an unstable host body, with the pillar seed in one hand and the knowledge that everything they had just done had not been wrong, only incomplete. The core was in the throne. The throne was where they had not gone yet. He activated the harmonic core link. He said, through it, I know where the core is. The throne. Change the target. The resonance absolute pulse hit the chamber's outer formation layer and the throne room's outer boundary simultaneously. The relay split the output between 2 targets rather than focusing it on one, which was the thing Bao had calculated against but had not found a complete solution to given the palace's formation architecture. The chamber shook. The throne room's outer formation cracked in 3 places. Neither structure failed. Outside, Xiaoyang felt the pulse leave through the harmonic core link and felt, immediately afterward, the specific sensation of the technique's output being distributed rather than concentrated. The harmonic core's feedback indicated that the full expression had contacted something and been partially redirected. Xiaoyin, from her position in the secondary district, felt the same thing. She held the harmonic core link steady and said, through it, the core is not in the chamber. Where is it? Liangchun said, the throne. She was quiet for exactly 2 seconds. Then, how long do you need? He assessed. The chamber's seals were closing. The transfer binding was completing. The instability window was measured in minutes. Hong Biyun had said the secondary formation layer required the pillar's calibration function at full expression. The calibration was at 83%, 17 percentage points from the threshold that would disrupt the secondary layer. I need more than we have, he said honestly. but I need you to hold the link open regardless. What comes next requires both of you, and it requires the calibration to reach threshold before the binding completes. The chamber sealed. He stood in the center of the celestial cultivation chamber, with the pillar seed and the harmonic core link, and thought. We have been here before, in situations where the gap between what we have and what we need is exactly this wide. We have always found the path through. He activated the secondary formation layer analysis and began working. The response came through the harmonic core link in the 3 seconds before the chamber seal completed. Bao had received the analysis and had, in those 3 seconds, done the calculation he had been running incrementally for weeks. What does it mean if the chamber is a calibration station of the same design as the pillar? He sent back 4 words, activated. Same sequence. The chamber sealed. Liangchen stood in the center of a formation-traced room that was, he now understood, not Su Wanchen's architecture. It was the founding engineer's architecture. The same designer who had built the pillar's steward bloodline, who had embedded the bloodline charter beneath the ancestral hall, who had designed the harmonic core's calibration function. This person had also built this chamber, and had built it as part of the same system. The primordial core had not colonized enemy territory. It had colonized part of the original design. And the original design, activated, might respond to the activation the same way the pillar in Qingfeng Crossing had responded to the household ceremony, not with stored power, but with the convergence function that the founding engineer had built into every element of this architecture. Su Wangchen had been using the calibration station as a hiding place. He had not understood what he was hiding in. Liangchen looked at the figure across the room. He looked at the chamber's formation-traced walls. He looked at the pillar seed in his hand, 83% calibrated, running at the frequency the chamber's walls were waiting to resonate with. He said, "Let's find out if you made a mistake." He activated the pillar seed's resonance output at full expression and pointed it at the chamber's walls. Chapter 101. Sealed in the chamber. The last thing Liangchen heard before the celestial chamber seals locked was the residual echo of the twins' pulse. A low, sustained harmonic that told him they were alive and cycling for another attempt. Then the seals completed, and the sound outside ceased entirely. The celestial cultivation chamber was approximately 300 square meters of formation-carved walls, void crossing, grade seals covering every surface, and ambient qi so dense it pressed against his skin like warm water. The original architect had designed this space as the most cultivated environment in the mortal world. Every stone surface carved with convergence patterns, every centimeter of air saturated with balanced yin-yang output rising from the deep formation layers below the floor. No mountain peak or spirit cave came close to what this room offered a cultivator with the right bloodline access. It was a gift that had sat locked inside a parasite's stronghold for 4 centuries. Su Wanchen, occupying the crown prince's borrowed body, the primordial core's transfer still completing its ugly integration, circled the room's perimeter with the patience of someone who had won the same game 17 times before. He moved slowly, deliberately, a predator establishing spatial dominance in a territory it had controlled for a very long time. His borrowed eyes were calm. His borrowed voice, when he finally used it, carried no urgency. "You are not afraid," he observed. The ancient consciousness behind Zhao Junlin's vocal cords gave the words a resonance that the young man's own voice would never have produced. Too flat, too measured, the cadence of a mind that had long since metabolized fear out of its operating vocabulary. The previous ones were afraid. Some begged. One of them wept for 3 hours before the transfer was complete enough to proceed cleanly. He paused to consider this. I did not enjoy that one. Not the weeping, the inefficiency. Grief is a reasonable response. 3 hours of it is poor use of the time remaining. Liangshun watched the circling figure and kept his hand still. The pillar seed was in his right hand, calibration reading at 83% and climbing. The chamber's own chi field was feeding the sequence, which was either a useful accident or something the original architect had designed into the space from the beginning. He was mapping the architecture with the portion of his attention that did not need to track the predator's movement. The formation layers were readable to him, though not as clearly as he needed. He could distinguish the upper layer from the lower layer, which was what mattered. "You said the core is in the throne," Liangchen said. "Destroying you would not destroy it." "Correct. Then there is no tactical reason to keep me here." A sealed pillar steward cannot advise the forces outside. A sealed pillar steward cannot reach the throne. He let the analysis settle between them. Unless keeping me here prevents something you are more concerned about than the coalition's assault on the ring defenses. The circling paused for half a step before resuming. The calculation had been received and processed. Your coalition manages better with your direction than without it, Su Wanshan said. I have spent 9 months studying your household's decision-making patterns. The tactical quality of your judgments under pressure is above what the bloodline charter projects for your cultivation rank and experience level. He settled at the room's eastern quadrant, where the formation tracing ran denser than the other walls. Containment of the decision-maker is containment of the operation. He paused. Also, I need you conscious and present for the eventual transfer. Destroying you would require me to find your children and do this without the anchor their father provides. The anchor I provide, Liangshan said. A distressed twin pair is difficult to work with. A twin pair with living family is cooperative in ways that prove useful. He said this without apology, simply accurately. I have done this 17 times. The presence of family who can be threatened produces more predictable behavior than direct force. I am not proud of the methodology. It is effective. Liangshan sent through the harmonic core link, thin, constrained, passing through the stress seal layers in compressed fragments, everything he had just heard. The tactical value of the information. Su Wanshan intended the twins as the actual target, not him. The family relationship was the pressure mechanism. If Bao received the fragment, he would update the threat model accordingly. He did not know if Bao was receiving. He sent anyway. The pillar seed read 84%. He needed to keep the hollow emperor occupied. He needed 8 minutes. He needed the lower formation layer, which the deep architecture's activation had already begun feeding, to reach calibration threshold. Tell me about the first one you absorbed, he said. Not the pillar steward. Before that, the beginning. Su Wanshan's circling did not stop, but his voice took on a different quality, the reflective register of someone who does not often speak this particular history aloud. The first was my teacher, he said. I studied bloodline cultivation theory under him for 9 years. He had built something that functioned like a pillar formation purely by intuition. He never read the charter, never identified his own bloodline connection to the pillar steward lineage. He simply discovered that when he cultivated within a certain radius of his family home, everyone in his village cultivated faster. A pause. He was the finest practical cultivator I have ever met. Better than any of the 17 formal pillar stewards I absorbed afterward. His technique was imprecise because it was unlearned, but his chi sensitivity was extraordinary. He stopped at the eastern wall and touched the formation carving with 2 fingers. I took his core on a morning in early spring, 41 years after I began studying under him. The village still exists. Their cultivation community has never advanced past foundation tempering, because the pillar energy that should have been feeding them has been inside me for 400 years. He withdrew his fingers from the wall. His name was Bao Lianwen, not a common family name in that region. He had a daughter named Miling. She would be 410 years old now, obviously. But the daughter's 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 daughter. That line continues, if the village still has families with the right blood. He resumed circling. The formation maintenance pulse happened at 43 seconds. Exactly as the chamber's architecture suggested it would. Liangshan counted the interval. 11 pulses before the next seal refresh cycle. He had mapped the deep layer's activation state. 85% now, and climbing. The convergence function of the founding architect's design was responding to the pillar seed's authorized frequency the way a lock responds to the right key. Not dramatically, not with announcement, but with the quiet engagement of something recognizing what it had been waiting for. The seal layer above the deep architecture was stressed in 3 points. The stress was not a gap. It was a change in permeability, enough to allow the harmonic core link to transmit above compressed fragment level. He had more connectivity to the outside than Su Wanshan knew. He sent, lower layer activating. Housing formation is below the chamber floor, not the throne. Single celestial grade anchor, 11 meters down. Tell Bao. The original architect's containment architecture is active and recognizes the bloodline. The defense systems will announce the anchor's location when triggered. Prepare the household for distributed impact. He did not know how much of this arrived. He sent it and turned back to the conversation. The 17, he said. Tell me about the last formal pillar steward. Before us. Su Wangshan's voice settled into the register that a man uses when reciting something he has memorized deeply enough that it has stopped being memory and has become something structural. The Shao family. Eastern province, near the winding Jade River. A father and son pair. The son held the harmonic core, a single expression variant, not the twin configuration. He was 17 years old. He paused. He did not know what he had. He thought himself a naturally fast cultivator. His father had built a pillar formation without understanding that the formation's output was entirely derived from the son's bloodline capacity rather than any technique the father had developed. The father was a good man who had done everything right. Another pause, longer this time. I absorbed the son's core on a Tuesday afternoon in late autumn, 41 years ago. The father tried to stop me. He did not succeed. He looked at Liangshan directly. They are both part of what I carry now. The son would be 58. The father would be 84. I know the father's name was Xiao Wanming and the son's name was Xiao Yangrui, and the son's favorite food was red bean soup because his mother made it for his birthdays, and I have been carrying that particular fragment of domestic warmth inside my consciousness for 4 decades. He was quiet for a moment. The 17 are present in me constantly. Not as voices. I am not that kind of broken. As weight. They add mass to everything I am. I do not recommend it as an approach to longevity. The lower layer pulsed. 87% became 91 in a cascade. The deep architecture's convergence function recognizing the pillar seed's authorized frequency at sustained threshold and feeding the calibration from its own reserves, the founding architect's ancient storage cells providing the energy the activation required. The chamber's walls shifted. Not physically, but the ambient field's character changed. The upper layer's void-crossing overlay still present, still dominant, but the deep layer emerging beneath it with a different quality. Something older and more intentional. The original atmosphere of a space built to welcome rather than contain. Su Wangshan felt it. He stopped circling in the middle of the room and turned to face Liangshan with full attention, the predator's patience breaking into something more urgent. Whatever you are doing with that seed, he said, the trajectory of that activation takes the architecture somewhere you have not earned access to. He crossed the room in 3 steps, faster than the unstable transfer binding should have permitted, and struck with a palm technique that carried everything the primordial core's raw volume could express through a borrowed body at 60% binding completion. Liangshan's resonance field caught it and distributed the impact across its full expression area. The walls behind him cracked from the distributed output. He staggered 3 steps back. His meridians rang with the resonance of a strike that had exceeded the field's clean absorption threshold. The distributed portion went outward through the pillar relay, and everyone connected felt a simultaneous jolt, brief, manageable, enough to make them aware that something significant had just been transferred through the household formation. He was still standing. Su Wangshan read the outcome with the assessment of someone who has struck 17 targets before and understands exactly what the numbers should look like. Something recalibrated in the ancient consciousness behind the borrowed eyes. The field architecture is not what the bloodline charter projects for domain manifestation, he said. Your 8 months of development have diverged significantly from the historical baseline I was using as a model. He paused. That is important information. It changes several of my assumptions about this engagement. The charter was written 400 years ago, Liangshan said. He brought the pillar seed's output to full threshold expression and pointed it at the chamber walls. The bloodline has been developing since then. You destroyed the lines before they could show you what the design was actually capable of. The lower layer activated. 91% held, and the deep architecture's full convergence output engaged, and the formation traces on the walls lit with the founding architect's original signature pattern, warm, geometric, older than the empire, and precisely designed for this exact configuration. Su Wangshan looked at the blazing walls and said, "What have you done?" "The same thing you did," Liangshan said. "I used the space you have been hiding inside. Except the space was designed for my bloodline, not yours." He pushed the calibration signal through the stress seal layer and felt the twin link open wider than it had been since the seals engaged, and he sent, "Target below the chamber floor, 11 meters. Foundation jade anchor. The architecture is responding. Prepare the twins to enter." He turned back to face the ancient consciousness in its borrowed body and said, Now we find out whether 4 centuries in the wrong house taught you anything about how the house actually works. The Hollow Emperor looked at the walls, blazing, warm, expressing at full capacity, and said, I spent 400 years learning to feel this architecture in detail. He raised his hand. The erosion attack reconfigured from its sustained distributed application into something more targeted, the specific calibration of a practitioner who has been testing a defense system and has just identified its current primary weakness. Let us see how long the field integrity holds before the door opens. The new erosion application hit the resonance field at precisely its weakest current axis, and the field dropped 3 points in the first second. Chapter 102. The Emperor's History. The walls of the celestial chamber blazed with pre-imperial formation light, and Su Wangchen crossed the room at full speed. He struck again, not the deliberate calibration test of the previous attempt, but a full commitment. The primordial core's output channeled through the borrowed meridian network at the maximum expression the transfer binding's instability would permit. The borrowed body moved in the way that an unstable parasite moves when patience breaks. Fast, direct, the 4th-century predator's instinct overriding the calculation that would have counseled restraint. Liangchen moved, not backward, laterally, 3 full steps right, the resonance field's leading edge reaching toward the strike's trajectory to catch it at an angle rather than head-on. The angle distribution was more efficient than the frontal distribution he had used with the first strike. The walls on the eastern side cracked from the distributed output. His field integrity dropped less than the previous impact. He noted the improvement and filed it. You are testing me, Su Wangchen said. He had not overcommit. 4 centuries of combat experience had built the habit of always maintaining a recovery position regardless of the commitment level. He stood at the chamber's center, the transfer binding's instability visible in the borrowed body's chi signature as a subtle shimmer, the 2 cultivation sources not yet integrated, the host's own core formation cycling in patterns that conflicted with the primordial core's distribution. Each strike, you adjust. You are not defending. You are learning. I have 8 months of combat experience, Liangchen said. You have 400 years. If I am not learning from each exchange, I am simply surviving until the statistics catch up with me. He held the pillar seed at threshold calibration and felt the lower layer's convergence output feeding the working steadily. Why do you think you have survived for centuries, when every other cultivator of comparable power has died or been surpassed? It cannot be raw strength alone. There are void-crossing practitioners you have not absorbed. The ancient consciousness considered this, not because the question was surprising. It was a question Su Wangchen had clearly thought about before, but because being asked it directly, in a sealed room, by someone who was currently in the process of disrupting 4 centuries of carefully maintained position, made it a different kind of question. I have survived because I learn, he said. Every absorbed cultivation leaves me with not just their chi, but their knowledge. 17 different combat traditions, 17 different tactical frameworks, 17 different approaches to formation theory. I have the accumulated learning of 17 lifetimes. He paused. What you are doing, learning in real time, during engagement, from an opponent you cannot match and experience. That is what I do at the civilizational scale. He looked at Liang Shun with something that was not quite admiration, but was its structural relative. You learned the field distribution improvement between the first strike and the second. Most cultivators at your level are too busy surviving to learn during combat. You are different. Tell me about the scholarship, Liangchen said, keeping his voice even, keeping the conversation's current running. Before the predation, you said you spent 40 years as a theorist before the first absorption. What were you studying? The Hollow Emperor moved back to his circling pattern, the slow, deliberate circuit that he used when he was not attacking, the movement of a consciousness organizing its thoughts. Bloodline cultivation theory in the pre-imperial period was a genuine academic discipline, he said. There were 3 major schools of thought on how the pillar steward bloodlines worked. The first held that the pillar formations were generated by the bloodline's chi directly, that the cultivator was the formation. The second held that the bloodline merely activated latent formation architecture in the land itself, that the pillars were always present and the bloodline was a key. He paused. The third school, which I developed with 2 colleagues over 11 years of collaborative research, held that both were partially correct and neither was complete. The bloodline is the activating mechanism. But what it activates is not land formation and not personal chi alone. It is a design system, built by an intelligence that predates both the bloodline lines themselves and the land they operate on. Someone built the pillar steward system as deliberate architecture. The bloodlines are the intended users of a pre-existing design. Liangshan kept the calibration steady and said, "And you tested this theory." "I tested it by absorbing my teacher's core and observing what changed in myself." He was quiet for a moment. "What I found confirmed the theory. The core did not simply add chi volume. It added structural knowledge, access to formation principles that no living school was teaching, that existed in the absorbed memories as fully developed techniques. Techniques that operated on the same principles I had theorized without being able to demonstrate." He looked at the chamber walls, where the founding architect's traces were running at full expression. The founding architect's design. I spent 40 years theorizing it. I spent 400 years living inside one component of it without understanding the whole. He paused. "You have been inside the design for 8 months, and you understand it better than I did after 4 centuries. "I had the charter," Liangshan said. "The charter that I burned 3 times in the historical record, and that kept surviving," Su Wanshan said. "Yes, there is a version of this situation where I succeeded at the destruction of the primary documentation, and your household never understood what they were. That version of this situation does not produce this conversation." Something moved in the ancient voice, the dry acknowledgement of a man who recognizes, in retrospect, which of his decisions were mistakes. "I should have been more thorough 40 years ago. I should have been more thorough 200 years ago. Each time I failed to destroy the charter, I treated the failure as minor and moved on." He looked at Liangshan. "Minor failures accumulate." "They do," Liangshan said. The pillar seed read 93%. Threshold. The deep layer's response was immediate. The founding architect's convergence function engaging at full output. The calibration station's secondary capability activating after 4 centuries of primordial core occupation and sealed the original design beneath its own operating layer. The chamber changed. The ambient field restructured around the deep layer's output, the founding architect's architecture expressing itself fully without the hollow emperor's upper formation suppressing it. The wall's formation traces blazed brighter. The floor's carved patterns engaged. The deep chi flows through the 11 meters between the surface and the housing formation aligned into the calibration station's intended configuration for the first time in 400 years. Su Wangshan felt the change. He turned from his circling pattern and looked at the room with the expression of a man who has been living in a house for 4 centuries and has just heard a sound in the basement that he has never heard before, a sound that tells him the basement has been doing something he did not know it could do. "You reached threshold," he said, not accusing, simply registering. "The station has authorized you." He looked at the formation traces on the walls, running at the founding architect's original operational frequency. "I have lived above this design for 4 centuries. I know its surface behavior in greater detail than any other living being. I have never seen it run at full expression." He was quiet for a moment. "I did not know it could." "Because you were the wrong resident," Liangshan said, and felt the harmonic core link open fully as the seal stress reached the permeability threshold the activation had been building toward. He sent, clearly and without compression, to Bao Tingji on the other side, the foundation stone, 11 meters below the chamber floor, the housing formation's anchor point. "Tell the twins the defense systems will activate and announce its exact location. The household needs to hold the distributed impact. And tell everyone outside. Su Wanshan is afraid of the chamber he has been sleeping in for 400 years, and he should be." The Hollow Emperor looked at the walls and looked at the pillar seed and looked at Liangshan with 400 years of Predator's calculation running behind the borrowed eyes. He said, "The chamber's authorization has changed. The founding architect's design has a new resident." "Yes," Liangshan said, "which means the defense systems have a new authority source." He moved, away from the eastern wall, toward the chamber's center, the position from which he had the most options. "Which means the containment functions I have been relying on this architecture to provide are now accessible to you." He assessed the room with the specific attention of a strategist who has just watched a key assumption fail. "I have made an error." "Several," Liangshan said. "But this one is the one that matters today." And he waited for the door to break open. The erosion attack pressed against his field at a new angle, and the field dropped 3 more points. The door needed 6 more minutes. His field had maybe 11 before it became structurally unreliable. 5 minutes of margin against the hollow emperor, and the margin was shrinking. Chapter 103. The link. Bao Tingji received the full message 42 seconds after Lianshan sent it. The relay clarity had improved dramatically with the deep layer's full activation. What had been a lossy compressed channel was now a functional two-way link, the seal's stress permeability sufficient for clear transmission in both directions. The twins, who had been maintaining their positions at the chamber door with the specific sustained effort of cultivators who have been working a problem for 20 minutes and have been watching small progress become measurable progress, felt the link open and both looked up. Xiaoyin said, "Father's link is clear." Xiaoyang said, "The door is almost ready." Both things were true simultaneously. Bao acknowledged the message with the efficiency of someone who had been waiting for this exact confirmation since the operation began. He transmitted the update to Qin Jinshan. The core is not in the throne. It is in the housing formation's foundation anchor 11 meters below the celestial chamber floor. The founding architect's deep architecture is active. The station has accepted the Wei bloodline's authorization. He paused. The tactical picture has improved significantly. The housing formation's defense systems will announce the anchor's precise location when triggered, which is a gift from the original architect's design. We will know exactly where to direct the technique when the twins are inside. How long until the door opens? Qin Jinshan asked. The twins' current technique application is developing crack propagation at approximately 3 centimeters per minute along the door frame's highest stress axis. They need the crack to reach 30 centimeters for the formation's structural integrity to fail at that point. He looked at his instruments. 8 to 10 minutes. And the transfer binding completion? 12 minutes at the current instability rate. We have a window. He activated the household relay and sent a preparatory notice to every connected member. Distributed impact coming when the housing formation's defenses activate. Hold your meridians open. Distribute the load. Anyone below foundation tempering. Lianshan has requested relay cutout. Acknowledge and comply immediately. The responses came back in 30 seconds. 3 household members below foundation tempering acknowledged the relay cutout and disconnected from the formation network. Lianshan, inside the chamber, felt the relay pool reduce and felt the 3 familiar presences drop off and recalculated the load capacity with the reduced distribution basis. Workable. Tight, but workable. Inside the chamber, the Hollow Emperor had resumed his erosion attack. The sustained void crossing, level formation that pressed against the resonance field at every point simultaneously, wearing at its structural integrity the way wind wears its stone. The attack was patient and precise, calibrated to the field's distribution architecture, looking for the specific pressure that would exploit the distribution's weaknesses rather than simply overwhelming it. Lianshan managed the erosion and kept the conversation running. The third school, he said. The theory you developed with 2 colleagues. What happened to them? The erosion attack continued without interruption. The Hollow Emperor could manage a conversation and a formation attack simultaneously without either suffering. The first colleague, a woman named Chun Burong, died of natural causes at 87 without ever publishing the full framework. She left excellent notes. I used her notes in the theoretical monograph I published under a pseudonym 40 years after I began the absorption sequence. He paused. The second colleague, a man named Gu Tianping, discovered what I had done to my teacher and attempted to expose me to the cultivation community's governance structures. He was persuasive and well-connected. The encounter with him cost me more than any of the 17 pillar stewards did. A pause. He is not part of what I carry. He was not a pillar steward. He was simply a man who understood enough of the theory to recognize what I had become and was not willing to remain silent. He was quiet for a moment. I think about Gu Tianping more than any of the 17. They were targets. He was an obstacle. The distinction should make him less significant in my memory. It has not. Because he was right, Lianshan said. Because he was right, Su Wanshan agreed. The 17 were not wrong about what I was, either, but most of them did not have the full framework to articulate it. Gu Tianping had the full framework. He named exactly what I was in the 12 minutes before I ended him, and every word was correct. and I have been carrying his correct assessment of me for 400 years. He resumed circling. I do not recommend absorbing the memory of someone who understood you completely and correctly. The harmonic core link carried Bao's next message. Door fracture at 18 centimeters. 6 minutes. 6 minutes, Liangshan relayed to himself, and kept the Hollow Emperor talking. He said, the charter mentions that the founding architect built a monitoring protocol into the Pillar's steward design. A protocol that activates when the resonance absolute is demonstrated at full expression. He watched the borrowed face for the reaction. Did you know about the monitoring protocol? Something changed in the circling pattern, a fractional slowdown, the kind of adjustment that 4 centuries of cultivated control usually prevented from registering externally, but that Liangshan's domain manifestation could detect as a variation in the body's qi distribution. I read the charter's primary text 12 times, Su Wanshan said. The secondary appendices were more difficult to locate. Some versions of the documentation did not include them. He paused. I know the monitoring protocol exists. I have been managing the risk that the resonance absolute would be demonstrated before I could complete my plan for 14 years. The twin pair anomaly your bloodline produced escalated that risk from theoretical to immediate. Another pause. If the monitoring protocol activates, whoever it contacts will arrive faster than I can complete the absorption sequence. He looked at Liangshan. This was, retrospectively, a pressure I should have acted on sooner. I allowed 9 months to pass from the moment I identified your twins as the anomaly to this engagement. 9 months during which I attempted political management instead of direct action. He shook his head, the borrowed neck carrying the old consciousness's specific quality of self-reproach. Another error. Smaller failures accumulate into large ones. Door at 24 centimeters, the link carried. 3 minutes. Tell me about the monitoring protocol, Liangshan said. What do you know? What the charter says, Su Wanshan said. A pre-imperial consortium. The charter calls them the system's architects, the designers, the people who built the Pillar's steward bloodlines as a deliberate project. They have a monitoring function that wakes when the resonance absolute is expressed at full development for the first time. He paused. They have been dormant. I do not know for how long. The charter implies they retreated when the project exceeded their anticipated parameters. They built something more powerful than they expected and chose to step back and observe rather than control. He looked at Liangshan. If they respond to the monitoring signal, they will arrive here. Their intent is not described in the charter sections I have read. I do not know if they are allies, obstacles, or something else entirely. Door at 30 centimeters, the link carried. Now, and outside. Xiaoyang hit the door frame at the fracture point with the full output of 3 months of accumulated yang burst, and the void grade seal fractured, and the door broke open, and cold palace air came rushing in. At that exact moment, Bao Tingji's monitoring instruments registered something that had not been present 3 minutes ago. A cultivation signature above the capital at high altitude, descending, carrying a domain pressure that registered at the void crossing level, but was not the Hollow Emperor's signature. It was not the coalition's. It was not anyone in the palace. Bao looked at his instruments, and then at the sky above the capital, and said, in the flat voice of someone identifying a category of problem they had not planned for, something is coming down. The harmonic core link carried Liangshan's voice in the same moment. The door. Now, whatever is descending, we need the configuration complete before it arrives. A pause. I do not know whose side it is on, and we cannot afford to wait to find out. He did not wait for confirmation. He moved. Outside, the twins looked at each other. At the door, at the descending signature, at the Hollow Emperor's suppression formation, holding with cracks running through its outer ring, and they moved too. The door was 3 seconds away at a run. They ran. Whatever was descending had a void crossing signature, and a celestial grade monitoring formation, and a jade tablet lit up with article citations. And it was moving with the methodical descent speed of a practitioner who has assessed the situation from altitude and is arriving at the speed appropriate to a compliance engagement rather than a combat one. It was not the cavalry. It was something more complicated than the cavalry. Liangshan heard the twins hit the thermal formation and begin cutting, and he thought, we have seconds, not minutes. He turned back to the Hollow Emperor and the housing formation and the thing he had spent 8 months preparing to do. And somewhere above the chamber, a void-crossing domain was settling into position, and he did not know yet whether it would help or end everything. Chapter 104. Grand Celestial Arbiter arrives. The geometric cloud formation materialized above the imperial capital at the 47th minute of the coalition's assault, visible to every cultivation-sensitive practitioner within 5 kilometers as a structure that had no meteorological explanation. Triangles inscribed in circles inscribed in larger triangles, repeating at 3 scales simultaneously, the condensed moisture in the air following a domain geometry rather than natural weather patterns. Qin Jinshan saw it from his position at the third ring's cleared perimeter and said, in the controlled tone of a military commander processing an unexpected variable, "Something is above us. Not ours. Not palace." Size and pattern suggest void crossing cultivation. He activated the coalition's command network. Hold positions. Do not engage whatever descends. Wait for assessment. Shui Linglan, from the secondary formation relay station, said, Celestial Jurisdiction Formation. The geometry is specific to the Heavenly Ledger's enforcement apparatus. I have seen the diagrams. She paused. A Grand Celestial Arbiter uses that pattern. It is a declaration of jurisdictional presence, not an attack formation. How do you know what a Celestial Arbiter's formation looks like? Lin Shiyue asked, from her position at the outer boundary. I studied it once, Shui Linglan said. The history behind that answer was the kind she did not narrate in full without significant provocation. It was relevant to work I was doing before any of this. The point is, whoever is descending is ledger enforcement, not an enemy combatant, but not an ally either. The figure who descended was physically unspectacular, a man appearing perhaps 60, well-maintained, with the cultivator's bearing that comes from a practice old enough to have eliminated nervous energy entirely from the physical expression. What made him difficult to look at directly was not his appearance but his domain. The void-crossing personal domain of a practitioner with 2 centuries of sustained operation at that level pressed against the ambient field with a weight that every cultivator within range felt in their meridians as a constant, specific pressure. Not threatening, simply present. The way a mountain is simply present. He landed at the outer ring's former boundary and examined the aftermath of the engagement with methodical attention. He noted damage. He noted positions. He noted the pillar seed's resonance field threaded through the palace's ambient qi distribution like a distinctive signature in an otherwise unrelated document. He noted the twin-linked formation channel operating as a coordination network. He noted the primordial core's residual energy signature in the field, old, vast, carrying the specific mark of a cultivation consciousness that had been operating above its natural ceiling for centuries. He noted everything and moved toward the coalition's positions. His name, Bao confirmed through an archive search conducted in 90 seconds of focused instrument work while the figure descended, was Luo Tianming, Grand Celestial Arbiter, active in the Heavenly Ledger's enforcement apparatus for 230 years. The senior jurisdiction officer for the Central Mortal Cultivation World, author of 3 revisions to the Celestial Accord's technical appendices. Known in the archive records as methodical, humorless, and scrupulously fair to a degree that made him simultaneously the most trustworthy and most inconvenient person a non-compliant cultivation entity could encounter. He stopped at Mei Ruohua's position. He had read cultivation signatures for 2 centuries and had learned to identify the relevant party in any mortal cultivation conflict by looking for the signature that carried the most invested presence rather than the highest cultivation rank. The woman standing at the relay formation anchor was not the highest-ranked cultivator on the field. She was the most personally present one. The pillar steward's household, he said. His wife, Mei Ruohua said. Her voice did not waver. The months of building cultivation from nothing while managing a household under existential threat had constructed something in her that void-crossing domain pressure could not easily disturb. The dual harmony resonance formation, he said, opening the jade tablet he carried, has been operating at full amplification scale for 6 weeks. The resonance absolute technique associated with the formation was expressed twice today in combat context, both expressions exceeding the Heavenly Ledger's monitoring threshold by a factor of approximately 9. He turned to the relevant accord provision and read from it without looking up. Article 14 prohibits formation arrays designed to accelerate mortal cultivation beyond the natural advancement rate from operating at full expression for more than 40 days without registration in the ledger. The formation exceeded the threshold 17 days ago. He closed the tablet. I am here to address this violation. My husband is currently sealed inside the palace by a parasite that has been operating at void crossing scale for 400 years, revolves said, with the tone of someone who is providing context rather than arguing. The parasite has been absorbing Pillar Steward bloodline cultivators since before the empire existed. He murdered 17 bloodline families. I believe that constitutes an article of its own. He looked at her. Article 22. Prohibition on cultivation parasitism operating above core formation scale. He paused. That is a more serious violation than Article 14. He paused again. I was dispatched in response to the Article 14 monitoring alert. The Article 22 context is new information. My dispatch parameters did not include it. A longer pause. Article 22 enforcement takes precedence when both violations are present in the same jurisdictional event. Then you need to address the parasite first, revolves said. Yes. He looked at the palace's compromised defenses. Show me the way in. He followed the coalition guide through the third ring's coverage gap, examining the formation architecture as he walked, building the jurisdictional record in the Jade Tablet's notation system with the efficiency of a man who has been doing this for 200 years and no longer needs to think about the paperwork while also thinking about the situation. At the second inner ward boundary, he stopped and looked at the pillar seed's resonance field expression in the ambient qi distribution. He said to Qin Jinshan, the formation has been amplifying at full scale for 6 weeks. The household's cultivation rates during that period. What is the observed advancement speed for household members? The fastest advance was 8 months to domain manifestation from qi vein opening, Qin Jinshan said. For the pillar steward himself, the twins reached the same level in 6 months. Other household members advanced at approximately 3 times the historical average for their cultivation levels. Luo Tianming wrote this in the Jade Tablet without expression. Article 14's monitoring threshold is triggered by advancement rates above twice the historical average sustained for more than 30 days. He wrote something else. The formation has been operating above 3 times the historical average threshold for 6 weeks. He closed the notation section. The violation record is comprehensive. He opened a different section. The Article 22 violation record needs the parasite's cultivation level, operational duration, and absorption count. 400 years. Void crossing equivalent power. 17 confirmed pillar steward absorptions. Qin Jinshan delivered these numbers with the efficiency of a man who had read the research documents. Luo Tianming wrote. He said, the Article 22 violation supersedes. I will address the parasite first. He resumed walking, after which we will discuss the Article 14 compliance timeline. You have 90 days. He paused. You were going to ask. I was, Qin Jinshan said. 90 days. The standard timeline for a previously undocumented formation type's first registration. He looked at the resonance field's ambient signature. The Accord's baseline is 60 days for formations that have already crossed the monitoring threshold. The undocumented type provision extends it to 90. I am applying that provision because the resonance absolute technique has no precedent in the ledger's technical archives, neither the technique itself nor the formation architecture that produces it. Classifying a formation as undocumented requires confirmation from a celestial sovereign witness, which is also the registration requirement. You receive both benefits from one process. The resonance absolute has no documentation in the ledger's archives. The formation is classified as an undocumented type regardless of the monitoring start date. He walked. Find the pillar steward's children. Tell them not to use the resonance absolute before I have spoken with them. They need to hear the specific constraints before the next application. Qin Jinshan sent the relay message ahead. He had no way of knowing, as he sent it, that the twins were already at the chamber door and had been using sustained mechanical technique rather than the resonance absolute. And he had no record of that the relay message was going to arrive at the exact moment that the twins were 30 seconds from being in a position where the resonance absolute was the only tool that could finish what needed to be done. The timing of Luo Tianming's compliance order and the timing of the engagement's critical window were about to collide. The twins did not know this yet. The jade tablet in Luo Tianming's hand was already open to Article 17, and his compliance suppression was already charged. Chapter 105. Luo Tianming's Law. The twins were at the chamber door when Qin Jinshan's relay message arrived. They had been working the door for 23 minutes. The crack at the upper frame was now 32 centimeters along the highest stress axis, developing toward the fracture point that Xiaoyin had identified in the first 5 minutes of analysis as the location where the void grade seal's structural integrity would fail under the specific thermomechanical combination they had been applying. Xiaoyin received the relay message, processed it, and said, Luo Tianming is here. He is void crossing. He represents the heavenly ledger. He wants us not to use the resonance absolute without speaking with him first. Xiaoyang continued his yang burst pulse cycle against the door's fracture line and said, We are not planning to use the resonance absolute on the door. We are using sustained output and formation mechanics on the door. He does not know that. Then someone should tell him we are using mechanical technique rather than the full expression. He released the third pulse of the current cycle and watched the fracture extend another centimeter. After we open this door, Father needs us inside before the transfer binding completes. Luo Tianming arrived at the chamber's outer wall 40 seconds later, walking from the inner ward entrance with the unhurried movement of a practitioner who has encountered many urgent situations and has learned that adding one's own urgency to an already urgent situation produces worse outcomes than adding one's own steadiness. He extended his domain's monitoring function toward the chamber wall. The void grade seals recognized the celestial jurisdiction markers in his domain. The founding architect had built the calibration station's seal architecture 4 centuries before the Hollow Emperor arrived, and the seal design included recognition protocols for celestial jurisdiction authority. The monitoring function was admitted through the seal layer without resistance. He read the interior. Wei Liangshan at the southern anchor, resonance field at approximately 86% structural integrity, and declining steadily under a sustained erosion formation. The Hollow Emperor in the borrowed body running the erosion attack at controlled output. The deep layer's convergence function at full activation. The calibration station expressing its original operational architecture at full capacity for what his instruments suggested was the first time in its monitoring history. He read the foundation stone's position. The housing formation's jade anchor, 11 meters below the chamber floor, radiating a cultivation signature that his Article 22 violation assessment identified immediately as a primordial core's physical housing structure. He said, to the chamber wall, Article 22 violation confirmed. Inside the chamber, Su Wanchen heard it. The absorption instinct fired before the calculation could intervene. For centuries of survival had built the absorption function as a near-automatic response to the detection of void crossing, level cultivation energy entering the ambient field. The instinct did not wait for conscious authorization. The tendril extended through the chamber's ambient field toward the monitoring function's penetration point, the location where Luo Tianming's domain energy was present in the sealed environment. The tendril contacted the monitoring function. The monitoring function was part of Luo Tianming's personal domain. Contact with it was contact with him. He withdrew the monitoring function immediately and sealed the domain's penetration point and said, in a voice that had shed its neutral registration and was operating at the cold end of controlled anger. The Article 22 violation entity attempted absorption from a heavenly ledger enforcement officer during active jurisdictional engagement. This constitutes an Article 23 violation, direct cultivation assault on a jurisdiction officer. He pressed his free palm flat against the chamber wall. Priority enforcement order. The parasite is the immediate target. Compliance with Article 14 actions is suspended pending Article 23 enforcement completion. Outside, Xiaoyang felt the enforcement domain configuration change in the ambient field and sent through the link. Something changed. He went from monitoring mode to enforcement mode. Xiaoyin read the domain signature. The parasite tried to absorb him. She almost laughed. He tried to absorb the celestial arbiter. That is useful for us, Xiaoyang said, and hit the door's fracture point with the next pulse. Inside, Liangshan felt Su Wanchen's attention fragment. The first true fragmentation since the engagement began, for centuries of pattern recognition processing the mistake it had just made and the cascade of consequences that mistake had set in motion. The erosion attacks pressure on his resonance field dropped to 60% of its previous output. He said, very calmly, "You absorbed your way to the position of ruling an empire for 40 years. And then an automatic reflex cost you the only neutral party in this engagement." "I know," Suwanshan said. 400 years of the same survival mechanism, operating below the level of conscious choice. "I know," he said again. The borrowed voice was tight. "Tell me, is this the first time the instinct has fired without authorization?" He was quiet for 3 full seconds. "No," he said. "There have been 17 instances in 4 centuries where the absorption reflex activated without my conscious decision. This is the 18th. He paused. "The previous 17 were all against cultivators below void crossing level. The instinct selected targets below my capability because below capability targets do not trigger the risk assessment that above capability targets do." Another pause. Luo Tianming's monitoring function was in my ambient field for 43 seconds. The instinct treated it as ambient qi, present, accessible, not requiring risk assessment. His gaze found Liangshan. "I miscalibrated the threat threshold by 9 seconds." He said it with the specific precision of a practitioner doing a post-engagement analysis of a mistake. Not self-pity, not excuse-making, simply the accurate measurement of where the calculation had failed. The instinct operates on a 2-second recognition cycle. The monitoring function was present for 43 seconds. At the 40-second mark, the recognition cycle should have triggered the deliberate suppression protocol. It did not. A 9-second failure in a 400-year behavioral pattern. He paused. "That is a remarkably small margin." Liangshan filed this information and said, "Tell my children to be ready." He thought about the 18 reflexive activations in 400 years. He thought about the 17th pillar steward, the boy who would have been 58. He thought about the teacher whose daughter might still have living descendants 300 miles south. For centuries of absorbed cultivation and absorbed memory, and the one consistent thing beneath all of it was the absorption reflex, the fundamental survival mechanism that had made everything else possible and had now, in its 18th activation, made everything else impossible. He said, "You have been managing that reflex for 400 years. With 17 successes and 1 failure," Suwanshan said. "The success rate does not feel like success from where I am standing." "No," Liangshan agreed. "I imagine it does not." He looked at the hollow emperor, ancient, constrained, the borrowed body carrying the weight of 4 centuries of choices that had led to this exact moment. He said, "The reflex fired because it has kept you alive for 4 centuries. Everything that kept you alive led you here." He paused. "The founding architect would say that is not an accident. The design was patient. It waited for the reflex to fire in the wrong direction." He sent through the link. "Now, full output. Door." He felt the resonance field at 78% and declining, and felt the transfer binding in the borrowed body at 62% and climbing, and felt the deep layers convergence output feeding the calibration station's ambient expression and thought. 8 minutes for the door. 12 minutes before the binding completes. The margin was 4 minutes. 4 minutes was enough, if nothing else changed. Something else was about to change. The transfer binding inside the chamber was at 71%. In 8 minutes, the instability window would close, and Suwanshan would stop being constrained by a 60% expressed parasite and start being a fully housed primordial core at void crossing scale. The compliance timing and the binding timing were the same deadline, approaching from opposite directions, and the twins were standing between both of them, with Luo Tianming watching everything they did. Liangshan felt their presence at the calibration station's inner perimeter and thought, they have been preparing for this since before they understood what they were preparing for. The harmonic core's twin resonance channel had been running between them since they were 12 years old, since the day the pillar seed had activated and the calibration station had first acknowledged the family's bloodline frequency and begun providing the ambient output that had shaped their cultivation into what it was now. They were ready. The question was whether the next 90 seconds would let them be ready in the right place at the right moment, or whether Luo Tianming's monitoring formation would see something it was required to act on before the configuration could complete. He sent through the relay. Positions. Now. The relay carrying his voice to the twins was the last communication he sent before the engagement shifted from preparation to execution, and the window Luo Tianming was watching through was already closing. Chapter 106. The twins versus Luo Tianming. Luo Tianming's enforcement domain reconfigured from monitoring mode to active enforcement, pressing against the chamber's outer wall structure with the specific application of a practitioner who has 2 centuries of experience identifying formation architecture stress points and applying force to precisely those locations. The wall's upper formation structure, above the void grade seals, developed fractures in 3 places within the first 30 seconds. Not catastrophic, the seals themselves were intact, but structural damage that told the enforcement domain exactly where the architecture was weakest. He was working from the outside. The twins were working from the outside. The combined effect on the door's formation structure was cumulative. Luo Tianming's enforcement pressure finding the stress points, while Xiaoying's Yin veil maintained the thermal differential, and Xiaoyang's Yang burst hit the fracture lines at the intervals Xiaoyin had calculated. The crack reached 35 centimeters. Luo Tianming paused his enforcement application and turned to look at the twins working on the door. He watched Xiaoyin's Yin veil formation with the attention of a practitioner assessing a technique type he had not documented before, noting the frequency calibration, the output efficiency, the interaction between the Yin veil and the door's formation matrix. He watched Xiaoyang's Yang burst pulse cycle with the same attention, noting the amplification ratio, the output consistency, the specific frequency signature that the ledger's monitoring instruments would have registered at somewhere between 3 and 5 times the expected output for a domain manifestation cultivator. He said, "Stop." The Yang burst pulse cycle stopped. Luo Tianming's compliance suppression had come down with the word, not timed to it, but coincident with it, the jurisdictional authority instrument operating at the speed of intent. The suppression compressed Xiaoyang's held Yang burst energy into suspension rather than dispersing it, the cultivation technique locked in place by the ledger's enforcement architecture. Xiaoyang looked at him. The specific expression on his face was not fear or anger, but the look of someone who has been interrupted at the most important moment of his life and is deciding how to respond. He said, "My father needs us to open that door." "Your father needs you to open it correctly," Luo Tianming said. The resonance absolute expression is covered by the Accord's Article 17 framework. Before you express that technique in an enforcement context, you need to understand the applicable constraints. "We are not using the resonance absolute on the door," Xiaoyin said, from her position 10 meters to the left. "We are using sustained Yin veil formation work and Yang burst pulse cycling. Neither is Article 17. Luo Tianming looked at her. He looked at Xiaoyang. He said, "Demonstrate." Xiaoyang hit the door with a Yang burst pulse. The compliance suppression had not been fully released. He hit it through the suppression's edge, the Yang burst's output partially constrained by the jurisdictional hold. What reached the door was 70% of the intended force. The fracture extended 4 centimeters. Luo Tianming released the suppression. He was looking at the crack in the void grade seal that a domain manifestation cultivator's partial Yang burst output had extended in a void crossing grade seal formation. He was looking at the numbers that did not match the theoretical model for domain manifestation Yang burst output. He said, "What amplification factor does the harmonic core provide to your individual technique output?" "It varies with household cultivation pool and formation integrity," Xiaoyin said. "At current pool levels, the amplification factor is approximately 4.3 for Xiaoyang's Yang burst and 3.9 for my Yin veil. The ratio is asymmetric because Yang burst is more directly suited to point impact amplification than Yin formation work. The ledger's Article 17 framework assumes fixed-rank output scaling," Luo Tianming said. The framework was not designed for variable factor amplification systems. He was writing in the Jade tablet while looking at the door. "The resonance absolute, the combined expression using both of you simultaneously. What is the amplification factor at current pool levels? For the combined expression targeting a specific point, approximately 11 times my base output or 9 times Xiaoyang's base output," Xiaoyin said. "We are the calibration point, not the output source. The household cultivation pool provides the output, and we provide the calibration channel." He wrote. He was writing quickly, which was the only external sign of something that was not quite surprise, but was its neighbor. He said, the Accord's Article 17 maximum output threshold for a domain manifestation combined technique is set at twice Heavenly Sage baseline. The resonance absolute at 11 times your base output. What rank equivalence does that represent? Bao estimates it in the Heavenly Sage range depending on the pool size, Xiaoyang said. Bao is your formation theorist? Yes. His estimate is conservative, Luo Tianming said. He closed the jade tablet. He looked at the door. He said, open it. He stepped back from the door and turned toward the chamber wall and resumed his enforcement application. The twins looked at each other. Xiaoyin said, very quietly, he is helping. Xiaoyang said, he is applying the law. He raised his hands. Those are different things, like you said. Yes, she said. But the law is helping us right now. Xiaoyang released the held yang burst, the 4 months of accumulated output that the compliance suppression had compressed rather than dispersed, in a single focused application at the fracture line's terminal point, the exact location Xiaoyin had identified as the seal's structural failure threshold. The void-grade seal shattered. The door broke open, and the compliance suppression on Xiaoyang's yang burst, which Luo Tianming had been holding in suspension since his first stop command, released with it, the jurisdictional instrument dropping when the enforcement mode application that had superseded it activated fully. For months of accumulated yang burst energy was suddenly free in Xiaoyang's meridians again. He did not use it on the door. He was already moving through the door. The door broke open, and the air pressure differential between the sealed chamber and the palace corridor produced a visible rush of ambient qi from outside sweeping inward. Cold, relatively qi-thin, the palace's outer formation field mingling with the station's intended calibration output in a visible shimmer at the door's threshold. Through the shimmer, Liangqin's domain manifestation reached out and made full contact with both twins for the first time since the seals engaged. The connection was like finding a wall that had disappeared. The awareness of where Xiaoyin was, where Xiaoyang was, the quality of their cultivation states after 40-plus minutes of sustained door work, their exhaustion and their readiness both present and clear. They were ready. He sent, come in fast. Eastern anchor, western anchor. Do not stop to check on me. Xiaoyin sent back through the twin link. We know the positions. Xiaoyang sent. We have been running the anchor positions mentally for the last 20 minutes. Of course they had. He felt something that was not quite pride and not quite relief, but contained elements of both. The recognition that his children were exactly the cultivators this moment required, not because he had made them so, but because the founding architect's design had been building toward this for 17 generations, and they were the generation it was ready for. Inside the chamber, the Hollow Emperor heard the door shatter and turned from his position at the northern wall, not retreating, not advancing, simply turning to face the new development with the full attention of a consciousness that has just watched a sealed environment become unsealed and is running the revised tactical calculation at maximum speed. The calculation resolved quickly. Liangshun could see it resolve in the borrowed eyes. With both twins entering, with the full 3-anchor configuration available, the calibration station's convergence function would reach its designed operational state. The one move that could prevent that state from forming was to take Liangxin out of the anchor position before the twins reached their positions. The Hollow Emperor moved. Liangxin was already moving. The Hollow Emperor was moving faster, and the twins were still outside the door. The margin between the configuration forming and the Hollow Emperor preventing it from forming was measured in seconds, not minutes, and Liangxin's resonance field had just dropped below 70%. He absorbed a second strike at the edge of what the field's structural tolerance permitted and sent through the relay door. Now, Mei Ruohua relayed the command to the twins. The thermal cutting formation on the chamber door had been running for 4 minutes and 40 seconds. The estimates had suggested 5 minutes for a complete breach. The door was not going to get 5 minutes, and the twins had been running the formation at maximum output since the 3-minute mark, which meant the cutting front was ahead of the conservative estimate. The door came down in the next breath. Liangxin felt the cold air from outside enter the chamber and felt the calibration station's ambient field rise at the new configuration point, and felt the Hollow Emperor register the open door and turn his attention from Liangxin to the entry, the fractional reorientation of a predator responding to multiple simultaneous threats, and the fractional reduction in strike pressure that came with it. Half a second. He used it, and behind him, the Hollow Emperor turned his borrowed gaze from Liangshan to the shattered door with the specific stillness of a calculation that had just arrived at its final answer. And the answer was not in Liangshan's favor. Chapter 107. The Hollow Emperor's Miscalculation. Cold palace air came through the broken door, and the chamber's ambient chi field met it and produced a visible interface where the founding architect's output and the outside air's cultivation empty atmosphere pressed against each other. Liangshan felt the door break and sent through the fully open link. Both of you. Inside. Now. The Hollow Emperor moved first. Not toward the door, toward Liangshan. The tactical calculation was immediate. With the door open and the twins about to enter, the three-anchor configuration that the founding architect's design was waiting for would become possible. The convergence function would have all three required input points. The deep layer's output would compound. Whatever Liangshan was planning to do with that convergence would become executable. The correct response was to prevent the configuration from forming. He struck again. The third strike, full commitment. The primordial core's output at maximum expression through the borrowed body's compromised meridian network. The instability made the output rough, the two cultivation sources fighting each other inside the distribution system. But rough force at void-crossing volume was still a significant amount of force. Liangshan had been expecting the strike. He had been watching the Hollow Emperor's decision process through the domain manifestation field's ambient awareness for the past 30 seconds. The specific quality of a consciousness running a forced decision tree, eliminating options, arriving at the one remaining choice. He stepped to the right and let the field catch the strike at an angle and sent the distributed load outward through the relay. Outside, Meiruahua pressed both hands against the relay anchor and held the distribution channel steady. Elder Su gripped the ancestral hall connection. 7 household members absorbed the load in portions and did not collapse. The twins came through the door at a run. Xiaoyin moved to the chamber's eastern anchor point and activated her Yin Veil formation in calibration mode rather than combat mode. Not the thermal differential formation she had been using on the door, but the deep calibration expression that interfaced directly with the founding architect's convergence architecture. Xiaoyang moved to the western anchor point and activated his Yang burst in dispersion mode, filling the space between his position and the Hollow Emperor's with an active Yang field that made the intervening area hostile to Yin-dominant cultivation without constituting a directed attack. The triangular configuration was present. All 3 anchor points occupied. The founding architect's deep layer registered the configuration. Its convergence output doubled. The Hollow Emperor felt the room change beneath him, the calibration station recognizing its intended configuration and responding by providing maximum possible output to an authorized 3-point working. The formation traces on the walls blazed. The ambient field's character shifted from something controlled and maintained to something generative and ancient, and specifically designed for what was about to happen. He had lived above this design across those 4 centuries. He had never been inside it while it was operating at full capacity with authorized users at all 3 anchor points. He looked at the blazing walls and the twins at their positions and Liangshan at the primary anchor and said, "I have made a series of errors. Each one individually was recoverable. Together, they are not." "No," Liangshan agreed. "They are not." The Hollow Emperor said, "I want you to know that I did not set out to become what I am. The scholar I was would not have predicted this ending." He looked at the twins, at Xiaoyin's Yin Veil running at calibration frequency and Xiaoyang's Yang field holding the room, with an expression that was the oldest thing about him, older than the predation, older than the empire, carrying the weight of the 40 years before the first absorption when he had been someone else entirely. "You are excellent. Both of them." The founding architect would have been satisfied. He would have wanted them to never have needed to face you, Liangshan said. "Yes," Su Wanshan said. "That is also true." He raised his hand. The erosion attack configured into a direct strike, the final committed assault, the calculation having concluded that delaying was worse than attempting. He released it. Liangshan held his position and distributed it through all 3 anchor points simultaneously, the station's architecture distributing the load across the full formation network with an efficiency that the erosion attack had not been calibrated to defeat, and the chamber held, and the strike dissipated, and the deep layer hummed at doubled output. The Hollow Emperor lowered his hand. "Show me what the founding architect built," he said. I have lived inside it over those 4 centuries. I would like to see it work correctly before this ends. The Hollow Emperor lowered his hand and stood at the chamber's geometric center in the dead zone that the defense system could not resolve, surrounded by the founding architect's blazing formation traces and the warm light of a design running at its correct capacity, and said, I spent 400 years using this space as a strategic asset without understanding that the space itself was the strategy. The founding architect built the trap before I arrived, and I walked into it with 4 centuries of patience and preparation. The trap was not built for you specifically, Lianshan said. It was built for the restoration. You are what the restoration needed to happen to. That is a distinction I would have found less acceptable earlier in this conversation. Su Wanshan looked at the walls, the formation traces, the convergence patterns, the founding architect's 300-year-ahead technical work expressing itself for the first time at full capacity. There is a quality to this space that I never felt before your bloodline's authorization changed the station's operational mode. He paused. I have been living in a cold room for 4 centuries. This is what the room was supposed to feel like. Yes, Lianshan said. The 17, the ancient voice said. Xiao Yangrui would have felt this. The Xiao family's pillar formation would have connected to this station's calibration output through the relay architecture. He would have cultivated faster than he knew was possible, not because of anything he did, but because the founding architect built a system that makes family stronger. A pause. The long pause of a consciousness processing something it has been carrying for 4 decades without a framework to place it in. I absorbed that potential, not just his cultivation, the founding architect's gift to his line. Then help me make the restoration real, Lianshan said. Stand still. Let us do what was designed. Lianshan looked at his children. Xiaoyin said, on your signal. He felt the resonance field at 68% and the transfer binding in the borrowed body at 71% and the calibration station blazing around him at full output, and he thought, we have one window. The defense systems will activate when we probe for the anchor. The household will take distributed impacts. The relay capacity at its current reduced level will hold 2 more heavy impacts before it becomes a liability rather than an asset. One window. Signal, he said. Above the chamber, on the palace walls, the coalition's outer formation network registered a void crossing domain settling into monitoring configuration 300 meters above the inner ward. Luo Tianming had his instruments on the chamber already, and his jade tablet was open to the cultivation parasitism provision violation assessment protocol. The window for everything was the same window, and none of them knew what Luo Tianming would do if they used the resonance absolute without completing the conversation he had promised them. Lianshan ran the numbers one more time. The resonance absolute required 3 anchor points at full formation output, a formation network with at least 70% relay capacity, and a primary cultivator above domain manifestation with the pillar seed active in both hands. He had the 3 anchor points. The relay capacity was currently at 56%, below optimal, but Bao's modeling from the 3rd phase of the escalation projected that 56% was sufficient if they completed the technique within the first 40 seconds of engagement at full expression. After 40 seconds, the relay degradation from sustained celestial-grade output would push capacity below the 40% threshold where formation coherence became unreliable. He had the window. He looked at his children at their anchor positions. Xiaoyin's Yin veil running at calibration frequency, Xiaoyang's Yang field holding the intervening space, and he thought, they have been ready for 6 months. They have been ready since the first month they understood what the technique required and what it would ask of them. He thought, we are going to do this. Above, Luo Tianming's monitoring formation held its position. The celestial arbiter had made no move to intervene, which was itself a communication. A practitioner who intended to stop the engagement would not wait for it to develop this far. He was observing. He had his instruments running. He was building a record. Lianshan thought, then let us give him a record worth keeping. He tightened his grip on the pillar seed and waited for the signal. The defense system's lances had not fired for 12 seconds, the longest pause since the engagement began. The authorization evaluation was still running below. The window was still open. The chamber waited, and above, the celestial arbiter's jade tablet flipped to the violation assessment protocol's first page. The window that had been open was closing, and it would not open again. Chapter 108. Liangshan breaks free. The housing formation's defense systems activated the moment Liangshan directed the pillar seed's resonance output downward at the foundation anchor's surface projection. 3 targeted chi lances rose from 11 meters below, each one calibrated to the pillar seed's frequency signature. The founding architect's defensive design had been built for robustness. It defended the housing formation against unauthorized access with precision, targeting the authorized resident signal rather than the cultivator's personal cultivation, which meant the lances followed the seed's output rather than Liangshan's body. He knew they were coming. The pillar seed's feedback had given him the trajectories in the quarter second before the lances launched. He moved the seed to his left hand and stepped right, and the first lance passed through the space his right hand had occupied. The second lance adjusted, the defense system recalibrating to the signature shift with the speed of automated formation architecture. Half a second's recalibration. He moved again, leading with the resonance field rather than evasion, distributing the second lance across the field's full expression area. The distributed load went out through the twin resonance channel and through the pillar relay and reached every connected household member simultaneously. Outside, Xiaoyin pressed her hand to her sternum. Xiaoyang staggered from his yang burst dispersion position and recovered in 2 steps. Mei Ruohua made a sound and held the relay anchor with both hands and did not let go. Elder Su absorbed his portion with the steadiness of a heavenly sage cultivator who has maintained stillness under much larger pressures than this. The defense system registered the distribution pattern, the station's original architecture reading the response of an authorized household formation absorbing the impact rather than deflecting it, which was the specific response pattern the authorization system associated with legitimate resident activity rather than intrusion. The defense system recalibrated its threat assessment. Third lance. Different trajectory, not following the seed's frequency signature, but following the household formation's relay pattern. The defense system having identified the formation network as the new relevant signature to track. Liangshan sent, bow. Anyone below foundation tempering. Cut them from the relay immediately. The defense system is now targeting the relay pattern, not the seed. Bao's cutout reached Wei Bowen, the youngest cousin at Qi vein opening, who had been on the relay's edge. 2 seconds before the third lance would have hit the relay node, he was connected through. The cutout completed. Bowen felt the relay connection sever cleanly and sat down in the outer courtyard because his legs did not trust the situation. The third lance hit the relay at the foundation tempering node it had retarget toward. Fong, the cultivation scholar from Qingfeng Crossing, who had been warned and had braced himself and absorbed the impact at the edge of his capacity. He stayed upright. He was pale and breathing through it, and upright. That is the relay's current pattern, Liangshan assessed. One more at that intensity, and anyone below mid-foundation tempering is at risk. He sent. Cut anyone below mid-foundation tempering. Cutting. Total relay capacity drops 34%. Bao sent back. Do it. The capacity dropped. The fourth lance configured. Liangshan looked at the chamber floor at the foundation anchor's surface projection point, and looked at the twins at their anchor positions, and looked at the hollow emperor standing at the chamber's northern wall, watching all of this with 4 centuries of absorbed tactical knowledge behind his borrowed eyes, and he made the decision. He moved to the projection point and planted both feet, and hit the floor with the full output of the pillar seed's resonance expression directed straight down, not as an attack on the defense system, but as an authorization signal. The resident authority transmission that Bao had identified as the mechanism for the authorization overwrite. The fourth lance fired. He absorbed it through the field at full personal cost. No relay distribution this time. Just his own resonance field taking the full celestial grade impact directly, the field dropping 11 percentage points in 2 seconds. The authorization signal reached the housing formation's authorization layer. The deep layer's response was not instantaneous. The founding architect had built the authorization change protocol to resist rapid manipulation, requiring a sustained signal of minimum 5 seconds to register as a genuine resident authority transmission rather than a probing attempt. He held the signal for 5 seconds. In those 5 seconds, he was aware of 3 things simultaneously: the defense system firing, the relay distributing, and the authorization signal building in the housing formation's authentication layer below. The 5-second requirement was not arbitrary. The founding architect had set it as the minimum duration for a signal to be categorized as an intentional resident authority submission rather than an accidental frequency match. A contact under 5 seconds could be coincidence. 5 seconds of sustained, consistent output at the correct frequency was deliberate. He was deliberate. The defense system fired 3 more times in those 5 seconds. He distributed 2 and absorbed 1. His field dropped to 71% integrity. At the 5-second mark, the housing formation's authorization layer registered the new resident authority transmission and shifted to processing mode, no longer defending against the signal as an intrusion, but evaluating it as an authorization request. The defense lances stopped. The chamber went silent. Liangshan looked up from the projection point and breathed and felt his field at 71% and felt the authorization request being evaluated below him and said to the twins, "Ready positions." When the authorization override confirms, we have 1 window before the defense system determines the new resident's parameters and either accepts or rejects the configuration. "How long?" Xiaoyin asked. Bao's response, 6 seconds for evaluation. If the Wei bloodline frequency matches the founding architect's authorized resident parameters, which it should, given the charter's registration, the overwrite completes and the defense system recalibrates to the new resident. You will feel it as a shift in the floor's qi output. 6 seconds, Liangshan said. Positions. He looked at the Hollow Emperor. Su Wangshan was standing at the northern wall, not attacking, watching with the attention of someone who has run the calculation and arrived at an answer he does not want but cannot argue with. He said, "You said you wanted to see it work correctly." "I did," the ancient voice said. "Then stand still," Liangshan said. He felt the authorization evaluation proceeding in the housing formation below his feet, the formation logic running its 6-second verification, comparing the Wei bloodline's frequency against the founding architect's registered parameters, measuring the quality of the signal against the housing formation's 4-century established baseline for resident authentication. 5 seconds. The Hollow Emperor stood at the northern wall and watched with the still attention of someone who has run all available options and is experiencing the specific state that follows the completion of that calculation. Not acceptance, not peace, but the clear-eyed attention of a consciousness that has nothing left to do but observe. 6 seconds. The housing formation's authorization layer completed its verification. It recognized the Wei bloodline's frequency. It registered the signal as a valid resident authority transmission. The resident record update began, and the defense system that the founding architect had built to protect the housing formation, which had been patiently defending the housing formation's current resident against the new resident's access attempts, received the update and paused to recalibrate. 7 seconds. In the 7th second, the pillar seed in Liangshan's hand pulsed once, warmly, distinctly, with the specific quality of a formation acknowledging that it has just been recognized by the architecture it was designed to interface with. He said, "Signal." The defense system fired the 7th lance. His field dropped to 64%. The authorization evaluation was still running. 4 seconds remained, and the defense lances were recharging. He held the signal. Xiaoyin, from her anchor position, said through the twin resonance channel, not aloud, not through the relay, but through the direct harmonic core connection that no external monitoring instrument could intercept. 64% is enough. We ran this at 55 in simulation. He had forgotten that she had run the simulations. He had forgotten that she had been preparing for this specific variable, a degraded field entry into the resonance absolute, since the 4th month of their training. He felt, through the harmonic core connection, the shape of her certainty, not optimism, not hope, but the specific cool confidence of a cultivator who has run the numbers and trusts the numbers. 64, he said. 64. Xiaoyan confirmed through the same channel. 3 seconds remained. He held the signal and breathed and felt the housing formation's authorization layer completing its final verification cycle below his feet, and felt, faintly, the deep pulse that the station's architect had built into the design as a confirmation signal, a warmth rising through the stone floor that carried the specific frequency of recognition. Authorized resident confirmed. 3 seconds remained, and the lances were already recharging. Chapter 109. The core's defense. The authorization overwrite confirmed in the 5th second. The floor's qi output changed, a distinct shift in the ambient field's ground frequency. The housing formation recognizing the way bloodlines signal as the registered resident authority and adjusting its operational parameters accordingly. The defense system's targeting recalibrated in the 6th second, the new resident authority's parameters loading into the defense architecture's recognition system. For 7 seconds, nothing happened. The 7-second window was the founding architect's recognition protocol, the formation logic verifying the new authorization against the bloodline charter's registration records. The calibration station had been operating without its intended authorized users for 4 centuries. The protocol needed time to confirm that what had arrived was the right thing. In the 7th second, the defense system completed its recalibration, and then it activated against the Hollow Emperor. Not as an attack. The defense system was not primarily offensive, but it had just learned that its housing formation's registered resident authority had changed, and the entity standing at the chamber's northern wall was not the new registered resident, and the entity standing at the chamber's northern wall had been the unauthorized occupant of the housing formation throughout 4 centuries. The founding architect's architecture registered that occupancy and responded to it as a residency violation. 3 targeted chi lances configured, different calibration than the previous ones, not tracking the pillar seed's frequency, but tracking the primordial core's housing formation signature that the new resident authority's parameters had just identified as unauthorized. Su Wanchen moved. He had felt the defense system recalibrate. For centuries of living adjacent to the founding architect's architecture had given him, if not operational access, at least deep ambient familiarity with what the formation felt like when it was running different operational states. The recalibration had a specific quality he recognized. He moved to the one position in the chamber the defense system's targeting architecture could not cover from the current anchor configuration, directly beneath the primary anchor, where the angular coverage geometry left a dead zone. The lances fired at the position he had just vacated. He stood in the dead zone, 1 meter behind Lianchen's position at the primary anchor, where the targeting geometry required the defense system to reconfigure its firing angles before it could engage. 400 years of living above the design, Su Wanchen said, from 1 meter behind Lianchen's shoulder. I know where the gaps are. His absorption tendril extended toward Lianchen's harmonic core link, not the pillar seed, not the resonance field, but the twin link itself, the formation channel that connected Lianchen to both his children. The tendril was the same instinct that had reached for Luo Tianming's monitoring function. This time it was not a reflex. It was a deliberate choice. If he could sever the twin link before the resonance absolute could be expressed, the 3-anchor configuration would be incomplete. The tendril reached the link's formation surface and contacted it, and the link pushed back. Mei Ruohua's cultivation reserve, channeled through the relay anchor 6 minutes ago in preparation for exactly this kind of contact event, was present in the link's formation architecture as a protective lining. Bao had added the protective architecture to the relay system 2 weeks earlier, modeling the specific risk that the Hollow Emperor would attempt to interfere with the twin link during close engagement. The absorption tendril hit the protective lining, and the lining's response was not defense but disruption, not pushing the tendril away but disrupting its absorption frequency. The relay's additional cultivation presence creating an interference pattern that the tendril's calibration could not resolve. The tendril retreated. Su Wanchen assessed the failed contact and said, "Your formation scholar is thorough." "He is," Lianchin said. He moved away from the dead zone, stepping forward into the chamber's open floor, drawing the Hollow Emperor out of the angular coverage gap. "The defense system can cover your new position." "I know," Su Wanchen said, and stayed in the dead zone. Xiaoyin said, from the eastern anchor, "The authorization overwrite has confirmed. The housing formation recognizes us. We have the calibration data." She was running the founding architect's frequency through her Veil formation at calibration mode, the deep layer's convergence output feeding her output amplification. The anchor is at 2.3 meters from center, east-southeast, 11 meters down. I can feel its position through the calibration architecture. "I have it too," Xiaoyang said. "The dead zone is 3 meters behind the primary anchor. If Father moves forward 2 meters, the defense system covers the northern wall." "Move forward," Xiaoyin said to Lianchin. He moved forward 2 meters. The defense system covered the northern wall. The targeted lances configured on Su Wangchen's position and fired. He moved again, to the only remaining uncovered position, which was the chamber's exact geometric center, where the three anchor points' coverage areas intersected and left a small zone that the defense geometry could not resolve cleanly. Interesting, Xiaoyin said. He found it. How long can the defense system lock him there? Xiaoyang asked. As long as we hold the anchor positions. She watched the Hollow Emperor standing in the chamber's geometric center, standing precisely still, because any movement in any direction would take him out of the safe zone and into lance coverage. He is trapped in the middle of the founding architect's room. Then let's make use of that, Liangchen said, and activated the authorization overwrite sequence for the second layer, the housing formation's resonance absolute targeting channel, which would permit the twins to direct a combined expression through the calibration architecture at the foundation anchor's precise position. The targeting channel confirmation came through the pillar seed's feedback in 2 seconds. The housing formation recognized the channel request from the new registered resident authority and opened the pathway. The pathway was 11 meters of designed formation conduit, not ambient qi, not the improvised relay system they had been using for communication, but the founding architect's purpose-built channel, constructed to carry the resonance absolute's combined expression from the surface anchor points to the housing formation's core structures without the frequency loss that ambient projection would introduce. The founding architect had known that the resonance absolute's precision requirement for the authorization override exceeded what ambient field projection could reliably deliver. He had built the channel to provide the precision. The Hollow Emperor, standing in the dead zone, felt the targeting channel open through the housing formation below him. He felt it the way you feel a change in the air before weather arrives, not seeing the specific mechanism, but the ambient sensation of something large shifting its operational mode in the space you are occupying. He looked down at the floor between his feet. 11 meters below, the jade anchor, its formation integrity already compromised by the housing formation's authorization update. The anchor's support structures, which had been maintained by the housing formation's resident support function for 4 centuries, were receiving maintenance inputs calibrated to the previous resident. The new resident's authorization signal in the housing formation was not yet telling the support structures to stop maintaining the jade. The full authorization override still required the resonance absolute's volume threshold signal to complete. But the maintenance calibration was drifting toward the new resident's parameters, and the drift was detectable to a consciousness that had been living above this formation for long enough to feel its operating states as clearly as physical sensation. The jade's formation integrity was weakening on its own. Slowly, but weakening. How long? Su Wangchen said, very quietly. Before the maintenance drift reaches critical threshold without the resonance absolute. Liangchen said bow. Bao's response. At current drift rate, the jade's formation integrity would reach critical failure in approximately 48 hours without the volume threshold signal. A pause. The transfer binding would complete in 12 minutes. The Hollow Emperor at full binding completion would be able to counteract the maintenance drift with direct primordial core input. Another pause. We cannot wait 48 hours. No, Liangchen agreed. He looked at the chamber around him. The blazing walls, the operating deep layer, the twins at their anchor positions, the Hollow Emperor in his dead zone, the housing formation below them with its slowly drifting calibration, and said, "Send the volume signal now. We have the targeting channel, and we have the anchor positions. The only missing element is the volume threshold." He sent through the relay. "Mother, we need to know what you have." The relay response was immediate. It was not hesitation. It was presence, complete and ready. The field signature of a person who has already calculated the number and has already made the decision and is waiting only for the request to be formally made. Xiaoyin received the signature and was quiet for 1 second. Then she said, "Mother is ready. The number is 34%. She looked at Xiaoyang. "She will give everything." Xiaoyang did not speak for a moment. He held the yang burst dispersion field steady and kept the Hollow Emperor contained in the dead zone and looked at his twin and felt through their direct connection the weight of what that meant. Not as a concept, but as the specific reality of a person who had built cultivation from nothing in 7 months and was about to give it all back. He said, "We do not fail her." "No," Xiaoyin said. "She sent through the twin link to their mother. The number, the timing, the request, formal and complete, because the decision deserved that formality. She sent it clearly, and the answer came back, yes. She was ready. The transfer binding read 82% and climbing, and the twins had not yet released. Chapter 110, Dual Twin Entry. The founding architect's calibration station was designed for three. Not three people in the abstract, but three specific roles in a defined formation architecture. A primary anchor providing the pillar seeds calibration relay, a yin expression providing the first pole of the combined working, and a yang expression providing the second pole. The architecture required all three simultaneously. A single pole working would not trigger the convergence function. A two-pole working without the relay anchor would not reach the housing formation. A relay anchor without both poles could not complete the calibration circuit. This was why the pre-imperial architect had designed the bloodline system as a family formation rather than a single cultivator's personal practice. The three-role configuration required a family. When all three positions were occupied by the Wei bloodline's authorized residents, Liangshan at the primary anchor, Xiaoyin at the eastern pole, Xiaoyang at the western pole, the deep layers convergence output restructured. Not doubled. More than doubled. The station designer's architecture included an amplification factor that engaged when all three positions were occupied by the authorized bloodline simultaneously, a built-in recognition that the intended three-person configuration represented the formation's complete operational state rather than its standard state. The amplification factor was approximately 3.4. The chamber blazed. The formation traces on every wall engaged simultaneously at full expression. The founding architect's pre-imperial convergence architecture running at its complete design capacity for the first time since the primordial core had colonized the space and sealed the original design's full output beneath its own operating layer. The ambient qi in the room restructured, not denser, but organized, the calibration station's intended qi field pattern expressing itself in its long-awaited first activation in 4 centuries. It felt like dawn, not metaphorically. It felt like the specific quality of light at the moment dawn arrives, when the temperature and the ambient energy and the sense of the world's character all shift simultaneously in a single moment that is distinct from both the night before and the day ahead. The station's original designer had built that quality into the calibration station's full operational expression deliberately. This was what it felt like when the design ran correctly. Xiaoyin said, "Oh." It was the only thing she said for 3 full seconds because the rest of her attention was consumed by processing the quality of the Yin veil formation work inside the calibration station's full operational field. Everything that had required effort before, the calibration frequency alignment, the resonance tuning, the output amplification, was flowing naturally, the station's architecture providing the structural support that the formation work needed without requiring the cultivator to provide it individually. She was, for the opening occasion, working with the design rather than alongside it. "This is what it was built for," she said. "Yes," Liangshan said. Xiaoyang's yang burst in dispersion mode felt different inside the full operational field. More settled, more efficient, less energy consumed in maintaining the dispersion and more available for the output itself. He held the position and felt the calibration station providing the structural underpinning his technique relied on and thought. The founding architect built this for us. Not us specifically. For this. For a family doing this work together. He said, "The Hollow Emperor has been living inside this and never felt what we're feeling right now." "He was not authorized," Xiaoyin said. "I know." He looked at the figure standing in the chamber's geometric center. Su Wangshan, absolutely still. In the one position the defense system's targeting geometry could not cover cleanly. Watching the three of them with the expression of a man who has been carrying a significant conclusion for a long time and has finally arrived at the moment where he says it aloud. "He knows we have it. We have had it since father reached threshold," Xiaoyin said. "He has known since then." She connected the Yin veil formation to the twin resonance channel and pulled the authorization overwrites resonance absolute targeting data through the link from Bao's calculation. The anchor is at 2.3 meters from center, 11 meters below. I have the targeting geometry. Xiaoyang, the yang expression needs to enter the calibration channel at this frequency. She sent the frequency through their direct harmonic core connection, not as a burst, as a sustained expression entering the calibration channel simultaneously with my Yin expression. The combined output goes through the channel to the anchor's position rather than being directed through the air. Like a pipe rather than a projectile, Xiaoyang said. Exactly like that. When she ran the calculation, the authorization override's second layer was confirmed, the calibration channel was open. The Hollow Emperor was contained in the center dead zone by the defense system's coverage. The twin link was protected by the relay's defensive lining. The resonance field was at 71%, but holding. Luo Tianming's enforcement domain was pressing against the outer wall and had reduced the seal's effective resistance to approximately 40% of its design level. Now, she said, would be ideal, but we need more volume than we currently have. Shi's attention settled on Liangshan. The authorization overrides volume threshold. What does the calculation say? Bao. Liangshan sent. Bao's response. Heavenly Sage, equivalent minimum. Sustained for 6 seconds. Your current output through the calibration channel is at approximately 65% of that threshold. You need additional contribution to reach the override volume. Xiaoyin looked at the relay. She thought about the calculation. She sent, Mother, what do you have? The response through the relay was not words. It was presence. Mei Ruohua's field signature at the relay anchor, steady and complete and willing. Tell her to hold, Xiaoyin said. We ask only when we know the number. She ran the calculation again. They needed 35% additional volume. Mei Ruohua's core formation reserve was approximately 34% of the required remainder. She looked at her brother. He had already calculated it. She said, it will cost her everything she built. I know, Xiaoyang said. She knows too, Xiaoyin said. She sent presence, not hesitation. She reached into the family's resonance link and touched her mother's field signature. She is ready. The Hollow Emperor stood in the dead zone at the chamber's geometric center and watched the twins have this conversation. He had been watching the entire sequence, from the moment the calibration channel opened to Bao's volume calculation to Xiaoyin's communication with Mei Ruohua at the relay anchor. He had not interrupted or attempted to interfere, which was itself a departure from his previous tactical behavior. Liangshan noticed the departure. He said, to the figure in the center of the room, you stopped trying to prevent this. Yes, Su Wanshan said. Why? The ancient voice was quiet for a moment. When it spoke, it carried the specific quality of something very old, saying something it has not said in a very long time. Not because the words were difficult, but because there had been no appropriate moment to say them before. The girl who was my teacher's daughter. Bao Lianwen's daughter. I absorbed his core when she was 14 years old. I have been carrying her age forward in my memory in 4 centuries of practice. She would be 424 years old now. He paused. She had a daughter. Her name was Rue. I know this because the teacher's memories included the birth of his first grandchild, 6 months before I absorbed him. I have been carrying the name Rue for 4 centuries. He looked at Xiaoyin. I watched you tell your brother that your mother is ready, and your brother heard it, and neither of you hesitated. That is, I have never in 400 years seen a family act as a formation in that way. He paused. The teacher's daughter deserved to be part of a household that worked this way. The 17 families deserved it. Another pause. I did not stop trying to prevent this because I want to be contained. I stopped because the thing you are about to do is the thing that was supposed to happen. And I have been carrying the weight of preventing it for 4 centuries, and I find that I am tired of the weight. He stood still in the dead zone. The defense system held him there regardless. Liangshan looked at his children. The dead zone held the Hollow Emperor in place. The housing formation was below them with its slowly drifting calibration. The transfer binding in the borrowed body read 78%. 3 minutes before full binding completion. 3 minutes to do what the station's builder had spent 1,000 years designing toward, or the window closed forever. Chapter 111. Mei Ruohua's sacrifice. Mei Ruohua had been standing at the relay formation's main anchor for 3 hours. 3 hours of managing the formation network while the coalition engaged the palace's outer defenses. 3 hours of maintaining the relay's distribution capacity while lance impacts and formation stress loads came through it in waves. 3 hours of being the household's operational center while her husband and children were inside a sealed celestial-grade formation space, doing things she could understand in outline, but not in detail. She was not afraid. She had used up her available store of fear in the months before the family recovered the pillar. What she had now was different. the specific quality of a person who has identified what they love and has decided they will not be the reason it fails. When Xiaoyin's field signature touched hers through the twin resonance channel and transmitted the calculation, not in words, in cultivation frequency terms that Mei Ruohua had learned to read over months of relay work, she understood the number immediately. 34% of the required volume gap. Her entire core formation reserve. She would rebuild. The pillar's amplification had brought her from nothing to core formation in 7 months. She would rebuild from the clean, empty pathways the channeling would leave behind, and the calibration station's output would accelerate that rebuilding, and Xue Linglan would manage the medical aspects of the immediate aftermath. She would rebuild. The pillar steward system was built for families, and families rebuilt. The pre-imperial engineer had designed a system that accelerated cultivation precisely because the people who needed it most, the families maintaining the resonance pillar under all the pressures that came with that responsibility, needed faster recovery than the cultivation world's normal timelines allowed. She would be in the station's calibration field within hours. The rebuilding would start immediately. The children needed this now. She signaled readiness through the link. Xiaoyin's response came back. On father's signal, Mei Ruohua positioned her hands at the relay anchor's primary channel interface, the physical formation connection that routed cultivation output from the relay network into the resonance link between them's transmission direction. She had designed this interface herself 3 months ago, after studying the relay's architecture with Bao's help. She knew exactly how it worked. She knew exactly where to direct the channeling. She breathed. The signal came through the link. She channeled everything. The full core formation cultivation reserve, 7 months of carefully built qi, accumulated through the pillar's amplification and her own sustained effort. Every meridian's worth of stored cultivation energy moved through the relay interface into the twin cultivation channel's transmission channel in a single sustained pulse. Not a burst. A sustained channeling, 5 seconds of full output, providing the volume calculation had said was needed. The qi moved like everything leaving at once. Like a breath released completely. Her meridians went empty. Not damaged. The pathways were intact, open, perfectly clear. The cultivation structure that months of work had built remained fully present. The qi that had been the content of those pathways was now in the relay, moving toward the chamber, entering the twins' combined resonance absolute working at the calibration channel's input point. She sat down because her legs had a practical objection to continuing to support her. Xue Linglan, who had been at the relay station's secondary position with preparation waiting because she had modeled this exact outcome 3 weeks ago during a planning session with Bao, activated the ambient field routing to the relay anchor immediately. The calibration station's full operational output was available through the pillar relay, the most efficient cultivation recovery environment any of them had ever occupied, now directed entirely toward the woman sitting on the ground at the relay anchor with empty meridians and steady breathing. You will be at foundation tempering in 2 weeks, Xue Linglan said. Core formation in 7 months, same as before. The calibration station's full activation will accelerate the initial recovery significantly. She knelt next to her. How do you feel? Lighter, Mei Ruohua said. And present. She pressed her hand to her sternum and felt the empty pathways cycling ambient qi through them with the efficiency of a formation that has been recently cleared of everything that might impede the flow. Is it working? Can you tell if it's working? Xue Linglan checked the monitoring instruments. The calibration channel's output volume just reached threshold, she said. Yes, it's working. Mei Ruohua sat on the ground with her hands in her lap and felt the emptiness of her meridians and thought about what the twins had felt in the moment their combined expression moved through the calibration channel toward the jade anchor. She would not be there for that moment. She was outside and they were inside, and she had given them what she had, and now all she could do was let the founding architect's calibration output flow through her clear pathways and begin the slow work of rebuilding. She thought about the 7 months it had taken to build core formation from nothing. She thought about the specific early weeks when even the smallest amount of cultivation progress had felt like pushing against a wall that would never move. She thought about the morning, 3 months ago, when her core formation had solidified and she had felt the pillar relay with a new depth and understood, really understood, what it meant to be part of the formation network that was sustaining the family. She thought, I will build it again. Faster this time. With the calibration station's full output feeding the recovery, I will build it faster. She thought, the children are doing it. That thought was sufficient for the moment. Everything else could be rebuilt from there. Inside the chamber, both twins felt their mother's contribution arrive. The volume gap closed. The authorization overwrite moved from insufficient to sufficient in the space of 2 seconds. Xiaoyin looked at Xiaoyang. His face showed what both of them knew. What their mother had just done, what it had cost, what they owed to the success of what they were about to execute. The harmonic core connection between them. The original connection, the one that predated everything else, the one that had been present before they had language, carried the weight of that awareness without requiring words. She said, now. They released simultaneously. Outside, at the relay anchor, Meiruohua had already begun. Bao had built a 3-second pre-delay into the relay's transmission protocol to account for signal propagation between the anchor and the chamber's interior. The channeling started before the twins released, time to arrive at the calibration channel's input point at the exact moment the twins' combined expression entered from above. Bao had thought of everything. The volume arrived in phase. The combined expression and the volume contribution entered the calibration channel's input point at the same moment, and the channel received them as a single unified input rather than as separate contributors, which was the design requirement. The builder of this station had built the channel to receive a simultaneous 3-point input and conduct it as a coherent signal rather than processing each contribution separately. The coherence was necessary for the authorization overwrites verification to succeed. The housing formations recognition protocol had to see the 3 components as one complete signal, not 3 partial ones. They were one signal. In the chamber above, Liangchen felt it through the pillar seed's connection to the housing formation. The specific sensation of a formation receiving exactly what it was designed to receive, at the volume it required, in the correct configuration. The recognition protocol ran. The housing formation had been waiting for this for 4 centuries. Above it, in the chamber, the transfer binding ticked past 80%. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. The twins had to release before the binding completed, or the Hollow Emperor would have full primordial core access, and everything that followed would be different. Xiaoyang met Xiaoyin's eyes. The count was running in both of them. 86% and the clock still moving. They had practiced this. The release at the peak, before completion, before the binding fully sealed. The controlled decoupling that preserved the formation's output, while removing the twins from the formation line before the Hollow Emperor could use the binding as a vector. Bao had called it the grace release in the technical documentation because it required both twins to release simultaneously, within a margin of less than 1 second, which was only achievable through the harmonic core's direct communication channel. They had practiced it until it was automatic. 86%. Xiaoyin said through the twin resonance channel. On my mark. She did not wait for his confirmation. He did not need to give it. 12 years of shared cultivation and 6 months of formation training had made the confirmation unnecessary. She could feel his readiness the same way she could feel her own. Mark, she said, and they released together, and the formation held without them, and the count stopped climbing, and the clock hit 90. Liangchen said, now. The cage began to close, but the consciousness inside it had not stopped moving, and moving was what it had been doing for 4 centuries, and the cage's seal had 4 seconds yet to complete. Chapter 112, Resonance Absolute, Full Release. The combined expression entered the calibration channel at both poles simultaneously. Xiaoyin's yin calibration and Xiaoyang's yang burst arriving at the channel's input point in phase, at the founding architect's operational frequency, with the volume that the housing formation's resident registry overwrite required. The calibration channel conducted it downward, not through the ambient field, through the design that had waited 4 centuries formation pathway. The channel built into the calibration station's architecture as the primary operational conduit, running from the 3 anchor positions down through the 11 meters of stone and formation matrix to the housing formation's core structures. The channel conducted the combined expression the way a precisely shaped pipe conducts water, with minimal loss, at consistent pressure, arriving at the target with the full volume that had been input. That deep formation's authorization layer received the authorization overwrite signal at Heavenly Sage equivalent volume. The evaluation protocol ran. That founding engineer had designed the authorization system to be robust against accident and manipulation. The evaluation was not instantaneous. It was a 6-second verification process that checked the incoming signal's frequency against the bloodline charter's registration records, compared the volume against the current resident's established energy signature, and confirmed the simultaneous presence of both yin and yang poles at the calibration channel's input. All 3 checks confirmed in the 5th second. The authorization overwrite completed in the 6th. The housing formation's resident authority updated. The 4-century-old primordial core residency record was replaced by the Wei bloodline's registration. 11 meters below the celestial chamber floor, the housing formation's structural support withdrew from the primordial core's jade anchor. The withdrawal was not violent. The housing formation did not attack the jade. It simply stopped providing the calibration station support that had been maintaining the jade tablet's formation integrity. The celestial-grade jade was real celestial-grade jade. It did not immediately collapse from the withdrawal of support. It held for 2 additional seconds. In those 2 seconds, the cultivation structure the primordial core had been maintaining through the housing formation support, the formation architecture that kept the 4-century-old consciousness housed, organized, and stable, lost its foundational support and began collapsing inward. The collapse propagated through the jade's crystal matrix, following microfractures that had accumulated over 4 centuries of void crossing, scale cultivation energy being stored and cycled through the material. The jade tablet fractured in 7 sequential reports. Sharp, clean, each one slightly different in pitch as different fracture lines reached their terminus. The sound traveled through 11 meters of stone and formation matrix and arrived in the chamber as a series of tonal pulses through the floor. Liangshan felt it through his feet. 7 sequential reports. Sharp, distinct, each one marking a different fracture line completing its propagation through the crystal matrix. The sound carried through formation-reinforced stone, through cultivation matrix layers, through 11 meters of composed earth and design, and arrived in the chamber as a set of tonal pulses rising through the floor with the particular character of something irreversible announcing its irreversibility. Bao Tingji's monitoring instruments, positioned outside the palace, registered the event as a catastrophic drop in the primordial core's housing formation energy signature, from sustained void crossing level to near zero in the span of 3 seconds. He was checking the instruments twice against each other, confirming the reading was accurate, when Liangshan's confirmation arrived through the harmonic core's shared channel. The jade is fractured. Bao wrote the timestamp in his documentation. Then he activated the relay and said, to every connected household member simultaneously, the core anchor is gone. Hold your meridians closed. The consciousness will detach from the host body in approximately 3 seconds and enter the ambient field. The relay's connected members received this and clamped. Mei Ruohua, sitting at the relay anchor with empty meridians, closed the formation interface connections she had maintained through the anchor and pulled her awareness inward. Her pathways were clear, her cultivation absent, but the formation sensitivity she had developed over months of relay management was still present, and she could feel, through the relay's ambient monitoring function, the primordial core's housing signature in the chamber above collapsing. She thought, it worked. She thought, now what? The answer arrived 2 seconds later through the relay as Bao's second message. The consciousness is detaching. For centuries of experience as a formless entity, it will orient toward the highest resonance source available. A pause. Xiaoyin, Xiaoyang. Close everything that can be closed. The Hollow Emperor, standing in the geometric center dead zone, absolutely still, maintaining the one position from which the defense system could not cleanly target him, went still in a different way. Not the cultivation stillness of a practitioner managing their field. The stillness of a consciousness that has just felt something fundamental give way in the structure it has inhabited for 4 centuries. The borrowed body's primordial core overlay collapsed. The transfer binding, which had been 62% complete at the last assessment, lost its housing formation support and came apart in the specific way that an unstable parasitic overlay comes apart when the underlying structure that was sustaining it disappears. Not gradually, completely. In the span of 3 seconds, the parasitic cultivation layers detaching from Zhao Junlin's own cultivation pathways and dispersing into the ambient field. The borrowed body slumped. Not collapsed, slumped, settling gently to the chamber floor in the posture of someone sitting down rather than falling. The young man's own core formation cultivation continuing its quiet circulation through his undamaged meridian pathways, the natural chi cycling of a body that belongs to someone who is simply, for the moment, unconscious. Zhao Junlin breathed. The chamber was quiet. Xiaoyin lowered her hands. Xiaoyang lowered his. The twins were both breathing hard, their meridians carrying the specific deep exhaustion of resonance absolute output at maximum calibration. The kind of exhaustion that would require sleep and recovery, cycling rather than just rest. Xiaoyin's hands were trembling slightly. She looked at her brother. He looked at her. The twins' exhaustion was the deep variety, not the surface fatigue of effort, but the structural depletion of extended resonance absolute output at maximum calibration. The technique's true cost registering as a drain on the harmonic core's formation reserves rather than on their personal cultivation pathways. The formation reserves would refill through the calibration station's output. It would take hours. Xiaoyang said. Was that everything? That was everything, Xiaoyin said. The jade anchor's support structure is gone. The transfer binding has collapsed. The primordial core's formation architecture lost its housing. But she was reading the ambient field with her Yin veil formation, which was still active at low output. The calibration mode that interfaced with the founding architect's architecture, reading the formation structure rather than producing output. She could feel the ambient field's character. She could feel what should not still be there. She said, something is still here. She looked at her father. He was reading the same field. His domain manifestation extended through the full volume of the chamber, covering every chi flow and formation pattern, every concentration and variation in the ambient distribution. She said, is he gone? Liangshan was reading the chamber's ambient field with his full domain manifestation expression. Not entirely, he said. The chamber's ambient field carried the answer to what remained, and it was moving toward the twins, drawn by the resonance absolute's still radiating frequency, orienting toward the strongest cultivation vessel in the space with the unhurried certainty of a predator that has all the time it needs. Xiaoyang felt it touch the edge of his yang dispersion field. The yang dispersion held, but the consciousness was circling, and circling was a predator's behavior when it was looking for the gap. Bao's voice came through the relay. Third monitoring ping complete. The consciousness has no fixed mass point. I cannot project trajectory from the available data. It is moving in response to the yang field's weak points, probing at the boundary where Xiaoyang's dispersion coverage drops below 60%. The west edge, Xiaoyang said, without moving from his anchor point, without redirecting any output, because moving his feet would break the three-anchor configuration, and the configuration was more important than sealing a 60% gap. He was aware of the gap. He had known about it for 20 minutes. He had held it at 60% deliberately, because 60% dispersion coverage was sufficient to prevent absorption, but not sufficient to trigger the consciousness's transition from probing to committed advance. A full seal yang field would have forced the consciousness to attempt a direct strike on the formation itself, which was a worse problem. He was managing the gap. Xiaoyin said through the family resonance channel. It is learning the field. The circling is not random. Each pass tests a different boundary segment at a different pressure. I know, Xiaoyang said. If it completes the circuit, it will have a full map of where the field is weakest. I know, he said. It is not going to complete the circuit. He reached through the harmonic core connection and felt his sister's Yin veil running at calibration frequency at the eastern anchor point. The cold, steady output of a formation being held for precision rather than combat. And he felt Liangshan at the primary anchor above, and felt the three-anchor configuration humming at the deep layer's doubled output. Now, he said, Liangshan activated the technique. The yang dispersion field collapsed inward, not breaking, but folding. The yang field's full expression drawing back toward the anchor point at maximum speed, the field becoming a lance rather than a wall, concentrating 4 hours of accumulated yang burst output into a single directed projection. The circling consciousness had no yang field to probe, and then it had a great deal of yang field, from a direction it had not anticipated. The harmonic core activated. Xiaoyin's yin veil and Xiaoyan's yang burst met at the chamber's geometric center in the exact configuration that the station's original designer had designed the calibration station to receive, and the chamber recognized its design. The resonance absolute opened, and the primordial core's absorption instinct fired toward the celestial arbiter watching from the doorway. That was the Hollow Emperor's last error. That was the mistake that changed everything, and Luo Tianming's enforcement hand was already moving. Chapter 113. But the parasite lives the primordial core's physical anchor was destroyed. The housing formation's support was withdrawn. The 4-century-old jade tablet had fractured. The transfer binding had collapsed. The borrowed body was empty. Liangshan read the ambient field and found the anomaly in the 3rd second of searching. A concentration pattern that did not match the founding architect's calibration output, did not match the residual resonance absolute expression that was still fading from the twins' working, did not match anything in the chamber's natural qi distribution. The concentration was moving, not a physical movement. It had no physical form. It moved the way qi concentrations move in an undisturbed field, following the path of least resistance, orienting toward available resources, demonstrating the directional coherence of a consciousness that has been operating without a body before and knows how to navigate the ambient field in this state. For centuries earlier, the first time Su Wangqin had occupied a formless interval between absorptions, he had spent 3 weeks disoriented in an ambient field before learning how to navigate it. The second time, 1 week. By the 6th time, 3 hours. By the 12th, he was functioning within minutes of the host body's collapse. He was functioning now within seconds. The concentration moved with the efficiency of 400 years of practiced, formless navigation, probing the ambient field for the signatures that told it where the most accessible cultivation vessels were. The probing was not indiscriminate. The Hollow Emperor had specific parameters for vessel selection built from 17 absorptions. He was looking for the highest resonance output, the most accessible cultivation channel architecture, the signature that felt most compatible with the primordial core's preferred housing type, the harmonic core. Nothing in the ambient field came close to it. For centuries of Predator's experience included the experience of operating as a formless entity. The first absorption had been from a physical host. Subsequent absorptions had required intervals during which the consciousness existed in the ambient field while seeking its next vessel. The Hollow Emperor had learned to operate in this state, had learned it 40 years into the 4th-century history, had practiced and refined it, had made the formless interval a tool rather than a vulnerability. He was not panicking. He was searching. Liangshan said, "Bow. The jade anchor is destroyed. The consciousness is in the ambient field. Formless, no fixed position. It is oriented toward the exit." He kept his voice informational rather than alarmed, the specific calm of a practitioner relaying tactical data. 4 centuries of formless operation experience. It will move quickly. Bao's response came in 4 seconds. Coalition-wide relay broadcast going out now. Complete meridian closure. No external qi admits through cultivation channels. The consciousness will target the highest available resonance signature in proximity. A pause. That is your household. Your children specifically. The harmonic core signature is the dominant resonance output in the capital by a significant margin. Another pause. Liangshan. The consciousness will orient toward the twins. It will not be subtle about it. The anomaly changed direction. Liangshan had been watching it. The direction change was immediate. A smooth reorientation from the exit vector toward the interior of the chamber, toward the twins' combined harmonic core signature, toward the station's native calibration frequency, still radiating from both their working. He moved. He placed himself between the anomaly's movement trajectory and the twins' positions. Physically, stepping into the path, his domain manifestation field at full expression, creating a resonance field wall in the ambient qi that the anomaly would have to pass through to reach the twins. The anomaly stopped. It stopped the way a river stops when it encounters a significant obstacle, not perfectly still, but no longer making progress in its intended direction, pressing against the obstacle and probing for alternatives. "Father," Xiaoyang said. "I know," Liangshan said. "Hold your positions. Maintain the anchor. It is at your field boundary." "I know that too." He faced the concentration in the ambient field, a diffuse presence, vast in the way that 4 centuries of accumulated experience is vast, old in the way that something old feels in the field regardless of form. He said, to the presence, you can feel the field boundary. You can feel that I am here. He held the pillar seed's calibration output steady, the founding architect's frequency expressing outward through the field. You have been inside the founding architect's architecture during 4 centuries. You know what this frequency feels like. The frequency modulation came back through the pillar seed's feedback, the specific communication channel that the ambient field and the calibration station's architecture provided for a formless consciousness adjacent to the pillar seed's expression range. The modulation was not words. It was the communication medium of a predator that has spent 4 centuries absorbing cultivation experience and has a very complex internal state that it currently has no physical voice to express. Liangchen read the modulation. He said, to his children, he is communicating. Stay in position and give me 30 seconds. He began translating the modulation into the shape of what he would need to say next. Outside the chamber, the coalition was managing a capital without a leader and a field full of disoriented freed cultivators and the enforcement presence of a celestial arbiter who had addressed the Accord's cultivation parasitism article matter, but whose compliance order regarding Article 14 still had a 90-day clock running. None of this was resolved. None of it would be resolved in 30 seconds. But 30 seconds was what Liangchen had. And in 30 seconds of addressing a 400-year-old consciousness in the ambient field with the founding architect's warm calibration output around them both, he was going to lay the groundwork for everything that came after. He looked at the anomaly at his field boundary. The concentration was there, diffuse, vast, old, pressing against the resonance field's surface with the characteristic texture of something that has been moving toward a goal for a long time and has been stopped and is now waiting for whatever comes next. He said, I am not the 18th, and my children are not the 19th and 20th. You already know this. You have been running this calculation since you arrived in Qingfeng Crossing 9 months ago and recognized what the twins were. He held the pillar's seed steady, the calibration warm in his hand. But you are still here, and you have been sending me the 17 names through the ambient field's modulation channel. And that is not the behavior of a predator looking for a vessel. That is the behavior of something that has been carrying weight for a very long time and wants to be heard. The modulation from the ambient concentration shifted. Not the names. Something else, slower, more structured, reaching for a communication format that the frequency modulation channel was not quite designed to convey. The consciousness was trying to say something more than a name. Liangchen spent the next 15 seconds reading it. When he had the rough translation, he said, he wants to know what happens to him now. The question hung in the calibration station's warm air. Outside, the coalition's communication network carried Bao's voice. Liangchen. Meridians. All of them. The consciousness is still present, and it is formless, and it will move when it stops waiting for your answer. And when it moves, it is going toward the harmonic core. The anomaly was still pressing at the field boundary, waiting for the answer. Bao's voice came through the relay in the same moment. Sharp, urgent, stripped of its usual analytical precision. Liangchen. It stopped waiting. It is moving. The anomaly crossed the boundary of the dispersion field in the direction of Xiaoyang's position, but Xiaoyang's position was not where it had been. He had moved at the moment Bao sent the first relay warning, 2 seconds earlier, stepping back from the anchor point without breaking formation, using the 1-meter adjustment the anchor configuration permitted. The anomaly moved through empty space. Liangchen stepped into the gap, not to absorb the movement, to redirect it. He brought the pillar seed's output around in a formation loop rather than a direct projection, the seed's resonance describing a curved path that curved inward rather than outward, a formation shape that Bao had labeled in the household's technical documentation as the collection loop, not a cage, not an enclosure, but the first structural element of the cage. The initial formation thread that the consciousness would have to actively notice and actively destroy to prevent the cage from building. It did not notice. The formation thread settled. It was a beginning, but the consciousness had been formless before, many times, and it had always found the gap. The question was whether the cage would close before it did, and the answer mattered more than anything else in the chamber. Chapter 114. The twins as bait. You told me you carry them all, Liangchen said. Not loudly, The ambient field carried communication at conversational volume when the calibration station's architecture was active. 17 sets of memories. 17 last moments. You told me the weight of them adds mass to everything you are. The frequency modulation from the anomaly was continuous now, a sustained communication effort rather than the probing pulses of the previous exchanges. The communication was more organized than it had been when the anomaly was circling the chamber, which told Liangchen that the formless state was not disorienting the Hollow Emperor's communication capacity. For centuries of formless operation experience, he read the modulation. It was the 17 names again, cycling through them, the same pattern he had observed during the containment period before the Resonance Absolute was released. The names of every absorbed pillar steward cultivator, in order, beginning with the teacher's bloodline-connected daughter and ending with Xiao Yangrui from the eastern provinces. Not threatening, not demanding, naming. I told you I would find them, Liangchen said. The descendants. What remains of the lines you absorbed? I said I would find them, and I will. He held his position at the field boundary, the anomaly 3 meters beyond it, the twins at their anchor positions behind him. That is not negotiation. It is not a trade. I am telling you what I will do regardless of what happens here. He paused. The Pillar Steward system was designed as a restoration tool. The Bloodline Charter says this in the section The Founding Architect buried in a stone block under the Ancestral Hall. The Resonance Absolute was designed to repair what has become corrupt. He let the calibration station's warm ambient output carry the words. You have been using the Founding Architect's work as a hiding place and as a weapon for 4 centuries. You were never the intended use case. What happened to the families you absorbed? That is what the system was built to prevent, not to enable. The modulation shifted. Not the names now. Something more structured, an argument, a question, a communication that was trying to convey more complexity than the frequency modulation medium easily permitted. Liangchen spent 8 seconds reading it. He said, to his children, he wants to know if what I said is true. About the restoration. Whether the founding architect actually designed it for that purpose, or whether I am saying what I need to say to resolve the situation. Tell him to read the charter, Xiaoyang said. It is in the section we found under the Ancestral Hall. Section 7, if I remember correctly. He cannot read the charter in his current state, Xiaoyin said. He cannot read anything. She was watching the anomaly at the field boundary with the attention of someone who has been facing a predator for hours and is experiencing the predator as something more complicated than a predator. But he can feel what we are. She addressed the calibration station's ambient field. You have been inside the original construction's design for the past 4 centuries and never understood what it was. We have been inside it for 8 months, and we understand exactly what it was. The founding architect designed a cultivation system that makes families stronger by making the land around them stronger, by accelerating the cultivation of everyone connected to it, by producing techniques whose purpose is restoration rather than destruction. Her Veil expression was quiet and very certain. You destroyed 17 of these families. They would have done what we are doing. They would have repaired what you kept breaking. She paused. That is what you have actually been absorbing through 4 centuries. The founding architect's intention to fix things, absorbed into you 17 times. She let this register. What does that weigh? The modulation went very quiet. Then it did something Liangchen had not seen from it before. It stopped trying to move toward the twins. The anomaly remained at the field boundary. Not pressing, not probing, present, and not going anywhere, but also not attempting to advance. Bao's relay pinged twice in rapid succession. The double ping that meant he had updated the tactical display with new data that required attention. Liangchen received it through the relay. The anomaly's cessation of movement appears stable. Monitoring shows no micro-movements in the boundary zone for the past 40 seconds. This exceeds the longest pause I have recorded since the consciousness became formless. Current assessment. It has entered a receptive state rather than a probing state. Receptive. Liangchen had not used that word. He looked at the field boundary where the anomaly held position. Not pressing, not circling, not probing, but present with a distinct quality that was different from anything he had observed during the engagement. 400 years of absorption drive, for centuries of predatory survival instinct, and the consciousness was holding itself still and not trying to advance. He thought about what his daughter had said. for centuries of absorbed restoration and tension. 17 pillars steward cultivators, each one carrying the founding architect's gift to their line. The station's amplification, the formation's acceleration, the system's designed purpose of making families stronger by making the land around them stronger. The Hollow Emperor had absorbed each of them, had absorbed the intention along with the cultivation, had been carrying the pre-imperial design mandate inside himself for 4 centuries, and used, unrecognized, folded into the complexity of a parasitic consciousness that had long since lost the ability to distinguish between what it had begun as and what it had accumulated. You have been trying to find the housing formation's anchor for 4 centuries, Liangshan said. Not to destroy it, not to steal it. You have been trying to return to the station's original design. He watched the anomaly at the boundary. The architect's design required you to become what you were designed to carry the system to, the problem that the restoration system was built to solve. You are the test case. You have been the test case since you first entered this station. The modulation that came back from the anomaly was not a communication. It was a sound, or the frequency equivalent of a sound, a long, sustained vibration that the calibration station's ambient field received and amplified, and that Liangshan heard not as language, but as something older than language, the frequency expression of 4 centuries of something that had been carried too long finally finding the place where it could be set down. Luo Tianming stepped through the shattered door. He had been outside for the past 11 minutes. Receiving Bao's relay updates through the monitoring function, he had briefly re-extended to the chamber's outer wall. He had read the Jade Tablet's Article 22 precedent framework twice in those 11 minutes. He came in now because the precedent framework required him to address the formless consciousness directly in a compliance context, and the formless consciousness had just stopped moving. He raised his enforcement hand. Article 22 enforcement hold, he said. Duration, 6 minutes at this field complexity. He studied Liangshan. If the consciousness enters the harmonic core formation, the combined entity's article classification becomes undeterminable. The accord requires dissolution in that case. The harmonic core is the twins' cultivation architecture. Dissolution is total. He was precise and flat. I do not want this outcome. I am stating the accord's requirement so you understand the actual window. He held the enforcement hand steady. 6 minutes. 8, Liangshan said. 6 is what I have at this field complexity. Luo Tianming looked at the anomaly in the enforcement hold. It has stopped trying to advance. What changed? I told it what the station's creator built the system for, Liangshan said. I offered it a truthful account of what it has been carrying over the span of 4 centuries. And it believed you. Liangshan thought about the distinct quality of the modulation's cessation of movement. He said, I think it has been carrying the restoration intention for centuries without anyone naming it. Luo Tianming was quiet for 3 seconds. He said, build the cage. He looked at his jade tablet, then at the enforcement hold. You have 6 minutes before the hold reaches its limit at this field complexity. After that, the consciousness moves freely, and I will be required to act on the accord's dissolution provision. He paused. 6 minutes, Wei Liangshan. Not 7. Liangshan looked at the cage he had not yet built. 6 minutes was not long. Chapter 115. Luo Tianming's judgment. The cage construction was formation work. Not combat technique. Not resonance absolute expression. Not any of the confrontational applications of the pillar's output that the past hour had required. It was the patient architectural work of building a containment structure from established design principles, using materials, formation frequencies, anchor points, calibration station infrastructure, that Bao Tingji had been studying for weeks in preparation for this exact application. Liangshan built from Bao's transmitted parameters. The founding architect's calibration cage design, described in the technical appendix to the Bloodline Charter, titled Calibration Suspension Variant for Errant Cultivation Entities, was a containment architecture based on the same convergence principles as the calibration station itself. The cage used the consciousness's own dominant harmonic as the formation frequency, which had 2 effects. The cage's formation lines were invisible to the contained entity from inside, because they were built at the entity's own resonant frequency rather than at a contrasting frequency that the entity could feel and push against. And the cage was stable in a way that a contrasting frequency containment was not, because the matching frequency prevented the resonance conflicts that typically caused containment formations to degrade over time. The ancient engineer had designed this for calibration purposes, not prison purposes. A containment that operated at the contained entity's own frequency was not intended as punishment. It was intended as the first step in a calibration process, holding the entity in a state where its energy patterns could be organized and worked with rather than simply suppressed. This nuance was one that Liangqin did not have time to explain to the Hollow Emperor while building the cage under a 6-minute enforcement hold. He filed it for later. First anchor, the pillar seed, held at threshold calibration, channeling the cage's first formation line at the consciousness's dominant harmonic. This line was the eastern wall of the cage, the boundary between the consciousness's current position and the direction it had been trying to move. Second anchor, Elder Su. Elder Su had arrived at the chamber door approximately 5 minutes ago, at the back of the group that had followed Luo Tianming through. He had been at the outer ward managing 3 freed puppet sages who had recognized his heavenly sage cultivation and had asked, politely, with the specific deference of cultivators who have just been released from 3 decades of control lattice suppression and are not sure what to do with their freedom, for guidance. He had given them the guidance they needed and come inside when Bao's relay indicated that the cage construction was imminent. He stood at the chamber's western side and released the suppression. Not fully. He had been suppressing his heavenly sage field for 3 years, and 3 years of suppression required a deliberate, staged release rather than an abrupt cessation. He released it to 60% of its full expression, which was sufficient for the cage's second anchor requirement. The remaining 40% he held back, not for tactical reasons, but for the same reason he had been suppressing it for 3 years. Because a heavenly sage expressing at full capacity in a family context changes the dynamic of the family, and he had spent 3 years learning to be present without being overwhelming. The cage's second formation line engaged from Elder Su's 60% heavenly sage expression. Third anchor, the founding architect's suspension formation, accessed through the housing formation's newly updated authorization. The deep layer's containment function, the passive capability that the system's original architect had built into the calibration station for exactly this application type, activated when Liangqin transmitted the authorization request through the pillar seed's housing formation channel. The suspension formation rose from rising from below and integrated with the cage's third formation line. 3 formation lines, 3 anchor points, all active. The cage's interior was defined. The consciousness was inside the defined interior. Luo Tianming held the enforcement suppression steady and said, for minutes remaining. I need the closing sequence parameters, Liangqin said to Bao through the link. The simultaneous release, Bao said. All 3 anchor points release their formation line output at the same moment. The simultaneous release creates the closing pulse that seals the formation lines into a continuous enclosure. A staggered release leaves gaps. He paused. Timing precision requirement is half a second. Any offset beyond that leaves an exploitable gap. How do I coordinate to half-second precision with Elder Su and the deep layer simultaneously? The family's resonance link, Bao said. You send the signal through the link. The link's propagation speed through the family formation network is consistent at approximately 0.1 seconds. Elder Su receives the signal 0.1 seconds after transmission. The deep layer's housing formation channel has 0.08 second response time to an authorization command. You adjust for the offsets and send the timing signal to arrive at both points simultaneously. Give me the offset calculations. Bao gave them. Liangqin ran the calculation twice to confirm it and said to Elder Su, you will feel the signal through the direct formation channel. Release at the exact moment of reception. Do not hesitate and do not anticipate. Elder Su said, I know how to release a technique on signal. He said this with the mild dryness of someone who had been cultivating for decades before Liangqin was born. Send it when you are ready. 2 minutes, Luo Tianming said. Liangqin looked at the consciousness in the enforcement hold, in the cage's interior, visible to him through his domain manifestation as a defined structure with internal pattern, the Hollow Emperor's 4th-century accumulation present as a recognizable architecture rather than a formless anomaly. He could see the 17 absorbed memories as distinct patterns within the overall structure, distinct, organized, the careful filing system that Su Wangchen had described. Each absorbed cultivator's experience present and separate from the central consciousness that had been accumulating them. He said, "The cage uses your own frequency. You will not feel the walls from inside. It will feel like the founding architect's ambient field, like this room, like what you have been living in for 4 centuries." He paused. The founding architect designed it this way deliberately. The calibration cage was intended for entities that needed organization, not punishment. He held the seed steady. The housing formation will support the cage permanently. The same structure that supported your jade anchor will support the cage. You will have stable housing. He paused again. You have been moving across 4 centuries. Everything you built required constant motion, constant predation, constant occupation, constant absorption to maintain the structure. The cage stops that motion. He let the ambient field carry this. The founding architect would say that is not a punishment. It is what the design was always trying to produce. The enforcement hold showed 3 seconds. "Ready," Elder Su said. "Ready," the deep layers housing formation channel signaled in its formation frequency way. Liangchen sent the timing signal. The 3 anchor points released simultaneously. The cage's formation lines, built at the consciousness's own dominant harmonic, invisible to the entity inside, received the closing pulse and became a sealed enclosure. The consciousness was inside, and the housing formation's support structures, which had been recognizing the resonance cage as the new authorized resident since the Wei bloodline's authorization was confirmed, activated to provide the permanent anchor. The cage was sealed. But Liangchen felt something the moment the closing pulse propagated, something through the pillar seed's feedback that told him the cage's formation had completed successfully and the consciousness was contained, and that ancient design framework was working exactly as documented. He felt all of that. And he also felt something in his own cultivation channels that he had not expected, the restored station's full activation, which had been feeding the closing sequence's energy requirements, shift its output from the cage construction working toward a different target. Toward him. He had not been watching his own cultivation ceiling. He was watching it now, and it was moving. The ceiling of domain manifestation had been pressing against him for 4 months. The cultivation volume accumulated and amplified by the pillar's output, pushing toward the transition threshold without the specific catalytic factor that would complete it. He had known the factor was the station's full activation. He had known for weeks that the calibration station's complete operational expression was the missing element. The charter said so, in the section Xiaoyin had translated with the precision of a person who has read a document so many times she can hear the author's inflection in the original language. He had been waiting. It arrived now, not gradually, not over days, but in the space between one breath and the next, which was how the station architect's design had been calibrated to deliver it, as a threshold crossing, not a gradual accumulation. His domain expanded, and the ceiling was gone, and the horizon extended to fill the space where the wall had been. He was watching it now, and it was everything the charter had said it would be, but the cage was still 4 seconds from sealing, and the formless consciousness had just found the weakest junction point. 4 seconds. Would it be enough? Chapter 116. Liangchen's breakthrough, the closing pulse released. All 3 anchor points disengaged their formation line output simultaneously, or close enough to simultaneously that the cage's formation logic registered a single coherent release event rather than a series of independent ones. The formation lines, which had been defined and present but not yet sealed, received the closing pulse and became a sealed enclosure. The consciousness was inside when the seals completed. The cage descended into the housing formation. In the housing formation below, the founding architect's long empty housing structure received a new resident and provided the same calibration station support it had provided to the primordial core's jade anchor for 4 centuries. Except now the housing structure's authorization matched the resident's frequency, the registered owner and the actual occupant being the same entity for the first recorded instance since the founding architect designed the system. The housing formation hummed, and then the calibration station did what it was designed to do. With the cage secured in the housing structure, with the Wei bloodline's authorization active at the full set of anchor positions, with the founding architect's full design expressing at its complete operational capacity on this inaugural occasion in 4 centuries, the calibration station completed its primary function. It brought the authorized resident's cultivation into alignment with the calibration frequency. Liangshan felt it happen in the space between one breath and the next. His cultivation had been pressed against the ceiling of domain manifestation for 4 months. The pillar's amplification had been pushing him toward the transition ceiling, the threshold between domain manifestation and heavenly sage. For weeks, the cultivation building and building without the final factor that would complete the alignment. That factor was this ancient station's full activation. The station's original creator had designed it to provide precisely that factor, the frequency match that turned accumulated cultivation volume into a completed transition. The volume was there. The frequency match arrived. His domain expanded. Domain manifestation's limit is a spatial wall. The cultivator's awareness extends to a boundary it can see through but cannot cross. Heavenly Sage's limit is a horizon. The awareness extends as far as the cultivation field will carry it, which is not a fixed boundary, but a function of the ambient chi density and the cultivator's ability to read it. Inside the founding architect's calibration station at full operational output, the chi density was the highest in the mortal world. His awareness extended to fill the chamber in the first second, the corridor beyond the shattered door in the second, the palace's inner ward in the third, every cultivator's signature, every formation structure, every ambient flow and distortion visible to him with the precision that Heavenly Sage domain provides, three-dimensional, layered, precise down to the meridian-level signatures of individuals in his awareness range. He could see the coalition's positions at the outer ring. He could see Mei Ruahua sitting at the relay anchor with empty meridians and steady breathing, and the calibration space's full output flowing through her clear pathways. He could see Bao Tingji at the monitoring position with every instrument he owned running simultaneously. He could see the 6 freed puppet sages at the outer ring's perimeter, disoriented and free and trying to understand what free meant after 3 decades. He could see the cage, not just its position, but its internal structure, the consciousness inside organized differently than it had been in the ambient field, the original calibration architecture beginning its slow work of organizing 4 centuries of accumulated complexity into something more functional. He could see the Hollow Emperor's 17 absorbed memories as distinct patterns within the cage. He said, "It worked." His voice sounded different to his own ears. Not louder, deeper. The resonance of a Heavenly Sage's vocal expression in a calibration station at full operation was a different acoustic phenomenon than anything he had heard from his own throat before. Xiaoyang looked at him. Elder Su, from the chamber's western side, said, "About time." He said it with the warm dryness of a cultivator who has been watching his son-in-law's cultivation trajectory for 8 months and had been expecting this outcome for weeks. Luo Tianming examined the cage through his monitoring domain with the methodical attention of a jurisdiction officer building a compliance record. He read the formation architecture. He read the consciousness's current state inside the containment. He read the housing formation's anchor quality. He said, "The cage's integrity is stable. The housing formation's support is confirmed. The consciousness is contained and non-parasitic in its current configuration." He raised the jade tablet. Article 22's prohibition is against cultivation parasitism. The contained entity cannot absorb or host in its current configuration. He paused. The violation ends at the moment of containment. The violation has ended. Is that sufficient? Liangshan asked. Formally, the Wei household is designated as permanent custodian of the contained entity, Luo Tianming said. Annual status reports confirming cage integrity, transmitted to the heavenly ledger. This is that jurisdictional article's resolution framework for contained entities whose destruction is not indicated. His gaze moved to Liangshan. Your cultivation just advanced. It did. Heavenly Sage. He noted this in the jade tablet. We have additional matters to discuss regarding the Accord compliance requirements. When you are ready. Garden, Liangshan said. 20 minutes. He turned to look at the chamber around him. The founding architect's formation traces blazing on the walls, the deep layer running at sustained calibration output, the ambient field warm and organized and precisely what it had been designed to be. He turned to look at his children, exhausted and standing. He crossed the chamber and put his hands on both their shoulders. He did not speak for a long moment. Xiaoyang said, "Mother gave everything." "I know," he said. "She will rebuild," Xiaoyang said. with the conviction of someone stating a fact rather than hoping for one. She will, he said, faster than the first time. He felt the cage below him in the housing formation, stable, warm, built at the consciousness's own frequency, a container that was invisible from inside. He felt the station's structural design running at full operational capacity for the inaugural moment in 4 centuries. He felt his new heavenly sage domain extending through the palace and into the city and to the horizon. And at the edge of the horizon, in the sky above the imperial capital, he felt the specific cultivation signature of a formation that had not been present when he entered the celestial chamber. A star formation, geometric, navigational, pointing southeast. He did not say anything about it yet, but the cage below him hummed with a communication pulse, and that communication was already on its way. He turned back to the chamber interior before stepping out. The twins were still standing at their former anchor positions, not yet moving. The post-technique interval when the body processes what was required of it and the mind processes what was accomplished. He crossed to them and said nothing for several seconds, only standing with them in the calibration station's warm ambient output, which was now running at full operational capacity and would continue to do so for as long as the Wei bloodline maintained the registration and the housing formation held its anchor. Xiaoyang said, after a moment, "We did it." "You did it," Liangchen said. "You built the cage," Xiaoyan said. "You held the anchors," he said, in a chamber defended by a void-crossing cultivator using a primordial core. At the end of a 4-month engagement with a consciousness that had never failed to escape containment in 4 centuries. He looked at both of them. "You held the anchors." The twins received this in silence. He stepped forward to go find his family. But first, he stood at the chamber's shattered door and looked out at the palace's inner ward and felt his new domain extending to the horizon and thought. The founding architect designed a system that would require 3 generations of a single family to express correctly. He had understood that the system's full capacity could not be achieved in 1 lifetime, that the formation's complete potential required the twin-linked harmonic core that could only develop across a parent's cultivation and a child's inherited architecture. He had built in 4 centuries of patience. And here they were. Liangchen felt the calibration station running beneath him at full operational output, humming with the sustained warmth of a design that had been waiting for this configuration, and felt his domain extending outward through walls and courts and city streets. And he thought, 300 years ahead of his time, the architect had known we were coming. He stepped forward to find his family, but below, in the housing formation, the cage settled with a hum that sounded like a question. He could not determine yet what the question was. Chapter 117. The Trap the Garden conversation with Luo Tianming was efficient, which was the celestial arbiter's approach to everything. He had drafted the terms before arriving in the garden, using the 20 minutes Liangchen had requested to review the relevant accord provisions and identify the compliance framework that addressed all outstanding violations simultaneously. When Liangchen arrived, with Elder Su beside him and the twins trailing 20 meters behind, both moving slowly, both carrying the cultivator's specific post-exhaustion quality characteristic of a cultivator who has used their capacity completely and is running on structural reserve. Luo Tianming had the jade tablet open to the final section and was prepared to proceed. Article 14, he said. 90-day registration timeline for previously undocumented formation types. The clock began at the moment of my Article 22 compliance declaration. He looked at the tablet. Registration requires a celestial sovereign or above as formal witness. I am transmitting a jurisdiction notification to Celestial Sovereign Han Beixian within the hour. Her location is the Northern Mountain Sect, for days travel from your household's registered address in Qingfeng Crossing. The notification creates a response obligation under the Accord's Article 8. She will come. What does the notification say? Liangchen asked. That the Heavenly Ledger has confirmed the existence of the dual harmony resonance formation and associated resonance absolute technique as a previously undocumented cultivation system operating at registration-required scale, that an authorized pillar steward bloodline has demonstrated the system at full expression and is seeking formal registration, and that the Accord requires a celestial sovereign witness for the registration to proceed. He paused. The notification also contains the technical monitoring data the Ledger's instruments collected during today's engagement. Another pause. Han Beixian is a practitioner who has spent 200 years complaining about gaps in the ledger's technical documentation. The monitoring data will be professionally significant to her. She will come quickly. What does she require from us? Technical specification for the Article 17 Combat Technique Registration. The specification needs to include output parameters, amplification basis, and formation architecture description sufficient for the ledger's technical archives to classify the technique accurately. He closed the technical section and opened the compliance terms. In addition, quarterly formation operation reports for the first 2 years of registration, providing the ledger's monitoring systems with baseline data for the formation type. Annual cage integrity reports for the 22 prohibitions contained entity. These are documentation obligations, not operational restrictions. He looked directly at Liangchen. The formation may operate at full expression. The technique may be used in registration-compliant contexts. The accord does not prohibit the system's operation. It requires documentation of its operation. Accepted, Liangchen said. Luo Tianming made a notation. He said, "There is one additional matter that is not a compliance requirement. I am sharing it because the Hollow Emperor's warning should be cross-referenced against existing ledger archive data, and I have access to that data." He paused. The ledger's deepest archive contains references to the Void Architects, the original designers of the Pillar Steward bloodline system. They are described as a pre-imperial consortium of cultivation theorists who built the bloodline system as a deliberate design project and subsequently retreated to monitoring-only status when the project exceeded their anticipated parameters. He opened a different section of the tablet. The ledger monitors the star formation navigational markers that the Void Architects have historically used. The last signal activation was logged approximately 11 months ago, in a pattern consistent with passive monitoring. His gaze found Liangchen. A new signal activation was logged 4 days before I received my dispatch from the ledger's Article 14 monitoring alert. He paused. The signal's navigation geometry points southeast, toward a mountain range approximately 3 days' travel from your household's registered address. 4 days before the Resonance Absolute's monitoring alert, Liangchen said. 4 days before the alert. The signal activation preceded the Article 14 threshold breach by 4 days. He closed the tablet. The Void Architects were not notified by the ledger's alert. They detected the approach of the full Resonance Absolute demonstration by some other means, for days before it occurred. He paused. I do not know what they are. I do not know whether they are allies, obstacles, or something other than either. I am telling you this because you should know, and because the Accord's Article 40, which governs celestial jurisdiction's relationship with pre-imperial cultivation consortia, requires me to report detected signal activations to the Pillar Steward bloodline's registered authority. He stood from the garden seat. You are now the registered authority. He ascended. Liangchen sat in the garden and held the pillar seed and thought about 4 days. The Void Architects had known 4 days before the Resonance Absolute's final expression that it was coming, which meant they had monitoring capability that exceeded the Heavenly Ledger's detection threshold for the technique, which meant they had been watching the bloodline's development for at least 4 days before the final engagement, which meant they might have been watching for longer. He looked at the twins, sitting against the garden wall with their eyes closed and their meridians cycling slow recovery circulation. He thought, they built this. They built the twins. They built the harmonic core. They built the calibration station. They built the charter's restoration mandate. They retreated when the project exceeded their anticipated parameters and set up a monitoring protocol and have been waiting ever since for the Resonance Absolute to be demonstrated. He thought, what happens when the people who built a thing come to see whether it worked? He thought about the station's maximum design, the elements he understood and the elements he did not. The foundation anchor's housing structure, the convergence architecture at the 3 anchor points, the authorization system that recognized bloodline frequency. These were the elements he had worked with, the elements the charter had described, the elements Bao had documented with his instruments. But the star formation, navigating southeast from the capital's sky, pointed towards something outside the station's architecture, something that existed beyond the boundaries of the bloodline system's design documentation, something that the charter's buried section had referenced only obliquely, in the language of the system's original consortium rather than its practical operation, the monitoring protocol, the retirement into observation. The pre-imperial practitioners who had built the bloodline system watched it exceed their anticipated parameters and stepped back. Stepped back, but did not leave. He thought, they built the trap. They built the cage. They built the authorization system and the charter and the station. And then they built themselves a window to watch through. And the resonance absolute had opened the window. He did not say this to the twins. They needed to sleep before any of this could be thought about usefully. He noted it in the part of his mind that filed things for future action and let the garden's ambient chi, still carrying the calibration station's warm output through the palace's formation network, cycle through his new heavenly sage meridians. He needed to tell Mei Ruohua. He needed to see how she was. He needed to find Zhao Junlin and make sure the young man had appropriate attendance when he woke up. He needed to speak with the coalition's leaders about the political situation. He needed to record the 17 Pillars steward names from the Hollow Emperor's communication modulations before the detail faded. He needed to begin. But first, the cage sent him another pulse. Not a closing sequence pulse, not the initial settling confirmation, a deliberate communication pulse, using the founding architect's aperture that he had just identified. The consciousness inside the cage was using the communication channel the pre-imperial architect had built into the containment design for exactly this purpose. The message was short. He read it. He stood in the garden for 3 more seconds before he went to find his family, holding a message from a 400-year-old consciousness in a cage that had just told him what it intended to tell him before the compliance meeting with Luo Tianming. The message said, "Ask the arbiter about the void architects. Ask what the ledger's archive actually contains. He knows more than he will say unprompted." He filed this and went to find Mei Ruohua. Behind him, the cage pulsed again, a second communication through the aperture. He did not stop to read it. He filed it for later and kept walking. Whatever it said could wait until he had seen that his wife was breathing steadily and his children had eaten. It was not going to be a comfortable message. The cage had sent a second pulse before he reached the corridor's end, which meant the first message had been a preface, not a conclusion, not even close. Chapter 118. The Emperor is contained. The family regrouped in stages rather than all at once. Mei Ruohua came to the garden 20 minutes after Luo Tianming left, walking under her own power at reduced pace. Shui Linglan 3 steps behind her with instruments still running and the specific expression of a medical practitioner who has made her recommendations and is allowing the patient to proceed while maintaining close observation. The empty meridians were cycling ambient chi through the calibration station's relay output with the practiced ease of pathways that had been recently cleared. The rebuilding had begun the moment the channeling completed, and the station's complete operational output was the most favorable recovery environment available. She sat beside Lianshan on the garden bench and said, "Did it work?" "The cage is stable," he said. "The core's anchor is destroyed. The consciousness is contained." He looked at her. "You did not need to give everything." "I gave what the calculation required," she said. "Shui Linglan told me the number before I did it. I had the number. The number was right." She leaned against his arm, which she had not done in months, not from distance, but from the specific lack of available time that 9 months of crisis produces in close relationships. She says 6 weeks to foundation tempering, 7 months to core formation. "Faster than the first time," he said. "Shui Linglan says the station's full activation will accelerate the early stages significantly," she said. "I will be at foundation tempering in 4 weeks, she thinks. The station knows what it is doing." A pause. "What happens next?" "Registration," he said. 90 days. A celestial sovereign named Han Beixian is coming to witness the registration. Luo Tianming says she will complain about the travel, but she will come." He paused. "And the Void Architects have activated a navigation signal. They detected the resonance absolute demonstration 4 days before it occurred. The signal points toward a mountain range 3 days from home." He watched her face process this. "We do not need to make any decisions about that today." "No," she said. "Today we should eat something and sleep." She looked at the twins against the garden wall, both of them with their eyes closed, Xiaoyin's breathing having shifted to the pattern of genuine sleep. "They need to sleep for a long time." "They do," he said. Elder Su arrived from the inner ward direction, where he had spent the past 20 minutes speaking with the puppet sage's senior representative, a heavenly sage named Rue Fengshan who had been under the control lattice's suppression for 31 years and was experiencing freedom as a disorienting phenomenon that required assistance organizing. Elder Su had given him the assistance with the specific, gentle efficiency of a cultivator who understands what it is like to suppress cultivation for years and emerge from the suppression into a changed world. He sat in the garden and did not immediately speak. After a moment, he said, "The Rue sage wants to speak with you about the political situation. He is prepared to support a stabilization framework for the capital if you will advise the coalition on the sage community's concerns." He paused. "I told him you would speak with him tomorrow." Tomorrow, Liangchen confirmed. Bao arrived with instruments and documents, and the particular character of a person who has been processing information continuously for 3 hours and has reached a critical documentation threshold. He sat cross-legged in the garden corner and said, without preamble, "I need the 17 names from the Hollow Emperor's modulation communication. You received them during the engagement. The detail will fade if we do not record it now." "I know," Liangchen said. He pulled the list from the part of his memory where he had filed it during the engagement and began reciting. Bao wrote, "The names were not all complete. Some were family names only, some were given names only, some were both, and the founding details accompanying each name varied in completeness. But 17 entries went into Bao's documentation, and each entry included whatever the Hollow Emperor's modulation communication had carried about the specific family, location, cultivation level at time of absorption, the detail that distinguished each one from the others. Xiaoyang Rue, last, with the red bean soup detail." Bao wrote it down without comment. The garden was quiet. Luo Tianming had said, during the garden meeting, something that Liangchen was holding alongside the void architect's information and examining from both sides. The cage's integrity is stable. The consciousness is contained. He had said it as a compliance determination. He had not said, "The matter is resolved," because the matter was not resolved. The cage was stable and the containment was compliant, but the cage was now part of the family's custody obligations. The Hollow Emperor's consciousness was contained deep beneath the ancestral hall of whatever city they eventually rebuilt the pillar in, and the consciousness had warned them, through the cage's communication aperture, if it chose to use it, about what came next. The matter was not resolved. It had moved into a different phase. He said, "The cage can communicate." The pre-imperial engineer built a communication aperture into the calibration cage design, status output to the authorized resident above. He looked at the assembled family. The Hollow Emperor may use that aperture. We should be prepared for communication from below. Communication about what? Shuelinglan asked. About the void architects, Liangchen said. He has been managing the risk of their arrival for the entire engagement. He knows something about them that the charter does not contain. He paused. He told me that they make him look gentle. I believe that warrants a conversation when he chooses to have it. The garden held this for a moment. Bao wrote, "Communication aperture exists. Hollow Emperor may transmit through it. Note from monitoring protocol." Xiaoyang, from against the garden wall, without opening his eyes, said, "He said they make him look gentle." "Yes," Liangchen said. 4 centuries of void crossing, scale parasitism, and he says someone makes him look gentle. "Yes." Xiaoyang held silence for a long moment. He said, "Then I suppose we have work to do." He did not open his eyes. He was still exhausted. But the assessment had been made, and it was the correct assessment, and the family in the garden received it in the particular character of people who have just finished one thing and are aware that the next thing is already in motion. He thought about the cage below, the consciousness inside it, carrying 17 sets of absorbed memories and 4 centuries of accumulated weight, and, somewhere within all of that, the founding architect's restoration intention that 17 absorbed pillar steward cultivators had been carrying. He thought about what it meant to contain something that had been parasitic for 4 centuries and offer it a different relationship with existence. Not a comfortable containment, not a forgiving one, but one that did not end in dissolution. He thought, I promised the 17 families I would find their descendants. That is not a small promise. That is years of work. That is the kind of search that requires a heavenly sage domain and institutional connections and a celestial sovereign witness and a compliance framework that permits the household to operate at full formation capacity. He thought, I have all of these things now. He thought, then I had better begin. Somewhere above the capital, in the darkening sky, A star formation that had not been there this morning rotated through its second cycle and settled into its navigational pointing configuration. Southeast, 3 days' travel. The mountain range where 5 ancient practitioners had been waiting in stasis for 1,000 years. Their signal had activated 4 days ago. They had known this moment was coming before it arrived. They were already on their way. And the cage's communication aperture pulsed a third time, a longer pulse than the previous two, carrying more structured content, something the founding architect's aperture protocol classified as high priority. Liangshan stopped walking. He read the third message. He said, very quietly, to no one who could hear him, "Oh." He walked faster. Bao needed to know this before the compliance meeting ended. He walked faster through the palace's inner corridor, past the formation traces the pre-imperial engineer had laid into the stone 3 centuries ago, past the guards who straightened when they saw him, and then went very still when they registered what his cultivation signature had become. A heavenly sage moved differently through a formation active space than a domain manifestation cultivator did. The domain extended ahead of him, reading the corridor before he walked into it, the ambient chi organizing around his presence in the specific way that heavenly sage cultivation organized ambient chi, and everyone in the corridor could feel it. He did not stop to explain. He walked faster, and the third message from the cage's communication aperture sat in his awareness like a stone that needed to be put down in the right place before the weight of it changed the character of everything else he was carrying. Bao had to know. Then, and only then, would he know what the next 48 hours would require. Chapter 119. Luo Tianming's concession. The formal compliance documentation took 4 hours to complete, spread across 2 sessions with Luo Tianming that the celestial arbiter conducted with the efficient thoroughness of a cultivator who has built compliance records for 2 centuries and does not permit the record to be incomplete simply because the situation is still in progress. The first session was in the garden, immediately after the cage was secured, the compliance determination, the designation of the Wei household as custodian, the outline of the Article 14 registration timeline. The second session was 2 hours later, in the palace's outer administrative chamber, where Luo Tianming had commandeered a writing table and was working through the Jade Tablet's documentation requirements with the specific focused energy, with the stored productivity of someone who'd been storing professional productivity for the 2 hours of action first paperwork second that the engagement had required. Liangshan attended both sessions. For the first, he was alone. For the second, he brought Bao, who sat beside him and provided formation technical data in response to Luo Tianming's questions with the precision of someone who had been preparing this documentation since 3 months before the engagement. The compliance terms, finalized. The dual harmony resonance pillars registration timeline, 90 days, with Han Beixian as witness, the jurisdiction notification transmitted within the hour. The formation may operate at full expression throughout the registration period. The Resonance Absolutes Article 17 registration, concurrent with the Article 14 registration, using the same technical specification document. Both registrations complete simultaneously. The technique may be used in emergencies during the registration period at the registered practitioner's discretion, with post-use reporting to the ledger within 48 hours. The Cultivation Parasitism Article's Custodial Obligations. Annual Cage Integrity Reports, beginning 30 days from the containment completion date. The Wei household as permanent designated custodians, with the housing formation's anchor authority established in the Bloodlines Charter registration. Quarterly formation operation reports for the first 2 years of pillar registration, transmitted to the ledger's monitoring archives on the first day of each calendar quarter beginning with the registration completion date. Bao recorded all 4 terms in the household's documentation system as Luo Tianming read them from the Jade Tablet. He also recorded, in a separate notation, 3 observations about the Celestial Arbiter's compliance construction that were worth understanding for future Accord interactions. The 90-day timeline was not mandated. It was chosen. 60 days was the baseline, and Luo Tianming had expanded it to 90 through interpretive application of the undocumented formation type provision. The concurrent registration framework that allowed both Article 14 and Article 17 to be completed simultaneously was similarly a choice rather than a requirement, and the emergency use provision during the registration period was the arbiter's own interpretive construction, not a standard provision of the Accord's Article 17 framework. Luo Tianming had chosen to apply the law in ways that gave the Wei household the most workable compliance framework possible while maintaining the law's essential requirements. Bao did not note this observation aloud. It was the kind of observation that was worth recording and not announcing. At the end of the second session, Luo Tianming stood from the writing table and collected the jade tablet and said, as though it were an afterthought rather than the most significant thing he had said all day, Han Beixian will want to examine this space's calibration station. She has been looking for examples of pre-imperial convergence architecture for decades, and the calibration station is the most complete example she will have encountered. He paused. Allow her to examine it. She will become a useful institutional advocate for the dual harmony resonance system within the ledger's technical apparatus. Institutional advocates are valuable. I will allow her to examine it, Liangchen said. She will also want to examine the twins, Luo Tianming said. Their calibration will be the subject of her formal documentation for several years. She documents things extensively. Another pause. The twins will find this tedious. Tell them to allow it regardless. The ledger's technical documentation is the foundation of the Article 17 framework that protects them from future enforcement actions. He paused. Documentation is how the law learns what to protect. He moved toward the chamber's exit. He stopped at the door. He said, the boy on the floor in the celestial chamber. Zhao Junlin. He has no memory of the occupation period. He will need an explanation of what occurred that is truthful, complete, and delivered with patience. He paused. This is not a compliance requirement. I am telling you because I have seen how primordial core host recovery goes when the family is absent from the explanation process, and it does not go well. He paused. He is the son of the first emperor the Hollow Emperor occupied. Zhao Junlin is not a descendant of the original imperial line. He is the descendant of a family that was placed on the throne as a prepared vessel and has been that family's purpose for generations without their knowledge. He paused. This is information he deserves and will not easily absorb. Have patience. He left. Bao wrote all of this down. Liangchen looked at the documentation and thought about 90 days and Han Beixian and the Void Architect's signal and the Hollow Emperor in his cage deep beneath the ground and the young man in the chamber who would wake up with 4 centuries of empire and parasitism as the architecture of his entire life's meaning. He thought, that ancient architect built a system. The system is running correctly at last. Everything that has happened is the system working as designed toward the restoration it was designed for. He thought, the restoration is not finished. It is beginning. He said to Bao, write up a summary of everything Luo Tianming told us about Han Beixian and the Void Architects and the Article 40 reporting requirement. Cross-reference it with the Bloodline Charter's monitoring protocol section. He stood. I need to see my children. Then I need to see the political situation. Then I need to sleep. He paused. In that order. Bao was already writing. Liangchen looked at the documentation and said, before he left, one more thing. During the garden meeting, the Hollow Emperor sent a communication through the cage aperture before I came inside. He told me to ask Luo Tianming about what the ledger's archive contains regarding the Void Architects. He said the Arbiter knows more than he said unprompted. He paused. I asked. The Arbiter told me about the star formation signal activation in Article 40. That was the unprompted information, the minimum required disclosure. He looked at Bao. Document a question. What else does the ledger's archive contain about the Void Architects? And what does Article 40 actually require versus what Luo Tianming disclosed? Bao wrote this without expression, which was Bao's expression when something was very significant. He said, I will have an initial analysis within 24 hours. Good, Liangchen said, and went to see his wife. Behind him, Bao picked up his fastest instruments and began. No record existed yet of what the third cage message said. He would know within minutes. When he learned, it would change the 48 hours ahead in ways that the compliance documentation had not accounted for, but that the founding architect, 300 years ahead of his time, had very likely anticipated. Bao sat alone in the administrative chamber with his fastest instruments and a documentation problem he had not anticipated. The Article 40 disclosure had been standard, Luo Tianming's minimum required transmission, as Liangchen had correctly identified. But Article 40 had a supplementary clause that Bao had pulled from the Accords archive within 20 minutes of the Celestial Arbiter's departure. And the supplementary clause raised a question that neither the compliance terms nor the 90-day registration timeline had addressed. The supplementary clause required the Pillar Steward bloodline's registered authority to acknowledge receipt of any pre-imperial consortium communication within 30 days of contact. Contact, as defined by Article 40's technical framework, included navigational signal activation directed at the registration address. The star formation signal had been active for 4 days. The 30-day clock had begun before the compliance meeting had ended. Bao wrote, Item 1 of the 48-hour priority list. Consult on Article 40 Supplementary Clause Interpretation. Item 2. Review whether the third cage message contains anything relevant to the supplementary clause timeline. He suspected it did. He suspected that was exactly why the consciousness inside the cage had sent it. He wrote faster, and in the sky above the palace, the star formation that had been navigating southeast for 4 days rotated to a new bearing, directly overhead. They were not 3 days away, they were already moving. Chapter 120, Cliffhanger. The cage's message: the family gathered in the celestial chamber 3 hours after the containment. Not by announcement or plan, by the specific gravitational pull that significant spaces exert on the people who have done significant things in them. Liangshan arrived first, drawn by the need to check the cage's stability with his new heavenly sage domain rather than the domain manifestation awareness he had used during the engagement. The cage was stable. The housing formation's anchor was solid. The station's original calibration output was warm and constant, and making the ambient field in the chamber the best cultivation environment any of them had ever occupied. Xiaoyin arrived second, awake after 2 hours of intensive sleep that had accomplished more recovery than 8 hours of ordinary rest would have in any other location. The calibration station's chi field was processing through her depleted meridians with the practiced speed of an environment that had been designed for exactly this function. She sat at the eastern anchor position and let the ambient output continue its work. Xiaoyang arrived third, still tired but functional, carrying 3 bowls of food from the coalition's field kitchen that no one had asked him to retrieve and that everyone needed. He set them down without ceremony and sat beside his sister. Elder Su arrived and sat at the western anchor. Bao arrived and did not sit. He walked the perimeter of the chamber with his instruments running, reading the founding architect's formation traces at full expression with the specific absorbed attention of a cultivation scholar encountering primary source material that he had been studying from secondary references for months. He said, after 4 minutes of walking, the founding architect's meridian mapping technique is embedded in the wall formation traces as a passive teaching structure. A cultivator who spends regular time in this room and is sensitive to the ambient chi field will gradually absorb the founding architect's formation theory through ambient exposure rather than deliberate study. He stopped walking. This is a passive cultivation school. He built a school. He made a note. We should bring the household here. Extended residence in this space will accelerate the theoretical development of anyone with cultivation sensitivity above foundation tempering. Mei Ruohua arrived last, supported by Shui Linglan's proximity rather than her arm. Shui Linglan was close enough to catch her if needed and far enough to allow independent movement. Mei Ruohua crossed the chamber floor and sat at the primary anchor's edge and let this station's full output enter her clear pathways. She said, "This is extraordinary." The founding architect was ahead of his time, Bao said. How far ahead? 300 years, minimum. Possibly more. He gestured at the wall traces. Some of these formation techniques were not rediscovered by any cultivation school until the late imperial period. Some of them have not been rediscovered at all. The family sat in the extraordinary space and existed in the particular quality of quiet that follows something enormous. Not peace, not relaxation, but the temporary absence of the pressure that had been the atmosphere of their lives for 9 months. The pressure was gone. Other things were coming. But in the space between the ending and whatever came next, there was this, that ancient calibration station, warm and running, and the family that it had been designed to support, assembled in it for the first occasion in living memory. Xiaoyin said, "Do you think he knew? The founding architect. Do you think he knew his design would be used this way?" He knew the pillar steward lines would face opposition, Bao said. The charter's protective sections are extensive, more extensive than a system designed only for cultivation amplification would require. He anticipated resistance. But did he know about the Hollow Emperor specifically? No one could have anticipated a specific cultivator 400 years before that cultivator made their specific choices, Liangshan said. He was holding the pillar seed, the calibration at threshold, the deep layers output cycling through the formation network. But the station's designer built a system robust enough that when a specific cultivator spent 400 years trying to destroy it, the system produced the response to that specific cultivator. He paused, not because the founding architect predicted the Hollow Emperor, because he built the system correctly. The cage pulsed. Not a violent pulse, not the destabilization pattern that would have indicated a cage integrity failure. A communication pulse, the kind the founding architect's aperture was designed to transmit. A status signal from the contained entity to the authorized resident above. Liangshan received it through the seed's housing formation channel. He translated the signal. It took 15 seconds because the cage's communication aperture was not designed for extended messaging. It was designed for status signals, and the Hollow Emperor was using the status signal format to transmit a message that exceeded the format's intended content bandwidth. The message came through in fragments, each fragment a piece of a longer statement. He assembled the fragments. He looked at his family, all of them looking at him, reading his expression. He said, "The Hollow Emperor has something to tell us." Xiaoyin said, "What?" Liangshan read the assembled message one more time to be certain of the translation. "He says we believe we have one." He set the pillar seed on the chamber floor in front of him. "He says we have only proven the theory correct. The resonance absolute is real, and there are others who have been waiting for the demonstration for a very long time." He looked at his family. "He says they are already moving, that they have been moving since the pillar's first full expression 9 months ago." He paused. "They detected it then, not today." The cage pulsed a second time. Final fragment. 5 words. He translated them. He said, "They make me look gentle." The cage went quiet. The pre-imperial calibration station continued its warm hum. The formation traces continued their convergence patterns. The housing formation below them continued its steady support of a structure it would hold for as long as the Wei bloodline maintained the authorized residency. Outside the palace, the coalition was beginning the work of stabilizing a capital whose leadership structure had been a 4th-century parasite's puppet apparatus, and the 6 freed heavenly sage cultivators were having their first genuine conversations in decades. And Crown Prince Zhao Junlin was breathing steadily in a palace room where no one had yet explained to him why he had woken up on the floor of the celestial chamber with no memory of the past 12 hours. Inside the chamber, the family sat with the Hollow Emperor's 5-word warning and the station's calibration output, and the specific kind of silence that descends when the people who must respond to information of this magnitude are taking exactly as much time as they need before responding. Bao said, "The charter mentions them. The Void Architects. Section 9, subsection 3. I had flagged the passage as background context." He paused. "I may need to revise that classification." Xiaoyang said, "What do we know about them?" "They built us," Xiaoyin said quietly. "They built the bloodline. They built the harmonic core. They built the pre-imperial design." She looked at the formation traces blazing on the walls. "Everything we have used to survive the past 9 months, they built it." She paused. "The Hollow Emperor has 4 centuries of experience with the primordial core's capabilities. He absorbed 17 harmonic cores. He ruled an empire." She looked at her father. "And he says they make him look gentle." The chamber held the weight of those words. Outside, above the imperial capital, in a sky that the coalition's formation network had not yet mapped, a star formation had appeared that would not be there in the morning. A navigation marker, geometric and precise, pointing southeast toward a mountain range where 5 ancient cultivators had been waiting in meditative stasis for a signal they had designed into the bloodline themselves 1,000 years ago. They had received it. They were awake. The founding architect's patient design had produced its intended demonstration, and the people who had commissioned that design were now making their way toward the family that had finally completed the work. What they intended when they arrived was not described in the charter, and the Hollow Emperor, who knew more about them than anyone still operating, had sent 5 words through a calibration cage aperture and gone silent. Liangshan held the pillar seed and felt his new heavenly sage domain extend through the palace and into the city and toward the horizon, where the star formation was doing its slow geometrical work. He said, "We have 90 days before Han Beixian arrives for the registration. We have 3 days of travel to the mountain range if that is where the Void Architect's signal points." He studied his family. "We are not running toward this. We are not hiding from it." He held the calibration station's warm ambient output in his awareness. The station's original architecture, finally in the right hands, finally running correctly. "We are going home first. We are registering the pillar. We are rebuilding the household. And when the Void Architects arrive, or when we find them, we will know exactly who we are and what we carry." He picked up the pillar seed. It was warm in his hand. It had always been warm. The station's original creator had built warmth into it somewhere, in the specific frequency of its calibration output, and Liangshan had felt that warmth for 8 months without knowing why until today. Now he knew. It was the warmth of something that had been waiting to be used correctly. Outside the chamber door, somewhere in the capital's night air, the star formation's navigational geometry completed its 3rd rotation cycle and stabilized into its final pointing configuration. Southeast. Mountain range. 3 days. They were already coming, and the cage's aperture was still open, and the 3rd message had been waiting there since the moment the cage was sealed, patient as something that has waited for centuries. But the aperture was open, and it had been waiting to use it. Chapter 121. Aftermath. In the capital. The imperial capital was quiet in the way a city is quiet after something it cannot name has happened. Not the quiet of night. It was well past the 3rd hour of morning when Liangshan emerged from the celestial chamber's shattered door and walked into the palace's inner ward, and the ward was crowded with coalition cultivators, imperial household staff, confused soldiers, and the 6 freed puppet sages who were standing in a loose cluster near the outer ring and looking at the sky as if they needed to confirm it was still there. The quiet was the quiet of suspended collective breath, of an entire capital that had felt something shift, had felt it in their cultivation pathways, in the ambient chi that had spent 4 centuries running through channels shaped by the Hollow Emperor's design and was now running through something else, and was waiting to understand what the shift meant. Liangshan did not have an announcement prepared. He had Mei Roa on one side and Elder Su on the other, and the twins behind him, and the cage humming against his palm with the low, steady warmth of a newly contained consciousness finding its configuration inside a formation it would not break out of. He said, to the first coalition commander he encountered, "The Emperor is gone. The host body needs medical attention. The 6 cultivators at the East Ring are free and need orientation. The coalition maintains order until a governance council can convene." The commander looked at him. Liangshan said, "That is not a request." The commander understood a heavenly sage domain at this range. He went to convey the instructions. The next 3 hours were the most administratively complex Liangshan had navigated since Ho Wunshu's siege of Qingfeng Crossing, and those hours were complicated by the fact that he was running them on a severely degraded sleep schedule, a resonance field at 68%, and the ambient awareness of a heavenly sage domain that was providing him with information about every cultivator in a 300-meter radius continuously. He knew where everyone was. He knew their cultivation states. He knew which of the freed puppet sages were in shock and which were stable. He knew that Bao Tingji was in the monitoring station processing 6 hours of instrumental data with the focused intensity of someone who would not sleep until the documentation was complete. He knew that Zhao Junlan, the former host body of the Hollow Emperor's occupation, a young man who had been absent from his own life for the duration of the parasite's tenancy, was in the palace physician's wing under Shui Linglan's supervision, breathing steadily, showing no qi expression at all. Empty. The parasitism had taken everything. He knew that the capital's outer districts were peaceful. Whatever the Hollow Emperor had controlled or suppressed or coordinated through the cultivation network that the parasite had been managing for 4 centuries, that control was gone, and the network was running without interference for the first time in living memory, and the city's cultivators were feeling it as a sudden clarity in their chi pathways that none of them had a framework to explain. By the 4th hour, the coalition's senior commanders had taken the administrative handoff. They were competent. That was why Liangshan had worked to bring them here. He handed the operational situation to Commander Feng Wei with a complete briefing and the explicit instruction that the Wei household was not available for political consultations for at least 24 hours. Feng Wei, who had seen enough of Liangchen's family over the course of the operation to understand that this was a non-negotiable statement, acknowledged it. Liangchen went to find his family. They were in the garden, the same garden where he had spoken with Luo Tianming earlier that night, a space that had become something like a family anchor point in the chaos. Mei Ruohua was sitting on the bench with her eyes closed and her hands in her lap, the calibration station's ambient output washing through her clear meridians with the deliberate patience of a recovery process that had just received the best possible environmental conditions. Xiaoyin was asleep against the garden wall. Actually asleep, not resting. The full surrender of a cultivator who has used everything she had and trusts that the space she is in is safe enough to be unconscious. Xiaoyang was awake. He was sitting 2 meters from his sister, watching the garden's entrance, his yang field at its minimum sustainable expression, the smallest yang burst output he could maintain while still maintaining it. He looked at his father. He said, "She's been asleep for 40 minutes. I didn't want to move her." "Good," Liangchen said. He sat in the garden's central space and felt the cage in his palm and felt his domain extending through the palace and the city and to the horizon and thought, "It is over. The thing we came here to do is done. The Hollow Emperor is contained. The primordial core's anchor is destroyed. The puppet sages are free. The coalition holds the capital." He thought, "The thing we came here to do is done, and the thing that comes next is already beginning." And the third message from the cage's aperture was sitting in his awareness like a stone he had been carrying for 4 hours and had not yet set down. He took out the jade tablet. He read it. The garden was very quiet. Only Xiaoyin's breathing and the distant sound of the coalition's administrative work at the palace's outer courts and the calibration station's ambient hum running through the formation network below. Xiaoyang watched his father's face as he read. He said, "What does it say?" Liangchen set the jade tablet down on the garden bench. He said, "It says the Void Architects are not coming to observe us. They are coming to complete an obligation. And the obligation is to us." He paused. "They owe the 17 families. The families they built their monitoring protocol on top of. The families the Hollow Emperor absorbed." He looked at the cage in his other hand. He knew this. He has known since the beginning. He told us they make him look gentle because the architect's dead. Their centuries of watching from a distance while the Pillar Steward families were destroyed is a debt that makes 4 centuries of parasitism look simple by comparison. Xiaoyang was quiet for a long moment. He said, "That is a lot to process before sunrise." "It is," Liangchen agreed. "Are we in danger from them?" "The Bloodline Charter," he said, "contains a section I did not fully translate during the initial analysis 8 months ago. Not because it was obscured. The section is written in the same pre-imperial formal style as the rest of the document. I did not translate it because it seemed theoretical. Foundational documentation. The kind of section that explains the system's origin and provides context, but does not describe current operational parameters." He put the charter on the table, open to the section. "The section describes the Void Architects," he said. "Their formal designation within the charter is the First Circle Design Consortium. They are described as a group of 9 cultivation theorists. I have found references consistent with 9 practitioners who constructed the Pillar Steward bloodline system as a deliberate design project. Not as a sect, not as an organization, but as a project. A specific intervention in cultivation history." He paused. "The charter says they designed the system to address a problem. That mortal cultivation systems, left to develop organically, tend to become extractive over time. Practitioners take from the land, take from each other, take from weaker cultivators, and the cultivation world becomes poorer on net. The Pillar Steward system was designed as a counter-architecture, a system that makes everything around it stronger by making the family at its center stronger, a net positive contribution to the cultivation environment." Elder Su said, "They designed us to fix what they broke. They designed the bloodline to fix what would inevitably be broken," Bao Tingji said. "The charter does not specify what the architects themselves broke. It only specifies what the system was designed to correct." He turned to another section. "The monitoring protocol. The charter says, when the resonance absolute is demonstrated in full expression for the first time in the bloodline's history, The monitoring protocol activates, and the circle responds to the demonstration. The charter does not specify what responds means. He paused. Luo Tianming told us the last signal activation before this one was 11 months ago. The activation 4 days before the resonance absolutes demonstration was the second signal in 11 months. The Heavenly Ledger's archive records the previous activation as a passive monitoring pulse. This one was navigational. They moved from watching to coming. How old are they? Xiaoyin asked. The charter references the first circle design consortium as pre-imperial, Bao Tingji said. The current imperial dynasty has been in place for approximately 200 years. The charter's language suggests the architects predate that dynasty by at least 8 centuries. He paused. The time suspension formations in the mountain compound that Luo Tianming's archive references are consistent with a 1,000-year stasis period. They designed the bloodline. They observed its initial development. When the Hollow Emperor absorbed the first Pillar Steward family, approximately 400 years ago, the architects retreated into stasis and activated the monitoring protocol. They went to sleep and watched us get destroyed for 4 centuries, Xiaoyang said. Through a monitoring protocol, Bao Tingji said, which is a distinction I am not in a position to defend on their behalf. The room was quiet. Liangshan looked at the cage on the table. The consciousness inside it was quiet too, not inactive, but not communicating. Holding its position in the housing formation at the bottom of the calibration station, which was still running below the palace through the formation network, still providing its calibration output to the ambient field. He thought about what the monitoring protocol meant in practice. The architects had maintained instruments in the palace's vicinity or in some elevated monitoring position that could track the calibration station's output from a distance for the entire 4-century period of the Hollow Emperor's occupation. They had watched the first family be absorbed. They had watched the second family be absorbed. They had watched through 16 more absorptions and had not intervened. He was not going to be able to hear their explanation for this without significant difficulty. Elder Su, reading the room, said, "The explanation will not be satisfying." "No," Liangshan said. "But it will be honest, if they are what the charter describes," Elder Su said. The charter's description of the architects is of practitioners who made a specific calculation and committed to it, not practitioners who are comfortable with deception. He paused. Uncomfortable calculations, held for 4 centuries without revision, are more troubling than lies. But they are different in a way that matters when you are deciding how to proceed. Liangshan thought about this. He said, "We proceed by going there and having the conversation." "Yes," Elder Su said. "And by understanding that the conversation will not resolve the 4 centuries. It will only determine whether the next period is different." Bao Tingji, from the corner, said, "I need to document the archive before anything else deteriorates." He paused. The compound's time suspension formation has been running without maintenance for the duration of the stasis. The formation's structural integrity is estimated at 60%. Any significant disturbance to the compound could accelerate degradation. He looked up. "We should go quickly." "Tomorrow," Liangshan said, "after the family is settled." Bao Tingji made a notation and went back to his documentation. He said, "The cage's third message said they owe the 17 families. That the architect's debt to the bloodlines they built and watched get destroyed is the context for their return." He looked at Bao. "Does the charter say anything about what that obligation would look like?" "The charter says the circle's monitoring protocol terminates when the resonance absolute is demonstrated," Bao Tingji said. "It does not specify what happens after termination. The section ends there. Then we meet them and find out," Elder Su said. "There is no intelligence gathering that substitutes for the conversation." Liangshan agreed. He looked at the star formation above the capital, visible through the chamber window in the morning sky. Faint now, the light competing with the sun, but present. Southeast. 3 days. He had 24 hours of administrative and family obligations before he could travel. The coalition needed handoff briefings. Zhao Junlin needed a conversation before Liangshan left the capital. The 17 families needed a plan, even a preliminary one. The compliance documentation for the 90-day registration period needed to be initiated formally. He said, "Bao, take the day to sleep. I need you thinking clearly when we travel." Bao Tingji said, "I need 4 more hours to complete the analysis framework." 2 hours, Liangshan said. "Then sleep." Bao Tingji did not argue, which meant he was more tired than he was showing. He collected his documents and went to find a writing surface, probably the nearest available horizontal surface, Liangshan suspected, since Bao's relationship with formal writing spaces was approximate at best. Liangshan turned to the twins. They were awake, both of them, with the specific composite expression of people who have absorbed a great deal of information and are still processing the part where someone built their family as a design project. Xiaoyin said, "They designed the harmonic core." "Yes," Liangshan said. "They designed us. They designed the bloodline that produced you," he said. "You are still the people who demonstrated the resonance absolute. The design does not diminish the cultivation." He paused. "What you built with Xiaoyang over the past 8 months, what you did in the chamber last night, the architects designed the system that made it possible. They did not do the work. You did the work." Xiaoyin held this. Xiaoyang said, "I want to look one of them in the eye and ask why they watched." "You will have the opportunity," Liangshan said. "I intend to ask the same question." The cage on the table hummed once. A brief, neutral pulse that carried no communication content. Just presence. Just confirmation that the consciousness inside was listening, and that it had heard the question, and that it already knew the answer, and that the answer, whatever it was exactly as uncomfortable as the Hollow Emperor had implied. Chapter 123. The family rebuilds. It took 2 days to leave the capital. Not because of obstacles. The coalition's political administration moved efficiently once the command structure was established, and Liangshan's household was not required for the governance process in any formal sense. The delays were logistical. 17 household members needed to be accounted for. The freed puppet sages needed transition plans. Zhao Junlin needed the conversation Luo Tianming had prescribed, and the ancestral hall in Qingfeng Crossing, which the Wei family had been occupying since the second arc of their journey, was no longer large enough. The household needed to go home. Home was the original city, 3 days' travel from the capital, where the Wei compound had been seized and emptied by imperial agents 14 months ago. The coalition's political team had already sent a formal notification to the current occupants, minor imperial appointees with no cultivation standing, that the property was to be vacated within 48 hours. The notification arrived backed by a coalition formal resolution and a Heavenly Sage's domain-level verification of the Wei family's prior ownership. The occupants vacated within 24 hours. By the morning of the second day, the household was organized for travel. Liangshan stood at the center of the palace's outer ward and looked at the group. Elder Su, with his 2 disciples, recovered from the engagement, moving with the ease of Heavenly Sage cultivators who have spent their bodies at a controlled pace. Mei Ruohua walking under her own power, her meridians cycling qi through pathways that were rebuilding faster than Shui Linglan's instruments had projected, the calibration station's ambient output having compressed what would have been a 6-week recovery into something that looked more like 4. The twins side by side, soul ignition now fully integrated, the harmonic core running between them at its settled post-breakthrough frequency. Bao Tingji with 3 carrying cases of instruments and 1 extremely well-organized stack of documentation. Shui Linglan with her medical kit and the particular expression she had been wearing since the night of the engagement. The expression of someone who has confirmed a secret they have been carrying for years and has not yet decided when to share it. He looked at all of them. He said, "We go home." The road back was 3 days. They did not travel in disguise. The Wei family had not needed disguise since the night He Wenxiu's siege of Qingfeng Crossing had ended and the coalition's protection had extended to cover the household, and they had traveled openly since then. But this was different. This was the family returning from the capital after the engagement that had ended the Hollow Emperor's 4th-century occupation of the imperial line. Every cultivator they passed on the road recognized them, or recognized the pillar seed's active output, or felt the twins' post-breakthrough soul ignition signatures, or simply felt the calibration station's ambient field that followed them wherever the seed traveled. People stopped on the road and watched them pass. None of them were threatening. Many were the specific kind of watching that cultivation practitioners give to something they have never seen before and are trying to understand. The road itself was different than it had been on the family's previous journeys. The Wei household had traveled this region 4 times in the past 14 months, fleeing, pursuing, strategizing, returning. Every previous journey had been conducted under constraint, disguise, time pressure, threat. This journey was different. No pursuit, no disguise, no constraint. Liangshan walked the road and felt his heavenly sage domain extending ahead of their travel, reading the terrain and the ambient qi and the cultivation signatures of everyone they passed, and felt the specific quality of a domain being used for orientation rather than defense. He had spent 8 months using his domain as a tactical instrument, using it simply to be present in the world, to know what was around him without having to do anything about it, was a different experience. The cultivation world was different too. The Aurora's ambient restoration wave was still propagating during the 3-day journey, and they could feel its effects in the countryside. Cultivators they passed who had the specific loosened quality of people whose qi pathways had just clarified, who were moving through their cultivation with less resistance than they were used to. Some of them stopped when they felt the Wei family's formation signatures and looked, uncertain whether what they were feeling from the family was the same thing that had changed in their own pathways that morning. Bao Tingji documented 14 such incidents during the 3-day journey. He noted the average intensity of the restoration effect at various distances from the household formation, the rate of propagation by region, and the correlation between proximity to the household and the depth of the clarification. He said, at the end of the first day, that the data was consistent with a restoration wave whose propagation speed scaled with the ambient qi density, which was itself scaling upward in response to the restoration, a positive feedback mechanism that the charter had described in theoretical terms, but that he had not expected to observe in measurable data this quickly. On the second night of travel, camped at a river crossing, Xiaoyin sat with the cage and talked to it. Liangshan, from across the camp, watched her do this. She was not doing it where she could be easily overheard. She had taken the cage to the camp's outer edge and was sitting cross-legged with it in her lap, her Yin veil at its quietest calibration setting, a subtle field that was not combat mode, but not idle either. She was treating the cage as a conversation partner. He did not interrupt her. Whatever she was asking, and whatever the cage was communicating back through its aperture, was between his daughter and a consciousness that had absorbed 17 pillar steward cultivators over 4 centuries and was now in a stable container that would hold for decades at minimum. When she came back to the campfire, she said to her brother, he remembers them all individually, not as cultivation, as people. The teacher's daughter who made rice paper pictures. The merchant in the eastern province who always smelled like cinnamon from his trade goods. The boy who was 12 years old. Xiaoyang said, 17 people. 17, Xiaoyin said. And their families, and their children, and everything that would have been, if they had lived. She put the cage down carefully. He told me he is sorry. He did not use that word. There is no word in the frequency modulation system for that concept. But the communication was clear. Xiaoyang looked at the cage. He said, that does not make it better. No, Xiaoyin said. But it is true. She paused. He also said he has been tracking the Void Architect's signal for 3 days from inside the cage. He says the signal pattern changed this morning. They are closer than 3 days. The camp was quiet. Liangshan said, how much closer? Xiaoyin picked up the cage and read the aperture. She said, he says they will arrive at the mountain range access point by tonight. If we travel tomorrow at cultivation speed, we can be there before they go back in. Liangshan looked at Elder Su. Elder Su said, cultivation speed is hard on Mei Ruohua's recovery. I will manage, Mei Ruohua said, without looking up from the map she had been studying. Xue Linglan will monitor. She always does, Xue Linglan said. Liangshan looked at the cage in his daughter's hands, at the consciousness inside it that had been tracking the star formation from 11 meters underground through some mechanism that none of them fully understood, and thought about the Void Architects waking from their stasis and traveling toward the mountain range access point in the timeline that was now significantly shorter than he had planned around. He said, we travel at cultivation speed starting at first light. The cage's aperture pulsed once in the pattern that Xiaoyin had identified as acknowledgement. When they reached their city, they would stop only long enough to confirm the household's return to the ancestral compound. The ancestral hall was there. The resonance pillar would be re-established the moment they arrived. And then, without sleeping, if the timeline required it, they would travel southeast to the mountain range. The architects had been waiting for 1,000 years. They could wait until the Wei family had gone home first. Chapter 124, Registration crisis. They reached the city at midday of the third day. The compound had been vacated cleanly. The coalition's formal resolution had carried enough weight to produce compliance without incident, and the minor imperial appointees who had been occupying the Wei family's home for 14 months had left without damaging the property, which suggested they had been given a careful accounting of the heavenly sage who would be checking the condition of everything they left behind. The ancestral hall was intact. The formation traces from the original pillar were still faintly visible in the floor stones. Not active, not running, but present the way old cultivation always left its mark on worked stone, the chi pathways worn into the material by years of continuous output. The resonance pillar had stood in this space for 3 years before the family's flight. The stone remembered. Bao Tingji had the new anchor formation designed before they arrived. He had been working on the specifications during the 3-day travel, on parchment in the first day, on instrument tablets in the second, on the final calibration framework from memory in the third, when he ran out of documentation surfaces. The new formation was significantly more sophisticated than the original. 3 years of operational learning, 8 months of engagement phase refinement, and 1 complete calibration station activation to draw from. He said, "This formation will support a pillar at 5 times the original height. The anchor architecture incorporates the calibration station's deep layer template, which the station shared during the activation. We have the blueprint now." He spread the documentation on the hall's central formation point. "The pillar will be visible for 12 li in every direction at full height. We cannot conceal it." "We are not concealing it anymore," Liangchen said. "No," Bao Tingji agreed. "We are not." The anchor formation took 3 hours to lay. Liangchen fed qi into the primary nodes, while Bao directed the formation's geometric calibration. The twins held the polarization points at opposite ends of the hall, Xiaoyin at the northern yin anchor, Xiaoyang at the southern yang anchor, and the harmonic core ran between them at soul ignition frequency, which was a different resonance quality than anything the formation had been designed for, a frequency that Bao Tingji had projected but had never tested because the twins had never been at soul ignition when a pillar was being anchored. The formation's response to soul ignition polarization was immediate and significant. The pillar rose to 3 times its intended height in the first second. Bao Tingji made a sound. He adjusted the calibration parameters on the primary node in real time. Compensating, adapting, the formation scholars practiced response to a system behaving at the upper range of its parameters, and the pillar stabilized at 4 times the original height and held there. And then the formation's secondary amplification layer activated because the soul ignition polarization was sufficient to trigger it, and Bao had designed the secondary layer to activate at that threshold. 5 times. Exactly as projected. The pillar rose to 5 times the original height, and every household member who had entered the formation felt it, the passive cultivation field expanding outward, the chi density in the hall rising to the highest level any of them had experienced outside of the calibration station. The familiar warm output that all of them associated with home and safety, and the specific quality of the dual harmony resonances design running at full expression. Mei Ruohua, from the hall's entrance, said nothing. Her meridians were absorbing the pillar's output with the efficiency of pathways that had just received the calibration station's treatment, and the output was doing what it was designed to do, accelerating the restoration process, compressing months of recovery into weeks, providing the chi density that the rebuilding required. Shueling Lan checked her instruments. She said, 2 weeks, maybe less. Mei Ruohua looked at the pillar. She said, very quietly, to her husband, "For times this. Our children did this." "Yes," Liangchen said. "On top of everything else they did." "Yes." She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "You need to go meet those ancient theorists." "Tomorrow morning," he said. "Tonight, if the timeline requires it." He had received a second aperture communication from the cage while they traveled, a brief update through Xiaoyin, who had become the household's primary communication channel with the contained consciousness. The Void Architects had arrived at the mountain range. They were not proceeding to the access point immediately. They were waiting at the range's eastern edge. The aperture communication had carried a quality that Xiaoyin described as patient, but aware that patience is a choice they are making rather than a natural state. They were waiting because they knew the family needed to go home first. They had been watching for 11 months. They knew the timeline. Bao Tingji spread the registration documentation on the hall table and said, "We have 61 days remaining in the 90-day registration window. The process requires 3 elements: a technical specification document for the formation type, a technical specification for the resonance absolute technique, and a celestial sovereign, ranked witness for the formal registration." He paused. Han Beixian is 4 days' travel away. Luo Tianming's dispatch reached her the day of the engagement. The dispatch created an Article 8 response obligation. She is already traveling. He paused. She should arrive within the week. Good, Liangchen said. The technical specifications are complete, Bao Tingji said. I have been building them since the 5th month of operation. The calibration station's activation gave us the final data points. Both documents are ready. He paused. The celestial sovereign witness is the variable. Han Beixian is the expected witness, but there is a secondary option now. He looked at Liangchen. The eldest void architect is celestial sovereign, ranked. Luo Tianming's archive describes this. If the architects cooperate, the registration could be witnessed by a practitioner who has significantly more authority than Han Beixian within the Heavenly Ledger's pre-imperial framework. Liangchen considered this. He said, Han Beixian is the expected path. The architects are an unknown. We should not build our registration timeline around an unknown entity's cooperation until we have met them. Agreed, Bao Tingji said. Han Beixian as primary witness, architect cooperation as contingency. The pillar hummed above them, 5 times the original height, its paired yin-yang output filling the ancestral hall and extending through the compound walls and into the city streets beyond. In the city's cultivation district, 12 li away, a cultivator who had been stuck at the foundation tempering plateau for 3 years felt something in her chi pathways clear, felt the pillar's output reaching her, felt the passive acceleration that was the dual harmony resonance's design gift to everyone in its range, and stopped walking and looked southeast, and had no explanation for what she had just felt, but felt it as something that had been missing and was now found. She was not alone. In the same 12 li radius, in workshops and meditation halls and street markets and cultivation grounds, dozens of practitioners were experiencing variations of the same thing. A clearing, a slight acceleration, a sense that the chi they were circulating was moving through channels that had always been slightly wrong and were now slightly more right. None of them knew what had changed. The Wei family had been away for 2 days. The pillar's anchor had been laid by the formation's advanced team, a sub-anchor installation that Bao Tingji had designed to provide reduced power field coverage in the household's absence. The reduced field was still the best cultivation environment in the city. When the full household returned and the pillar rose to 5 times its height, the field would be unrecognizable. Bao Tingji noted all of this in his documentation and said, "The city's cultivation community is going to have significant questions when we arrive. We will answer them," Liangchen said. "In what order?" "In the order they matter," Liangchen said, "which is a different order than the order they will be asked." The registration crisis was 61 days away, and the household that faced it was already running at a different scale than the one that had left 14 months ago. The field was expanding. The family was not done. The registration crisis was 61 days away. They had time. But the void architects were waiting, and the morning light was already fading toward the evening, and Liangchen had the distinct sense that whatever the architects were holding in that mountain compound, whatever obligation the cage's consciousness had been describing, was the kind of thing that could not be held indefinitely. Chapter 125. Lady Shen returns. She arrived the next morning, 3 hours before Liangchen intended to leave for the mountain range. Lady Shen Yueqing came through the compound's main gate with a small retinue, 2 servants, and a cultivation assistant who handled the commercial correspondence that had kept her network functional during the months she had been navigating the political aftermath of the coalition's capital engagement. She was thinner than when Liangchen had last seen her, 6 months ago in the engagement phase's final preparation period. The political work had cost her something, not cultivation. Her core formation rank was stable and perhaps slightly advanced, but the particular sustained energy of someone who has been fighting on multiple fronts simultaneously for an extended period. She stopped in the compound's outer courtyard. She looked at the pillar. She said, after a moment, "That is significantly larger than the last time I was here." Bao Tingji, who was passing through with instruments, said without pausing, 5 times the original height. Soul ignition polarity anchor. Calibration station template. The formation performs its sealing. She looked after him. She said, "Good morning, Bao." He was already through the courtyard. Liangshan came out to meet her. He said, "You look tired. You look like someone who just contained a 4-century-old parasitic consciousness and gained a cultivation rank," she said. "We are both performing well given the circumstances." He almost smiled. The drawing room. "I have 20 minutes before I need to leave." She said, "I know. I tracked the timeline. I wanted to arrive before the mountain visit, not after." They sat in the drawing room, not the formal reception hall, the family drawing room where the household gathered in the evenings, the space that still had the particular character of a room that has been lived in rather than maintained for appearances. The pillar's output was warm here. Lady Shin sat with her hands folded and did not perform casualness because she and Liangshan had long since moved past the social protocols that casualness performance was meant to manage. She said, "6 months ago, when I left for the political work, you were preparing for a void-crossing engagement with a 12% probability estimate from Bao's models. 14% by the final day," he said. "And now you have a contained parasite, a heavenly sage cultivation rank, a 5 times height pillar, and a meeting with practitioners who predate the current imperial dynasty by 8 centuries. Approximately 8 centuries, he said. "The timeline is imprecise." Liangshan. Her voice was quieter. "I want to say something that is not related to logistics or cultivation or the registration documentation. I want to say it before you leave for the mountain, in case the practitioners who predate 8 centuries of history have perspectives that change the conversation's texture." He waited. She said, "I have spent the past 6 months watching this family do something that I could not help with directly. I navigated politics and commerce and intelligence networks because those are the tools I have, and they were useful tools, but the thing that happened in the celestial chamber was not something I could be part of." She paused. "I am glad you succeeded. I am glad your family succeeded. I am glad Mei Ruohua is rebuilding, and the twins are soul ignition, and Elder Su did not have to spend himself completely." She paused. "I have been adjacent to what I love for a very long time. I am done with adjacent." Liangshan said, "We have always been honest with each other." "We have," she said. "Then you know what I am going to say. You are going to say that your heart belongs to Mei Ruohua," she said. "And that is true, and I have known it for 20 years, and I am not asking you to change that." She looked at the pillar's light coming through the drawing room's lattice screen. "I am asking to be part of the family, not as a romantic prospect, as a member of the household, as someone who contributes to the formation and benefits from it, and does the work that needs doing, because this family is doing something real in the world." She met his eyes. "I know what the pillar requires. I know what household membership means. I am not asking for something I have not thought through." The drawing room was quiet. He thought about the 20 years. The deliberate professional distance maintained from both sides. Not coldness, never coldness, but the specific careful management of a relationship whose emotional content was clear to both parties and whose romantic expression had never been the right choice in any of the contexts where it would have occurred. He thought about what it had cost her to maintain that management. He thought about the fact that she had kept it up through his marriage and the twins' birth and 14 months of the family's crisis, arriving with resources and intelligence and supply lines and political navigation, every time asking for nothing except to be useful. He thought, she has been building toward something, not manipulating toward it, building, choosing to be present in the ways she could be present and not claiming the forms of presence that were not available to her. 20 years of this. He thought, the family needs people who build like this. He said, "The household formation, you should understand what it requires before you ask." She looked at him. "The formation is not a passive benefit," he said. "It is an obligation. You contribute to the field by being present to it, by the quality of your presence, your cultivation, your work. The pillar amplifies everything. It amplifies conflict as well as harmony. It amplifies resentment as well as goodwill." He paused. "If you enter the household formation and something in you is not right, the pillar will find it. Not to expose it, to make it visible to you, so you can address it." She said, "I have spent 20 years addressing things that most people leave unaddressed." "I know," he said. "The thing I have not addressed," she said, carefully, "is what I want this to be. I know what it cannot be. I have known that for 20 years." She looked at the drawing room window, at the pillar's light through the lattice screen. I am asking to be part of something real, not to possess anything, to contribute to something that matters. She paused. That is what I want it to be. Liangshan said, this is not a decision I make alone. I know, she said. Ask the family. I will wait. He stood. He looked at her, at the particular composed directness that had been Lady Shen's characteristic quality for as long as he had known her. The quality of someone who has made a decision by process of elimination and is presenting it without drama because drama would be a waste of the energy that the decision itself will require. He said, I will ask. Before the mountain visit. She nodded. She picked up her tea. He found Mei Ruohua in the ancestral hall, supervising the pillar formation's calibration check. She was at domain manifestation now, her cultivation running through the rebuilt pathways with the clean efficiency that Shui Linglan had been measuring daily, and she moved through the formation space with the assurance of someone who knows the space well and has earned the right to be in it. He told her what Lady Shun had asked. Mei Ruohua listened to the entire account without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for approximately 4 seconds. Then she said, she should have asked years ago. He said, she had reasons. She had our reasons on her behalf, Mei Ruohua said. Which is different. She looked at the pillar. She contributes. She has always contributed. The question is whether the pillar can hold her. She paused. Ask the twins. The twins, when asked, said simultaneously, yes. Then Xiaoyang said, she has been in the formations field for 14 months. The pillar knows her already. He left to find Mei Ruohua, and as he crossed the courtyard, he heard the pillar's ambient output shift slightly, as it did when a decision was being contemplated by someone in the household's extended formation network, a quality that was not measurable by Bao Tingji's instruments, but that every family member had learned to feel. The warmth of the formation responding to the presence of someone who was deciding whether to enter its field. The pillar was already making its own assessment. Chapter 126. The twins' penultimate breakthrough. The aurora appeared at dawn. They had been traveling toward the mountain range for 6 hours, Liangchun with Elder Su, the twins, and Bao Tingji, moving at cultivation speed through the countryside southeast of the city. The landscape was green, the early spring growth running fast under the pillar's ambient field that extended 12 li in every direction, and the road to the mountain range was empty of other travelers at this hour. The twins were traveling in parallel formation, not holding hands, not touching, the contact suppression they had learned during their 9 months of training having become automatic even outside combat contexts. But the harmonic core's connection was running at full expression between them, because they were soul ignition now, and the post-breakthrough integration period required sustained resonance output to complete properly. Bao Tingji had been monitoring the integration for 3 days and had confirmed it was proceeding cleanly, but clean and complete were different conditions, and the integration was not yet complete. It completed at dawn. Neither twin said anything. There was no announcement. The harmonic core's output shifted from its integration period frequency to something else, something that none of them had a name for, because it was the soul ignition expression of the harmonic core, which had previously only ever operated at lower cultivation stages, and the soul ignition expression was a different phenomenon. The aurora came with it. It was not what any of them expected. The resonance absolute at previous expression levels had produced visible effects, the paired black and white energy projection, the formation output, the combat technique's visible manifestation. This was not that. This was not a technique. This was the harmonic core at soul ignition frequency expressing its baseline resonance state into the ambient air, and the ambient air was responding by doing something the air normally did not do. Alternating bands of yin cold silver and yang warm gold moving in the sky above them. Not streaks, not flashes, but layered, the way atmospheric formations behave when two stable chi systems interact at significant altitude. The bands moved in counter-rotation. They were visible, Liangshan calculated, for approximately 100 li in every direction. Every cultivator in the province who was awake at dawn felt it. The harmonic core's Tier 8 ambient restoration mode was not a directed technique. It was not something the twins had chosen to do or could choose to stop. It was the baseline expression of their cultivation at soul ignition integration, the formation's natural state, the same way a core formation cultivator's chi expression is the natural state of their dantian, not a choice, but a condition. but a condition at soul ignition, with the harmonic core's 8th-tier resonance multiplication, expressing into an ambient Qi environment that had been clarified and densified by the aurora waves propagation. This was not a minor cultivation condition. This was the most significant ambient cultivation event in the province in 400 years. Bao Tingji read the output signatures with 3 instruments simultaneously and produced a running commentary that Elder Su eventually requested he conduct in writing rather than aloud. The most precise description he wrote, in the documentation tablet, was this: the harmonic core's Tier 8 expression functions as a continuous low-amplitude resonance absolute, not sufficient to address major Qi distortions independently, but sufficient to maintain and extend the corrections produced by the aurora wave. The ambient restoration is not complete after the initial propagation. It is ongoing. Every practitioner within the harmonic core's field range is receiving continuous micro-restoration pulses as long as the core is running at soul ignition amplitude. He paused, writing, range under current conditions, a function of ambient Qi density and harmonic core output. Current field range, 100 li and expanding. 100 li. The province was approximately 300 li in its longest dimension. The harmonic core's field range would cover it completely within a week. After that, under the clarified ambient Qi conditions the restoration wave had created, the field's expansion would continue. 200 li. 400. The rate would slow as the field moved into ambient Qi that was less dense. But it would not stop. Liangshan filed this in the part of his awareness that was managing long-term formation projections and focused on the immediate situation. 200 meters ahead, a mountain range, 5 ancient practitioners waiting to acknowledge what his family had built. They described it, afterward, in different ways. Some said it felt like the moment a held breath releases. Some said it felt like hearing a sound they had been waiting for without knowing they were waiting. One cultivator in a meditation retreat 300 li away reported that her core formation barrier, a blockage she had been unable to advance past for 8 years, simply dissolved, and she broke through to soul ignition while standing in a T field, and she had no explanation except the aurora. Bao Tingji was writing rapidly in his documentation tablet and saying, fascinating, in a tone that suggested he had 11 questions for every word he wrote. Elder Su said, the bloodline charter mentioned this. Obliquely, the section about the second cycle pillar behavior. This is the precursor. The full soul ignition expression of the harmonic core produces ambient Qi clarification. He paused. At this scale, Bao Tingji confirmed. The clarification wave is propagating at approximately 40 li per hour. It will cover the province within 4 days. He paused. Every cultivator in the province whose Qi pathways have been distorted by the Hollow Emperor's centuries of harvesting is going to feel this. The twins stood in the road and watched the aurora above them. Xiaoyin said to her brother, this is what we are. Xiaoyang watched the bands counter-rotate in the dawn sky. He said, this is what father built. What you built together, Liangshan said. The 3 of them stood in the road under the aurora, and Bao Tingji wrote. And Elder Su watched the horizon with the expression of a heavenly sage cultivator who has lived long enough to witness something he thought was theoretical, and the cultivation world in every direction felt something clarify in their pathways and looked up at the sky and wondered. The aurora lasted 40 minutes. When it faded, Xiaoyin said, we should keep moving. The architects will have felt that. They designed it, Liangshan said. Yes, she said. Which means they knew exactly what they were waiting for. They kept moving, southeast, toward the mountain range, toward the 5 ancient practitioners who had built the bloodline that had just displayed the soul ignition harmonic core's full ambient expression for the first time in recorded history. The road was still empty, but it would not stay empty for long, because every cultivator in the province had just felt something that they could not explain, and the cultivation community's instinct in the presence of unexplained phenomena was to find the source, and the source was a family moving at cultivation speed on a road in the early morning light. And they had the distinctive formation signature of the Wei household and the twin polarities of 2 soul ignition practitioners and a heavenly sage's domain that extended 300 meters in every direction. They would be followed, but not before they had completed the conversation they were traveling to have, because nothing moved faster than a heavenly sage at cultivation speed, and the architects were waiting and the obligation was ready to be paid. Liangshan ran the numbers as he traveled. The Aurora's coverage of the province was 40% complete at this hour. By the time they reached the mountain range, 2 hours at cultivation speed, it would be 60%. By the time they returned from the meeting and were back at the compound, the province would be nearly fully covered. And the cultivators who felt their pathways clarify would look for the source. And the source was his family. He thought, "We have been in hiding for 14 months. We have been defended, protected, limited, managed. The second cycle is not going to permit any of those things. The second cycle is what we built all of this for, and it is going to be very different from everything that came before." He thought, "I am ready." The mountain range was visible ahead. The specific geological character of old peaks, the void architect's time suspension formation, shimmering at the valley entrance like a held breath made visible. They were almost there, and the aurora above them spread its silver and gold light toward the horizon, patient and continuous, and very far from done. Chapter 127. Void architects signal they reached the eastern edge of the mountain range at midday. The star formation was visible even in daylight here, closer to its source, its navigational geometry distinct rather than faint, the pre-imperial formation architecture running at its full expression now that the architects were awake and present. Bao Tingji had been reading its signal patterns for the past 3 hours of travel and had confirmed 3 things. The formation was not defensive, it was not hostile, and it was specifically calibrated to the Wei bloodline's frequency. It was a welcome. "They built it to recognize us," Xiaoyin said, looking up at the star formation's geometric patterns shifting above the mountain range. "They built it to recognize the bloodline that would demonstrate the resonance absolute," Bao Tingji said, "which has been the Wei family for approximately 60 years, since the bloodline branched at the correct genetic configuration to produce the harmonic core." He paused. "The star formation would have recognized the earlier generations too, if they had demonstrated the absolute. They did not. You did." The mountain range's eastern access path was a narrow valley between 2 granite ridges, not a cultivated path, not a road, not a managed approach. The terrain told Liangshan that the architects had not expected to receive visitors frequently. The compound inside would have been designed for isolation, not access. He led the group into the valley. The time suspension formation's edge was visible 40 meters in, a subtle shimmer in the air, the specific quality of a space where the passage of time has been deliberately managed, where the rock and soil and air have been held at a precise temporal state for centuries. The formation was not designed to keep people out. It was designed to keep the inside in, to preserve the compound's state regardless of what changed outside. They passed through the edge. The air inside the time suspension formation was a different quality of air. Not different in composition, the same mountain air, the same altitude. Different in the way that a room that has been carefully tended for a century feels different from one that has been used and left. The specific character of something that has been held in precise condition rather than simply allowed to exist. Bao Tingji stopped walking and ran his deep reader instrument. He said, "The time suspension formation is at 63% integrity. The structural degradation I projected was correct, but the degradation has not been even. The eastern sections are at 40% integrity, the western sections at 78%. He paused. The architects have been maintaining the formation selectively. The sections they maintained are the sections closest to the compound's primary cultivation chambers. The sections they allowed to degrade are the outer perimeter. He paused. This is the behavior of practitioners who are managing finite maintenance capacity by prioritizing what matters. Elder Su said, for practitioners managing a time suspension formation for 1,000 years, the maintenance would have consumed cultivation resources. Yes, Bao Tingji said. Fang Weiyuan's maintenance burden was specifically the overall formation's coherence. The others maintained their sections. Fang Weiyuan maintained the coherence that held all the sections together. He looked at the instrument. The coherence requires the highest cultivation rank in the group to anchor. At Celestial Sovereign, he could do it. But the cost over 1,000 years is not insignificant. He filed the instrument. We should proceed. The world inside was different. Not dramatically. The rock was the same rock, the sky the same sky. But the ambient chi had a quality that none of them had encountered before. Dense, clean, old in the way that things are old when they have been carefully preserved rather than simply aged. The cultivation environment inside the time suspension formation was the best any of them had felt outside the calibration station. Liangshan's heavenly sage domain read it as a space where cultivation would advance at 2, perhaps 3 times the normal rate. The architects had not needed the calibration station's architecture. They had built their own. Remarkable, Bao Tingji said. Quiet, Elder Su said. 200 meters ahead, at the entrance to the compound that was now visible around a bend in the valley, low stone buildings, perfectly preserved, formation traces that predated anything in Bao Tingji's reference materials by several centuries. 5 figures stood waiting. They were old, not frail old. The specific ancient quality of practitioners who have reached the point where age is a philosophical rather than a physical condition, where the cultivation has saturated the body so completely that the body's deterioration becomes a matter of choice rather than inevitability. The eldest was the tallest, his white hair long and formal, and arranged in the pre-imperial style that Bao Tingji had identified from the bloodline charters era. The other 4 arranged behind him in a formation pattern that was not ceremonial but structural. They were still in formation, even standing still, the pre-imperial habit of spatial cultivation awareness expressing itself automatically. The eldest looked at the family. He looked for a long time. He looked at the twins. He looked at Liangshan. He looked at Elder Su. He looked at the cage in Liangshan's hands. He looked at Bao Tingji's documentation tablets. He said, "You are smaller than we expected." The charter was not specific about our physical dimensions, Liangshan said. No, the eldest architect said. It was not. A pause. Long. The pause of someone measuring the appropriate weight to assign to what he was about to say. The resonance absolute was demonstrated. In full expression, Liangshan confirmed. The eldest's gaze moved to the cage. He said, "And the parasite is contained." In a calibration cage, Liangshan said. Built at the calibration station, your first circle designed. The housing formation is stable. The consciousness is non-parasitic in its current configuration. The calibration station is still functional, the eldest said. This was not a question. It activated during the engagement, Liangshan said. Full operational capacity. The way Bloodline's authorization is now registered as the resident authority. The primordial core's jade anchor is destroyed. He paused. The station is running. Your design is intact. The eldest architect was quiet for several seconds. He turned to the 4 behind him and said something in the pre-imperial formal dialect that Bao Tingji could partially parse and was writing rapidly in his documentation. One of the 4, younger than the eldest by perhaps a century, a woman with the cultivation signature of a peak celestial sovereign, made a sound that Bao Tingji later described as relief expressed through a form of silence rather than through speech. The eldest turned back. He said, "Then we are very late." "You are 4 centuries late," Liangshan said. The 17 families had names. The youngest one was 12 years old. The mountain valley was very quiet. The star formation above the compound shifted its navigational bearing. Not southeast anymore, not pointing anywhere. Just present. The navigation was complete. The signal that had been active for 11 months, guiding the architects back to their monitoring protocol's endpoint, settled into a stationary pattern. The eldest void architect said, "I know." The valley held the statement. Liangshan had prepared, over the 3 days of travel, for this first exchange. He had run through the possible versions, an explanation, a justification, a counter-accusation that the family had been responsible for their own timeline. He had prepared for formality, for institutional distance, for the specific emotional register of very old practitioners who had lived with a decision so long it had become part of their foundation. He had not prepared for the simplicity of the acknowledgement. 2 words. No qualification. No context. No preface. He thought. They have been carrying this for 4 centuries too. He said, after a moment. Then we have a great deal to discuss. Fang Weiyuan said. We have been waiting to have this discussion since the second family was absorbed. We chose not to initiate it because we concluded that initiating it from our position would create obligations that we could not fulfill while the parasite was active. He paused. We were wrong about that calculation. We have had for centuries to understand how wrong. He gestured toward the compound's entrance. Please come inside. They went inside. Behind them, the valley entrance was quiet. the time suspension formation shimmering at its degraded 63% integrity, holding the old place together for a little while longer. It had done its job. The navigation was complete, but the conversation was just beginning, and the conversation was the thing that would determine what came next for both parties in the valley. Whatever it said, it would be said honestly. That much was already clear. Chapter 128. Meeting the Void Architects. The compound's main reception hall was large enough to hold the entire delegation. The architects had prepared for the meeting in the way that very old practitioners prepare for things, with absolute thoroughness that expressed itself not in decoration or formality, but in the specific conditions of the space. The hall's formation was calibrated precisely to provide optimal cultivation conditions for practitioners between domain manifestation and celestial sovereign, which meant every member of the Way delegation would feel their chi pathways running cleanly and efficiently for the duration of the conversation. The architects had considered what their visitors would need and had provided it without comment. Bao Tingji noted this, made a notation, and then spent 20 minutes examining the formation traces in the hall's floor before the conversation began, because he was constitutionally incapable of being in the presence of pre-imperial formation architecture without documenting it. Liangshan, during those 20 minutes, watched the 5 architects settle into their positions at the hall's primary formation ring. They moved with the ease of practitioners who have been using this space for a very long time, every movement efficient, every position precise. The formation traces in the floor responded to their presence, faint, pre-imperial chi signatures that the formation architecture recognized as its designed users. He thought, they built this space. They used it for the design project. They have been sustaining it for 1,000 years. This room, to them, is what the ancestral hall was to his family, the place where the work was done, where the formation was alive, where the past and present were connected by the formation's continuous output. He thought, we are meeting them in the place that is theirs the way the ancestral hall is ours. He sat in the position Fang Weiyuan indicated and felt the hall's formation output. Old, clean, running at a frequency that was the dual harmony resonance's ancestor rather than its parent, the theoretical framework that had generated the bloodline system, expressed in the space where the framework had been developed. The pillar seed in his robes pulsed once, faintly, the specific pulse of a derived formation recognizing its source architecture. Chun Miaoling, watching from across the hall, said, the seed is responding to the calibration environment. Yes, Liangshan said. She said, it was designed to. The meeting began. The eldest architect's name was Fang Weiyuan. The woman behind him, the one who had made the sound of relief in the valley, was architect Chun Miaoling, who had been the Bloodline Project's lead genetic design theorist. The other 3 were architect Wu Kongsong, who had built the calibration station's structural core, architect Shin Bingru, who had designed the harmonic core's biological expression, and architect Dao Yifeng, who had written the Bloodline Charter. Bao Tingji's eyes widened when he understood this last attribution. Dao Yifeng nodded in the direction of the man who had been quoting the charter's technical sections to him for the past 8 months, and said, your annotations on the calibration section were accurate. Bao Tingji said, the burial code in section 12. The additional text under the formation traces in the stone floor. That was you. That was me, Dao Yifeng said. I added it 3 centuries ago when I reviewed the monitoring data and realized the charter's technical specifications were insufficient for the engagement that was going to be required. 3 centuries ago, Bao Tingji said. You updated the charter from stasis. The time suspension formation permits limited external interaction at intervals, Dao Yifeng said. The charter update was one of 17 documented external interventions over the stasis period. He paused. The others are documented in the archive section of the compound's primary formation record, which I will make available for your documentation review. Bao Tingji looked at Liangshan with an expression that conveyed an entire conversation in a single glance. He needed several weeks in this compound's archive, and he understood that they did not have several weeks, and he was going to ask for the documentation access anyway, because some obligations to the historical record transcend timeline constraints. Liangshan addressed Fang Weiyuan. He said, the Bloodline Charter describes your consortium as having retreated to monitoring-only status when the project exceeded your anticipated parameters. The Charter does not specify what parameters were exceeded. Fang Weiyuan said, The resonance absolute was not anticipated to be demonstrable at mortal cultivation ranks. You designed a technique you believed could not be used. We designed a technique we believed would require celestial sovereign, rank practitioners to demonstrate, Fang Weiyuan said. The harmonic core's theoretical output ceiling, when we designed it, was estimated at the heavenly sage level, sufficient for the restoration function but not sufficient for the resonance absolute's full expression, which requires output above that ceiling. He paused. Your twins demonstrated it at soul ignition. They demonstrated it at domain manifestation during the final engagement, Liangshan said. They were domain manifestation when the resonance absolute destroyed the primordial core's foundation anchor. They advanced to soul ignition in the immediate aftermath. Chun Miaoling said something to Fang Weiyuan in the pre-imperial dialect. Fang Weiyuan responded. Then he said, in formal speech, the harmonic core's resonance multiplication mechanism performs above its projected ceiling at lower cultivation ranks due to the twin-linked architecture expressing differently than we modeled. We designed the core as a sequential amplification system. The actual behavior is exponential under the correct conditions. The twins achieved exponential output at domain manifestation because the calibration station's full activation created the correct conditions. He paused. We made an error in our projection. The system exceeded our parameters because we underestimated it. Elder Su said. The monitoring protocol was built for the moment the technique was demonstrated. You have been waiting 1,000 years for a moment that you believed required celestial sovereign, rank practitioners, and arrived with domain manifestation practitioners. Yes, Fang Weiyuan said. Because you underestimated your own design. Fang Weiyuan looked at Elder Su. He said, yes. He held the elder cultivator's gaze. We designed a system we believed would take 800 years to reach the demonstration threshold. The first Pillar Steward family activated the bloodline 400 years ago. The system was 4 centuries ahead of our projection. The Hollow Emperor moved to suppress it before we understood what we were observing. He paused. By the time we understood, the first family was gone. We made a decision that we have been living with for 4 centuries. That intervention would expose the remaining bloodline families to the parasite's attention, and that the monitoring protocol was safer than direct action. Xiaoyang said, you watched 17 families die. The reception hall was quiet. Every practitioner in the hall was watching Fang Weiyuan. The 5 architects, in their formation configuration, were still. The Wei delegation, Liangshan, Elder Su, the twins, Bao Tingji, was still. The hall's formation output continued its quiet calibration work, providing optimal conditions for a conversation that had not gone the way either party could have fully modeled. Liangshan had expected justification. He had expected the specific defensive quality of a calculation that had been made and maintained for centuries, the institutional language of a decision that had become a position and then a policy, and then simply how things were. He had not expected this. The oldest practitioner in the room saying exactly what the situation was, without framing, without reduction, without the softening that for centuries of carrying a decision tends to produce. He was old enough to understand what this cost. Fang Weiyuan said, we watched 17 families be destroyed by a practitioner whose capabilities exceeded anything our monitoring instruments were designed to measure, over a period of 4 centuries, while we made choices about risk that we believed were correct, and that resulted in the outcome you are describing. He paused. We were wrong. Our choices were wrong. The families died because we did not act, and the reason we did not act was that we had designed a project that exceeded our parameters, and we were uncertain how to proceed in a situation we had not modeled. He looked at the cage in Liangshan's hands. He said, we owe 17 bloodlines a debt that cannot be repaid. We can describe it. We can acknowledge it. We can offer what resources remain in our capacity to offer. He paused. We cannot undo it. The twins were very still. Xiaoyin said. He carried their memories. For centuries. The 17 people he absorbed. He carried their memories individually. The teacher's daughter who made rice paper pictures. The 12-year-old boy. She held the cage steady. You watched him absorb them, and you did not intervene. Fang Weiyuan said. Yes. Xiaoyin said. Then you have a lot of work to do. The architect looked at her for a long moment. He said, yes. And the quality of the compound's ambient formation shifted. Not dramatically, not measurably, But the 5 ancient practitioners in the reception hall experienced something that the Wei delegation felt as a collective exhalation, a release of a tension that had been held for 4 centuries. The obligation was named. Now it could be addressed. Chun Miaoling said, quietly, to Liangchen, "We have been holding that statement ready for 4 centuries. Every decade, we reviewed the monitoring data. Every decade, we confirmed that we were not yet at the demonstration threshold. Every decade, the statement waited." She paused. "It is lighter," named. Bao Tingji, from his position near the wall where he had been documenting everything, said, "The archive access. I need the full documentation set for the pre-imperial calibration station's theoretical framework, the Bloodline Charter's original design specifications, the monitoring protocol's complete record, and any documentation of the 17 absorption events that exists." He paused. "In that priority order. The archive access can begin tomorrow if the compound's protocols allow it." Dao Yifeng said, "The archive is yours. All of it." Bao Tingji's expression suggested that this was the best thing anyone had said to him in several months. Wu Kongsong said, to Liangchen, "The calibration station update. I will need to present the architectural specifications to you before I begin work. The update requires the household's explicit authorization at each phase. I will not proceed without your confirmation." He paused. "The station is yours. The design is mine. The combination produces something that neither of us can manage independently." He paused. "I would prefer to work collaboratively." "We work collaboratively," Liangchen said. The meeting continued for 3 more hours. When it ended, as the afternoon light shifted through the compound's windows and the time suspension formation's ambient hum held the space at its preserved frequency, the obligation had been named, and the first outlines of what addressing it might look like had been traced. It was not a resolution. It was a beginning of a process that would take years. But the first step of the process, the naming, had been taken. The hall's formation output ran. Outside, the star formation had settled into its stationary pattern. Navigation complete, signal quiet, the monitoring protocol terminated. The architects were no longer monitoring. They were present. Chapter 129. The Architect's Judgment. The meeting continued for 4 hours. Liangchen had spent the travel time preparing for this meeting's primary exchange. The obligation acknowledgement had happened in the valley, brief, direct, the 2 words that named 4 centuries of consequence. Now the meeting moved to its operational phase. What the architects had, what they would offer, and what they needed from the Wei household in return. He had thought the operational phase would be primarily transactional. He had underestimated how much the architects had been carrying. Fang Weiyuan presented the first Circle Design Consortium's remaining capacities and resources with the same methodical thoroughness he had presumably brought to the original Bloodline project. Complete documentation, precise parameters, no omissions. The compound's archive contained the full design specifications for every element of the Pillar Steward system. The original theoretical frameworks, the construction documentation, the monitoring protocol's complete record, and the 17 documented interventions during the stasis period. Chun Miaoling's section concerned the harmonic core's biological architecture. She presented this to the twins directly. Not to Liangchen, not to Bao Tingji, but to the 2 people whose bodies expressed the design. The twins were the correct audience for this briefing. Not because Liangchen could not have understood the technical content, but because the harmonic core's design was a biological reality that the twins could feel from the inside, while Chun Miaoling described it from the outside, and the combination of experiential knowledge and design documentation produced the most complete understanding possible of what the core was doing and why. Xiaoyin listened with her eyes closed. Xiaoyang listened with his open. They asked different questions in different registers, and together covered the full space of what needed to be asked. She described the core's actual operational parameters, including several mechanisms that the Bloodline Charter had not documented because they had not been activated at the Charter's composition date. "The soul ignition expression you activated this morning," she said, "was the 8th functional tier of the harmonic core's design. The Charter described tiers 1 through 5. Tiers 6, 7, and 8 were theoretical projections that we did not believe would be reached in the current Bloodline generation." She paused. "The Aurora effect is Tier 8's ambient expression mode. At the Void Crossing cultivation rank, the harmonic core's 9th tier activates. The 9th tier is not documented anywhere. I will provide the specifications. What does the ninth tier do? Xiaoyin asked. Chun Miaoling said. It enables the resonance absolute to function as a restoration protocol for void crossing, scale cultivation corruption. Not just mortal world cultivation imbalances, heavenly scale distortions. The system we designed can eventually address problems that the mortal world cannot currently perceive because they exist above the void crossing threshold. She paused. That is what we anticipated requiring celestial sovereign, rank practitioners for. The ninth tier expression. Your current capabilities are 8 tiers. The ninth is available when you reach void crossing. Xiaoyang was quiet for a moment. He said, we are going to need a bigger pillar. Architect Wu Kongsong said, from the third seat. The calibration station's current capacity can support a pillar at approximately twice its current height. The station was not designed for ninth tier expression. We will need to update the station's core architecture. He paused. I designed the station's structural core. I will do the update personally. Bao Tingji said, what is the timeline for the update? 3 years, Wu Kongsong said. If the household can support the station's operational continuity during the update process. We can, Liangchen said. The second half of the meeting concerned the 17 families. The architects had maintained monitoring records of every pillar steward bloodline, including the 17 absorbed families, with the same precision they had applied to the Wei line. The records included the bloodline's lineage documentation through the absorption events, and where the bloodlines had continued through collateral relatives who were not part of the pillar steward activation, the surviving family trees. 11 of the 17 families had surviving descendants. Not all of them knew about the pillar steward system. Not all of them had cultivated. Some had dispersed across the empire over the 4 centuries since the original family's absorption, spreading through normal generational movement. But they existed, their bloodlines traceable, and the architect's records were precise enough to provide the information needed to find them. 6 families have no surviving descendants, Fong Weiyuan said. The parasite's absorption was complete for those 6. No collateral lines. The bloodlines ended. He paused. For the 11 surviving lines, the architect's monitoring records constitute the most complete genealogical documentation available. The records are yours. He placed a jade archive on the table between them, large, old, radiating the pre-imperial qi signature of a storage formation that had been sealed for centuries. The 17 names and their living descendants, where they exist, he said. Complete records. The monitoring data we should have used to intervene. He paused. A beginning toward an obligation we will not finish in our remaining time. Liangchen placed his hand on the jade archive. He said, we will find them. Fong Weiyuan said, I know. Xiaoyang looked at the architects, the 5 ancient practitioners arranged in their habitual formation configuration, older than the empire, carrying 4 centuries of a decision that had not been correct, alive and present, and choosing now to be present rather than retreating again into stasis. He said, you said we were smaller than you expected. Fong Weiyuan said, you are. What did you expect? Practitioners of comparable cultivation age to the system's projected demonstration threshold, Fong Weiyuan said. 800-year-old cultivators at Celestial Sovereign. Experienced. Institutional. Carrying the weight of centuries of bloodline stewardship in their bearing and their choices. Xiaoyang waited. Fong Weiyuan looked at the twins, at the soul ignition harmonic core connection running between them, at the particular quality of their shared awareness, at the specific character of people who have done something at the edge of their capacity and integrated the experience. He said, we expected the system's product. We received something different. He paused. The system is not what produced you. You produced the system's full expression. That is not the same thing. He paused again. The founding charter says the resonance absolute will be demonstrated when the bloodline is ready. The bloodline does not become ready through the system's action. The bloodline becomes ready through the choices the family makes. He looked at Liangchen. We designed the soil. You grew what grew. We have been waiting for the harvest for 1,000 years. We were not prepared for it to be so unexpectedly human. Xiaoyin said, that is the best thing any 1,000-year-old practitioner has ever said about us. The architect almost smiled. Xiaoyang said, Bao already told us he needed to say that. Bao Tingji did not look up from his documentation. The hall was quiet after this. The quiet of a room where something significant has been resolved and the parties need a moment before moving to the next item. Then Chun Miaoling said, "We have been holding the obligation statement ready for 4 centuries. Every decade, we reviewed the monitoring data. Every decade, we confirmed the demonstration had not yet occurred. Every decade, the statement waited." She paused. "It is lighter, now that it has been said." Liangchen said, "It should have been lighter 4 centuries ago." "Yes," Chen Miaoling said. "It should have." The meeting continued for 3 more hours. The obligation had been named. The archive access had been granted. Wu Kongsong had presented the calibration station's update timeline. The 17 families' records had been handed over in the Jade archive on the table. It was not resolution. It was a beginning. But the beginning had been made, and the 5 ancient practitioners who had been carrying a 4-century obligation felt something shift in the compound's ambient field, a quality that Bao Tingji's instruments later identified as a significant reduction in the formation's maintenance load, as if the formation itself had been sustaining a tension that was no longer required. Fong Wuyuan noticed it. He said nothing about it, but he stood slightly straighter when they walked outside. Outside, the star formation had settled into its stationary pattern. Navigation complete, signal quiet, the monitoring protocol's function concluded. The architects were no longer monitoring from a distance. They were present. The distinction was not small. Chapter 130. The mission's meaning: they stayed in the mountain compound for 2 days. Not because the conversation required 2 days. The primary exchange was complete by the end of the first afternoon. But the architect's archive required time to transfer. The technical documentation for the calibration station update required briefing, and Bao Tingji's state of continuous professional excitement was reaching an intensity that Liangchen judged would become non-functional if he was pulled away from the archive before obtaining a minimum viable documentation set. He gave Bao 2 days. In those 2 days, a picture emerged of what the first Circle Design Consortium had built and what they had intended it to become. Wu Kongsong presented the calibration station's architecture to Liangchen and Elder Su on the first evening. The station had not been designed as a residence or a strategic asset. Those had been secondary functions that the Hollow Emperor had imposed on it over 4 centuries of unauthorized occupation. It had been designed as a training ground, a space where the authorized Pillar's Steward bloodline could practice the Resonance Absolute's higher expression tiers in controlled conditions, with the station's calibration output providing the environmental amplification that the technique's upper tiers required. The founding architect designed the station around the dual anchor point configuration, Wu Kongsong said. The primary anchor for the registered resident, which was always intended to be the Pillar's Steward bloodline's head, and the secondary anchor points for the twin pair. The 3-anchor configuration that was demonstrated during the engagement was the station's intended operational configuration. It has been waiting for that configuration since the station was built. For how long? Elder Su asked. 700 years, Wu Kongsong said. Elder Su was quiet for a moment. He said, "You built a 700-year waiting room. We built a 700-year training facility," Wu Kongsong said. The waiting was a consequence of the system's slower-than-expected progression, compounded by the parasite's interference. He paused. The station is currently in post-activation maintenance mode. It will run indefinitely at the current calibration settings. The update I need to perform will require approximately 3 years of careful architectural work. The station's core cannot be modified while it is providing pillar support, so the work will proceed in sections, each section calibrated to maintain the pillar's output during the update. "When do you begin?" Liangchen asked. "When I am invited," Wu Kongsong said. "The station's authorization record is the Wei bloodlines. I require explicit permission to perform work on the station's core architecture." Liangchen said, "You have it. We will coordinate on the timeline when we are back at the compound." The second day's primary session was Chun Miaoling's briefing for the twins on the harmonic cores tiers 5 through 8, the levels they had passed through and the mechanics of what they had done, and the preliminary technical description of tier 9, which they had not yet accessed but would need to understand conceptually before they approached the void crossing threshold. The briefing was the most technically complex session of the 2 days. The twins listened with the complete attention of people who are learning the mechanics of something that is happening in their bodies, and Xiaoyin asked 11 questions during the session that Chun Miaoling described afterward as the most precise technical inquiries she had received about the harmonic core's operation in 700 years of the design's existence, which was slightly alarming as a datum about the design's maintenance history. The most important conceptual content from Chun Miaoling's briefing was not the technical tier description, but the reframing of what the harmonic core was designed to do. The resonance absolute is not a combat technique, she said early in the session. I understand it has been described as one, used as one, and classified as one by the Heavenly Ledger's technical apparatus. The classification is not incorrect. The technique does produce combat-applicable output as a secondary function. But the primary design function is restoration. Restoration of what? Xiaoyang asked. Any cultivation system that has become imbalanced, Chun Miaoling said. The technique's full expression reads the target system's natural frequency, the frequency it should be running at, if it had developed without interference or distortion, and provides the specific resonance input that returns it to that frequency. In the mortal world, the most significant application is the Hollow Emperor's 4 centuries of qi harvesting, which distorted the cultivation pathways of everyone whose development was affected by his presence. She paused. The aurora this morning is the harmonic core performing this restoration function at Tier 8, passively, at soul ignition amplitude, without requiring a directed technique. You did not choose to do it. The core did it automatically because the integration was complete. The cultivator who broke through in the T field, Xiaoyin said, will be one of many, Chun Miaoling said. The Tier 8 ambient restoration will propagate outward from the pillar's position at the rate of the soul ignition expression's natural diffusion speed. It will take months to cover the continent fully. Some practitioners whose qi was distorted before they ever began cultivating, whose foundations were wrong before they laid them, will find those distortions correcting. She paused. Some of those corrections will produce cultivation advancement. Some will simply produce clarity. The restoration is not guaranteed to provide advancement. It provides the correct foundation that advancement can then build on. Xiaoyang said, this is what we were designed to do. This is what the bloodline was designed to enable, Chun Miaoling said. The question of what you will do with it is yours. The twins looked at each other. The harmonic core ran between them at its settled soul ignition frequency, the 8th tier, the ambient restoration mode, the output that was spreading across the cultivation world in waves that no single practitioner had initiated and no single practitioner could control. Xiaoyang said, we are going to need a much larger compound. Xiaoyin said, and a proper guest hall, for when the cultivators who feel this start arriving to find out where it came from. The pillar's second cycle begins when the restoration wave propagates fully, Bao Tingji said from the corner, without looking up from the archive. The charter says the second cycle draws worthy cultivators from far away. Worthy is defined in the charter as those whose qi has been restored to its natural frequency and who choose to develop it correctly. The second cycle is a beacon, not a filter. Everyone whose cultivation was distorted and is now clarified is, technically, worthy. The twins looked at Liangqin. He said, we are definitely going to need a larger compound. Bao Tingji said, without looking up from the archive. I have already sent a formation design consultation to architect Wu Kongsong. The compound expansion requirements are significant. The primary ancestral hall will need to be 3 times its current floor area to support the formation rings for a household of sufficient size for the second cycle's visitor integration function. He paused. I have also requested the design specifications for the original pillar formation's full-scale expression, not the portable seed version, not the current anchored version, but the version the founding architect designed before the calibration station's occupation compressed its functional space. Another pause. The full-scale expression is approximately 12 times the current height. The hall was quiet. Elder Su said, 12 times. The founding architect designed a pillar that was intended to serve as the primary cultivation resource for a city of 50,000, Bao Tingji said. The current pillar serves a compound and a 12-li radius. The full expression would serve the city and a 60-li radius at minimum. He finally looked up. The calibration station's update, combined with the full-scale formation's anchor architecture, would make this compound the most powerful cultivation environment in the mortal world. It already is, Liangqin said. It already is at its current capacity, Bao Tingji said. At 12 times the current capacity, It becomes something that the cultivation world has not seen in recorded history. He paused. I am noting this as a long-term objective, not an immediate one. The current infrastructure is sufficient for the second cycle's early phase. The expansion is the third cycle's prerequisite. Liangshan held this. He thought. The founding architect designed a system that would require 3 generations to express correctly. The first generation was the twins' grandparents, the latent bloodline, the unactivated pillar seed sitting in the ancestral hall waiting for the generation that could light it. The second generation was himself, the activation, the construction, the engagement that cleared the space for the system to operate. The third generation, if Xiaoyin and Xiaoyang built families of their own, if the harmonic core's restoration extended to the next level, might be the one that expressed the system at the founding architect's design scale. He thought, we are still at the beginning. He thought, that is not a discouraging thought. That is the most accurate thought I have had today. Chapter 131, Restoring the World. The restoration wave propagated for 23 days before Bao Tingji's monitoring instruments could confirm its complete coverage of the mortal cultivation world. During those 23 days, the Wei compound received 47 unsolicited visits from cultivators who had felt something clarify in their pathways and had followed the sensation to its source. Some of them came in a state approaching hysteria. Some came in the careful, measured state of practitioners who had been cultivating for decades and had just discovered that a significant portion of what they had been doing was building on a foundation that was less stable than they had believed, and were now rebuilding on the corrected one, and wanted to understand what they were experiencing. Liangshan received each visitor personally for the first 3 days. After the first 3 days, it became clear that personal reception was not sustainable, and that what most of the visitors needed was not Liangshan, but the pillar, proximity to the formation, the chance to sit within its field, and let the ambient calibration output continue the correction process that the aurora wave had begun. Bao Tingji designed a visitor formation. It was installed in the compound's outer courtyard. It provided proximity to the pillar's output without requiring direct access to the household formation's interior ring, and it was designed with the specific visitor's need in mind: a quiet space, calibrated at the correct frequency for the restoration continuation, with formation traces that helped practitioners who were used to distorted pathways find the correct circulation patterns. The visitor formation was occupied continuously from the day it was installed. Lady Xin Yueqing, who had been formally added to the household formation on the morning after Liangshan's return from the mountain compound. The family had discussed her request the evening of the mountain visit, with Mei Ruohua's response being a precise forward statement that ended the discussion. Managed the visitor process with the commercial organizational expertise that had been keeping the Wei family's external network functional for 14 months. She was exceptionally good at it. The most significant restoration case arrived on the 18th day. Before it arrived, there were 46 others. The 46 visitors arrived in the order they could manage the journey. Some from within the 12-li radius, some from the provincial capital, some from 3 days' travel away. They had all felt the aurora. They had all followed the sensation to its source. They arrived at different hours, with different levels of cultivation, with different histories. The visitor formation's intake process was a design that Lady Xin Yueqing had developed over the first 3 days of continuous arrivals, when it became clear that the household could not manage individual conversations with every visitor. The process involved 3 stages: a brief cultivation state assessment by Shui Linglan at the gate, using her medical instruments, to determine whether the practitioner's qi was in the restoration active state or the restoration complete state. An orientation session in the outer courtyard that Bao Tingji had prepared as a structured briefing on the dual harmony resonance system's public-facing description, and assignment to the visitor formation for a standard 3-hour session. Most visitors, after the 3-hour session, returned the next day. Several of them came every day for a week. Bao Tingji documented the formation's effects on each visitor with his monitoring instruments, building a data set that would eventually become the primary empirical record of the second cycle pillar's visitor impact function. His preliminary findings: the visitor formation's 3-hour session produced measurable qi pathway improvements in 93% of cases. The improvements were larger in practitioners whose qi had been more severely distorted by the Hollow Emperor's harvesting. The more distorted the foundation, the more dramatic the correction, because the resonance absolute's restoration function had more work to do and provided more benefit when the work was complete. The system is self-scaling, Bao Tingji noted in his documentation. The benefit delivered is proportional to the need. This is consistent with Chun Miaoling's description of the harmonic core's restoration mechanics. The technique reads the target's natural frequency and provides what is required to return to it, which means practitioners with more distortion receive more correction, not less. Liangshun read this and thought, the founding architect designed a system that helps most where the need is greatest. He thought, that was the intention. The most significant restoration case arrived on the 18th day. His name was not publicly known. The coalition had kept his condition confidential during the capital's administrative transition, and Liangshan had agreed with this approach. But on the 18th day, a plane carriage arrived at the compound's outer gate with a light escort, and the young man who descended from the carriage was recognizable to everyone who had been in the capital during the engagement. Zhao Junlin walked through the compound's gate without imperial bearing, without political pretension, without the specific posture of a person who has been trained since birth to present authority. He walked like someone who had just been told the history of his own life and was still absorbing the scale of it. He had no cultivation. The parasitism had consumed everything. Every scrap of qi that had been developed in the host body over the 22 years of Zhao Junlin's occupation had been taken as operational fuel for the Hollow Emperor's survival and activities. He was a young man of 22 with the cultivation state of a child who had never begun. He came to Liangshan in the drawing room. He said, I was told your formation can help. Liangshan looked at him, at the young man who had been absent from his own body for as long as he had been alive, whose birth had been engineered by a parasitic consciousness for centuries old, who carried no memory of the things done in his name and no agency over any of them. He had spent time, in the days between the engagement and this visit, thinking about how to receive Zhao Junlin. Not what to say. He had a clearer sense of what to say than of any other variable in the post-engagement situation, but the emotional register of the reception. He thought about what the young man was carrying. Not guilt. Luo Tianming had been explicit that the host body had no agency during the occupation. Not anger. Zhao Junlin had no basis for anger toward the Wei family. What he was carrying was something that did not have a common name. The experience of being the physical location of 4 centuries of harm without being the agent of any of it. The body had been present. The person had not. The empire had been run from his body. The cultivation had been taken through his body. 17 families had been destroyed and actions coordinated from his meridians, and he had been not present for any of it. Liangshan thought, there is no framework for this. The cultivation world has dealt with possession, with identity theft, with spiritual contamination. But 4 centuries of occupation in a body that was prepared specifically as a vessel before the person in it was ever given the chance to be a person, this was different from all of those. He thought, the cultivation world is going to encounter this again. The Hollow Emperor existed. There may be others. There should be a framework for the people who were the location of harm without being the agents of it. He thought, that is work for later. Right now, there is one person in the drawing room who needs a formation to help with. He said, the outer courtyard's visitor formation will begin the restoration process. Xuelinglan will monitor your progress. He paused. It will take time. Zhao Junlin said, I have time. A pause. What I did not have, until now, was something to do with it. He looked at the pillar's output through the drawing room's lattice screen. Luo Tianming told me, in the capital, that you said the founding architect designed a system that makes families stronger. He said you told the parasite that. He paused. I do not have a family. I have a throne I did not ask for and a history I did not choose. He looked at Liangshan. Is there room in the visitor formation for someone who is starting from nothing? Liangshan said. The visitor formation was designed for exactly that. Zhao Junlin nodded. He went to the outer courtyard. He sat in the visitor formation. He closed his eyes. Above him, the resonance pillar's paired yin-yang output washed over the courtyard with the warm, steady character of a formation that had been designed to make everything in its field stronger by making the family at its center stronger, and through the visitor formation's interface. It extended that warmth to the young man sitting in the courtyard with no cultivation and no history, and no claim on anything except the sincere intention to begin. From inside the cage, somewhere below, the consciousness that had occupied this young man for 22 years sent a communication through the aperture. Xiaoyin received it. She read it. She set it aside for later, for the conversation she would have with Xiaoyang tonight, in the privacy of the twin resonance channel, before she decided how to describe its content to her father. The message was short. It said, "Let him cultivate." She thought about this for a long time. The consciousness inside the cage had been the parasite in Zhao Junlin's body for 22 years. It had been the parasite in 17 bodies before that. It had absorbed 17 pillar steward cultivators over 4 centuries. And it was using its communication aperture, the one channel it had through the calibration cage's formation, to ask the family to let a young man build something. She could not tell yet whether this was the restoration wave's influence on the consciousness, or whether it was something that had always been in there, buried under 4 centuries of survival and absorption. She thought, maybe those are not different things. She set the message aside. She would think about it more carefully before she decided how to share it. Chapter 132. Ho Wenshu's Redemption. Ho Wenshu arrived on the 22nd day. He arrived without Imperial Guard escort, without the black armored cultivators who had defined his engagement presentation for the entirety of Liangshan's previous experience with him. He arrived in plain clothing, with a cultivation signature that had changed significantly. The core formation cultivation base he had built over decades was intact, but the specific character of it was different. The distortion that Liangshan had felt in every encounter with the Grand Steward, a particular quality in the qi circulation that Bao Tingji had identified as the ambient effect of serving as the Hollow Emperor's enforcement instrument for 15 years, a subtle corruption in the pathways of everyone who worked closely with the parasite, was gone. The restoration wave had reached him. He was standing at the compound's outer gate when Liangshan came to receive him. His right arm, which had been damaged in the engagement's political aftermath, not by the Wei family's action, but by the coalition's, was healed. The damage had been at the meridian level, the kind of injury that requires months of careful cultivation attention to address and frequently leaves permanent reduction in the affected limb's qi flow. It was healed cleanly. The restoration wave had reached it. He looked at Liangshan. He said, "I was told I should come." Luo Tianming, Liangshan said. "He came to the detention facility personally," Ho Wenshu said. "He does not do anything for casual reasons," which I gathered means the instruction was genuinely intended rather than formally obligatory. He paused. "He said you would receive me." "I said I would receive anyone who came," Liangshan said. "The visitor formation is open." Ho Wenshu said, "I did not come for the formation." He looked at the compound, at the pillar visible above the compound walls, at the visitors sitting in the outer courtyard in the formation Bao Tingji had designed. "I came to speak with you, if you are willing." They walked in the compound's inner garden, the same garden that had become the family's informal conference space, that had received Luo Tianming and the twins and the family in the hours after the engagement. The morning was clear, the spring growth from the pillar's ambient field producing an exceptionally lush early season in everything within 12 li. Liangshan had thought, during the detention period when Ho Wenshu was in coalition custody, pending the political process, about what this conversation would look like if it happened. He had thought about it the way he thought about most complex situations, by running the variables and projecting the likely outcomes. Ho Wenshu's trajectory after release had 3 primary projections in Bao Tingji's models: withdrawal from cultivation work entirely, continuation in a reduced capacity under the new administrative framework, or engagement with the specific project that Liangshan's household was positioned to offer. The third projection required Ho Wenshu to arrive at the household's gate under his own initiative. He had arrived. That mattered. A man who had been in detention for 2 months, whose political authority had been dissolved, whose cultivation had been clarified by the restoration wave that the household had produced. This man had not gone to the coalition's administrative center, not gone to whatever political allies he had remaining, not retired to a distant province. He had come here. That was a choice, and the choice was the data. Liangshan said, "The 17 families. What do you know about them?" "Less than I should," Ho Wenshu said. "The Imperial Archive has records. I helped build some of those records as enforcement documentation from the household's conscription periods. I did not understand what the records were documenting at the time. I understood the Imperial structure's account of the events, which was that these families had been absorbed into the imperial cultivation program as strategic resources. He paused. I know now what the archive actually describes. The 17 absorptions. The bloodline destructions. The records still exist, Liangshan said. The records exist, Ho Winshu said. I had access to the archive at the senior level. If the coalition's administrative transition has maintained the archive structure, and I believe it has, the coalition's archivists are methodical. The records should be retrievable. He paused. The records are not the only obstacle. The surviving descendants have dispersed over 4 centuries. Finding them requires genealogical work across provincial registries, family temple records, local cultivation council archives. The kind of work that takes years and requires the specific administrative knowledge of where the records are held and how they are organized. Which you have, Liangshan said. Which I have, Ho Winshu said. For 15 years, I used it to enforce imperial conscription orders. He looked at the pillar above the compound walls. I would prefer to use it differently. Liangshan studied the man across from him for a long moment. He said, the household can provide support and resources. The 17 families deserve more than records. They deserve contact, acknowledgement, and whatever we can offer in terms of what the pillar can do for their descendants' cultivation. He paused. This is not a simple project. It will produce complicated conversations. Some of the descendants will not want to know. Some will be angry. Some will want more than we can offer. He paused. Are you prepared for those conversations? Ho Winshu said. I spent 15 years having conversations that I should not have been having. I am prepared to have the difficult conversations that should be had. He stood in the garden and looked at the pillar and waited. Ho Winshu said, I want to know about the 17 families. Liangshan said, what about them? What you intend to do about them? He paused. I enforced the imperial structure that the parasite built on top of those families' destruction. I did not know I was doing so. That does not change the enforcement. He looked at his healed right arm. I have been given something back that I did not earn. The restoration wave is not selective about who it helps. He looked at Liangshan. I want to do something that earns it. Liangshan studied the man across from him, the grand steward who had hunted his family for 3 arcs of their journey, who had been methodical and patient and willing to harm children in service of an imperial structure built on 4 centuries of parasitic architecture. He thought about what Luo Tianming had said, that Ho Winshu did not know he was the Hollow Emperor's instrument, that the formation corruption was not his doing but his inheritance, the ambient damage of proximity to a parasitic consciousness expressed through the cultivation channels of everyone in the Emperor's service. He thought about what the restoration wave had done, what the aurora had done, what the harmonic core's Tier 8 expression was designed to do. Return things to their correct frequency. Not forgive, not erase, but correct the foundation so that what was built on it could be built correctly. He said, the architect's archive identifies 11 families with surviving descendants. Finding them and making contact is a long-term project. It requires someone who can navigate imperial and administrative structures. He paused. Someone who knows how the empire's record-keeping works, where the genealogical documentation is held, how to use the formal channels to locate families who have dispersed over 4 centuries. Ho Winshu was quiet. He said, I know those channels. Yes, Liangshan said. I know. The garden was quiet. Then Ho Winshu said, this will take years. Yes, Liangshan said. It will. I have years, Ho Winshu said. What I did not have, until approximately 3 days ago, was the correct foundation to spend them on. He paused. The restoration wave does not only correct chi pathways. Liangshan looked at him. No, he said. It does not. He opened the cell door, metaphorically, in this case, because Ho Winshu had already been released from the coalition's detention facility on Luo Tianming's recommendation. But the gesture was the same, a door, opening, toward work that needed doing. Ho Winshu straightened slightly. He said, when do we begin? Liangshan said, when you are ready. The Grand Steward looked at the pillar above the compound walls. He said, I am ready now. Chapter 133. The registration Han Beixian arrived on the 31st day. She arrived as Luo Tianming had predicted, quickly, with professional impatience. Carrying 17 technical instruments she had brought specifically for the formation documentation and radiating the celestial sovereign cultivation signature of someone who has spent 200 years of professional practice expressing itself as the specific energy of a practitioner who is perpetually slightly ahead of the current situation. She was also shorter than anyone expected, which Luo Tianming had omitted from his description. Bao Tingji met her at the gate with his documentation prepared. She spent 4 hours examining the calibration station before she said anything to Liangshan directly. She spent the first 3 of those hours in the station's main chamber and the 4th in the ancestral hall examining the pillar's anchor formation. And she was making notes continuously and saying, "remarkable," at a frequency that suggested she was using the word as a verbal placeholder for a more complex assessment she was still building. She came to Liangshan at the end of the 4th hour. She said, Luo Tianming was understating the case when he described this as a previously undocumented formation type. This is not simply undocumented. This is a system that predates every existing cultivation theory framework and demonstrates operational principles that the ledger's technical division has been arguing were theoretically impossible for the past 400 years. She paused. I need 6 weeks here minimum. We agreed to 6 days for the registration witness function, Bao Tingji said. Yes, Han Beixian said. But after the registration, I need 6 weeks. That is a different question, Liangshan said. The registration first. The formal registration process took 2 days. Han Beixian spent the first morning in technical review, reading the documentation Bao Tingji had prepared, running her 17 instruments through the calibration station's primary chamber and the pillar's anchor formation, and asking questions in the rapid-fire style of a celestial sovereign who has been waiting for this specific data set and has a great many things she needs to understand before she can sign the witness document with professional confidence. Her questions were excellent. Bao Tingji answered all of them. When he could not answer, twice, for specific calibration station architecture questions that were in Wu Kongsong's domain rather than his, he transmitted the questions to the mountain compound's communication channel and had answers within the hour. Han Beixian said, at the end of the first day, the calibration station's design is not derivable from any existing cultivation architecture theory framework. It is not a refinement of known techniques. It is a distinct theoretical lineage. She paused. This will require a new classification category in the ledger's technical archive. I will have to write the classification framework. She paused. I enjoy writing classification frameworks. Bao Tingji looked at her with the expression of someone who has just found a professional counterpart. The first day was also notable for the moment when Han Beixian asked about the cage in the housing formation below the ancestral hall, and Liangshan explained what it contained, and she ran her instruments over the floor for 45 minutes in complete silence, and then said, the consciousness is stable. The containment architecture is elegant. The calibration cage design is, she paused, I have never seen anything like this in 400 years of certification work. This was designed specifically for this purpose. The design predates any cultivation cage technique in the ledger's archive by at least 6 centuries. The founding architect built it, Liangshan said. For this exact consciousness, she said. For the problem the consciousness represented, he said. The calibration cage was designed for whatever had corrupted the housing formation's authorized tenant, for whatever had taken residence in the station without authorization and needed to be returned to a contained, non-parasitic configuration. He paused. It fit exactly. Because it was designed to fit exactly, Han Beixian said. Yes. She made notes for 30 minutes. Bao Tingji's documentation was the most comprehensive single formation registration package the Heavenly Ledger's technical apparatus had ever received, which Han Beixian confirmed after reviewing it, and which produced a 3-hour discussion between her and Bao Tingji about the classification framework that the ledger would use to categorize a system that did not fit any existing framework, and for which a new framework would need to be developed. Liangshan attended the formal registration ceremony on the 2nd day. The ceremony was simple. Han Beixian in her celestial sovereign capacity as the required witness, Luo Tianming's remote validation via the Accord's Article 8 response protocol. Liangshan as the registered household authority presenting the technical specifications for formal archive. Luo Tianming's remote validation was delivered through the Jade Tablet's official transmission channel in a communication that was, by the Arbiter's standards, almost warm. A confirmation of the dual harmony resonance's registration as a protected restoration formation under the Heavenly Ledger's Article 14 framework, noting the formation's non-aggressive design, its restoration primary function, and its pillar steward bloodline authorization requirement. The registration was permanent. It could not be revoked without the bloodline's consent. The Wei family's authority over the formation was documented and archived. Luo Tianming's final line in the registration document read, "The Wei household has demonstrated consistent compliance with accord provisions while operating under extraordinary circumstances. This registration reflects the Accord's function as a system for protecting cultivation knowledge of genuine value, not merely a mechanism for control." Han Beixian looked at that sentence for a long time. She said, "He never writes things like that." Lianchen said, "He made a choice during the engagement that we are still understanding the full dimensions of." She looked at him. She said, "I would like to discuss that choice over the next 6 weeks, if you will permit the research visit." He said, "You are welcome to stay." He looked at the jade registration document in his hands. The dual harmony resonance formally registered as a protected restoration formation, the resonance absolute recognized as a registered cultivation technique under the Accord's Article 17 framework, the Wei household designated as the permanent registered authority for both. He thought about 8 months of engagement and 14 months of journey before that, and the 3 years of pillar cultivation before the journey, and the twins at 7 years old lighting the ancestral hall with their first resonance output, and Mei Roa in her wheelchair watching the pillar rise. He thought, this is what we were building toward. He thought, this is the beginning of what we built. He folded the document and put it in his inner robe. He went to find his family. The registration was done, and outside, in the visitor formation, a young man with no cultivation and no history was sitting quietly in the pillar's field, building the correct foundation, one breath at a time. Han Beixian, watching from the ancestral hall's entrance, said to Bao Tingji, "The registration document will be the most significant ledger registration of the decade, possibly the century." She paused. Luo Tianming's signature line is the last line of the document. He signed it 2 days ago, before I arrived, through the Article 8 protocol transmission. He signed it in the highest formal register the Accord permits. Bao Tingji said, "What does the highest formal register indicate?" "That the arbiter considers the registered subject to be of the highest category of cultivation significance," Han Beixian said. "It is used for formations that the ledger deems foundational to the cultivation world's development." She looked at the pillar. Luo Tianming has used it twice before in 2 centuries of certification work. Once for the Northern Sect's core formation method revision. Once for the Continental Meridian Mapping Project. She paused. "This is the 3rd time." Bao Tingji made a notation. He would ask Lianchen whether to include this in the formal household records or keep it in the confidential file. He suspected the answer would be both. He added the notation to the pending items list and returned to the archive consultation with Han Beixian, who had 17 more questions and showed no signs of running out. Outside, the registration document was filed and official and permanent in the Heavenly Ledger's archive, the most significant protection the Wei household had ever possessed, signed in the highest formal register by a celestial sovereign witness and a void-crossing arbiter. The protection was real. The work it protected was just beginning. Chapter 134, Xiaoyang Scar Bao Tingji, founded on the 38th day. He had been conducting post-registration cultivation integrity checks on all household members, standard procedure after a major engagement and a significant ambient cultivation event like the Aurora, and also part of the ongoing documentation that the Heavenly Ledger required under the quarterly formation operation report framework. The checks were routine, methodical, and he conducted them in the order of the household formation's ring structure. Outer ring first, inner ring second, anchor points last. Xiaoyang was the last of the anchor point checks. Bao Tingji was running his most sensitive frequency analysis instrument, the one he called the Deep Reader, which he used for formation architecture assessment and which operated at a resolution that exceeded any standard cultivation diagnostic tool when he found it. A thread, dormant, not expressing, not active, tucked into the tissue structure adjacent to the harmonic core's southern integration point, with the precision of something that had been placed deliberately rather than something that had arrived accidentally. The frequency signature was the Hollow Emperor's. Bao Tingji ran the reading 3 times. He ran a 4th time with a different calibration to rule out the possibility of a detection artifact. He got the same result on all 4 readings. He said, Xiaoyang, I need you to sit very still and tell me if you feel anything change while I run this next instrument. Xiaoyang was sitting on the examination table with the specific patience of someone who has been subjected to Bao Tingji's post-engagement documentation procedures long enough to understand that the documentation takes as long as it takes, and that attempting to speed it up will simply extend it. He said, What are you finding? A dormant cultivation thread adjacent to the harmonic core, Bao Tingji said. It is not active. It is not expressing. But its frequency signature is consistent with a primordial core fragment that's separated from the main consciousness during the restoration ritual's dispersion phase. The restoration ritual had been the 3-day resonance absolute protocol in the mountain compound, the guided session where the twins had released the broader ambient restoration wave that had propagated across the cultivation world. During that session, the cage had been present. Liangshan had held it. The consciousness inside had been contained, but the cage was a formation structure, not a hermetic seal, and the restoration ritual's output had been specifically designed to reach through formation barriers to address qi distortions. The ritual had reached the cage. The consciousness inside had experienced the restoration wave at close range. Bao Tingji said, The restoration wave is designed to pass through formation barriers. That is the purpose of the technique, to reach qi that has been distorted regardless of the physical or formation structures separating it from the restoration output. He paused. The restoration wave reached the cage. The consciousness inside the cage experienced the wave. The wave's design function for primordial core frequency is to address the distortion, to return the primordial core to its original, pre-parasitic frequency. The fragment is a piece of that original frequency that separated from the main consciousness as the restoration process began and found the nearest resonance-compatible host structure. Which was my harmonic core, Xiaoyang said. Which was your harmonic core? Bao Tingji said. The core is the most resonance-compatible structure in the compound. The fragment moved to it automatically. He paused. I want to be clear. The fragment is the original scholar's frequency, not the parasite's. Chen Miaoling's assessment confirmed this. The thread adjacent to your core is a piece of who Su Wangchun was before the first absorption. He paused. That does not make it safe to leave in place. But it does change the character of what is being removed. Xiaoyang held this. He said, The restoration wave was trying to fix him. Yes, Bao Tingji said. Partially. The main consciousness remains in the cage, the restoration process, for something as complex as a 4-century-old parasitic consciousness, cannot be completed in a single wave, but a fragment of the original frequency separated and moved toward the nearest available resonance structure. He paused. The restoration is ongoing in the cage. Chen Miaoling confirmed this too. The calibration station's output is continuing the process at a rate that is measurable but slow. Xiaoyang said. He told Xiaoyin to let Zhao Junlin cultivate. Yes, Bao Tingji said. The communications through the aperture have been consistent with the restoration process's progress. The consciousness is not the same consciousness it was before the ritual. Xiaoyang was quiet for another long moment. He said, That is a lot to sit with. Bao Tingji said, I know. I recommend sleeping before trying to process it fully. He said, Agreed. Can you remove it now? Xiaoyang asked. Not without risking the harmonic core's structural integrity, Bao Tingji said. The thread's position is adjacent to the core's integration architecture. Removal requires a technique that can address the thread's frequency without disturbing the core's calibration. I do not currently possess the technique, but I know who does. Xiaoyang said. Chen Miaoling. She designed the harmonic core, Bao Tingji said. If anyone can work adjacent to it without disrupting it, she can. He paused. She is currently in the archive with Han Beixian and has been there for 6 days and shows no signs of leaving. The timeline for the removal is not immediately urgent. The thread is dormant. He paused. But we should tell your father tonight. Xiaoyang sat on the examination table and felt the thread's presence, faint, barely perceptible, tucked into the tissue adjacent to the thing he shared with his sister, the connection that had defined his cultivation and his family, and everything the past 8 months had built toward. He said, We always find the next thing. Bao Tingji said, That is the nature of cultivation. Is it the nature of cultivation, or is it the nature of us? Bao Tingji considered this. He said, I think, in this family's case, there is limited difference between the two. Xiaoyang almost smiled. He said, "Tell father tonight. Tell Xiaoyin first." He paused. "She will want to know before everyone else does." Bao Tingji made a notation. He said, "Agreed." The thread sat dormant in the examination room's ambient field, patient, quiet, a small piece of something very old tucked next to the family's most important architectural element, waiting for the conditions that would wake it. Those conditions were not here. Not yet. Chapter 135. The family rebuilt the family status on the 45th day after the engagement. Wei Liangqin, peak heavenly sage, domain extending 300 meters in all directions with the precision that the calibration station's full activation had delivered, pillar seed now serving as the household formation's primary anchor rather than a portable device. Building toward void crossing at a pace that Bao Tingji's models projected as 4 to 6 years under current conditions. Mei Ruohua, domain manifestation, rapidly advancing. Shui Linglan's 45th day examination recorded the fastest post-depletion recovery she had ever measured. The calibration station's output, combined with the pillar's full activation, had compressed a projected 9-month rebuilding process into 45 days. Her cultivation was not merely restored but exceeding its prior level. The pathways that had been rebuilt with the calibration station's framework were cleaner and more efficient than what she had built originally. Elder Su Changfeng, heavenly sage, having discontinued his cultivation suppression completely following the engagement. His true cultivation rank had been suppressed for 14 years. The suppression a deliberate choice after a political situation that had made a heavenly sage's visible presence dangerous to the household members he was protecting. He was no longer suppressing. The cultivation world now knew his rank. Wei Xiaoyin and Wei Xiaoyang. Soul ignition, 8th-tier harmonic core integration complete. Resonance absolute capable at both standard and ambient restoration modes. Dormant fragment adjacent to Xiaoyang's core under monitoring by Bao Tingji, with Chun Miaoling consultation scheduled. The twins had been doing what they always did, cultivating together, practicing the formation techniques, asking questions that produced 3-hour documentation sessions from Bao Tingji. Bao Tingji, soul ignition, having advanced during the restoration ritual in a breakthrough he described afterward as inconvenient timing but structurally inevitable given the ambient conditions. He was simultaneously conducting the Heavenly Ledger's quarterly report documentation, the archive transfer from the architect's compound, the visitor formation's ongoing monitoring, the calibration station's baseline assessment for Wu Kongsong's update project, and a comprehensive technical monograph on the dual harmony resonance systems design architecture that he had been drafting since the engagement's 3rd month. He had also accepted Han Beishuan's proposal to co-author the new classification framework that the Ledger's technical apparatus needed for the dual harmony resonance's registration category. He had not mentioned this to Liangqin yet, because he was planning to mention it after he had confirmed that Han Beishuan's approach to the framework was methodologically sound. After 6 days of collaboration, he had confirmed it was. He would mention it this evening. The household's other cultivators had made progress that Bao Tingji documented in the household formation report. Wei Bowen, the youngest cousin, had advanced from chi vein opening to foundation tempering during the 45-day post-engagement period, the fastest advancement in the family's history at his cultivation level, which Bao Tingji attributed to the pillar's elevated output combined with the clarified ambient chi environment. 3 other household members at the same stage had made comparable advances. The formation's passive acceleration was performing above its projected parameters. Lady Shen Yueqing, core formation, stable, integration with the household formation's administrative frequency running cleanly after 20 days of full formation membership. Her cultivation advancement was not exceptional. She had been at core formation for years, but the precision of her chi expression had improved measurably. The formation's calibration environment addressing subtle pathway inefficiencies that had been present in her cultivation for a long time, without causing problems, but had been visible to Bao Tingji's instruments. Zhao Junlin, foundation tempering, early stage, advancing at a pace that Shui Linglan's daily measurements called exceptional given that he had begun from absolute 0 45 days ago. The correct foundation advantage was working exactly as Chun Miaoling had predicted. Cultivation built on clarified pathways advanced faster than cultivation built on distorted ones, because the qi didn't have to work around the distortions. Ho Wenxiu, core formation, having entered the household's outer ring formation membership on the 42nd day. His cultivation had been stable since the restoration wave addressed its distortions, and the outer ring's passive field was beginning to show the same subtle pathway efficiency improvements that Lady Shin's membership had produced. He was also the most productive person in the compound in terms of the 17 Families project. He had already located genealogical records for 3 of the 11 surviving bloodlines through the Imperial Archive's consolidated holdings. Shui Linglan, domain manifestation, having confirmed to Liangshan in a private conversation on the 40th day the information she had been carrying since the engagement. She was not a former cultivation practitioner from an unrelated background. She was a former apprentice of the Void Architect's First Circle Design Consortium, specifically of architect Dao Yifeng, whose student she had been for 12 years before a political situation during the final pre-stasis period had dispersed the consortium's apprentice cohort. She had been operating as an intelligence source within the consortium's monitoring protocol for 20 years before joining the Wei household. Her arrival with forged references had not been accidental. She said, in the private conversation, "I was assigned to protect the twins by the monitoring protocol. The assignment predated the Hollow Emperor's escalation. I was not expecting to stay for 14 months. She paused. I stayed because of the family, not the assignment. Liangshan said, I know. She said, you knew? He said, Bao suspected at month 3. He did not share the suspicion because he wanted to give you the space to disclose it on your own timeline. Shui Linglan was quiet for a moment. She said, that is an unusually considerate approach from someone who documents everything. He said, Bao has his own sense of when documentation serves the household and when it doesn't. The household was 19 members strong, including Lady Shun Yueqing and Zhao Junlin, who had been formally included in the outer ring of the household formation on the 32nd day. The pillar's 5 times height was supporting all 19. Outside the compound, the restoration wave's second phase effects were producing exactly what the bloodline charter had projected for the pillar's second cycle. A slow, steady influx of cultivators whose qi had been clarified by the aurora and who were now drawn toward the source. They did not come aggressively. They came the way people come to something they cannot name but can feel, carefully, with the specific humility of practitioners who have just discovered that their foundation was wrong and are grateful that it can be rebuilt. The visitor formation received them. Lady Shun managed the visitor process. The city's cultivation community was advancing at a rate that the city's senior cultivators called unprecedented and that Bao Tingji's models called completely consistent with the charter's second cycle prediction, which was the same thing described at different levels of surprise. The household was not hiding. The household was not fleeing. The household was not preparing for the next threat. The household was doing what the founding architect had designed the system to do, making the land around it stronger, making the families connected to it stronger, making the cultivation world around it better by making itself better. The pillar stood above the compound walls in the spring morning, and its paired yin-yang output extended 12 li in every direction, warm and steady and patient. It was not finished. It was not close to finished. But the foundation was right, and from a correct foundation, anything can be built. Liangshan stood at the ancestral hall's entrance on the 45th morning and watched the pillar run. He had stood at this exact position on the first morning the pillar had risen, 7 years ago, the twins 7 years old, the light above the hall gold and silver, and completely unexpected, and he had stood there with no understanding of what he was looking at except that it was important and that his family was in the center of it. He still stood at the entrance. He still watched the pillar run. He still did not fully understand what he was looking at, except now he had the architect's archive and Bao Tingji's documentation and Chun Miaoling's briefings and the Heavenly Ledger's registration document and a Heavenly Sage domain that extended 300 meters in every direction. He understood significantly more than he had on that first morning. He still did not fully understand it. He thought, that is correct. That is what cultivation is. You understand more, and the more you understand, the more clearly you can see the next thing you do not yet understand. He thought, the founding architect understood this. He built a system designed to reveal itself gradually, to provide the next level of information only when the previous level was fully expressed. We are 45 days past the first full expression. The second cycle information is starting to come in. He thought, we are going to need the next 45 days. He stepped inside. Chapter 136. Crown Prince Zhao Junlin awakens by the 50th day. Zhao Junlin could feel the qi. Not much, a thread, a suggestion, the faintest movement in pathways that had been empty for as long as he could remember. Shui Linglin's daily measurements tracked it. The restoration wave had done what it could, correcting the foundation that the parasite had left behind. What the restoration did not and could not do was provide the cultivation that had been taken. That was his to build. He built it the way someone builds something they have never done before, slowly, with a great deal of initial error, with the assistance of Shui Linglin's guidance and the visitor formation's environmental support, and with the peculiar advantage of having the most powerful cultivation amplification formation in the mortal world running 12 li above his head. He was at foundation tempering's early stage on the 50th day. In absolute terms, this was negligible cultivation. In the context of someone who had begun from nothing 48 days ago, it was remarkable progress. Liangshan visited him in the outer courtyard on the 50th day. Zhao Junlin was sitting in the visitor formation with his eyes open, which was itself a change. For the first 20 days he had cultivated with closed eyes, the posture of someone who needed to shut out external information to process internal experience. Now he cultivated with open eyes, watching the pillar's output move through the courtyard, watching the other visitors in the formation, watching the household members who passed through the outer ward. He looked up when Liangshan approached. He said, Shui Linglan says foundation tempering in 4 months at this pace. I don't know if that is fast or slow. Fast, Liangshan said. The formation helps. I know, Zhao Junlin said. I feel it helping. He paused. It is the strangest thing I have ever experienced. The absence of what was here before, and the presence of this instead. Liangshan sat in the courtyard beside him. He said, What do you remember? From before. Zhao Junlin said, I remember a life that felt incomplete, as though the most important parts of whatever I was doing were happening somewhere I was not present. Decisions being made in my name that I would not have made. Relationships with people who responded to something in me that was not quite me. He paused. I did not have a framework for what I was experiencing. There was no diagnosis. There was no explanation. The incomplete feeling was simply the texture of my existence. He looked at the pillar. Now I understand what it was. Liangshan said, You did not choose it. No, Zhao Junlin said. But it was my life. The incomplete life was still mine. He paused. I am trying to decide what I want to do with the rest of it. The throne is not mine to want. The coalition's governance council is installing a different administrative framework, and my bloodline's connection to the imperial structure is a historical record rather than a current claim. He paused. I am 22 years old, and I have foundation tempering cultivation and no political power and no family. He looked at Liangshan. He said, You told me the visitor formation was designed for someone starting from nothing. It was, Liangshan said. Does starting from nothing have an endpoint? Or is it just the beginning of starting from something? Liangshan thought about his own beginning. A chi-vein opening merchant lord in a minor city, watching his 7-year-old children light a hall he had inherited from a father who had never told him what the hall meant. He said, Starting from nothing ends when you have built something that is yours. The building is the point, not the destination. Zhao Junlin was quiet. He said, That is either very wise or very unhelpful. Liangshan said, In my experience, those are often the same thing. The young man looked at the pillar. He said, The cage below. The consciousness inside. I should be afraid of it. You should be appropriately cautious of it, Liangshan said. Are you afraid of it? I am responsible for it, Liangshan said. That is a different relationship to fear. He paused. The consciousness inside the cage remembers you. It knows who you are. It will communicate about you. Eventually, the cage's aperture is how it communicates, and it communicates with intention rather than randomly. He paused. Xiaoyin has been receiving the communications. She will tell you, if you want to know what it says. Zhao Junlin said, I do not know if I want to know. That is also valid, Liangshan said. There is no requirement. The communications will happen regardless of whether you receive them. The decision is only about what you know. He stood. Zhao Junlin said, Liangshan. He turned. The young man said, Thank you for receiving me. You did not have any obligation to. Liangshun said. The visitor formation is open to anyone who comes with sincere intention. You came with the most sincere intention I have encountered in 50 days of visitors. He paused. You are welcome here for as long as you want to stay. He went back inside. In the drawing room doorway, he stopped. He thought about what it meant to welcome someone whose existence was entangled with 4 centuries of harm. Who was, in the most literal sense, the physical location of everything the family had spent 8 months confronting. He thought about the cage below the ancestral hall. He thought about the 17 families whose names were now in Bao Tingji's documentation files and Ho Wenshu's working records. He thought, the restoration is not only chi pathways. He thought, it is also this, a young man in a courtyard, building something for the first time, in the most powerful cultivation formation in the mortal world, with people present who understand what he has been through and are choosing to be present anyway. He thought, that is the founding architect's design too. He stepped back into the compound. Mei Ruohua was in the main hall with a brush and a sheet of rice paper, writing. She had begun keeping a record, not an operational log, not the kind of documentation Bao Tingji maintained, but something more personal. The names of the families who had come through the visitor formation, notes on their progress, observations about what the restoration looked like from the outside, in the faces of people who were reclaiming something that had been taken from them years or decades before. She looked up when Liangchen entered. She said, how is he? Stable, Liangchen said. Foundation tempering is building. He asked whether starting from nothing has an end point. Mei Ruohua set down her brush. What did you tell him? That the building is the point. She was quiet for a moment. She said, that's true. I am also not certain it's comforting to hear when you are 22 and sitting in a visitor formation with no family and no previous life that was fully yours. It was the honest answer. Yes, she said. Honest is what he needs, I think. The comfortable answer would feel patronizing. She picked up her brush again. He will be all right. The visitor formation is doing its work, and the household is a better environment for rebuilding than anything the capital could offer. Liangchen stood in the doorway for a moment. He said, do you remember the first month after the twins' harmonic core activated? When we did not know what we were building or what any of it meant. Mei Ruohua said, I remember. We built it anyway. She smiled slightly. We had no choice. We had choices, Liangchen said. We made the ones we made. He paused. That is what I want to tell him, I think. Not that starting from nothing ends, but that the choices are real. The choices are the point. He went to the window. Outside, in the visitor formation, Zhao Junlin sat in the afternoon light with his eyes open, his faint foundation tempering qi moving through pathways that were his own in a way they had never been before. He thought, that is the founding architect's design too. Behind him, in the visitor formation, the young man who had been absent from his own life for 22 years sat in the most powerful cultivation amplification field in the mortal world and breathed and felt the thread of foundation tempering qi moving through his pathways like the first light of a very long dawn. Tentative, uncertain, present, and genuinely his. Chapter 137. The pillar pulses. The pulse came on the 57th day, at the 3rd hour of morning. Bao Tingji was awake. He had adjusted his sleep pattern to a 4-hour rotation during the documentation intensive, which Xue Linglan had noted in her medical records as technically sustainable but not recommended as a long-term practice, and which Bao Tingji had noted in his own records as a necessary operational parameter during a period of exceptional archival density. He was at his instrument station in the household's eastern wing when the pulse registered on 3 separate monitoring systems simultaneously. He came to Liangchen's rooms. He knocked. Liangchen was already awake. The heavenly sage domain had felt the pulse as it propagated through the formation network, a distinct quality that was different from the pillar's standard output. Different in the specific way that the architect's briefing had described as the second cycle transition marker. Not louder, not stronger, but a different resonance pattern. A new tier of the formation's expression. He met Bao Tingji in the corridor. Bao Tingji said, the pillar's output pattern has shifted. At 3:07 this morning, the formation's secondary amplification layer activated its upper range configuration. The charter describes this as the second cycle initiation. He was holding his instruments and speaking quickly. The formation's amplification field has changed from a passive enhancement zone to an active attractor configuration. The passive mode provides cultivation support to everyone within range. The active attractor mode, he paused, does something more specific. It draws, Liangshan said. It draws, Bao Tingji confirmed. The charter describes this as the second cycle pillar, drawing worthy cultivators from far away. What the charter does not specify, what I now believe the architects also did not fully specify, based on my reading of their archive, is the range. He paused. The second cycle attractor function's range is not bounded by the pillar's height. It is bounded by the sole ignition expression of the harmonic core's ambient output, which we have been running continuously since the aurora. The twins were in the corridor now, Xiaoyin first, then Xiaoyang, the harmonic core's connection running at its full sole ignition frequency. Xiaoyin said, "How far does the aurora reach?" "The ambient restoration wave has completed its propagation," Bao Tingji said. "The sustained ambient output from the harmonic core's Tier 8 expression is continuous. Range is approximately," he consulted his instruments, "indefinite, limited by ambient qi density. In the mortal world's current cultivation environment, which has been clarified by the restoration wave, the ambient qi density is the highest it has been in 4 centuries. He paused. The attractor function's range, under current conditions, covers the entire mortal cultivation world. The corridor was quiet. Elder Su, from the stairwell, said, "We are going to need a significantly larger compound." Liangshan said, "I said that 3 weeks ago." "I agreed with you 3 weeks ago," Elder Su said. "I am agreeing with you more strongly now. The compound expansion is already planned," Bao Tingji said. "I submitted the design consultation to architect Wu Kongsong 3 days ago. The architect's response arrived yesterday evening." He pulled a document from his instrument case. "The expanded formation requires a compound footprint approximately 4 times the current one. The primary ancestral hall triples in area. The visitor formation expands to accommodate 300 simultaneous occupants. The formation ring system expands from the current 3 rings to 7 rings, providing the anchor structure for a household of up to 60 members." He paused. "The construction timeline, if we begin within the week, is 18 months. What are the resource requirements?" Liangshan asked. "Formation materials are the primary constraint," Bao Tingji said. "The calibration station's update will require materials that are not commonly available. The station's core architecture uses pre-imperial formation stone that was quarried from the northeastern mountain range. Wu Kongsong has identified 3 viable quarry sites. The extraction requires practitioners at the domain manifestation level or above, with formation work experience." He paused. "We have those practitioners. The coalition's cultivators who were freed from the puppet sage control lattice have been evaluating their options. Rui Fengshan, the senior freed sage, has indicated interest in formation work projects as a way of contributing to the household's mission while developing his newly restored cultivation. He was a formation practitioner before the control lattice," Elder Su said. "He was," Bao Tingji said, "for 30 years. The control lattice suppressed his cultivation, not his expertise." He paused. "The lattice's dissolution did not erase 30 years of formation knowledge. He is extremely capable and extremely motivated." He looked at Liangshan. "I would recommend engaging him and the 5 other freed sages in the expansion project." Liangshan thought about Rui Fengshan, the senior freed sage who had spent 31 years under the control lattice, who had been the first of the 6 to speak with Elder Su in the capital, who had stood at the outer ring in the engagement's aftermath and looked at the sky with the expression of someone who is confirming that the world is still there after a very long absence. He said, "Make the approach. Tell them the project, the timeline, and what we can offer in terms of formation environment access." He paused. "The Pillars field is the best cultivation environment in the mortal world. Practitioners who work on the expansion will have access to it throughout the project. That should be significant to cultivators who have spent 30 years under a control lattice." "It will be," Elder Su said quietly. "Yes," Liangshan said. "It will." Bao Tingji said, "The attractor function does not compel. The charter is clear on this. It draws practitioners whose qi has been restored to its natural frequency, who are, by the charter's definition, worthy, and provides a directional sense that the practitioner can follow or ignore." Most will not follow it immediately. Some will. He paused. The monitoring data from the past 6 hours shows 12 new directional movements toward our location from distances greater than 500 li. By morning there will be more. He paused. The visitor formation's current capacity is 36 occupants. Liangshan said, expand it. To what capacity? Liangshan looked at the pillar's output through the corridor window, the 5 times height formation blazing in the pre-dawn darkness, its paired yin-yang lights steady and warm and now, according to Bao Tingji's instruments, calling to every practitioner in the mortal world whose cultivation had been restored to its correct foundation. He said, as large as it needs to be. The pillar pulsed again, once steady, the specific frequency of a formation that has completed its first cycle and begun its second, a formation that was designed for this moment and is running correctly at last. Through the floor, from the housing structure where the cage was anchored, the aperture sent a brief communication. Xiaoyin received it. She said quietly, he says, welcome to the second cycle. A pause. He says the architects will tell you the second cycle is when the real work begins. She looked at the pillar. He's right, she said. The corridor held this for a moment. Liangshan thought about the source of the communication, the consciousness in the cage, 11 meters underground in the housing formation, monitoring the second cycle activation from below with whatever awareness the cage's formation permitted. The cage had been designed to contain a parasitic consciousness. It had not been designed to silence one. He had been thinking about this since the first cage communication, since Xiaoyin had told him what the aperture carried. The consciousness inside the cage was not silent. It was communicating deliberately through the channel the founding architect had built into the design, with apparent awareness of the household situation and apparent investment in the household's success. He thought, either the restoration process is further along than we can measure, or the consciousness has motivations we have not fully understood. Both possibilities were worth taking seriously. He said, to the corridor, we begin the compound expansion planning tomorrow. Bao, have the construction timeline ready. I want to present the full project to the household in the morning. Bao Tingji said, it is already complete. Of course it is, Elder Su said. Below them, the pillar's second cycle output continued its patient work, calling, not compelling, drawing the practitioners whose foundations were correct toward the source. The work had begun and would not stop until the second cycle ran its full course. Whatever that meant, whatever it would require. Chapter 138, Lady Shen's answer on the 61st day, the household formation expanded to 20 members. The ceremony for Lady Shen Yueqing's formal inclusion was not elaborate. The household did not maintain elaborate ceremonies as a cultural practice, a value that had its origin in Liangshan's understanding that elaborate ceremonies tended to be performative rather than operational, and the household's formation membership was an operational matter rather than a social one. The inclusion required the household's registered authority to authorize the expansion, the formation's anchor points to be adjusted to accommodate the new resonance signature, and the included member to sit in the formation's inner ring and allow their qi pathways to synchronize with the formation's baseline frequency. It required approximately 40 minutes. Lady Shen Yueqing sat in the inner ring of the formation in the ancestral hall, while Bao Tingji monitored the synchronization and Liangshan held the pillar seed's output steady at the new configuration's requirements, and the twins held their anchor positions at the formation's polarity points. Liangshan watched her face during the synchronization. He had been watching her face, in various capacities, for 20 years. He knew its characteristic expressions, the composed directness, the precise calculation, the particular warmth she expressed when she was genuinely moved and not performing composure. He knew when she was tired, and when she was at full capacity, and when she was doing the thing she always did, which was holding more than she showed. He had always known, abstractly, that she held more than she showed. The 20 years of adjacent but not belonging had been a form of holding, a sustained management of something she was quite aware of but did not express, because the expression would have changed the geometry of every other relationship in both their lives. The formation synchronization was not a metaphor. It was a literal process, Bao Tingji's instruments tracking the alignment of her cultivation's natural frequency with the household formation's baseline resonance. The formation finding the compatible channels in her qi architecture and offering the calibration input, that allowed synchronization to complete. The process was designed to be simple for practitioners whose qi was running at its correct frequency. 20 years of precise management of unspoken things did not distort qi. It was a character quality, not a cultivation corruption. The synchronization completed in 11 minutes, faster than the average, which Bao Tingji would note in the documentation as consistent with a practitioner whose qi was already partially aligned with the formation's frequency from long-term proximity. Lady Xin Yueqing had been adjacent to this formation for 14 months. She had been adjacent to this family for 20 years. The formation's calibration environment recognized this. Liangshin watched her face during the synchronization. He watched the composed directness give way to something else, to the quality that was beneath the composure, that she had always kept below the composure because the composure was necessary. He watched the formation's output reach it. He thought, 20 years. He thought. She never asked for anything she did not ask for clearly and honestly and with full understanding of the answer. He looked away. During the synchronization, she stopped holding. The pillar's output reached her newly synchronized pathways and the calibration station's ambient field washed through the cleared channels, and the formation's full warm expression found the person sitting in its inner ring. Found the correct frequency, the natural state, the self that was present when nothing was compressed or managed or presented for the external context, and she received it with her eyes open and her face showing everything. Liangshin looked away. Some things were not his to witness. Xiaoyang, from the southern anchor point, caught his father's eye and held it for a moment with the particular expression of a 21-year-old who understands something he has not yet experienced personally and has the wisdom to not comment on it. The synchronization completed. Bao Tingji said, "Household formation is stable at 20 members. Lady Xin Yueqing's integration is clean. No calibration adjustment needed." He looked at his instruments. The formation's output efficiency increased by approximately 4% with the new member. The formation benefits from the inclusion of someone whose qi is running at the commercial and administrative frequencies. Those frequencies represent a range of human activity that the formation was not fully expressing. Mei Ruohua, from the western side of the formation, said, "What Bao is saying is that the formation is happier." Bao Tingji said, "I would not describe formation optimization as happiness." "No," Mei Ruohua said, "but it is still true." The formation's ambient output was warmer. Not dramatically, not in a way that Bao Tingji's instruments could quantify beyond the 4% efficiency increase, but in the way that things feel warmer when they are complete, when the final element that was missing takes its place and the structure finds its correct configuration. Lady Shen opened her eyes. She looked at the pillar above her. She said, to no one in particular, "Oh." Then she said, "I have been adjacent to this for 14 months. "Yes," Liangshin said. "And before that," she said, "for 20 years. "Yes." She looked at him. He looked at her. He said, "You are not adjacent anymore." She said, "No." She breathed, "No, I am not." The pillar's light fell on them both. The paired yin-yang output of the second cycle formation, the 5 times height structure that stood above the compound walls and extended 12 li in every direction and called to everyone in the cultivation world whose qi had been restored to its natural frequency. Mei Ruohua came to stand beside Liangshin. She said, quietly, so only he could hear, "She belongs here." He said, "Yes." Mei Ruohua looked at the pillar. She said, "For years ago, I was in a wheelchair. You were qi vein opening. The twins had just lit the hall for the first time." He said, "I remember. Did you imagine this?" He thought about the first night the pillar had risen. The shock of it, the qi unseal in his crippled meridians, the sudden knowledge that something fundamental had changed and that the family's life was permanently different. He had not known what different meant. He had known it was permanent. He said, "I imagined being strong enough to keep the family safe." She said, "You imagined correctly." The formation breathed around them. All 20 members, all 19 sitting in their places in the formation's rings, and the pillar above them, and the city beyond, and the restoration wave's ambient output washing through the cultivation world in every direction. Bao Tingji noted the efficiency increase in his documentation and made an additional notation about the formation's warmth metric, a non-quantifiable variable that he had been tracking since month 1 of the household's formal operation, using a subjective assessment scale he had developed himself, which he had not shared with any of the household members because explaining it would require explaining that he had invented a subjective warmth metric, which was not the kind of documentation he normally presented publicly. The metric had been increasing consistently since Lady Shen joined the formation. He noted this, filed it in the confidential documentation archive, and returned to the technical specifications. Xiaoyang, from the southern anchor, said, "Can we finish the session? My yang alignment has been holding for 40 minutes, and I am starting to feel it." Xiaoyin, from the northern anchor, said, "That is because your anchor posture has drifted 3 centimeters southeast. You always drift southeast." "I do not always drift southeast. You have drifted southeast in 63 of the 65 inner ring sessions we have documented. The other 2 times I drifted northwest. Once southeast, and once you had the formation cold." The hall was quiet. Then Lady Shun Yueqing laughed, genuinely, fully, the laughter of someone who has just been formally included in a family and is discovering what the family is like in their natural state. Mei Ruohua said, "Welcome to the household." And the formation ran. Chapter 139. Threads for Part 2-3 matters remained unresolved. Bao Tingji had documented them in the household's formal open threads register, a practice he had established in the 4th month of operation, when the number of simultaneous variables had exceeded his ability to track them in working memory, and which had become one of the household's most useful administrative practices in the 8 months since. The register was not a list of problems. It was a list of ongoing work. The distinction was important. Problems suggested something was wrong. Ongoing work suggested something was being done. The 3 threads were not evidence that the family had failed to resolve everything. They were the next phase of what the family had been building toward. Liang Shun had read the register entry 3 times since Bao Tingji had written it. He was not reading it to find something new in it. Bao Tingji's documentation was precise, and he had not missed anything. He was reading it because the specific character of the 3 open threads described, in outline, what the next several years of the family's life would look like. And several years of one's life deserve to be read slowly. The first thread, Xiaoyang's dormant parasite fragment. Chen Miaoling had conducted her initial assessment on the 62nd day, spending 4 hours with Bao Tingji's deep reader instrument and 2 hours with the twins in the calibration station's primary chamber. Her assessment confirmed Bao Tingji's findings and added a level of precision that only the harmonic core's original designer could provide. The thread was a separation artifact from the restoration ritual's 2nd day, when the resonance absolute's ambient propagation had reached into the cage and the cage's consciousness had experienced the restoration wave at close range. The consciousness inside the cage attempted to participate in the restoration wave, Chen Miaoling said, in her report. Not to escape containment. The cage's formation remained intact throughout. But the restoration wave's design specifically addresses primordial core frequency, which is what the consciousness is composed of. The consciousness responded to the wave the only way a primordial core frequency can respond, by resonating with the output that was specifically calibrated to restore it to its natural frequency. Which is what? Xiaoyin asked. The original scholar, Chen Miaoling said. The person Su Wangchun was before the first absorption. The restoration wave was designed to return cultivation systems to their natural frequency. The Hollow Emperor's natural frequency is the scholar he was 400 years ago, before the parasitism began. She paused. The thread adjacent to Xiaoyang's core is a fragment of that original frequency, not the parasite. The person the parasite was before it became a parasite. Xiaoyang was quiet for a long time. He said, "Is that better or worse than I thought?" Chen Miaoling said, "It is more complicated than either better or worse." She paused. The removal procedure remains necessary regardless of the thread's origin. The fragment, regardless of its frequency character, cannot remain adjacent to the harmonic core's integration architecture without potential interference at the void-crossing threshold. She paused. "I will perform the removal when the timing is correct. The timing is not urgent. The thread is stable, but it should be addressed before the twins approach the void-crossing cultivation stage." The removal was scheduled. The second thread, the eldest void architect, Fang Weiyuan, was deteriorating. Not rapidly, not in a way that produced immediate medical concern. But Wu Kongsong had disclosed to Liang Shun, privately, on the 64th day, that the stasis period had taken a cost from the eldest architect that the others had not paid. The time suspension formation had required the eldest to maintain a specific cultivation configuration throughout the stasis period, a configuration that had sustained the other four at a minor efficiency cost, and the eldest at a significant one. He had maintained the formation for 1,000 years. The cost had accumulated. Wu Kongsong said. He has perhaps 4 years at current decline rate. He carries knowledge that none of us have recorded, not because he withheld it, but because the knowledge is experiential rather than documentary. The theoretical frameworks for the bloodline system's upper tiers. The design rationale for elements of the calibration station that I built under his guidance, but whose full purpose I do not understand. The original error parameters for the monitoring protocol's design. Why we believed intervention was inadvisable, in detail rather than summary. He paused. I am not asking for anything. I am telling you because you should know. Liangshan said, what can be done? Wu Kongsong said, the pillar's calibration environment may slow the decline. The calibration station's output at full activation is the most restorative qi environment in the mortal world. If Feng Weiyuan spends time in the station's primary chamber, the decline rate may be reduced. He paused. He will not ask for this himself. He considers the decline a natural consequence of a choice he made and does not want it framed as a burden to the household. It is not a burden, Liangshan said. Tell him he is welcome in the station's chamber whenever he chooses. Feng Weiyuan spent 3 hours in the station's primary chamber on the 65th day. His cultivation signature afterward was measurably more stable than before. He did not comment on it. Liangshan did not comment on it. But the household's open threads register noted. Feng Weiyuan's knowledge must be documented before the window closes. Timeline. 4 years at current decline rate. Priority. Significant. The third thread, the Heavenly Ledger's leash. The registration was formal and protected and permanent. The Wei household's authority over the formation was documented and archived. Luo Tianming had written a registration document that read like a genuine recognition of the formation's value. But the Heavenly Ledger's registration framework included, in Article 14 secondary provisions, a clause that Bao Tingji had identified and flagged, and that no one in the household had discussed directly. The ledger's ability to summon registered formations output for purposes the arbiter designated as necessary under the Accord's emergency provisions. The registration protected the formation from dissolution. It did not protect the formation from conscription. Bao Tingji had raised this with Liangshan on the 63rd day, carefully, with the specific quality of someone who is raising a concern that is real and significant without wanting to generate alarm during a period when the household had just finished a major engagement and was in a rebuilding and stabilization phase. Liangshan had said, I know. Bao Tingji had said, Luo Tianming may not intend to use it. Luo Tianming's intentions are not the same as the article structure, Liangshan said. The leash exists regardless of whether the current arbiter chooses to pull it. Future arbiters are not bound by Luo Tianming's choices. Then we need to address the structure, Bao Tingji said. Yes, Liangshan said. We do. But not today. He paused. We know it is there. We have time to understand it fully before we develop an approach. The 61-day registration window was the urgent timeline. The secondary provisions are not urgent yet. He paused. But they are on the register. Bao Tingji added it to the open threads register. 3 threads. The removal, the knowledge, the leash. 3 things that needed to be addressed before the family could call any particular configuration stable. But the household was intact. The formation was running. The second cycle had begun. 17 families had names in an archive that was now in Bao Tingji's possession and would be in Ho Wenshu's working files within the week. The threads were open. But the family that would close them was stronger than it had ever been, and growing stronger by the day, under a pillar that stood above the compound walls and called to every practitioner in the mortal world whose qi had been restored to its correct and natural frequency. The foundation was right. From a correct foundation, the threads would be resolved, one at a time, in the correct order, with the full weight of the family behind each resolution. The register was not finished. It would not be finished for years. But the family that would work through it was intact and strong and growing stronger every day. The register waited. The family cultivated. Chapter 140. The Tao continues. The winter solstice arrived on the 82nd day after the engagement. Bao Tingji had noted, in the household's formation calendar, that the winter solstice corresponded to the highest ambient yin qi concentration of the year, the turning point where yin reached its maximum expression before yielding to the growing yang of the new season. For a formation grounded in the balance of yin and yang polarities, the solstice was not a calendar date, but an operational condition. The formation ran differently on this night, more precisely balanced, the polarity points holding their configuration with less effort because the ambient qi was doing some of the work. He had scheduled the evening formation session for the hour of maximum yin, when the pillar's ambient output would be at its calibrated best. The family gathered at the 7th hour of evening, in the ancestral hall beneath the resonance pillar. 20 members, in their assigned positions in the formation rings. The outer ring, Lady Xin Yueqing in the commerce and administration position, Zhao Junlin in the new member's beginning position, with his foundation tempering cultivation still growing and his pathways running cleanly through correct channels for the 80th consecutive day, the household cultivators who had been part of the extended formation for years, each in their place. The inner ring, Elder Su at the senior cultivation anchor, Bao Tingji at the formation theory anchor, Shui Linglan at the medical and support anchor, Ho Wenxiu at the administrative and outreach anchor. His first formal inner ring session, approved by the household's formation committee on the 78th day. The anchor points, Wei Xiaoyin at the northern yin anchor, Wei Xiaoyang at the southern yang anchor. The harmonic core between them at soul ignition frequency, the 8th tier's ambient restoration mode already beginning to express into the hall's ambient field. And at the center, Wei Lianshan at the primary anchor, the pillar seed in both hands, the heavenly sage domain extending through the hall and the compound and into the city streets 12 li in every direction. He looked at his family. Mei Ruohua was not in her assigned outer ring position. She was walking toward him through the formation space. Domain manifestation cultivation active, the specific quality of a practitioner who has rebuilt their foundations correctly and is advancing on those foundations with the steadiness of someone who intends to keep advancing. And she came to stand beside him at the primary anchor. She took his hand. He held it. The pillar needs 2 anchors at the center position, Bao Tingji had said, when designing the current formation configuration. The pillar seed and a secondary qi source. The calibration station's design includes a co-anchor mechanism for the primary node. Mei Ruohua was the co-anchor. She had been working toward this since the calibration station's activation. The co-anchor position required domain manifestation and above, and she had reached domain manifestation on the 38th day after the engagement. She had been practicing the co-anchor configuration in simulation for 2 weeks. Tonight was the first formal operation. She took his hand and let her domain manifestation cultivation feed into the primary anchor alongside his heavenly sage output. The pillar brightened, not doubled. The co-anchor's contribution was not equivalent in scale to the primary. But the pillar's quality changed. The specific warm character of the paired output intensified, the yin-yang balance of the formation's center node becoming more precise, because the 2 cultivators at the center had a 22-year relationship whose alignment expressed itself in the formation's output. Bao Tingji, from his inner ring anchor, said, quietly, optimal configuration. Neither Lianshan nor Mei Ruohua responded. They were both looking at the pillar. The twins sat at their anchor points, Xiaoyin's eyes closed, her yin veil at calibration frequency, the cold silver light of her polarity expression steady and precise. Xiaoyang's eyes open, watching the formation's output with the specific yang attention of someone who is both anchoring the formation and monitoring its behavior, the gold light of his polarity matching his sister's silver in the pillar's ascending output. The hall breathed. All 20 members, all the family and household members, and the new members who were still finding their place in the formation, all of them present on the winter solstice, all of them receiving the pillar's output at the year's highest ambient yin concentration, the hall breathed together. Lianshan held the pillar seed in his free hand, and Mei Ruohua's hand in the other, and felt his domain extending through the city and into the roads beyond, and to the horizon, and at the edge of the horizon, moving toward the city on the road from the east, he felt a cultivation signature he had not felt before. Young, female, core formation, recently established, the specific clean quality of a core formation that had been built on a correct foundation, which meant it was recent, post-aurora. She was carrying something. A letter. The heavenly sage domain could read the formation trace on the letter's seal, a geometric pattern that matched the void architect's monitoring protocol signature. He said, to the hall, without turning, "Someone is coming." The hall heard him. Bao Tingji's instruments confirmed the approach signature 30 seconds later. Xiaoyin, from the northern anchor, said, "An architect's seal. She has a letter." Xiaoyang, from the southern anchor, new to cultivation. Earnest. The specific quality of someone who has been preparing to knock on a door for a long time. Liangxin did not look away from the pillar. Neither did Mei Ruohua. The family cultivated. The pillar ran at optimal output. Second cycle, full expression, 20 members. The winter solstice's maximum Yin concentration providing the ambient conditions for the most precise formation balance they had ever achieved. Outside the compound, at the main gate, the young woman arrived. She stopped when she saw the pillars light above the compound walls. The paired yin-yang output blazing steady and warm and visible for 12 li in every direction. The specific quality of a formation that is doing exactly what it was designed to do. Her eyes widened. She had read about this. She had studied the architect's documentation in the archive they had maintained at the Eastern Monitoring Station where she had been trained. She had known, intellectually, what the second cycle pillar looked like. Knowing and seeing were not the same thing. She raised her fist to knock. Inside the hall, Liangxin felt the knock through the formation's perimeter. A single cultivator, young, earnest, carrying a letter with an architect's seal, knocking at the gate of a compound that was receiving visitors whose qi had been restored to its correct frequency. He felt the formation's response to her presence. A slight shift in the ambient output, the attractor function identifying a practitioner whose cultivation had been established on a correct foundation and was within the pillar's draw range. She was worthy. She was here. He said to the formation, "Elder Su." The gate. Elder Su, from his inner ring anchor, rose with the ease of a heavenly sage cultivator who has been sitting in a formation for an hour and whose body does not notice the transition. He crossed the hall and the courtyard with the unhurried certainty of a man who has welcomed people through difficult doors for 50 years. The gate opened. The young woman stood in the gateway with the pillar's light falling on her and the architect's letter in her hand, and the expression of someone who has arrived at a place they did not know they were looking for until they saw it. Elder Su said, "Come in." She came in. The gate closed behind her. Inside the hall, the formation ran, the pillar bright and steady and warm, the family in their places, the second cycle beginning its long patient work of drawing what needed to be drawn and restoring what needed to be restored and making stronger what was strong and healing what had been broken and calling what was worthy to come and come and come. The Tao continued. The winter night was long. There was much work still to do. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.